Chapter 1551, Human Race Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Naturally, the news that Han Fei came out couldn't be kept a secret. The demon beasts were straightforward. After Old Sheep and Han Fei put on a show, the major demon beasts all believed in Old Sheep unconditionally and agreed with Han Fei. Also, what Han Fei said was partly true. It did not seem to be made up. Some things were even ancient tales of the beast race. In any case, they didn't think that the Bull Demon King could make up such things. Once these strong masters believed Han Fei didn't need to worry about anything else. These big shots would explain for him. One day passed. Outside the Great Splitting Gorge, 100 venerables gathered and barbecued together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. Someone had already told them about the demon beast Holy Land. When they learned that the Bull Demon King was going to the Immortal City, they were surprised. However, on second thought, it seemed reasonable. The appearance of the Bull Demon King and his slaughter of 7 venerables in the Life and Death Gorge made everyone's jaw drop. With this strength, it seemed reasonable that Han Fei could enter the depths of the Holy Land and get a prediction that no one understood. Of course, it was also because of Old Sheep who deliberately connected the prediction with Han Fei and then connected the beast race and the human race. Therefore, when the venerables saw Han Fei, many of them cast a good brother, take care, look at him. For them, the Bull Demon King was a figure who appeared out of nowhere. His identity and background were all legendary. Could it be that such a figure was the so-called Born of Destiny? Crocodile Iron patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "Brother Bull, I didn't expect that fate would put all the burden on you. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of New Dali for you." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "No, I have nothing to do with Dali," Crocodile Iron said contemptuously. "Brother Bull, I'm not criticizing you, but for the sake of the future, you should leave an offspring for yourself now. Otherwise, what if your buffalo race is extinct?" Han Fei said angrily. "Who are you cursing?" Crocodile Iron shrugged and said via voice transmission, "Dali is here. You deal with her yourself." Han Fei turned his head, only to see New Dali leading New Kexin and New Pan over. Because there were only the 3 of them left in the buffalo race. Because there were no bulls left, as long as New Dali didn't marry other beasts, the buffalo race might really decline. However, Han Fei remembered that there were buffaloes in the swamp in the underground city of the Scattered Stars Island. Although they were relatively weak, there were still bulls. New Dali walked straight to Han Fei. As a domineering cow, New Dali stared at Han Fei and asked, "When are you leaving?" Han Fei smiled. "Today." New Dali was briefly stunned. Did he have to leave in such a hurry? She looked at the Bull Demon King and said bluntly, aren't you going to say something about the continuation of our race?" Han Fei's eyes were firm. He didn't care what New Dali's purpose was. "I'm not a bull in the first place. Even if I'm a bull, I can just sleep with a random woman, okay? You're sacrificing yourself for the continuation of your race? That's too fucking noble." Han Fei shook his head. "There's nothing to say. My name is Demon King, born to be a king, and I already have true love, so I can't have another woman. The buffalo race won't be extinct. I believe that outside the cage there are bulls," New Pun snorted. "Sister, let's ignore him." New Kexin also stared at Han Fei. "Go pursue your kingly road. We will live a good life even without a bull. We will grow up in the end." Han Fei grinned. "That's good." While the venerables were drinking and eating, Han Fei and the Old Sheep stood at the edge of the Great Splitting Gorge for a while. Then he turned around, tore the void, and headed for the immortal city of the human race. After Han Fei entered the void, many people sighed. Someone said, "He's really the chosen one. How can there be such a coincidence?" When he came, he made a shocking battle record, then entered the Holy Land, and then left. Someone sighed. "I think Brother Bull's path is probably not easy to take. We just know fighting, but Brother Bull is different. He was instructed by the god of war." The Old Sheep also looked in the direction Han Fei left and sighed slightly. "I hope you don't disappoint me." The immortal city of the human race was in the opposite direction of the Life and Death Gorge. After traveling 6 million kilometers, Han Fei hunted a lot of marine creatures and refilled the food and forged the universe. During this period, Han Fei met the venerables of the beast race who were patrolling the sea area 3 times. Perhaps because the Old Sheep had warned them or they didn't know each other, they just chatted for a while before Han Fei set off again. When Han Fei traveled more than 7 million kilometers, he found there were fewer marine creatures here. Even in the sea area of the beast race, there were still many sea creatures. In fact, the beast race also needed them. Firstly, the beasts could use them to train soldiers, and secondly, the marine creatures could provide enough food sources for the 10,000 beast island. These marine creatures were different from ordinary food. There were a large number of sea beasts at the explorer level among them. Their essence was in their flesh and blood, which were great tonics. The beast race never did something like drain the sea to get all the fish, so many sea beasts at least had a living space. However, at this moment, after sensing that there were only less than 3,000 sea creatures living within the surrounding 30,000 kilometers, Han Fei knew that he should be approaching the area of the immortal city soon. Compared to the territory of the beasts, how could a mere 3,000 creatures span 30,000 kilometers? Han Fei stopped and appeared above the water. At this moment, he saw an island, a small island with a radius of only a few hundred kilometers. Compared to the huge sea area, an island only a few hundred kilometers long was naturally considered a small island. However, this island was not like a normal island. Because there was no seal, this place was eroded by the gale, leaving only bare rock walls and a deathly scene. Han Fei walked among the cracks in the valley. What surprised him was that a lot of people must have lived here before. The bones of the strong almost covered the entire valley. How can there be so many bones? The bones could resist the erosion of the gale and violent energy, which meant that these humans were not weak when they were alive. Being able to stay here after thousands of years meant that these skeletons used to be strong masters more or less. Even if they were not all explorers, they must be at least law enforcers. Han Fei didn't stay long. The harsh environment and the lack of vitality suggested that this island was an abandoned dead island. Even undead creatures wouldn't stay here. After all, violent natural energy was scouring this island at every moment. No one liked it here. After another 300,000 kilometers, Han Fei found another island. This time, when Han Fei flew to the void and scanned with his perception, he found that there were dozens of islands around this island. There are many islands in the Immortal City? In the Beast King Valley, there were actually not many islands. The 10,000 Beast Island was big enough, so Old Sheep and the others were too lazy to get a new island. Unlike the previous island, there was a seal on the island where Han Fei was now. This meant that the rampant energy between the heavens and earth could hardly penetrate the island. Therefore, from the outside, the island looked lush. Although there were not many sea creatures around, Han Fei knew that there must be life inside the island. Because he knew that this was the territory of the Immortal City, Han Fei had already become a human. The moment Han Fei landed on the island, he put on a smile. He sensed a dangerous vibe that was full of killing intent. Han Fei smiled and walked straight to the center of the island. Less than 100 kilometers into the forest, Han Fei discovered that the surrounding trees had turned dark green and a large amount of poisonous mist spewed out. Han Fei pretended that he couldn't resist it and tried to quickly pass through the poisonous barrier. However, when Han Fei was about to escape, the surrounding trees, vines, and flowers all moved. Han Fei saw the black sword hemp shooting out hundreds of sharp spikes. Countless vines full of thorns began to gather, trying to roll towards him. With a thought from Han Fei, several saber beams rolled out and stopped in front of a tree. Han Fei looked there and walked over casually. He laughed. Okay, stop acting. Girl, come out. Don't come over. Who are you? Few eights. Han Fei opened his mouth and took a breath. What poison barrier? What spiritual energy? What energy? They were all swallowed by Han Fei. This scene stunned the woman hidden in the tree. At this moment, a knife light swept in front of Han Fei. After the tree was completely torn apart, Han Fei saw a thin woman quickly flash away and appear not far away, looking at him in shock. Han Fei glanced at this person and frowned slightly. This manipulator's means were not weak, but she was only a peak-level explorer and had been injured, a rather heavy kind, which had seriously damaged her foundation. Before Han Fei said anything, the woman had said, "The Immortal City and the 10,000 Beast Island have always minded our own business. Why have you come to the Immortal City?" Han Fei was speechless. "How do you know? I'm from the 10,000 Beast Island," the girl shouted. "Stop pretending. No matter how much you look like a human, you can't be a human. The cage is closed, and you came from the direction of the 10,000 Beast Island. Who else could you be if not a beast?" Han Fei sneered. "Nonsense. If the Demon-Beast Union wants to take the Immortal City, I'm afraid it will be as easy as blowing off dust. Even if I am a beast, what do you think you can do to me?" The woman gritted her teeth. "If you're not a beast, you're even more suspicious. Tell me where you're from first." Han Fei grinned. "Are you questioning me? Is the Immortal City ruled by a mere peak-level explorer now?" Chapter 1552, A Big Boss Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor. Hanyi Translations. Han Fei didn't need to detain the girl. He just needed to slightly release his suppressing pressure, and then the girl couldn't escape. Han Fei's battle record was not a joke. To this day, he had killed more than 20 venerables. Even ordinary venerables might not be able to withstand his suppressing pressure. At this moment, the woman was trembling all over in fright, her face ghastly pale. However, the woman still gritted her teeth and insisted, "If you're my enemy, just kill me. I won't tell you any information no matter what." Han Fei grinned. "Woman, don't you know that strong masters have ways to pry into the soul? Some people may become fools if their soul is pried into." The woman trembled visibly, but she still pursed her lips and refused to speak. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but smile, casually retracting his suppressing power, and said, "Fine, I won't bicker with you. But girl, your persistence is meaningless. If I'm really a bad person, what's the difference whether you tell me or not?" Seeing that the girl was still silent and looking at him warily, Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm tired after traveling for millions of kilometers. Can I borrow your place?" With that, Han Fei waved his hand and a chair and grill appeared in the clearing in the forest. All kinds of seasonings were placed on the side. Then, an Overlord squid at the Advanced Explorer level was casually thrown to the ground by Han Fei. The girl was dumbfounded. Is this Overlord squid at the level of an Advanced Explorer? Before she had time to think about it, she saw 100 saber beams sweeping past in an instant. Han Fei waved his hand and a mass of water appeared, washing the squid's internal organs like a spray gun. After only a moment, the huge grill was laden with squid pieces. Hum, clatter. Han Fei hummed a tune and smeared fish oil on the squid, and a spiritual fire rose. The girl frowned and thought, "Is this guy going to eat here?" While brushing the fish oil, Han Fei said, "Girl, I don't know what you have that I can fool you with. As far as I know, the immortal city of the human race should be in a hard time now, right?" The woman didn't speak, but she didn't try to escape either. She knew that with Han Fei's strength, it was impossible for her to escape. The spiritual fire was roasted evenly. After a while, Han Fei smelled a fragrance. Then, when Han Fei added a layer of garlic juice, he clearly sensed the sound of the woman swallowing. However, the woman still didn't speak. Han Fei wasn't in a rush. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the cage, the four major powers are the Black Blood City, the Demon Beast Union, the Forest of Terror, and the immortal city of the human race. In my opinion, no matter what, the human race can't abandon the friendly relationship with the beast race. Otherwise, how can people from the immortal city survive in the cracks? As soon as Han Fei said this, he heard the woman shout, "You don't know anything. You hadn't been to the immortal city before, right? Who are you?" Han Fei casually brushed a layer of chili powder on the squid so that the fish oil could moisturize the chili powders and make the taste better. Han Fei grinned. "Who am I? You won't know me even if I tell you. Do you recognize this?" As he spoke, Han Fei casually grabbed the death bone Zun. "Hiss, you, how do you have the bone Zun of death?" "Do you know Lord Jade Girl?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Jade Girl? Heh, please call me Golden Boy, thank you. How dare you insult Lord Golden Boy?" Han Fei was dumbfounded for a while. Is there really a Golden Boy? Wait, the one who gave me the death bone Zun didn't look like a Jade Girl at all. Han Fei said impatiently, "What are you shouting for?" "Shout again, and I'll cut your tongue off and roast you." The girl trembled and quickly shut up. Han Fei flipped the barbecue and then said leisurely, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. You know this Deathbone Zun, so you should know that I am not a bad person, right? Do you think Jade Girl will give this thing to a random person?" The woman was also puzzled. After a moment of silence, she said, "Num. However, Senior Jade Girl is on the other side of the Immortal City, so you should have come to the Immortal City from the other side, but the way you came is in the direction of the Demon Beast Union. If you have really met Senior Jade Girl, there is only one way to go to the Demon Beast Union without passing the Immortal City, which is the Black Blood City, therefore, I already know your identity." Han Fei sneered. I forgot that the cage was stud-link-shaped. Did he have to explain to this woman that he had obtained this Deathbone Zun from the outside world? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Idiot. Gulpway. With that, Han Fei grabbed a large piece of squid meat and began to eat it. Han Fei ate one bite after another for a full hour, finishing half of the big squid before he asked, "What's your name?" The woman thought for a while because Han Fei's attitude was extremely arrogant, but he didn't seem to have any killing intent, so she said, "Wenju." Han Fei nodded slightly. "You can go now. I'll go to the Immortal City later." "I think your speed should be much slower than mine," Wenju asked in surprise. "Are you going to the Immortal City alone openly?" Han Fei shrugged. "Is there anything wrong?" Wenju was stunned for a long time. "Are you going to turn into an undead creature?" This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be stunned for a while. He couldn't help saying, "Do I have to turn into an undead creature to go to the Immortal City?" Wenju said. "Only those who turn into undead creatures will go to the Immortal City. Living people don't live there." Han Fei scratched his head. Where do the living live? Seeing that Wenju didn't answer, Han Fei suddenly had a feeling that someone was coming from 50,000 kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I see. Living people live on this kind of island full of vitality. I find it strange. Why are you alone on such a big island? With your strength as a peak-level explorer, how can you resist those sea monsters? It turns out that there are strong masters protecting you." Wenju's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help looking at the void. Han Fei said, "No need to look. He's not here yet. 50,000 kilometers wasn't very far." Han Fei continued to eat barbecue. Suddenly, the void cracked as a silver spear pierced through the void, shining with a dazzling light. Wenju was shocked by the unexpected stab. She quickly shouted, "Longji, no!" However, when Wenju shouted, the spearlight had already arrived. Han Fei just raised his hand, and without moving his body, a large coiled turtle array appeared around his body. The ripple shook, Longshi was shaken away by the blow, blood spurting out, and the barbecue grill in front of Han Fei was not messed up at all, with oil still dripping from the barbecue in his hand. The visitor was not a man, but a woman who was holding a spear, looking rather valiant. This woman was wearing a silver mask that covered half of her face, and a silver armor that emitted a cold glint. At this moment, her eyes turned white after her attack failed. She punched the tail of the spear as if she wanted to break Han Fei's array. Crack 2. She punched again, and the surrounding dozens of kilometers were crushed to the ground. Except for a gentle force that protected Wenju, all the other plants were reduced to ash. Han Fei turned his head only to see a small finger-long crack on the great coiled turtle array. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "It seems that your law enforcement power is related to armor breaking." The woman named Longshi was shocked. "How strong is this guy?" "Although I didn't use all my strength in the first blow, the second blow can't be underestimated. I used all my strength, but I couldn't even break through an array?" Immediately, Longshi wanted to retreat, but Han Fei flicked his finger and a water blade shot out. Longxi made a prompt decision, threw away her spear, and drew out 2 silver blades. She retreated and fought back, intending to shatter Han Fei's knife. However, Longxi slashed more than 60 times in a row, and her silver blades were almost broken, but she still failed to shatter the water knife. Bang! While Longxi was thinking about what to do, the water knife suddenly exploded. Buffed! Longxi vomited a mouthful of blood. In the next second, she flashed in front of Wenju, grabbed Wenju, and waved her hand. The spear broke through the air and tore the void. It seemed that she was trying to escape. However, the two had just run a kilometer when the distance between their feet shortened and they appeared in front of Han Fei. "The great Tao of space," Longxi exclaimed, and the center of her eyebrows lit up as if she were trying to summon her spiritual beast. However, under the pressure of a ferocious aura, even though she had reached the peak of a junior venerable, she stumbled and her summoning was interrupted. "Your strength is not bad, but your weapons are too weak. You can't even resist a water knife. As a junior peak level venerable, you only use 2 mid-quality divine weapons? Doesn't your immortal city even have a refiner?" Longxi was speechless. She knew that even if she summoned her spiritual beast, she would only die. At this moment, she could only grit her teeth and ask, "Who are you?" Han Fei said impatiently. "Why do you keep asking me who I am? I am the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. Now I've told you who I am, but do you know me?" Longxi and Wenju looked at each other dumbfounded. They had never heard of this place. Longxi immediately said, "There is no such island in the entire cage." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Did I say I was from the cage? Why didn't you check if I had any killing intent before you attacked me? Why are you so aggressive?" Han Fei cursed and casually threw out the holy light technique. "A spirit gatherer?" Longxi didn't have time to finish speaking before she was enshrouded in the holy light and subconsciously made an indescribable sound. Both of them quickly recovered from their internal injuries. Han Fei, however, slightly frowned. "Both of you have your foundation damaged, so your strength is greatly reduced." Han Fei looked at Longxi. "If your foundation is intact, you should not be weak in your peak state. Why are there only the 2 of you on this island?" Chapter 1553, Immortal City Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's strength had stunned Longxi and Wenju. Especially Longxi, she was shocked that Han Fei casually blocked her full-strength blow. More importantly, Han Fei was so talented as a spirit gatherer, but he was also a soul warrior, and he was also a very strong soul warrior. However, Longxi immediately believed that Han Fei was a human. Only humans had the profession of spirit gatherer. Only human spirit gatherers would study complicated arrays. Longxi immediately cupped her hands and said, "It seems that you are from outside the cage?" Han Fei grinned. "Do you believe what I say?" Longxi nodded. "Wenju might not know, but occasionally some human venerables will come in from the outside. However, it's easy to come in but extremely difficult to leave. The barriers in cages are not eternal. They can repair themselves. Besides, the difficulty of entering and exiting is completely different. So far, no one has successfully left the Immortal City." Han Fei thought to himself, "I know the difficulty. When he came in, it also took him a lot of effort." At that time, he used the Twin Divine Technique and an ultra-short-distance Tao pattern teleportation array before he came in. Han Fei said, "It doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. I need to know how strong the humans in this cage are." However, Longxi said, "I won't tell you anything about the Immortal City. If you can really prove that you are on the human side and are here to help us, you can go to the Immortal City. If you have the courage, we can accompany you." Han Fei smiled. "I didn't expect you. However, I'm curious why you are here and why you are both seriously injured." Longxi didn't keep it a secret. "We're here to recuperate because we were injured. Although the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Union aren't on good terms now, they won't be hostile to each other. Therefore, this is the safest place." Han Fei didn't ask further, but just smiled. "There are quite a few islands nearby. If I've counted correctly, there should be 24 islands of various sizes within these 50,000 miles. There aren't even 50 people living on them. Are there so few people in the Immortal City now?" Longxi was shocked. "Is this person so terrifying? His perception range is so vast," Han Fei added. "Or there are only a few living people but many undead creatures in the Immortal City." Longxi made an inviting gesture. "If you want to ask questions, please go to the Immortal City first." Han Fei grinned. Hey, Han Fei was eating barbecue here, only taking a short break. He casually scanned the area with his perception and found that although there were many islands here, there were very few creatures. In addition, Han Fei was thinking about another question. Was there only one island that emerged from the Wall of Death in the Waterwood world? Just now, Han Fei saw that there were not even a few birds on the nearby islands, which were dead silent. Therefore, Han Fei was puzzled. Could it be that there were few people in the Immortal City in the first place? Han Fei went straight towards the Immortal City, and Longxi followed him with Wenju. Originally, Longxi didn't want to take Wenju with her. However, she had other thoughts. If Han Fei wasn't an enemy, she might be able to ask him to cure Wenju. With Longxi following him, Han Fei slowed down. However, the further he went, the more islands Han Fei found. However, these islands were several times smaller than before. The smallest island only had a radius of more than 10 kilometers. On each of these islands, there were usually only 3 or 5 people living. Han Fei discovered that all the people living on these islands were injured. Basically, their foundation had been damaged and they could never continue to grow in this life. Although there were few people on each island, there were still a lot of them added up. However, Han Fei was still surprised. Although these people didn't form an alliance with the demonic beasts, they seemed to trust the demonic beasts because these islands were just left unguarded. Han Fei passed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, turned in another direction, and walked nearly 4 million kilometers more. It was full of islands on the way, some concentrated and some dispersed. He had seen at least tens of thousands of injured people along the way. Counting the places he hadn't been to, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people. During this period, Han Fei also encountered several venerable powerhouses. However, just like Long Shi, they were all seriously injured and their foundation was damaged. Therefore, as Han Fei walked, 3 venerables followed him in addition to Long Shi and Wen Zhu. Considering this ratio, he had only taken 1 road, and with Long Shi he had encountered 4 seriously injured venerables. Then, in total, there were at least 20 or 30 seriously injured venerables. Suddenly, Han Fei discovered that there were no more islands where the wounded lived. There were also very few creatures in the ocean. Within 10,000 kilometers, there were only 100 sea creatures at the explorer level, all of which were ordinary sea demons with poor strength. Even the number of ordinary marine creatures was rapidly decreasing. Han Fei saw that the seabed was full of bones. Along the way, Han Fei was quite puzzled. He never would have thought that after flying for 100,000 kilometers, there would be bones everywhere and death energy rising to the sky. Before entering the sea area and after entering it, even the temperature had changed. Han Fei could often see undying souls crying. Han Fei became solemn. It wasn't until he traveled another 100,000 kilometers that Han Fei saw a vast land. The coverage of that land completely exceeded his perception range. However, Han Fei could clearly see the deathly silence on the huge island. Although this big island was also protected by seals, there were no fresh green plants inside. The remaining plants were mostly dark green, dark purple, and black. The coast here was littered with bones. The color of the seal here was also black and gray. The entire island seemed to be hidden in a thin film in the black fog. Han Fei landed casually on the shore, followed by 4 peak-level junior venerables and Wen Zhu. One of them said, "Long Shi, why did you bring her here? The death aura here is too strong. Wen Zhu is seriously injured. It's not good for her to stay here for long." Long Shi didn't answer but looked at Han Fei. "This is the immortal city you wanted to come to. We're here now." Please, Long Shi and the others had always been vigilant to Han Fei, but they weren't worried. Even if Han Fei had reached the level of a half-king, he probably wouldn't be able to shake the immortal city alone. Han Fei put on a smile and strode dozens of kilometers into the island. Han Fei didn't even need to use the vast ocean navigator. He could guess where the immortal city was based on the intensity of the death aura. When Han Fei entered the island, a half-venerable in a black robe was already waiting. The half-venerable hidden under the black robe said, "Guest, please come in. The venerables are already waiting." Han Fei grinned. "You learned of my arrival so quickly. It seems that you have a way to send messages." After all, after staying on the Scattered Stars Island for a long time, Han Fei knew that some special objects could transmit information to each other. That was the function of the Star Waste Tag. The black-robed man didn't answer either. Instead, he led the others to walk on this gloomy and dead silent island. Before long, Han Fei saw a plain of bone jars which were enshrouded by black gas. Han Fei was puzzled. These should be people who had just died. He could even see the inside of some bone jars and find that some people's bodies were still intact. The old turtle said, "These people are indeed fresh dead." However, before they died, they were not hopeless. They just killed themselves and chose to turn into undead creatures. Han Fei frowned. "So many bone jars, all of which are transformed into undead creatures?" The old turtle said. "No, only certain bone jars that are enshrouded by black aura can be transformed into undead creatures. When living people switch to undead creatures, the benefit is that they can survive and keep their memories. But the bad thing is, once they're killed again, their existence will be completely wiped out. Their souls can't be reincarnated, and their souls will be completely shattered. This is the price of switching to undead creatures." Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei felt a bit depressed. If it wasn't necessary, who would be willing to switch to an undead creature? Within 100,000 kilometers of the immortal city, white bones littered all over the sea and the island. God knew how many people had died since the Wall of Death existed. After half an hour. After they passed the creepy bone wasteland, Han Fei saw a huge city made of black rocks. At that moment, more than 30 perceptions swept past Han Fei. According to these perceptions and the suppressing pressure that fell on him, Han Fei realized that there should be a half-king among them. If Han Fei hadn't been to the Demon Beast Union and saw more than 30 venerables with more than 100 half-venerable and 1,000 explorers, which were all undead creatures, he might have been shocked. But now, Han Fei had more than 1,000 puppets alone. In terms of the number of venerables, these 30-odd venerables couldn't even hold a single gathering on the 10,000 Beast Island. More than 10 kilometers away from the giant city, Han Fei stopped and sighed. Have the human beings in the cage declined to this point? On the city wall, someone said in a hoarse voice, "It should still be stronger than the outside world, right?" Han Fei smiled and said, "There are no opponents like the Black Blood City in the outside world." Han Fei spoke to a black-robed man on the city wall in the distance, not caring about others. Behind Han Fei, Long Shi and the others looked at Han Fei with complicated expressions. An outsider barging into the immortal city alone required more than a little courage. The black-robed man didn't answer Han Fei, but looked at Han Fei and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come?" Han Fei casually took out his 13-star token and said loudly, "I am the current Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. I'm here to become stronger. However, after seeing the present immortal city, I've decided to help you solve the threat of the Black Blood City for the time being." A man in a black robe sneered. "Hee hee, what a big tone. More than one or two Supreme Commanders of the Scattered Stars Island have come, but only one who is still alive and can fight. What makes you think you're special?" Long Shi and the others were stunned. There was really a place called the Scattered Stars Island. Did Han Fei really come from the outside world? Han Fei, on the other hand, said in disdain, "My name is Han Fei. I liberated the Scattered Stars Island, slaughtered all sea demons, and killed more than 20 venerables, including a half-king. Is this battle record enough?" Chapter 1554, Seas Power Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Hearing that, the few junior venerables behind him all gasped. Killed more than 20 venerables, including a half-king? This person, how terrifying was he? Long Shi and Wen Zhu were a little stunned. Is this person so strong? No wonder he is so fearless and has been running amok all the way here. At the same time, the outside world also made them fantasize endlessly. The Supreme Commander must be an extraordinary figure. Did such a figure really come to the cage to help humans? However, in the immortal city, an undead creature sneered. You're just an intermediate venerable. How can you kill a half-king?" Hearing this, Long Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Fuck, he turned out to be only an intermediate venerable? Although he was stronger than them, he said he could slaughter a half-king? That was simply nonsense. Another undead creature said, "Han Fei, since you're here, the immortal city welcomes you. However, your strength alone is too weak." Another undead creature sighed. "Living people shall not enter the immortal city because the death energy here is too intense. You can go to the front line to take a look. A mere intermediate venerables can't change anything." Heh, it seems that the human race in this cage has indeed declined. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. However, I'm here today to tell you that I'm already here. I'll reunite the human race. I'll do what you can't do. I'll do what you dare not do. In short, I'll do what you can and can't do. Brat, who do you think you are? Your realm is not high, but your tone is quite arrogant. Let me test your strength. A black shadow broke through the air, the black fog steamed, and a ghost shadow flew across the sky. In the thick fog, a white bone hand grabbed at Han Fei. Bang! Han Fei stomped on the ground, and the ground caved in. The sacrificing punch rumbled out, accompanied by a demonic red glow. In terms of pure strength, Han Fei had already reached the peak of the advanced venerable, and this was before he activated his great Tao. The white bone hand was melted in the blink of an eye. The ghost shadow formed by the person who attacked was blown away. The person was shocked. This Han Fei was only an intermediate venerable. How could he have such powerful strength? He stabbed out 7 white bone spears. However, with continuous bangs, all the white bone spears were shattered. However, the sacrificing punch was still invincible. In the end, when the sacrificing punch was about to hit the undead, a big black hand grabbed the sacrificing punch, letting the terrifying power erupt in midair, leaving a layer of red ripples. Even so, the big black hand didn't shake at all. At this moment, most people were already dumbfounded. Wen Zhu secretly asked, "Long Shi, what realm is this?" Long Shi was stunned. How should she answer that? It didn't seem to be at the level of an intermediate venerable. After the punch, an undead creature on the city wall said in a hoarse voice, "You are indeed very strong. If you use your full strength, you should be able to defeat peak-level venerables. However, you are still far away from becoming a half-king." You should know what I mean. Even in the immortal city, many people were dumbfounded when they heard that. They turned to look at the undead creature, wondering if this intermediate venerable human was comparable to a peak venerable in strength. If that was true, then this person must be taken seriously. An intermediate venerable might not be able to change the situation. However, a peak-level venerable was another completely different kind of deterrence. There was a difference in the maturity of a peak-level venerable and a half-king. However, in the face of ordinary junior, intermediate, and advanced venerables, they were extremely powerful. Han Fei grinned. "I think you must have forgotten that human beings can stand strong not only because of strength, but also wisdom, solidarity, and faith. Now, can we have a good talk?" In fact, the immortal city was too short of people. A living person deserved to be cherished more. Therefore, this was why a peak-level explorer like Wen Zhu could be sent to a safe island for recuperation after being seriously injured. They couldn't even afford to lose such combat power easily. Even if they knew that Wenju's foundation had been greatly damaged and she had no hope of making a breakthrough again, she was still a piece of combat power worth preserving. Therefore, many people were overjoyed that Han Fei, a super powerhouse who could fight a peak-level venerable, appeared in the Immortal City. At this moment, they couldn't wait for Han Fei to go to the front line and show the sea demons that human beings still had high combat power. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable and overbearing Han Fei was, these people would not attack him seriously. Most of these venerables didn't know the Scattered Stars Island, let alone where it was. Although most of the powerhouses who came from the outside world had died, the title of the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island was still intimidating, not to mention that he had killed more than 20 venerables and was commanding millions of human beings. He was definitely not an ordinary person. As the saying went, 1,000 soldiers are easy to buy, but a general is hard to find. Immediately, the black-robed half-king on the city wall said, "You can come, but you'd better activate a protective cover. Otherwise, the death aura will enter your body, which won't be a good thing. Longshi, you guys retreat from the island for now." "Yes, Master Netherworld." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his foot and stood on the city tower in one step, and he didn't activate a protective cover. As early as when Han Fei came to this island, he had already sensed the death aura. However, the Grand Desolate Body clearly recorded that any energy in the world, in a sense, could be interchanged. That death energy was also a kind of energy, and it was a particularly high-level energy. Its specialness was that it was a great Tao power about death, which was even higher than spiritual energy and demonic energy. Han Fei took a slight breath of death energy and activated the Grand Desolate Body in his body. The big acupoint in his chest was like a millstone, grinding up the death energy and expelling some of the dark energy out of his body. Seeing that Han Fei was actually swallowing the death energy and that some impurities could be discharged in the next moment, the undead creatures were all refreshed. Someone asked in surprise, "Why can you absorb death energy?" Han Fei said with a smile, "In this vast universe between heaven and earth, all things are energy. The strong dare to absorb all the power in the world." The old turtle rolled his eyes at Han Fei's mysterious remark. However, these mysterious words sounded mysterious and awesome to others. Han Fei wasn't nervous among the venerables. Instead, he looked straight at the half-king who had just spoken to him. Netherworld came to Han Fei, paused, and raised his hand to lift the black hood on his head. The next moment, Han Fei saw a pale face. However, unlike the skeleton head that Han Fei thought to be, this person's face was just pale, thinner, and lifeless. Without the thick death energy and pale face, this person was almost no different from a real person. Of course, this was because Han Fei had already seen Patriarch Thug. He knew that although these people looked fine on the surface, they had a big problem in combat. Netherworld said, "The Immortal City does lack strong masters. However, you have to know that even if you have the combat power of a peak-level venerable or even a half-king, you can't change the situation of the entire Immortal City alone." But Han Fei looked at Netherworld and said lightly, "Why not ally with the Demon Beast Union? There are many strong masters in the Demon Beast Union. If the two parties form an alliance, at least it can awe the Black Blood City." Netherworld looked at the people around and didn't answer Han Fei's question, but asked, "Do you know how to switch to an undead creature?" Han Fei frowned and then shook his head slightly. Netherworld said, "Since you don't know, don't ask us why we don't ally with the demon beasts. There must be a reason." Han Fei still wanted to wait for the Netherworld's response, but someone next to him said, "To be precise, anyone who switched to an undead creature can no longer be considered a human. There are some things that we can't say, not because we don't want to. There are some things that once we touch them, we will be annihilated." Han Fei frowned. At this time, the old turtle reminded him, "Han Fei, don't pursue this question anymore. Such a secret is indeed not something you can pursue now. Don't ask or mention it." Han Fei was puzzled. "Old Yuan, do you know it?" the old turtle said. "I told you not to ask. Remember what I told you. Some names can't be mentioned no matter how far away they are. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Han Fei had never thought about what was behind the undead creatures. However, from today on, Han Fei knew that this was probably a taboo that he couldn't touch for the time being. A taboo that even the old turtle, an emperor, was extremely afraid of. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, I won't ask about this matter. Everyone, I came to the Wall of Death. Well, I mean the cage, not for long. I'll keep my word. Some things really don't just depend on strength. I need some commanding rights of the Immortal City." Han Fei went straight to the point. As early as before he came to the Immortal City, he had heard that the humans here lived a miserable life. Therefore, from the beginning, he had thought of leading the Immortal City. Although Han Fei knew that there must be half-kings or even a fake king in the Immortal City, he could just demand an outrageous price first. He would just get as much power as he could. Therefore, Han Fei immediately heard Netherworld say, "Impossible." An undead creature sneered. "You've only been in the Undying City for less than half an hour. Do you think it's possible for us to hand over the Immortal City to you?" Han Fei grinned and looked back at Longshi and the others outside the island. "Then I want them, Chapter 1555, I am going to be the human king translator, Henyi translations editor, Henyi translations they? This was out of the expectations of Netherworld and the others. If Han Fei's purpose was to seize power, they would never give it to him. After all, Han Fei's sudden appearance caught them off guard. He was a complete stranger to them. Even if he was confirmed to be a human, how could he ask for subordinates and power the first time they met? They were not fools and certainly wouldn't agree. Before Netherworld spoke, someone had already said, "That's impossible. You should have discovered that their foundation is damaged and their strength has been greatly weakened. They can't even use 70% of their strength. Besides, you can't use them. They are the seeds of mankind." Han Fei immediately interrupted him. "Don't be in such a rush to refuse. I said I wanted them, which means that I wanted them who have returned to their peak state." Huh? The undead were all puzzled. Someone said in a low voice, "Are you a spirit gatherer? But even if you are an extremely excellent spirit gatherer, you should know that the foundation damage is not something that can be recovered by ordinary healing techniques. Even if you are a spirit gatherer, our immortal city doesn't lack spirit gatherers." Han Fei grinned. "Let me ask you, if I make them return to their peak state, will you give them to me? To put it bluntly, I used to command millions of people, and I have my own style of doing things. However, as the commander, I must have soldiers." Han Fei could feel that these people were all staring at him. However, Han Fei's offer was too tempting. If Han Fei really had the ability to cure all of them, it meant that the combat power of the Undying City could increase a lot. Of course, since Han Fei had asked this question, Netherworld believed that he would definitely cure some people. It might be dozens or hundreds, but no matter how many, as long as Han Fei's actions were still controllable, why not agree? Blue flames burst out of the robe of Netherworld, and a hoarse voice echoed, "Okay, but don't abuse them even if you cure them. There are not so many human beings in the cage. Sacrifices are not allowed." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "Of course, I'll use my people well. Please summon all the injured people on the battlefield in the rear." Puff, immediately, weird blue and green flames spewed out of the immortal city. These undead people thought Han Fei was crazy. "Do you know how many they were?" Netherworld immediately said, "Han Fei, do you know what you're talking about? Call them all over? Even if you are a real king, can you cure hundreds of thousands of people at once?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Who said I was going to cure hundreds of thousands of people at once? If my guess is correct, there should be many islands at the front line of the immortal city, right? On the front line, pick an island for me." "No, do you really think you're here to lead the immortal city? Han Fei, don't go too far." As soon as Han Fei said so, two people roared. However, a ferocious aura burst out of Han Fei's body and his voice resounded. "Why not? You're the weakest of the four forces in the cage. Is it because the human race is incompetent, or is it because you are incompetent? If you can't do it, I'll do it." "Why can't I?" Han Fei's ferocious aura was really intimidating. Different approaches were needed to deal with different races. Han Fei had stayed in the Grand Myriad Mountains and knew the personalities of demonic beasts. However, Han Fei was more familiar with humans because humans were too smart. They had too many things to consider. However, the more they thought, the more restrained they would be. Before he came, Han Fei didn't intend to spend much time here. If he had to wait until he was fully integrated into them before he could command a group of people, that would be a waste of time. How could he have so much time to play with them? Therefore, Han Fei had to be very domineering at this moment. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Give me an island. Once I cure a person, this person will belong to me. I came to the cage to seek opportunities for growth, so killing venerables is inevitable. I don't have so much time to waste on blending into you," someone scolded. "How arrogant. You speak as if the immortal city is a place you can come and go as you please. Do you think you are invincible just because you have the combat power of a peak-level venerable?" Someone sneered. "Even if you really reach the peak of the venerable level, do you think you can shake a city alone?" Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, "What? The immortal city is already in this state, and you're still afraid that I'll seize your power? Do you think I care about the power of your insignificant immortal city? What I want is the entire human world. I am going to be the human king." When Han Fei said the last few words, his voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the sky. Buzz. Long Shi and the others retreated outside the immortal city and waited. Han Fei could go into the immortal city, but they couldn't. Even if they had already become venerables, their foundation had been damaged. If they were with the undead, once they were contaminated by the death aura, they would be in big trouble. Someone said, "Long Shi, where is Han Fei from, and where is the Scattered Stars Island? He is so arrogant." Another person also said, "That's right, Long Shi, this man is so arrogant and overbearing. How dare he challenge Grand Venerable Netherworld in the Immortal City? And he even fought the undead? Is he ferocious or stupid?" Long Shi had been frowning too. "Do you think a fool dares to break into the Immortal City alone?" The other two junior venerables shook their heads. Nobody dared to come to the Immortal City alone. There was not even a fish in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers within the Immortal City. Roar. All of a sudden, the four of them saw the people began to quarrel in the Immortal City. Wen Zhu asked in surprise, "Long Shi, is that person going to fight Grand Monarch Netherworld and the others?" All of a sudden, 4 holy white pillars of light appeared in the sky that had been shrouded in darkness all year round. The 4 rays of light fell and enshrouded the 4 of them. Aha! At that moment, Longxi, Wenju, and the other 2 junior venerables couldn't help stretching their bodies and exclaiming comfortably. At that moment, they felt that their foundation was recovering at an unbelievable speed. They had been recuperating for a few years, but they had only recovered 1 or 2%. However, under this pillar of light, their foundations were restored in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the 4 of them, except feeling extremely comfortable, could only hear a few words echoing in the sky. I am going to be the human king. Huh, what a domineering remark. Hearing Han Fei's words, not just Longxi and the others, even Netherworld was shocked. Just now, when Han Fei said that, he burst out with an awe-inspiring momentum, which horrified him. When the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, Netherworld and the others immediately stayed away from Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei exuded a holy brilliance, which made them unconsciously feel the pain of burning. However, in the next moment, no one cared about Han Fei's rudeness, because they saw the pillars of light and the auras of the 4 of Longxi getting stronger and stronger. After only several seconds, Wenju exclaimed, Longxi, my foundation, has my foundation been restored? Longxi and the other 2 junior venerables were also so surprised that their eyes almost popped out. Longxi looked at the gate tower of the immortal city and swallowed. My foundation has been restored too. The other 2 looked up at the fading brilliance and murmured, who is he exactly, on the gate tower of the immortal city? Someone murmured, Heaven Enlightenment, the legendary Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? In the eyes of Netherworld, green flames burned. Han Fei knew that he was looking at him. After a while, Netherworld said, okay, I agree. Netherworld shouted, Longxi, Huameng, Chen Yue, from today on, you will be under Han Fei's command. Summon all the wounded to the Death Island closest to the immortal city. Longxi and the others were stunned for a moment and looked at the man on the gate tower with complicated expressions. Taking a deep breath, they bowed and said, yes, sir. Longxi looked at Wenju. You stay here. We'll go notify the wounded. Wenju was dumbfounded. Who knew what had happened? For some reason, she intercepted a suspicious person from the Demon Beast Union. Then, when she found that she couldn't beat him, she asked Longxi for help. However, even Longxi couldn't beat him. In the end, this man broke into the immortal city and even became her boss. On the gate tower of the immortal city, Han Fei bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. I may not stay in the immortal city long, but within 100 years, I will try my best to take you out of the cage. The day you leave the cage will be the day the Black Blood City is destroyed. This time, no one retorted what Han Fei said, because there was no way to refute it. Who knew what would happen 100 years from now? If that happened, it would be great. At this time, Netherworld still said with a hoarse voice, it's indeed said that the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique is the human king's technique, which has never appeared in history. However, the Black Blood City isn't so easy to conquer. 100 years is too short. Han Fei grinned. Let's wait and see. Then, Han Fei took a deep look at the immortal city. This was simply a dark ancient castle full of decaying air. The death energy inside was too strong. Trusting the old turtle, Han Fei stopped seeking the secrets of the undead. Han Fei appeared beside Wenju in a step. After that, Han Fei looked back and said, if you are still worried, you can come to my island to take a look in the future. My people won't easily die. After that, Han Fei looked at Wenju and chuckled. Okay now, take me to Death Island. Chapter 1556, Han Fei's Troops. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Death Island was about 300,000 kilometers away from the island where the immortal city was located. When Han Fei arrived here, he found thousands of human corpses in a certain area here. Wenju secretly looked at Han Fei and explained, they must have died this year. Their bodies are intact, so they were taken back. They have to wait for a while before they are taken to the immortal city to be corrupted by the death aura. Then, they will be taken to the Death Valley. Death Valley? Han Fei had heard this name before. He had even seen it with his own eyes. It was also the place where the Deathbone Zun came from, which was the place protected by the Jade Girl. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Now, do you believe that I am a human being? Wenju blushed and said in a low voice. Before that, you were suspicious indeed, Han Fei said with a smile. Tell me about the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl, as well as the island where they are. If I'm not wrong, that island should have disappeared more than 5 years ago, right? Wenju looked at Han Fei in surprise. How do you know that? Han Fei casually grabbed the Deathbone Zun and played with it. He said leisurely, otherwise, where do you think I got this thing? Wenju's expression was complicated. Then it made sense. Han Fei had obtained the Deathbone Zun outside, so he didn't have to go in the direction of the Black Blood City and the Demon Beast Union. Wenju said, I don't know about Lord Golden Boy and Lord Jade Girl, but that island is called the Forbidden Island. It's an absolute restricted area for human beings. Except for the undead, ordinary people are not allowed to approach it. Oh, Forbidden Island? Han Fei couldn't help being interested. Many people went to the island with him back then. Han Fei asked, Why is it called Forbidden Island? Wenju said, it's said that blood and qi often fill the sky on that island, and there are great ferocious creatures on it. On that island, there are also strange demon plants that hunt indiscriminately. On that island, there is a grassland that will disappear when you step on it. And, as you know, there is the legendary Death Island on that island, which is the place to transform undead creatures. On that island, Wenju rambled on. In the end, Wenju said, most of us have never been to that island. You, Grand Venerable Han Fei, haven't you been there? Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Wenju. Call me Han Fei or Marshal Han. Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't pursue the matter further. He found a random open space and sat on a rock. Then he set up a big pot and picked up a scattered crystal Dragon Ball, which was in the advanced explorer realm. Then he cut its shell and took its meat. His series of actions were as smooth as flowing water. Gulp, Wenju swallowed. Instead of looking at the lobster meat, she looked at the shell of the scattered crystal Dragon Ball and said carefully, Grand Venerable Han Fei, Marshal Han, isn't it a pity to break the shell like this? Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then remembered that what Longxi was using now were all intermediate divine weapons, which seemed to be only the level of this lobster shell. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wenju. Do you lack weapons? Wenju nodded. Actually, there is no shortage of weapons, but advanced weapons are lacking. For example, Longxi originally had an advanced divine weapon. However, after she was seriously injured, she gave the weapon to others. Han Fei was lost for words. So, you're short of weapons? Han Fei shook his head slightly, glanced at the lobster shell, and curled his lips. Whoosh! While making a hot pot, Han Fei raised his left hand and grabbed the lobster shell. With a whoosh, the spiritual fire boiled. After more than 50 seconds, Han Fei casually threw out a few materials. The hot pot was still boiling. Han Fei freed his right hand and picked up a sledgehammer. In an instant, he appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Clang, 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 clang. Wenju saw that in the sky, figures flashed and sledgehammers struck horizontally. The void vibrated and ripples shot out like knives, splitting the sky and earth, but none of them fell into the hot pot. After another 50 seconds, Han Fei appeared in front of the hot pot with a swish. He casually threw a long snake-shaped whip at her. You're a manipulator. It's better to use a whip. Wenju subconsciously took the long whip and felt the gravity of a mountain. The shining light and the tough feeling showed that the whip was better than all the weapons she had touched. Wenju looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this a high-quality divine weapon? Han Fei curled his lips. To be honest, ultra-quality divine weapons are indeed rare and require a lot of materials. The corpse of a venerable level demon can only be refined into 1 or 5 ultra-quality divine weapons depending on their realm. Well, let's find a chance to hunt a few venerable level demons first before I can make better weapons. Gulp. Wenju immediately swallowed. Hunting venerables, just to make weapons? Were all the humans outside so ferocious? She couldn't help but remember that Han Fei said that he had killed more than 20 venerables, even including a half-king. Wenju thought to herself, a venerable is just a weapon in the eyes of a person like Han Fei. Gurgle, gurgle. After a while, the hot pot was ready. Han Fei picked up a large piece of lobster meat and began to eat it. When he finished the 2 or 3 caddies of meat in his hand, he suddenly remembered that there was another person next to him. He immediately said to Wenju, sit down and have some. It will take at least half a day for them to come over. Wenju already wanted to eat it when Han Fei was grilling food earlier. At this moment, she had confirmed that Han Fei was human, and Han Fei had become her leader. She should be fine with a few bites. When Wenju picked up a piece of shrimp meat and stuffed it into her mouth, she was so fascinated that she even froze. She looked at Han Fei in shock, wondering how it could be so delicious. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to Wenju. Instead, he looked at a corner of the void casually and said, would you like to have a bite? Wenju quickly looked around and found nothing. However, a voice came from the void. The undead has no sense of taste. This is one of the prices. Han Fei shrugged. What a pity. By the way, can you ask someone to send a message to the 10,000 Beast Island for me? An undead appeared beside Han Fei and said casually, are you from the 10,000 Beast Island? Han Fei smiled and said, the problem is not where I come from. Ask someone to go to the 10,000 Beast Island and tell Sheep Shenji to put some pressure on the Life and Death Gorge in the next few years. The black-robed undead asked, can you influence the Demon Beast Union's decision? Han Fei raised his head and smiled at him. In this cage, demonic beasts are the natural allies of the human race. Since I'm here, I won't come for nothing. As a general, no matter how strong I am, in the face of a battle with a huge gap in strength, I won't fight alone. Black Robe pondered for a moment. Okay, however, Han Fei suddenly said, forget it, I'll use my own people later. The black-robed undead, Han Fei, overestimated the speed of Longxi and the others. Maybe the distance of millions of kilometers was too long for them. Therefore, after a full day, a large group of people flew over. Swish, 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 swish. A large number of strong masters descended from the sky like putting dumplings in boiling water. These people were all explorers, none of them below the explorer realm. Han Fei also discovered that there were no children here. Then, logically speaking, The level below Explorer and Children should be on the other side of the Immortal City, in the direction of the battlefield. Han Fei was having breakfast. He made himself a pot of crab roe soup. At this moment, Hua Meng suddenly landed on the ground. The brawny bald man said respectfully, "Master Han Fei, everyone has been notified. Because we used a lot of manpower, we came a little late." Behind Hua Meng, in the open space, groups of people landed. These people all looked at Han Fei, who was sitting in the front drinking soup. "Shiliu, okayad." Without raising his head, Han Fei said casually, "When everyone is here." Another hour passed. Figures kept appearing in the sky. Then Shen Yue and Long Shi landed. When all three of them arrived, Han Fei knew that they were all here. At this moment, he had already drunk half a pot of soup. Han Fei raised his head and glanced at these people. There were 18 junior venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 1 advanced venerable. Han Fei glanced at the advanced venerable and thought, since the advanced venerable was sent to the rear, he must be seriously injured. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he could use the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment now. Furthermore, his strength had already reached the intermediate venerable realm. Otherwise, it was impossible to cure these people. Even now, with his vitality, it was impossible for him to cure all these people. However, he could spend some time hunting sea demons and swallowing some vitality. After all, he had upgraded the void lines and more vitalities could be obtained. While Han Fei was sizing these people up, these people were also sizing up Han Fei. In their opinion, since Han Fei could treat Long Shi, Hua Meng, and Chen Yue, then the others were definitely not a problem. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the pot in front of him. He didn't get up but said leisurely, "I think you already know that from today on, you are my subordinates. You can call me Marshal Han in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. It doesn't matter if you think I'm an outsider. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me," but Han Fei's face changed. The murderous aura on his body was intense, and his voice was cold. "However, you need to obey my orders unconditionally. Although I won't let you die, no one shall disobey me even if I tell you to die. Do you hear me?" Han Fei rose suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and like a giant he slowly stood up. Chapter 1557, Put on an Act Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Unlike when he stayed in the Demon-Beast Union, in the territory of the human race, Han Fei was very domineering. Han Fei firmly believed that he was going to become a king. To become a king of the human race, he had to show the majesty of a king. If a newcomer wanted to control the overall situation in a direct and effective way, he had to be intimidating enough to suppress everybody. Of course, when there was oppression, there would be resistance. Especially a person like Han Fei who popped up from nowhere. No one knew him before. They didn't even know where he came from. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei shouted, a venerable said, "If you want us to become your subordinates, firstly, you need to heal us. Secondly, you have to tell us your background, right?" Han Fei glanced at the venerable and smiled coldly. "Advanced Venerable, you should be Lu Yuntian, right? Why? If I don't tell you my background, you won't follow me, right?" When Han Fei was waiting for them on Death Island, Wen Zhu had basically told him everything he needed to know. Lu Yuntian was the only Advanced Venerable behind. Because his injuries were too serious and his realm almost dropped, he had to leave the battlefield. Lu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was very extraordinary. When Long Shi explained the situation to him, he knew that Han Fei was definitely very extraordinary. How could an intermediate venerable with peak combat power be ordinary? Han Fei grinned and said frankly, "Of course I can tell you my background, but not now. Fuse." Han Fei's eyes turned black and white. As soon as he activated the yin-yang divine eyes, his expression became extremely cold, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Han Fei glanced at the crowd. There were a total of 326,204 people, much fewer than he expected. However, these people were at least explorers. In this case, they were exceptionally powerful. More than 300,000 explorers. How terrifying was their combat power. But Han Fei wouldn't be shocked by this number. This was because he knew that these people had no more chance to make a breakthrough. Some people stopped at the junior explorer level, and some at the intermediate explorer level. There wasn't even 1,000th of them who had a chance to become a venerable. Even if he cured these people, there were probably very few among them who could really become venerables. However, even in such a group, there were still people lurking. As early as when he was in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei had known that it was possible for sea demons to transform into humans and hide among them, cultivating completely with the human race's techniques. Especially the sea demons above level 7 spiritual heritages, they were qualified to come into contact with the top-level human transformation technique. What was even more terrifying than the human transformation technique was the children of sea demons and humans. This kind of thing couldn't be forbidden. It was the same case for the Scattered Stars Island in the past. It was infiltrated by sea demons and they couldn't be easily detected. Originally, Han Fei didn't think that there would be any sea demons pretending to be humans in this group of people because the Immortal City had a half-king after all. However, after only a quick glance, Han Fei immediately found a few guys who were not right. swished to Han Fei, instantly disappeared. In the next second, when Han Fei reappeared, there were 4 more people around him. The 4 of them were stunned and didn't know when they were captured. All in all, their minds suddenly went blank, and they appeared in the open space before the crowd. Han Fei released the suppressing power, and the 4 people all fell to their knees. Immediately someone shouted, "Bao Shan, Master Han Fei, why did you attack them?" Someone frowned. "My lord, what's the meaning of this?" Immediately, the audience was in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Master Han Fei, why did you suddenly attack them? If you don't give us a proper explanation, we won't accept it." One of the people controlled by Han Fei shouted, "You bully the weak as you please. Although you are a human venerable, we are not convinced," another person echoed. "That's right, fellow compatriots. This person has never appeared in the Immortal City before, nor have we seen him on the battlefield. It can be said that this person doesn't exist in the Immortal City at all. Judging this person's attitude, we must not follow him." The other 2 also shouted angrily, "We can't accept this." Han Fei grinned. "Are you not convinced?" Han Fei carried a knife in his hand and slowly, inch by inch, cut into a person's body. Amidst the cries, the man's body changed. His limbs were deformed, and his lower body was changing. Soon, he turned into a merman. "Hiss, sir!" Everybody fell quiet. Buzz. In the void, a black-robed man appeared. This person reached out and grabbed this merman, pressing him down and searching his body up and down. Then the undead in black said hoarsely, "Sea demon." At this moment, the bodies of the other 3 trembled at the same time. Their souls seemed to be controlled as they began to transform uncontrollably. Soon, they became 3 mermen. At this moment, Han Fei loosened the void lines and let go of the 3 of them. Then, he smiled and said, "Are you convinced now?" The 3 of them were horrified. Who was this person? They had hidden themselves perfectly. How could they be discovered so easily? However, the moment Han Fei retracted the void lines, the first thing the 3 of them were about to do was to blow themselves up. The black-robed man clearly wanted to attack, but then he noticed that Han Fei's expression was calm and tranquil. He clearly had a solution. Therefore, he didn't move, waiting to see what Han Fei was going to do. However, Han Fei didn't stop them from detonating themselves at all. These 3 people were all half-venerables. Seeing that they were about to self-destruct, but Han Fei didn't stop them, everyone couldn't help but panic. Some people had even taken out their armor boxes, and many people were already prepared for defense. Bang, bang, bang! However, when the 3 of them exploded, spiritual energy burst out from the ground within 100 meters. While many people exclaimed and even began to dodge, a green array instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The terrifying power of the explosion failed to shake the outside world at all. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, no one saw when Han Fei set up the array. Seeing this array formation technique, many spirit gatherers present gasped. Lu Yuntian and the other venerables frowned. Only Longxi, Huameng, and Chen Yue were unmoved. They thought to themselves, "You haven't seen his crazier side yet. He dared to attack Lord Netherworld in the Immortal City. This man is crazy." Han Fei smiled and said, "Look, everything I tell you may be quickly revealed by these undercover agents after you go to the battlefield. However, I'll still tell you the truth. My name is Han Fei, and I come from outside the cage. You can call me Marshal Han. I'll take you to slaughter 10 sea demon venerables in a year. If I can't do that, I'll resign and treat your wounds for free. You won't suffer a loss, okay? Hua!" The audience was in an uproar. Kill 10 venerables in a year? Wasn't this a joke? The Immortal City was weaker than the Black Blood City in the first place. All this time, it had been passive, defending itself. If it weren't for the Demon Beast Union, with the strength of the Black Blood City, they would have long conquered the Immortal City. No one had slaughtered 10 sea demons in nearly 10,000 years. Even if Han Fei could do it, how many venerables would the humans lose? Lu Yuntian frowned. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Han Fei glared at him and said coldly, "I don't need you to doubt me. This is the first time. If it happens again, I don't care who you are, and you'll have to get lost." Lu Yuntian's face immediately flushed. In any case, he was an advanced venerable. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still an advanced venerable. At this moment, he was scolded by an intermediate venerable and couldn't argue. At this moment, Lu Yuntian really wanted to kill Han Fei. However, while Lu Yuntian was extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. "From now on, you must create conflicts with me. On the surface, you must obey me, but behind my back, you must hate me." Suddenly, Lu Yuntian stared at Han Fei, wondering what he meant. Han Fei secretly said via voice transmission, "Make yourself look angry. There's a traitor among the venerables. Do you want to be seen through?" Lu Yuntian's heart tightened. There was a traitor among the venerables? How could it be? The humans didn't have many venerables. There were traitors even among the venerables? He couldn't help being horrified. So, Han Fei wanted to put on an act with him? Before Lu Yuntian could think further, Han Fei said, "All venerables come 100 meters before me except for Longxi, Huameng, and Chen Yue. Since I'm going to lead you, I'll heal your wounds first. Let me show you if I'm qualified to lead you." Many people were looking at Lu Yuntian. After all, Han Fei was too domineering, and Lu Yuntian was the strongest among them. Besides, he had a conflict with Han Fei just now. Humph! Lu Yuntian shouted, "Okay, I'd like to see how you can cure more than 300,000 of us by yourself." With that, Lu Yuntian came 100 meters in front of Han Fei. The others watched quietly and followed Lu Yuntian, also wanting to see Han Fei's abilities. Han Fei smiled. There were 18 junior venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 1 advanced venerable in total. Apart from the Long Shi trio, there were a total of 21 venerables who needed treatment. This was not a simple vitality injection. The Long Shi trio alone, plus Wen Zhu, whose foundation was damaged, had cost Han Fei nearly 80 years of vitalities. Among the remaining venerables, there was still an advanced venerable like Lu Yunqian. It would take him 700 or 800 years of vitalities to heal them. However, Han Fei dared to bet that as long as he killed enough enemies, his vitality could be restored. Han Fei had no doubt about his ability to kill his enemies. Therefore, Han Fei raised his arms and mumbled, Heaven Enlightenment, Chapter 1558, War Requires Speed Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. When Han Fei raised his arms, the black-robed undead next to Han Fei had already disappeared. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was really not good for undead creatures. At that moment, everyone looked up at the sky. A milky halo fell from the sky, and the pillar of light enveloped the 21 venerables. Ah, many people subconsciously exclaimed comfortably. The pillar of light lasted for several minutes. The ones who recovered first were naturally the junior venerables. When the pillar of light disappeared, they were all shocked. Someone murmured, It's a miracle. My foundation has actually been completely repaired. Someone exclaimed, Not only has the damage to my foundation been restored, but the countless hidden injuries left on the battlefield have also recovered. Countless people saw the surprised looks on the faces of these venerables. Even the half-king couldn't heal their wounds because their foundations were damaged. If Han Fei could even treat this, wouldn't it be easier for him to treat those below the venerable level? After another 10 seconds, the 5 intermediate venerables recovered and looked equally shocked. However, one of them wasn't glad at all, although he looked excited. Someone had come from the outside world, and it was such a terrifying figure. If this person could even repair the damage to a venerable, the strength of the venerables in the immortal city would increase by at least 30%. With this big shot here, human venerables could almost court death crazily. Wang Ha, how are you? Has your foundation been repaired? A venerable beside him asked him with joy. Wang Ha immediately smiled and said, Of course, I've completely recovered. Even my hidden injuries were healed. I'm just shocked. The venerable smiled. Me too. Finally, it was Lu Yuntian. Advanced venerables and intermediate venerables were different after all. It took Han Fei nearly 100 years of vitality to repair all the hidden wounds in this guy's body. Han Fei cursed in his heart, how can these beastards be so injured? Fortunately, there are only 20 of them. If there are 100 of them, I'm afraid my vitality will be exhausted. To be honest, Han Fei was certainly unhappy that Lu Yuntian went against him just now. However, on one hand, he was injured when he fought the sea demons, which could be counted as a contribution to the human side. On the other hand, Han Fei really wanted to put on a show. Therefore, it was good that Lu Yuntian could cooperate with him. If he couldn't, Han Fei wouldn't care about his life in the future. Just now, after this round of treatment, Han Fei consumed about 650 years of vitality in total, which was slightly less than he had expected. Fortunately, he took the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment now. If it were before, he could only forcibly use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, which would consume at least twice as much vitality as now. It would have cost him at least 1,500 years of vitality to save these people. After rescuing these people, Han Fei was a little tired. After all, he was only an intermediate venerable now, so his abilities were limited. However, the show was not over yet. Han Fei said, Now, tell me and the 320,000 people here whether your foundation has been restored? At this time, the venerables were naturally happy. These people all turned their heads and said to the crowd, This technique is magical. It can indeed repair the damage to the foundation. Someone said, Although it's Marshal Han's first time here, he must have consumed a lot of energy to use this miraculous healing technique. Lu Yuntian crossed his hands. From the perspective of the entire human race in the immortal city, thank you. Han Fei didn't even look at Lu Yuntian, who blushed again. This time, many venerables frowned, thinking, Lu Yuntian took the initiative to be friendly, but Han Fei didn't like him. However, Han Fei did have the right to be arrogant. Besides, it was said that Han Fei was only an intermediate venerable. With an advanced venerable above him, it was only natural that he felt uncomfortable. Some people frowned. He saved us, but he was so arrogant to us. This wasn't what a commander should do. Lu Yuntian must be angry, however. Han Fei's healing technique was indeed amazing. This shocked hundreds of thousands of people present. Even so, many people still doubted Han Fei's ability. With the strength of an intermediate venerable, he could kill 10 venerables in a year? Was it possible? Of course, at this moment, most people were not paying attention to this. Everyone hoped that Han Fei could heal them immediately. As for Han Fei, his voice echoed, My fellow human beings, I'll treat your injuries as far as I can, but I won't immediately help you repair your foundation. To be honest, repairing the foundation of the more than 20 venerables has consumed me nearly 1,000 years of vitality. Hiss, many people gasped. A single treatment cost 1,000 years of vitality in only 1 minute? That's unbelievable. However, since these people could become explorers, they were certainly not fools. After calculating, they knew what Han Fei said was probably true. First of all, among all the venerables in the Immortal City, no one could directly restore vitality. Even if there were strong masters who had great means to repair others' foundations, it could only be used on one or two people. Besides, the strong master would have to pay a heavy price every time he used the great means. There was really no one like Han Fei. Secondly, no one was a fool. No matter how strong a spirit gatherer's great Tao was, how could it reach such a terrifying level without paying anything? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Looking at the chattering crowd, Han Fei said leisurely, "However, don't panic, it's just some vitality. When I go to the front line to slaughter some sea demons, I'll have a way to extract some vitality and replenish my vitality. So, you don't have to wait long. I can restore you to your peak state. Now everyone, stay where you are." At the next moment, Han Fei appeared in the crowd. Sheila, the holy light chains descended and dispersed like an electric net, covering hundreds of people at once. Who had ever seen such a healing technique? In the end, being a spirit gatherer was just taking a Tao. This Tao could make people's self-recovery abilities stronger so they would become tougher. At the same time, it could also be greatly beneficial in arrays and spiritual energy absorption. However, they had never seen a spirit gatherer who had such terrifying group healing ability. Therefore, when the spider web-like holy light chains enveloped a large crowd, the surrounding venerables, the undead venerables hidden in the dark, and the more than 300,000 explorers present were all stunned. Long Shi murmured, "He alone saved half of our venerables. If the Immortal City had had such a figure earlier, how would our human race decline to this point?" There were too many people who had the same thoughts as Long Shi. These people were all shocked by Han Fei's magical healing technique. However, although the holy light technique didn't need to overdraw vitality, it needed a large amount of spiritual energy and spiritual power to support it. Han Fei didn't lack spiritual energy, but if his spiritual power was consumed too much, it would make him tired. Therefore, Han Fei was exhausted after only treating about 50,000 people. Han Fei closed his eyes and visualized the god-scaring painting for a moment before he took a slight breath of relief. Han Fei shouted, "Okay. After all, I'm not strong enough to treat all of you at once. However, war requires speed. My hunting plan has been decided. If you want to join me, follow me to the front line. I won't force you. If you don't want to go, stay. Those who want to follow me to slaughter sea demon venerables, follow me." Han Fei looked at a corner of the void, nodded slightly, and then looked at Long Shi. "Let's go. Lead the way." Han Fei said that those who didn't want to go could stay, but who would really stay? Han Fei had already proved the effect of his powerful healing technique. This meant that their foundation could be repaired. Besides, the strength that Han Fei had shown so far was very powerful. He could easily identify the undercover sea demons at a glance, which was something that even the half-king couldn't do. Long Shi thought that she and Wenju just happened to meet Han Fei first. Above her were 5 intermediate venerables and Lu Yuntian, an advanced venerable. Han Fei actually asked her to lead the way? This was clearly not giving Lu Yuntian any face. Lu Yuntian clenched his fists. However, now that he had benefited from Han Fei, he couldn't flare up. Immediately, a few people cast sympathetic glances at Lu Yuntian. 2 venerables even walked up to Lu Yuntian. One of them said, "Old Lu." The other person patted Lu Yuntian's shoulder and didn't speak. Han Fei had already taken the lead and flew out behind Long Shi. There were a large number of explorers behind him. These explorers didn't have the ability to withstand the void cracks that appeared every short distance. Therefore, these more than 300,000 people only took the normal route and didn't travel through the void. Long Shi said via voice transmission, "Han, Marshal Han, since there are undercover sea demons even on the island far away from the battlefield, isn't it inappropriate for us to set off with such a high profile? The undercover sea demons are not easy to be caught. They may leak information." Han Fei sensed that there were more than one perception scattered around him. Han Fei said frankly, "It doesn't matter, I just can't tolerate traitors among my subordinates. But in fact, this kind of thing is very difficult to avoid. If so many of us go out, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Then why not tell them openly? If traitors are useful, your Immortal City would have long been wiped out." In fact, the Immortal City had always prioritized defense. Because of the problem of manpower, they rarely took the initiative to attack. Therefore, the existence of these undercover sea demons was actually not very useful. It was like a city that was heavily guarded. Although there were undercover agents in the city, they were not strong enough and had to worry about being discovered all the time. That wouldn't do any good. He was just afraid that they would leak some important information. In fact, such a march of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be discovered sooner or later. This was not important intelligence. As long as the undercover agents couldn't get some important intelligence, they would be useless. Perhaps some sea demon undercover agents would convey some wrong information, which would be used by Han Fei. Han Fei flew all the way. When he was 800,000 kilometers away from the Immortal City, a large number of islands appeared here. Han Fei scanned with his perception, and the population on these islands became denser. In the rear area of the Immortal City, there were only a few people on an island. In the direction from the Immortal City to the battlefield, however, the islands were full of people. On these islands, there were explorers, law enforcers, hidden fishers, and even cultivators below the realm of hidden fishers. There were almost people in every realm here. Sweeping his perception across, Han Fei found that there were no powerful marine creatures in these waters at all. However, there were many ordinary sea demons. This must have been deliberately left by humans for their juniors to gain experience. In fact, most of these ordinary sea demons were not from the Black Blood Royal City. Only those who had reached a certain level could be accepted by the Royal City. Han Fei looked at Long Shi and asked, "How many people usually live on an island spanning less than 1,000 kilometers?" Long Shi said, "Usually, there won't be many people stationed on the islands spanning within 1,000 miles. There are only about 500,000 people. There are enough coastlines for them to gain experience." Chapter 1559, Watch Your Words When You Talk to Me translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei certainly understood. When he first came to the Scattered Stars Island, the Scattered Stars Island had a coverage of about 1,800 kilometers, and the regular residents ranged from 5 to 6 million. In fact, when the battle between the Scattered Stars Island and the Sea Demons was relatively quiet, there were not many soldiers stationed at the front line. Most of the people stayed at the center of the island. In fact, most of the people in the city were at higher levels, and the soldiers stationed at the front line needed to gain experience the most. Compared with the Scattered Stars Island, the islands outside the Immortal City were actually much safer. Therefore, only less than 500,000 residents were needed. Flying all the way, Han Fei saw 40 or 50 such islands. Han Fei thought it seemed that the total population of the Immortal City would definitely exceed 100 million. However, even so, it was still too little. Therefore, it could only be forced to a corner by the Black Blood City. Han Fei led an army of 300,000 soldiers to sweep across the sky, only communicating with Long Shi from time to time the whole time. After flying more than 3 million kilometers, Han Fei looked at Long Shi again. "Where is the Forbidden Island?" Long Shi was stunned for a moment. "The Forbidden Island? It's near the frontline battlefield, about 500,000 kilometers away. Marshal Han, we can't camp on the Forbidden Island. There will be problems if we live there. There are too many threats on the island. As long as we go to the island, there will be crises." Han Fei asked, "Are there islands around?" Long Shi immediately said, "Yes. There are 5 large islands within 300,000 kilometers of the Forbidden Island. If we go to the front line, it's best to camp on the islands 100,000 kilometers in the front line or directly on the front line islands. Only then can we effectively seize the opportunity to take action." Han Fei shook his head. "No, take me to the island of Taboo. I want one of the nearby islands." Han Fei came with the permission of Netherworld. He wanted an island unconditionally. According to Netherworld's plan, Han Fei would prefer the islands on the front line of the battlefield. With Han Fei's peak-level combat power, he would definitely be able to defend a territory. Long Shi and the others were stunned. Han Fei demanded so much power from Lord Netherworld, but when he came to the frontline battlefield, he asked for an island 500,000 kilometers away from the front line. Han Fei didn't hide what he said, therefore Lu Yuntian and all the venerables could hear him. At this moment, these people were a little puzzled. Didn't they say that speed was of paramount importance? Was this a battle strategy? It was naturally slow for large troops to travel. The front line had already received news from the Immortal City. Therefore, when Han Fei's army flew only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the front line, the major human islands had already begun to transmit orders. When they were only 500,000 kilometers away from the front line, Han Fei found that someone was already waiting in his way. Han Fei shouted, "All soldiers, stop!" Han Fei stepped into the air and strode to those people. Behind Han Fei, only Long Shi was following him. Waiting for Han Fei were 2 peak-level venerables, 1 undead creature and 1 human female. The woman looked cold, but she had the demeanor of a strong master. Her hair and robe fluttered in the wind, she wore green armor, and her fists were clenched. She wasn't the beautiful kind, but her slightly square face suited her temperament. The woman looked at Han Fei. "Are you Han Fei?" Han Fei smiled. "Who are you?" The woman raised her head slightly. "The 726th Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei grinned. "Oh, are you testing my memory? The history of the Scattered Stars Island doesn't extend to the Age of Doom, but begins more than 25,000 years ago. Now, I'm the 886th, the 726th, which was 3,800 years ago, female Supreme Commander. Heh, are you Chen Xiang?" In the history of the Scattered Stars Island, many women had come to power. Among the more than 800 Supreme Commanders, if Han Fei remembered correctly, there were 26 female Supreme Commanders. When Han Fei was investigating Teng Yan's information, he had read this part of history and remembered who Chen Xiang was. It could be said that every generation's Supreme Commander was a formidable person. Chen Xiang was famous not for her time in office, but for her last battle. It was said that in a battle between strong masters, she was besieged. At that time, she was only a junior venerable, but she struck 5 sea demon venerables with her saber. In the end, 3 cracks appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood fell, and then Chen Xiang never appeared again. Everybody thought that Chen Sheng was dead, but she had already made great contributions. After all, she fought 5 venerables alone and had killed 3 venerables, which greatly overwhelmed the sea demons. But now it seemed that the rumor wasn't true. This woman turned out to escape into the Wall of Death after killing 3 venerables in a row. That was more than 3,800 years ago. At that time, there were still many venerables. Han Fei recalled all this and smiled. I know you. Unfortunately, your battle record is not as good as mine. Han Fei was as domineering as ever when facing Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng's eyes had already lit up when Han Fei called her name. However, was Han Fei really suitable to be the supreme commander? Chen Sheng said, I heard that you freed the Scattered Stars Island. Do you mean that the sea demons outside the Scattered Stars Island were all killed? That's tens of millions of sea demons. Han Fei sneered. I'm talking about venerables. Once the sea demon venerables die, which ordinary sea demon dares to mess around, they are just stepping stones for human beings to gain experience. Chen Sheng frowned. There are many venerables in the outside world? I don't think so. How many venerables can be born in a mere 3,800 years? Everyone looked at Han Fei, waiting for his answer. After all, they were the 2 supreme commanders of the Scattered Stars Island. They should know the Scattered Stars Island well, Han Fei said. The 3 half-king projections of the Black Evil Conch King arrived, as well as xuanhuan, xuanhuan, Mo Lin, and so on. There were more than 10 venerables in total, but I killed them all. Why are you interrogating me? Chen Sheng narrowed her eyes slightly. She had naturally heard the news from the undead. Not to mention how the people from the Black Blood City got out, even with the names of people like Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, what could they do? Chen Sheng was worried that the sea demons had the means to turn into human beings, and Han Fei's appearance was too sudden. As soon as he came, he demanded men and power and claimed that he would kill 10 sea demon venerables. He even brought over all the wounded people of the Immortal City. If anything happened, the price would be painful, which the Immortal City couldn't afford. Seeing the look on Chen Sheng's face, Han Fei smiled. Oh, it seems that you don't believe me? Chen Sheng said. If you want me to believe you, give me a convincing reason. Since you can say my name, I admit that you must have something to do with the Scattered Stars Island. But that's not enough. How can I know if the Scattered Stars Island has been destroyed? How can I know if you are a royal merman? Han Fei's heart stirred. Did Chen Sheng know about the royal family of mermen? It seemed that mermen could transform into humans perfectly. Just like Xia Xiaochan, she looked exactly like a human and could even learn the 5 major professions. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, Then what makes you believe me? Chen Sheng said, It depends on what other proof you can show. Han Fei sneered. Do you think I have to ask for your permission? Chen Sheng said. This matter concerns the hundreds of thousands of human beings in the Immortal City. Since you are the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, it's only natural for you to prove your identity, Shen Sheng said indifferently. Then I have to see how much you know about the Scattered Stars Island. First of all, do you know about the Yin-Yang world? Shen Sheng frowned slightly. Where? Han Fei sneered. Above the Thousand-Star City, the place the Central Holy City leads to. Chen Sheng frowned even more. Are you talking about the Central Holy City that no one has ever entered? Han Fei said indifferently. You don't know the Yin-Yang world. Do you know the Thug Academy? Chen Sheng nodded. Yes. The leader of the 8 academies, Li Daxian, crushed the Thousand-Star City alone. Han Fei thought to himself, Old Li has lived quite long. He had already surpassed the Thousand-Star City alone 3,800 years ago. Not bad. Han Fei shrugged. Well, I'm from the Thug Academy. Chen Xiang asked, How do you prove it? Han Fei almost burst into fury. His eyelids twitched and he suddenly asked, How can you prove that you are Chen Xiang? Chen Xiang, Han Fei curled his lips. Why should I believe you're the 726th Supreme Commander? Next to him, the undead said, Chen Xiang has been in the Immortal City for 3,800 years and has killed 10 venerables. This can prove her identity. Han Fei sneered. The Black Evil Conch King can prove my identity, but I don't know if you can believe it or not. I once killed his projections with my own hands. Why don't you ask him and see how he reacts? If you continue to mess around with me, don't blame me for being rude. Get out of the way. Chen Sheng and the undead didn't move though. However, in Han Fei's team, Wang He's heart stirred and silently remembered this. Chen Sheng said, Okay, you said that you once killed the projections of the Black Evil Conch King. Then let's fight. I'd like to see how you, an intermediate venerable, can kill a half-king. Fuck, Han Fei was speechless. He didn't expect that even the undead believed him, but the former supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island didn't. More than 3,800 years had passed, and the world had changed. She hadn't experienced the era of mass killing caused by Tong Yan, and she didn't know about the destruction of the Thug Academy. Even if she knew, as long as she didn't believe it, she could still find countless reasons. Han Fei's aura soared crazily. Long Shi and the others were all horrified, feeling that their bodies were trembling slightly and killing intent was boiling in Han Fei. Come on! Han Fei walked thousands of miles with one step and reached out to the void with one hand. The 300-mile floating cloud was held in Han Fei's hand, and thousands of knife shadows gathered into one sword. At that moment, the world turned dark. All the venerables who were watching the battle were shocked. Is this guy an intermediate venerable? Are you kidding me? Long Shi and the others were dumbfounded. Someone was stunned. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Oh my god. Lu Yunqian's eyes widened. How could he take this blow? Chen Xiang was also shocked. Han Fei's attack was so terrifying that it even sucked the tremendous power around him. She shouted, "Are you crazy? How can you fight here?" Han Fei shouted, "The immortal city is already so useless. Why can't we fight here?" Chen Xiang activated her great Dao, and the invisible air around her surged. It turned out that the great Dao of Chen Xiang was to control the power of air between the heavens and earth. And this power was nothing more than the use of pressure. The void exploded crazily. Chen Xiang fully unleashed her power. After 7 consecutive explosions, she finally shattered Han Fei's blow. Swish! However, at the next moment, all laws were forbidden in this space. A big rod appeared in the air, and Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate. The rod ignored space and time and traversed hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Chen Xiang couldn't react in time. Her laws were all forbidden. Half of her body was blown off in an instant, leaving only half her head and a complete golden arm. Seeing this, Han Fei sneered. "Golden body? How dare you keep provoking me with such a weak golden body? Stop! Han Fei, hold back! Han Fei, are you crazy? Do you want to kill your own kind?" Although the two were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the terrifying power shook the world as countless venerables rushed over. A half-king crossed the void and stood in front of Han Fei. In the past few days, Lu Yuntian had been trying his best to resist the void storm. But this beastlord could crush any of them into pieces with a single blow. Humph! Han Fei snorted coldly. "Prove this, prove that, in the end, it's all about fists. Next time you talk to me, watch your words." Everyone, Chapter 1560, Frontline of the Immortal City, 1 translator, Huani Translations Editor, Huani Translations Editor, Huani Translations. A mid-level venerable had crushed a peak-level venerable with 1 punch and 1 attack. This kind of fantasy actually appeared in front of everyone today. Everybody fell silent. Long Shi, Lu Yunqian, and the others were shocked. Han Fei was like a god of death. He could easily crush a peak-level venerable? Then what about an ordinary venerable? Long Shi couldn't help but think of how she attacked Han Fei. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei just curled his finger and snapped it. As for the explorers like Wen Zhu, they were already dumbfounded. Their commander was such a tough guy, they didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. In the void, Chen Xian's body regathered. When she recovered, her face was full of shock. This person was so powerful. The connection between the combat skills was almost flawless. He could even seal the void and block her great Dao. What kind of great Dao was this? No one would have believed that Han Fei, an intermediate venerable, could kill a half-king. However, it seemed that it was not impossible. Chen Xiang was already a peak-level venerable, but she couldn't even resist 2 blows of Han Fei. If it weren't for her golden bones, she would have been reduced to dust. Even if Han Fei saw an undead half-king blocking in front of him, his voice was still fierce. Han Fei's cold voice echoed between the sky and the earth. "From now on, no one shall mess around with me anymore. Think it over before you come to question me. Not everyone is qualified to doubt me." Han Fei was strong, powerful, domineering, and ferocious. Chen Xiang's face darkened. This person was indeed strong, but according to the normal selection criteria of the Scattered Stars Island, this kind of person shouldn't be qualified as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, right? Did something really happen outside? The undead half-king said, "You went too far. You two came from the same place. There's no need to fight." Han Fei chuckled. "Yes, but even the people born in the same place are different. I won't pursue what happened today anymore. Now, I want an island near the Forbidden Island. I want to choose it myself." The half-king had also witnessed Han Fei's strength. To be honest, he wasn't confident of taking Han Fei down. After all, Han Fei's strength was obvious to everyone. Even if he beat such a strong master, what if he ran away? How many people here could catch him? Besides, Han Fei's great Dao restrained the undead like them. The half-king was quite decisive. Han Fei's words were too blunt, and no one knew what he was capable of. However, Han Fei claimed that he would kill 10 sea demon venerables in a year. There was no need to stop him. After all, it was just a year, and they just needed to wait. Giving a cold stare to Chen Xiang, Han Fei turned around and glanced at the others. "Let's go." This time, Han Fei had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. Who dared to refute him? Besides, Han Fei's style of doing things was completely different from when Wen Zhu and the others met him for the first time. He was not gentle at all. However, this kind of domineering style made people dare not resist him. After Han Fei led the crowd away, many venerables flew over. Someone frowned. "Grand Venerable Chen Xiang, have you been injured?" Chen Xiang shook her head. This person is indeed terrifyingly strong, especially in terms of strength. "He's definitely at the half-king level." Someone said, "When Han Fei saw your golden bones, he looked disdainful. Does this mean he has also embarked on this path? And he has walked quite far?" Many people were tempted. This possibility was very high. The half-king said, "Don't mind this Han Fei. He declared that he would slaughter 10 sea demon venerables in a year. Let's just wait and see. Besides, he's not weak." In this way, the front line of the battlefield is equivalent to 4 half-kings guarding it. It can be said that our strength has indeed increased greatly. Someone else said, Sister Sheng, don't hold it against him now. I heard that this person's healing technique is unparalleled in the world and he uses the legendary Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Let's deal with him after he heals all the wounded. Chen Sheng snorted. I'm not that petty. What I'm thinking is that this man is too domineering. Will he be too self-opinionated? Will he be a qualified commander? Someone was puzzled. Doesn't he look like a commander? He does look like one. Chen Sheng shook her head. No, he's too aggressive. A commander needs to consider the lives of millions of people. There are too many things for him to consider. Theoretically, he shouldn't be the supreme commander. This is why I'm suspicious. While Chen Sheng and the others were discussing Han Fei had already led the crowd to fly around the island. There were 5 islands close to the Forbidden Islands here. Because they were a certain distance from the front line, there was only a peak-level, venerable-level undead creature guarding these 5 islands. The others were all explorers and law enforcers. There weren't many of them in total. Among them, there were only tens of thousands of explorers and hundreds of thousands of law enforcers. At least, the group of people led by Han Fei could easily sweep these 5 islands. It could be seen that Han Fei was lucky to come to the Immortal City from the direction of the 10,000 Beast Island. He happened to come to the rear of human beings and happened to meet these injured humans who were definitely not weak. Now, these people were all under his command. Although Han Fei's leadership style was too tough, as long as they were under his command, Han Fei had a way to win their trust. When Han Fei and the others arrived, an undead creature who was a peak-level venerable appeared beside Han Fei and said, My name is Ye Qian. I was ordered by Master Netherworld to assist you. Han Fei nodded slightly. It was only natural. No matter what, he was new here, so they couldn't really give him power all at once. If he wanted to take these people to the frontline battlefield, there would definitely be other strong masters following him. After all, the people he led were extremely important. Even if their foundation was damaged, they could still reproduce and teach their children experience, right? Han Fei said, Got it. After circling around, Han Fei finally chose an island only 120,000 kilometers away from the Forbidden Island. There was a green haze on this island. What puzzled him was that this island was not the best of the 5 islands, but the worst of the 5. The barriers on the island were usually invisible. After being affected by the Immortal City for tens of thousands of years, the barriers on the island were basically perfect on the safe islands. However, this island only had a radius of 800 kilometers. The mountains and forests were dilapidated, some of the beaches had been eroded, and there were still volcanoes on the island. There were some floating particles in the air. The environment was very poor. Han Fei immediately asked, What's the name of this island? Ye Qian said, This is the Fiery Stone Island, which is famous for producing useless fiery stones. There are few strong masters who come near the Forbidden Island, so there are many marine creatures around. The closer to the Forbidden Island, the more marine creatures there are. Therefore, some places are already dilapidated. Han Fei nodded and said, Okay, we'll take this island. Everybody, camp on Firestone Island and clear the area. When Han Fei chose this island, many people were puzzled. After all, Han Fei's goal was more like the Forbidden Island. Did Han Fei choose this place to go to the Forbidden Island? Among the crowd, only Wen Zhu knew that Han Fei had already been to the Forbidden Island once. Last time the Forbidden Island disappeared, Han Fei had been to the island in the outside world. Because of Han Fei's domineering personality, he didn't explain to these people, and it seemed that he didn't bother to explain. Han Fei shouted, All those whose foundation hasn't been restored, set up camp for the time being. No one shall leave the island. Long Shi, Chen Yue, Long Shi, and Chen Yue bowed. Marshal Han. Han Fei said, Let no one leave the island when I'm not around, or you two will be punished. Han Fei said, Hua Meng. The bald man cupped his hands. Marshal Han. Han Fei said, Stay. I have something for you to do later. Hua Meng was stunned for a moment, but he accepted the order without hesitation. After all, he believed that Han Fei was a real human powerhouse, and he had been awed by the power of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The picture of Han Fei blowing up Chen Sheng was still etched in his head, but Hua Meng didn't know that Han Fei chose him because of the vast ocean navigator, not because of his own choice. After Han Fei gave the order, he looked at everyone else. Everyone else, move freely on the island and wait for my return. After that, Han Fei looked at Ye Qian. Come with me later. I want to know the environment and the situation of the front line first. After making all the arrangements, Han Fei took Hua Meng to the side and said, Go to the 10,000 Beast Island. Han Fei and Ye Qian went straight to the front line. Ye Qian said, Are you going to hunt venerables? Han Fei smiled. I just want to see the battlefield. Ye Qian frowned and thought to himself, What's the use of just looking at the battlefield? Or rather, the thinking of a commander is different from ordinary people. Thinking that Han Fei might want to observe something useful, Ye Qian didn't ask anything. Anyway, he had to keep an eye on Han Fei all the time. After a while, when Han Fei came to the front line of the so-called Immortal City, he found that this battlefield was very different from the Life and Death Gorge. There were only more than 200,000 kilometers of battle lines in the Life and Death Gorge. However, after Han Fei asked, he learned that the human battle lines here were more than 800,000 kilometers wide. In the 800,000-kilometer front line, there were only 7 islands. However, these 7 islands were clearly man-made. On each island, there were at least 1 or 2 peak-level venerables guarding it. Ye Qian said, "There are a total of 3 half-kings here. They are on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th islands respectively." According to Ye Qian's explanation, humans used 7 islands to block the territory between humans and sea demons and built the so-called land. Between the islands, the seabed was very shallow. Obviously, these islands were specially set up, using some special terrain to separate each other. After all, humans still liked land. Humans were best at fighting on land. Han Fei estimated that if the terrain allowed it, humans would definitely build this 800,000-mile battle line into a complete island. Chapter 1561, Front Line of the Immortal City, Chuan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei really stood at the front of the front line of the Immortal City, he found that there were actually not many battles here. It was just some people below the Explorer realm fighting each other. Besides, many of these people were undead. Seeing this situation, Han Fei immediately understood what was going on. After all, the war in the cage had been going on for tens of thousands of years. If they really killed, the human beings would have all died. Even the Black Blood City couldn't survive. Therefore, the two parties were only confronting and on a standoff. Without absolute confidence, they wouldn't launch a destructive war. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the Black Blood Royal City wanted to break out of the cage. Therefore, in the recent hundreds of years, they didn't deliberately start a large-scale war. At this time, although the front line in front of Han Fei was longer, the fighting sounds were much smaller than those in the Life and Death Gorge. In the Life and Death Gorge, there was a special battlefield. Usually, a few explorers could fight for a day there. Of course, there were usually not many people who died. Sometimes, no one died for days. On the human side, there were mostly hidden fishers and law enforcers fighting sea creatures. This situation was a bit similar to the Scattered Stars Island. The entire island was on the front line, and the strong masters were only guarding to prevent any accidents. However, unlike the Scattered Stars Island, there were almost no low-level sea creatures here. There were very few dangling fishers and hanging fishers. Even if there were some, they were probably out for fun. Of course, this was also because the environment outside was very harsh. Those low-level creatures usually hid in the seal. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was lost for words. In this case, how could he put on a show and slaughter 10 venerables? As if knowing Han Fei's thoughts, Ye Qian said, "Don't be tricked by the scene in front of you. Battles can't be carried out every day. There are battles, but it's impossible for hundreds of thousands of people to fight at the same time. The cage is not like the outside world. If a large-scale war is really launched and the Black Blood City wants to eat the Immortal City, it will suffer a great loss. They dare not do this. They also have to consider their own rear," Han Fei asked. "When will there be a slightly larger battle?" Ye Qian said, "There will be a venerable level battle once a month on average. A large-scale venerable battle happens once a year. In the past, not one venerable would die in a year. Recently, more venerables died. Battles between explorers happen every day. Although there aren't many venerables in our human race, our combat style is fierce. Therefore, the injured you see in the rear are all seriously injured in this kind of battle." At this moment, Han Fei and Ye Qian came to the second island. There were half-king undead here. The person looked at Han Fei from a distance, and Han Fei also looked at him without saying a word. In addition to this half-king, Han Fei also sensed 7 or 8 venerables, who were also undead creatures. Some were strong, and some were weak, but there were no peak venerables. In Han Fei's perception, the second island was basically full of undead creatures. Han Fei asked, "How many venerables are on the front line?" Ye Qian said, "Including the venerables you brought back, there are almost 100 of them." However, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said bluntly, "That's bullshit. Including the ones you brought over, there are only 86 of them." The corner of Han Fei's mouth curled slightly. What the old turtle said sounded more true. There were about 30 venerables in the Immortal City, and the total number of venerables was about 120. The number of venerables here even exceeded the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, this was not the Waterwood world after all. The enemies here were not the White Shell Royal City or the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. The Black Blood City had a fake king. The Black Blood City had nearly 300 venerables, which was more than twice that in the Immortal City. After observing all the way to the 4th island, Han Fei didn't want to continue. This was the most special island in Han Fei's opinion. The undead lived on this island with humans. At this moment, outside the battlefield, 2 explorers were fighting. When Han Fei saw it, the human explorer was trading lives with the half-merman with his sword. Yes, what Han Fei saw was life exchange. The human expert only had half of his longsword left, and one of his arms was dangling. The half-merman on the opposite side was not in a good state either. Its chest had been stabbed through. At this moment, both parties were staking their lives on this one bet. However, at the last moment, the crippled arm of the human expert suddenly shook, and the hand actually left his body, turned into a long sword, and condensed another swordlight. Pfft! The half-merman expert was cut in half. As for the human expert, he had lost an arm and his chest was pierced through, but his face was full of a crazy smile. Great, good job. Uncle Day is awesome. Sea demon thieves, let's see if you can still be arrogant. On the human side, many observers were cheering. Seeing this scene, Ye Qian immediately said, "Do you want to save him? With your means, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save him." Han Fei said with a smile, "It's not troublesome, but it's relative. I need to consume my vitality to save people. You can organize them or let the injured take life-type spiritual fruits or alive explorer-level sea demons to the Fiery Stone Island. I can heal them together. Otherwise, do I have to run across the 800,000-kilometer coastline? I'm not here to save people. I'm here to slaughter demons." Ye Qian's eyes lit up. "Really?" Han Fei said. "Of course. You can inform them now." Ye Qian immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. After only a minute, with a swish, a half-king appeared beside Han Fei. Ye Qian said, "Han Fei, this is Grand Venerable Ganfeng, a half-king." Ganfeng casually threw out more than 500 spiritual fruits and said, "How many people can this save?" Han Fei saw that this person was very meticulous and came to him only to talk about serious matters, so he would just do what he was supposed to do too. Tough. Bam, bam, bam. More than 500 spiritual fruits were instantly shattered, turned into energy, and were swallowed by Han Fei. After swallowing them, Han Fei didn't expect much. However, a moment later, he felt that his vitality had recovered by about 300 years. Han Fei's eyes glittered. "These spiritual fruits," Ganfeng said, "the immortal city, after all, covers tens of millions of kilometers of sea. It doesn't produce spiritual fruits, but you know the harsh conditions in the cage. Spiritual fruits that can be produced under such harsh circumstances have strong vitality." Han Fei said bluntly, "With these spiritual fruits, I can save 3 junior venerables, 2 intermediate venerables, or 1 advanced venerable. If they are explorers, I can save 30 half venerables or 50 below half. Venerable realm, of course, it depends on how badly damaged they are." At that moment, Ganfeng's eyelids twitched. A mere 500 life-type spiritual fruits were so effective for Han Fei. It must be noted that this kind of spiritual fruit could only keep a dying person alive. If an explorer's foundation was damaged, he might not be able to recover even if he ate 100 or so of the spiritual fruits. However, Han Fei said he would treat 50 explorers with these spiritual fruits. Ganfeng said, "In 3 days, I'll personally take people to the Fiery Stone Island with life-type spiritual fruits." Han Fei smiled. "Don't you need me to save some people today?" Ganfeng replied. "In 3 days?" Han Fei replied. "In 3 days." Han Fei smiled and said, "Okay, has the venerable battle this month been fought?" Ganfeng and Ye Qian both looked at Han Fei, and then Ganfeng shook his head. "Not yet. Are you going to join it?" Han Fei said indifferently. "I have to fulfill my promise. However, I won't do anything today. Remember to inform me when the other party asks for a venerable battle. It's best if you can arrange for a peak-level intermediate venerable to fight me, huh?" Seeing that Ganfeng was confused, Han Fei smiled and said, "It's not my style to kill only 1 venerable at a time." Ganfeng and Ye Qian looked at each other, thinking that Han Fei was really arrogant. It seemed that he was going to kill 2 venerables at once. Han Fei's perception swept 30,000 kilometers around. Because he didn't conceal his perception, many people cast puzzled looks at Han Fei in an instant. Han Fei said via voice transmission, "I'm just saying hello." In fact, because he hadn't seen these people face to face, Han Fei couldn't be sure if there were any undercover agents among these people. Just now, the vast ocean navigator revolved for a moment, but it didn't find any undercover agents among these venerable experts, which made Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. It was good there were no undercover agents. Han Fei had always suspected that there would also be undercover agents on this island. This was because he was sure that among his subordinates there was something wrong with the guy called Wang He. Since he was an undercover agent, he must have a way to deliver information or have a partner. Han Fei casually greeted these venerables. Today, the Black Blood City lost a high-level explorer. After the battle, neither side challenged the other but gradually quieted down. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, it was already very difficult to kill an advanced explorer in 1 day. However, in Han Fei's view, with such a fighting style, the war wouldn't end even in another 10,000 years. It was very likely that this was a scheme of the Black Blood Royal City. Otherwise, if they really wanted to fight, would the Black Blood Royal City only send these people over? After watching this battle, Han Fei suddenly said, "Do you mind if I enter the sea and hunt some explorer-level sea demons to replenish my vitality?" Ganfeng frowned. "Are you going deep into the Black Blood City?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Why go deep into the Black Blood City? I just need to hunt 100 explorers. 2 hours will be enough." Ye Qian looked at Ganfeng, and Ganfeng thought for a moment. It wasn't easy for Han Fei to get people from the Immortal City, come to the front line, and even fight Chen Shang to prove his strength. He couldn't do all these just for going to sea, could he? Even if Han Fei went to sea, even if he was an undercover agent, what could he do if he contacted the venerables of the Black Blood City? However, neither Ganfeng nor Chen Shang dared to take the risk. Ganfeng said, "Sorry, it's your first time here, so we dare not let you go to sea alone. We all have someone to monitor, so we can't go with you, but I can help you get vitality and explorer-level sea demons." Han Fei nodded slightly. Indeed, if he asked to go to sea now and explore the territory of the Black Blood City, it would definitely upset many people. Han Fei, okay, there's still a long time to come. I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 1562, The Strongest Spirit Gatherer. In History Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation seeing that there was no chance to fight in the front line, Han Fei returned to the Fiery Stone Island. For 3 consecutive days, Han Fei had been healing these people. Yes, he could only use the Holy Light Chains. If he used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on a large scale, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. 3 days later, in front of Han Fei stood 50 explorers. Han Fei respectively treated cultivators in 5 realms from junior explorers to half-venerables. Each time, he would treat 10. At this moment, 10 junior explorers stood in front of him. 10 pillars of light descended, and in only 5 seconds, these holy pillars of light disappeared. Huh? It didn't consume any vitality? After entering the Wall of Death, this was the first time Han Fei had used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on a small scale. Previously, the people he treated with the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique were all venerables and a massive number of explorers. Therefore, he had a lot of vitality lost. Before he advanced to the Venerable Realm, Han Fei had always thought that it would consume his vitality to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. However, at this moment, when he used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on junior explorers, not only did they recover extremely fast, but it didn't even need to consume his vitality. This was undoubtedly great news. Among these 20,000 people, 130,000 were junior explorers. At first, Han Fei was worried. The war at the front line was not fierce, so he could only rely on the life-type spiritual fruits given by Ganfeng, or maybe he could only go to the spiritual fruit garden on the Forbidden Island. However, what in the spiritual fruit garden wasn't just spiritual fruits. Many fruits there were special creatures. Besides, he placed his base on the Fiery Stone Island not because of the spiritual fruit garden, but the grassland. Han Fei had always felt that perhaps many people were wrong. It wasn't that there was no king in the cage, but that no one could find the king. Back then, he had encountered that desolate tomb in the grassland. Upon entering it, Han Fei saw a terrifying figure. At that time, Han Fei wondered what realm this person was in. After all, when the 3 kings were observing outside, they didn't discover the secrets of this desolate tomb at all. Even the old turtle couldn't describe the realm of the figure. He couldn't even tell if he was in the tomb or outside. Now that he could heal junior explorers without consuming his vitality, things were much easier. Han Fei beckoned expressionlessly. Intermediate explorers, come over. When the second batch of 10 intermediate explorers walked in front of Han Fei, they were still a little nervous. Holy light surged from Han Fei's body, and then the Heaven Enlightenment followed. This time, Han Fei was surprised to find that the vitality consumed to treat 10 intermediate explorers was less than 2 years. To be precise, it was about 1.5 years. This consumption was not high either. However, it was actually not a small number. In this case, to cure 10,000 intermediate explorers, it would consume about 1,000 years of vitality. He couldn't afford this consumption either. Therefore, he still needed Ganfeng to provide him with enough life-type spiritual fruits. After a while, Han Fei tried them one by one. After the test, the vitality consumed for healing those above the intermediate explorer realm began to soar. 10 advanced explorers consumed 5 years of vitality, 10 peak-level explorers needed 12 years of vitality, and 10 half-venerables needed 20 years of vitality. This meant that it would take about 2 years of vitality to restore the foundation of a half-venerable with the great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. In such a case, he healed 50 explorers today, which only cost him 38 years of vitality. This was the difference between an explorer and a venerable. 38 years of vitality was probably just the cost to repair the foundation of an intermediate venerable. The explorers who had been healed felt that they had returned to their peak state. It was really as magic as the Grand Venerable said. The explorers who had been cured by Han Fei looked at Han Fei in a different way. Before, Han Fei was tough in their mind. Everybody was scared of him. But now, in the past few days when Han Fei was healing them, he didn't seem ferocious at all. Therefore, everyone was guessing and discussing secretly. Perhaps Han Fei would only be so tough and domineering when he was fighting as the Supreme Commander. He even looked a bit sunny on ordinary days. Thank you for healing us, Marshal Han. The 40 or 50 explorers bowed. Then, one of them took out a sea-swallowing seashell. Well, Marshal Han, we know that you need to consume your vitality to heal our foundations. We heard that life-type spiritual fruits can help you recover your vitality. I only gathered a little bit here, only about 30 pieces. This may be a little less, but we didn't quite save spiritual fruits before because we just thought it was a one-time use item. Therefore, when we didn't have enough spiritual energy in battle, we just used them. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, thanks. The 30 spiritual fruits floated in the air. In the next moment, they shattered. Han Fei opened his mouth and finished them in one gulp. The explorers looked at each other in bewilderment. Han Fei sensed that he had recovered about 19 years of vitality, which was better than nothing. It was equivalent to him using 19 years of vitality to heal 50 people. This price was worth it. When he mentioned it to Ganfeng earlier, it was just a rough estimate. He certainly wanted to deduct some commission. He couldn't just tell Ganfeng that I could heal more than 100 people if you gave me 300 years of vitality. If that was the case, how could he save the people on his side? Now, it had been proven in practice that even if he saved 50 half-venerables, it would only take him 100 years of vitality. For those below the half-venerable realm, the consumption would be even less. Suddenly, the old turtle said, Han Fei, I have a feeling that since you can use the combat power of a peak-level venerable, why can't you upgrade your Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to a higher level? If you use it with the strength of a peak-level venerable, will the effect be better, or is your great Tao only able to increase your strength? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, he had never thought of using the Great Tao on the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. He didn't even intend to cultivate the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. After all, he didn't know if it was a conspiracy of some powerhouse. Maybe someone was waiting to harvest him, including the 5 major professions of human beings. Obviously, behind these professions, there were great powers waiting to harvest. However, he could switch his Great Tao and completely ignore this. Therefore, Han Fei was at ease. However, although he wasn't afraid of being reaped by some powerhouse, he couldn't deduce the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, but could only rely on epiphany. After the old turtle reminded him, Han Fei recalled the third effect of the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. Those who enter this path can have their lifespan doubled. The effect of overdrawing their life gradually decreases as their strength grows. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a venerable would begin to decline after 5,000 years. To live 10,000 years, it would be very difficult. However, if he embarked on the path of the Heaven Enlightenment, he would have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. Besides, the effect of the technique was twice as good as before. According to the growth of his strength, the consumption of each use would only decrease. Then, he could indeed try to use the effect of his green jade stone bridge on the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. With this in mind, Han Fei scanned with his perception and entered his mansion. In fact, it was just a random wooden house with layers of seals around it. With a thought from Han Fei, the green jade stone bridge appeared. Then, Han Fei walked up. This time, Han Fei thought to himself, the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique is 3 times stronger. As it was the first time he used this effect, he had to walk on the green jade stone bridge. However, it was easy to climb the bridge. When he went down to the 5th floor, besides pressure, there was a circle of milky halo floating in front of his eyes. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that this was a Dao rune, an unknown Dao rune, which belonged to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei immediately wanted to try absorbing these Dao runes. However, they were not of his use at all. He failed to increase the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique by 3 times in the end. Being able to increase his combat power by 3 times didn't mean that he could do the same to the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei failed. However, there were 8 steps in total, and he had already descended 5 levels. There was no need to walk to the 6th level at all. With a thought from Han Fei, he began again. The second time, it was 2.5 times. He couldn't go further after reaching the 8th level. In the end, Han Fei got 2.3 times the effect. But even so, Han Fei was already very happy. This meant that he only needed to consume 38 years of vitality to save 115 people. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that someone was coming. Buzz! The array was activated, and Han Fei walked out of the mansion only to see that Yeqian and Ganfeng had arrived. When he saw Ganfeng, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that more than 30,000 people had come from hundreds of kilometers away. Ganfeng said, "The ones I brought with me all suffered a little foundation damage, which is not very serious. They are all in the explorer realm. There may be too many of them, but I've collected 31,820 spiritual fruits in total. Perhaps it's not enough, but please just heal as many people as you can," Han Fei said casually. "Let me check their degree of damage." Han Fei reached out and took Ganfeng's Sun Moon shell. In a single step, he arrived in front of the explorers. Ganfeng and Yeqian arrived almost at the same time as Han Fei. After all, this distance was too close. Han Fei glanced at them. Among these people, 50% were junior explorers, 30% were intermediate explorers, 10% were advanced and peak-level explorers, and there were only 282 half-venerables. Han Fei glanced at Ganfeng and said, "A little damage and a great loss of foundation are 2 different things. Let me check it first." Ganfeng nodded, and Han Fei shouted, "From the junior venerable realm to the half-venerable realm. Those close to me, 20 people come to me in each realm." These explorers knew that they were here to receive treatment. However, there were still some people who were suspicious. Even the venerables couldn't treat the damage to their foundation. Even the spirit gatherer venerables could only treat them one by one and couldn't guarantee a complete recovery. Could Han Fei do it? Many people didn't even know Han Fei. After all, this venerable was extremely unfamiliar to them. Some people thought, is there a hidden venerable in the rear? Soon, 100 people were gathered. A milky halo surged around Han Fei. In the next moment, more than 100 holy beams of light descended from the sky. Buzz. The momentum of these people was recovering quickly. Even for the slowest one, it only took 12 seconds before the pillar of light on his body disappeared, and the damage to their foundation had been completely recovered. It was the first time that Ganfeng had seen Han Fei use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. He was surprised and overjoyed. With this person here, the combat power of the human race would increase by at least 30%. Han Fei discovered that the foundation damage of these people was indeed not high, and it was easier to repair their foundation. He had thought that after the effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique doubled, he would still need to consume about 35 years of vitality. But as it turned out, he only used 20 years of vitality, which was much better than he expected. Besides, there were 20 half-venerables among the people healed by him just now. In fact, there were only less than 3,000 advanced explorers, peak-level explorers, and half-venerables in total. In such a case, he only needed to consume about 2,500 years of vitality to heal all these people. And the 31,820 spiritual fruits Ganfeng gave him, if they were all of the quality of the previous day, could provide him with at least 18,000 years of vitality. In this case, he could make a fortune, Han Fei immediately said. Their injuries are not severe. 100 people consumed more than 60 years of vitality. Once those in the half-venerable realm are cured, the rest is even easier to heal. So I think they can all return to the battlefield in 3 days. Buzz! Ganfeng's aura surged, and he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Han Fei. Really? Han Fei said. Of course, but I won't return the remaining spiritual fruits. I still have many subordinates to treat. Chapter 1563, Battle of the Venerables Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations Han Fei said teasingly. After all, a half-king naturally knew the benefits of the spiritual fruits he brought. After hearing Han Fei's teasing, Ganfeng let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I've calculated it too. Even if Han Fei has reserved some of the spiritual fruits, there can't be more than 5,000 spiritual fruits left. Even so, Han Fei was already too monstrous. Treating more than 30,000 people was nothing to him. Could it be this was the legendary human king Dao? Or could it be that Han Fei was really the reincarnation of the human king? At this moment, Ganfeng wasn't sure. He had brought 30,000 people with him, and there were as many as 320,000 people on Han Fei's side whose foundations were damaged. In short, they were all on human's side. Of course, he would provide as many spiritual fruits as possible. Ganfeng said in a relaxed mood, Of course. In another 3 days, I'll send another 20,000 spiritual fruits over. Thank you for your trouble. Han Fei looked at Ganfeng. I think some of these people have problems. What do you think? Ganfeng smiled casually. It doesn't matter. I have my own plans. Hearing Ganfeng's words, Han Fei didn't ask anymore. There were undercover agents among these people, and Ganfeng obviously knew who they were. To Han Fei's surprise, there were quite a few undercover agents in the cage. Perhaps the mermen in the Black Blood City didn't have the ability to become beasts, but they were very good at turning into humans. This might be related to the cultivation technique they cultivated. After Ganfeng left, Han Fei completely became a doctor. On the first day, tens of thousands of holy light beams descended, shocking everyone on the island. Many people came to watch, hoping to see Han Fei's amazing healing technique. During this period, Han Fei found that a few undercover agents were whispering to each other, but Wang He didn't even look at them and had no intention of contacting other undercover agents. Wang He was actually not stupid. Since Han Fei could easily identify the undercover agents of the Explorer realm back on Death Island, none of these undercover agents could escape his eyes. These people must have already been found out by Han Fei, but he just didn't expose them. As for why he didn't expose them, it was easy to understand. After all, these people were all Ganfeng's subordinates. He just needed to tell Ganfeng, and then the latter could make use of these undercover agents. This kind of thing had happened more than once in the battles between the Black Blood City and the Immortal City. Therefore, Wang He would definitely not expose himself in this situation. He could heal tens of thousands of people in one day. This horrible healing ability had already made Han Fei a legend. In the history of the cage, there had never been a spirit gatherer who had 1% of Han Fei's magical abilities. Those who had been rescued by Han Fei had completely changed their mentality. After being cured, they looked at Han Fei as if they were looking at their idol. Therefore, on this day, Han Fei sensed that the power of faith was growing. Although there were few of them, these people were very strong, so even if there were not many of them, they could still make Han Fei feel the power of faith. This was extremely needed for Han Fei. In fact, the power of faith was secondary. It would be used up sooner or later. The key was to win their support. This was what Han Fei needed. The next day, like the previous day, it only took less than an hour for Han Fei to treat tens of thousands of people. The third day was the same. 3 days later, as Ganfeng promised, he gave him 20,000 more spiritual fruits. In addition to the spiritual fruits, he also gave Han Fei 39 explorer-level marine creatures. Starting from the fourth day, Han Fei began to treat the people he brought to the Fiery Stone Island. These people also knew that Han Fei's treatment required vitality, so under the organization of Long Shi and the others, they gathered up about 3,000 life-type spiritual fruits and gave them to Han Fei. Although they knew that more than 3,000 spiritual fruits were a drop in the bucket, this was already the limit of their ability. After all, these were all they had got. Some people felt it was useless to eat spiritual fruits, so they simply didn't eat them. Some people kept them to replenish spiritual energy. Since Han Fei had such a magical healing technique now, there was no need to keep these spiritual fruits. 7 days later, people on Ganfeng's side sent spiritual fruits to Han Fei from time to time, as well as some sea demons at the explorer level. These were all voluntary gifts. It could be seen that Han Fei's healing technique helped him win these people's hearts. On Han Fei's side, 50,000 people were treated one after another. Although only part of the people were cured, which was still far away from Han Fei's promise, this had already shocked countless people. Because of Han Fei's terrifying healing technique, many people who had been cured were clamoring to go out to fight, hunt sea monsters, or look for spiritual fruits, but were all refused by Han Fei. On this day, more than 50,000 people were praying outside Han Fei's mansion. They knew that Han Fei probably had no resources left. At this moment, they couldn't count on all the resources in the front line to be sent to the Fiery Stone Island, so they could only fight for the resources themselves. Swish! All of a sudden, the void trembled and Ye Qian appeared. Countless people bowed their heads. Grand Venerable Ye Qian. Without hesitation, Ye Qian looked at Han Fei's hut. The venerable level battle has begun. Hua. The arrays were all removed, and Han Fei appeared in front of them with a smile. He said casually, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Han Fei said, "No one is allowed to leave the island without my order. Let me go to hunt 2 venerables first and return to repair your foundations." Hearing this, Wang He was anxious. He had seen Han Fei's strength. He could slaughter a half-king. However, he was only an intermediate venerable on the surface. Therefore, everyone was confident that Han Fei could hunt 2 venerables. After all, they had all seen Han Fei fight. Wang He looked around and thought to himself, someone should have proposed to go with him, right? Sure enough, just as Wang He was about to speak, someone said, "Marshal Han, shall we go with you?" Wang He's heart stirred and he echoed, "Marshal Han, there are too few venerables in the front line. This has always been a sore point in the Immortal City. Every time the venerables fight, the sea demons measure the strength of our side. We should go together to boost the morale of the Immortal City." After Wang He finished speaking, even Ye Qian looked at Han Fei. What Wang He said was right. The Black Blood City hadn't attacked the Immortal City yet just because of the pressure of the Demon Beast Union. Over the years, however, the number of venerables at the front line of the Immortal City had gradually decreased, which had already attracted the attention of the Black Blood City. However, Han Fei sneered, "Have you forgotten my grand plan to kill venerables? Even if a war breaks out, you are still a special force. Everyone, stay on the Fiery Stone Island. No one shall leave the island without my permission." Wang He still wanted to speak. However, Han Fei said in a low voice, "After I make the decision, no one shall defy my order." Han Fei glanced at Wang He and the other venerables, and they were a bit terrified by his momentum. Yes, Han Fei had been healing people and recovering his spiritual power these days. They had almost forgotten Han Fei's personality. Wang He sighed inwardly. It was a pity that there would be venerables from the Black Blood City to be killed. It seemed that he had to take some action. He couldn't be so passive all the time. However, Han Fei was too strong and didn't give him a chance. Midway, Ye Qian asked, "You know that your existence can't be kept a secret. There are even undercover agents trying to inform others." In the past few days, many undercover agents wanted to go to the battlefield, but they were not picked. If we keep pressuring them, it may alarm them. Han Fei grinned and said, "As soon as I appear, the Black Evil Conch King will definitely be alarmed and the battle line of the Immortal City will immediately be under pressure. Of course, the news of my arrival must be released. However, when will it be released? Who will release it? It shall be up to me." Because the journey was very short, Han Fei and Ye Qian had reached the 4th island before they had the time to talk much. At this moment, outside the battle line, a sea demon venerable was clamoring, "What's the matter? You haven't fought a venerable for such a long time. Do you think our Black Blood City has forgotten your existence? Does anyone dare to come out and fight us?" A sea demon venerable set up an array and said coldly, "If no one comes on in 100 seconds, I'll pick someone to fight. You can choose not to fight. As long as the Immortal City dares to accept a battle, I'll satisfy you among Ganfeng's subordinates." Someone shouted, "Humph! Don't forget that we almost killed a venerable on your side in the last battle." "It's only been a month, but you're already so arrogant. Watch us kill another venerable of yours," someone shouted. "Let me fight him. Boss Gan, I'll fight him. I've reached a bottleneck recently. Maybe I can take the chance to make a breakthrough." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Let me." The human venerables all looked back and were surprised to see Han Fei. Who in the Immortal City didn't know Han Fei now? The explorers who had their foundation repaired by Han Fei had already begun to spread the news about Han Fei. He repaired the foundation damage of 30,000 people in 3 days. He was the first spirit gatherer in the history of this cage to be so terrifying. Besides, it was truly horrifying that Han Fei blew up Chen Xiang with 2 punches. Therefore, when Han Fei spoke, all the venerables fell silent. And these people all knew that today, at least a venerable would die. However, they still couldn't understand why Han Fei claimed that he would kill 10 venerables within a year. Even if you were strong enough, you don't have to speak it out loud to everyone. If you keep low profile, maybe it is possible for you to kill 10 venerables within 100 years. But now, how could the other party's spies not know that? In fact, they had no idea what Han Fei's real purpose was. There were 3 reasons why Han Fei came to the Immortal City. Firstly, to harvest a group of venerables. Secondly, to check the Forbidden Island. And thirdly, to sneak into the Black Blood City. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to realize his first plan. With a swish, Han Fei appeared in front of the battlefield. Han Fei walked forward step by step. Perhaps you don't know me, but I'll fight the venerable level battle today. Chapter 1564. Why did you say just now? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In front of everyone, Han Fei walked out confidently. The realm of an intermediate venerable didn't arouse any suspicion. Han Fei's original realm was only so high. If he forcibly increased it, there was a chance that he could reach the peak of the intermediate venerable. However, then he would definitely be stuck in this realm for decades, which wasn't worth it. Seeing Han Fei coming up, the sea demons were a little puzzled too. After all, they had fought the Immortal City for tens of thousands of years. If there was a new venerables in the Immortal City, he should have shown up at the front line before. Han Fei was not a junior venerable, and they had never met him before. Therefore, many sea demons felt it was strange. If Han Fei was a junior venerable, the sea demons might not take it seriously. It meant that he had just become a venerable and was on the front line for the first time. Generally speaking, this kind of situation often happened in long history. After all, new venerables appeared from time to time. However, Han Fei was an intermediate venerable, which made them puzzled. Why was there an unknown intermediate venerable in the human race? Where was he from? Why hadn't the undercover agent reported him? At this moment, Han Fei's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many sea demons. A sea demon venerable shouted, "Hey, a newcomer, who are you?" "I don't remember seeing you in the Immortal City before." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the person who spoke. "You underestimate the Immortal City. Besides, who the fuck are you? Why do you have to know me? Howl, you're looking for death." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "All these years, I haven't seen your Black Blood City get anything from the Immortal City. You say I'm looking for death? Do you dare to fight me? Why not?" Wait, just as the sea demon was about to come up, a half-king suddenly said from the sea demon camp. This person sneered, "Young people should be tempered well. This newcomer hasn't reached the peak of the intermediate level yet, so I don't think he can understand the power of the peak. You Owl High, go fight him." Among the half-king's subordinates, a very sturdy half-merman with 3 protrusions on his head stood up with 2 big spears in his hand. Yu Owl High, this name sounded quite domineering. At this time, Yu Owl High bared his 4 fangs and snapped, "Human, admit defeat now. It's not too late for you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you can't go back." Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he looked back at Gan Feng. He seemed to be asking for Gan Feng's opinion. Gan Feng certainly knew what Han Fei meant. He nodded at Han Fei in front of everybody. Han Fei smiled and then turned his head. "How can I disgrace our human race? Let's fight." At this moment, what the sea demons didn't know was that at this moment, the 3 half-kings in the Immortal City were watching here closely. Except for Han Fei's subordinates, only the venerables knew that Han Fei had defeated Chen Xiang. At this moment, Han Fei's subordinates were all on Firestone Island. Then, if something unexpected happened, it meant that there was a traitor in the Venerable Realm. In fact, Han Fei was confident of identifying the traitors in the Venerable Realm. However, he didn't want to check the Venerables one by one. Obviously, it wasn't realistic. After all, what was a Venerable? Did they have nothing to do? Why did they have to come all the way to meet a newcomer? Therefore, Han Fei didn't plan to meet all the Venerables one by one. That would be unrealistic. In fact, doing so might alert the enemy. Although there were many sea demon undercover agents among the explorers, it was much harder for these people to leak information than Venerables. As long as they were not allowed to go to the battlefield, they couldn't spread any information unless they were desperate. At this moment, Han Fei was not worried that there would be a problem in this battle. Earlier, Han Fei had met Gan Feng after treating the wounded. The two had reached an agreement on undercover agents. Gan Feng had communicated with Han Fei with the information he had. Then, at the moment when Han Fei entered the arena, the battle arrows were on the bow. Both parties were about to fight. Suddenly, on the human side, a half-venerable powerhouse suddenly jumped up and roared. This person is the strongest spirit gatherer of human beings. He saved... Bang! Before the man finished speaking, a big hand had already grabbed him. With a bang, the surrounding sounds were quickly isolated. A half-venerable was undercover, sacrificing himself to expose Han Fei's identity. Buzz. Ganfeng's face suddenly changed as he looked around, frightening countless people. Someone secretly cursed. Fuck, why is there an undercover agent among the half-venerables? Someone was shocked. Zhou Yu is my good friend. How did he become an undercover agent? I'm screwed. This time, I'll definitely be investigated. The crowd fell into silence. At this moment, even if another half-venerable wanted to shout, he would probably be crushed by the half-king before he could open his mouth. On the sea demon's side, the half-king sat on the throne of waves and looked coldly at the field. The strongest spirit gatherer of human beings? So that's why. No wonder this person has never appeared, because this kind of person doesn't need to show up at all. However, the half-king was slightly puzzled. The strongest spirit gatherer was only a spirit gatherer. Why would a spirit gatherer come to the battlefield to fight? Although he couldn't tell what was different about Han Fei, however, the half-merman king still reminded Yu Aohai. Yu Aohai, don't hold back, try your best. Han Fei's expression turned ugly, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Although he didn't plan to hide his identity for long, Ganfeng's move was indeed very smart. Hearing the half-king's order, Yu Aohai immediately roared and jumped up. Lightning fell from the sky and was injected into two big spears, which stabbed at Han Fei. Among the humans, at the moment when Yu Aohai jumped up, a venerable reminded Han Fei, be careful, that's a lightning spear, it will turn into lightning. However, Han Fei didn't move. Since he would fight in the identity of a spirit gatherer, he certainly had to put on a full show. Han Fei raised his hand, and an array more than 10 meters was instantly condensed below his feet. An old turtle lay on the ground, vivid and lifelike. Swish quang, clang, clang. In an instant, tens of millions of lightning spears struck Han Fei's coiled turtle array. However, when this array was about to be shattered, Han Fei stomped and another coiled turtle array appeared. Hiss! Among the humans, a spirit gatherer shouted, damn, is the coiled turtle array so powerful? A venerable who was both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior was dumbfounded. Did I take the wrong path? Yu Aohai saw that Han Fei's shield armor was extremely strong and his infinite thunder failed to penetrate it. He roared and the two spears appeared in his hands again. This time, he stood in the air. At the next moment, furious waves surged. In the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. It was Yu Aohai's companion spirit, Thunder Art. The black shadow opened its mouth and a thick bolt of lightning shot out. However, the lightning wasn't directed at Han Fei, but at Yu Aohai. Yu Aohai was hit, but in the thousands of meters of seawater, he turned into a water giant hundreds of meters high, and his double spears hit the sky. At that moment, many humans were shocked. Someone said in shock, not good. Yu Aohai's blow, combined with his companion's spirit power, has reached the advanced venerable realm. Someone roared, watch out. Of course, most of the people who shouted were explorers, and the venerables just frowned. Although Yu Aohai's attack seemed ferocious, however, no matter how ferocious he was, could he be more ferocious than Chen Sheng? Even Chen Sheng was blown up by Han Fei's two blows. This Yu Aohai was nothing. In the distance, Chen Xiang came to watch the battle in person. At this moment, her face was as cold as ice, and she looked completely indifferent to the battle in front of her. Bam, bam, bam. At that moment, Han Fei set up 3 coiled turtle arrays and put on spiritual armor. Ka-ka-ka-ah. However, after the blow, faced with the rampage of infinite power, Han Fei's arrays only lasted for about 10 seconds before they were broken. At that moment, Han Fei was hit by the lightning pillar, and even the sea surface was blasted out of a deep pit with a range of more than 500 meters. Great, good job, what the hell? A mere spirit gatherer dares to fight in the front line? Is there no one left in the human race? Seeing this, Yu Aohai grinned and charged forward with his spears. However, when Yu Aohai just stepped on the sea, all of a sudden, the half-king sat straight only to see that a complicated array had appeared a kilometer away from Yu Aohai. Swish, sizzly. At that moment, the infinite lightning turned into countless knife beams wrapped in a golden light and instantly raised a storm in the array. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, Yu Aohai was instantly minced into a skeleton, with no flesh or blood left on his body. Oh. You know that I am a spirit gatherer, but you still dare to underestimate me? If you don't die, who will? Han Fei's voice echoed. At that moment, Han Fei rose from the water, enveloped by a holy light. The cracks all over his body were shrinking at a visible speed. After only 1 or 2 seconds, Han Fei's dilapidated body was as good as new. Han Fei smiled casually. You're good at using lightning, so die in lightning. The requirements for using this lightning deity slaying array are extremely harsh. You happen to have a lot of lightning power. Let me try it on you. The sea demon half-king had already jumped up and shouted, this battle is over. However, Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and there seemed to be a lightning knife light drawn out of the void in the array. Boom. With a slash, Yu Aohai's bones were shattered. His soul had long been clasped by Han Fei's void lines. At this moment, Han Fei had already had a mouthful of soul power. When a red crack appeared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a rain of blood fell. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at the sea demon, asking casually, what did you say just now? Chapter 1565, My name is Han Fei Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Every human venerable knew that Yu Aohai would die. In their opinion, xuanhuan, an intermediate peak-level venerable, came to fight a half-king, so he certainly couldn't survive. And Han Fei was quite good at pretending. He pretended to be disabled, however. As the strongest spirit gatherer of the human race, Han Fei had his injuries recover in an instant, and no one could see any trace of injury on his body anymore. Roar, sea demon thief, look, this is our human race's powerhouse. Haha, are you dumbfounded? Do you know that our human race has such a powerful spirit gatherer? Hiss! When did our immortal city have such an expert? So this is the real strength of a spirit gatherer. He simply can't be killed. Amidst the noise behind, Han Fei absorbed a lot of ownerless souls. After his soul power was consumed again, he was only less than 5,000 points away from recovery. As long as he killed 4 more venerables, he should be able to make up for it. As for vitality, Han Fei had already replenished it. However, Han Fei planned to claim that he didn't have enough vitality when he went back this time. In this way, he could get some more spiritual fruits to heal tens of thousands of people more. The sea demon, half-king, didn't expect a spirit gatherer to be so powerful. Xuanhuan's physique was not weak. However, he couldn't even block a lightning blade. The problem was that Xuanhuan, who was extremely good at lightning combat, was killed by the lightning blade in the end. How could he not be shocked? At this moment, many people looked up at the sky, watching the blood rain. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. In the past decades, human beings hadn't killed any sea demon venerables. After all, the sea demons had always taken the upper hand over humans. On the human side, those who should fight had already fought. The venerables of the Black Blood City knew the combat power of the humans very well. At this moment, Han Fei appeared as a newcomer with countless means. When he faced Chen Xiang, he used pure combat skills, and everyone could feel the ferocious power from Han Fei. However, this time, Han Fei had completely used a raise to kill an intermediate peak-level venerable. Perhaps to the explorers, this battle wasn't easy for Han Fei. However, in the eyes of the human venerable, killing a venerable was as easy as taking a stroll in the park for Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the sea demon calmly, and his indifferent voice rang in the heavy blood rain. Look, the immortal city is actually not that weak, and the Black Blood City is not that strong. You haven't seen a spirit gatherer fight before, but now I've shown you what I'm capable of. I'll let you know, you are all trash. While speaking, Han Fei waved his hand, and the surging tide collapsed, and the sea gradually returned to peace. At that moment, Han Fei stood alone in the middle of the raging sea. He seemed to form a battle line alone, looking extremely awe-inspiring. Chen Xiang looked at Han Fei and had a strange thought. Yes, up to this moment, she still didn't think Han Fei was a marshal. As a marshal, he could see the overall situation and devise a comprehensive strategy. As a general, he commanded armies in all directions and was invincible. As a soldier, he would charge, fight, and conquer. It could be said that a soldier fought with strength, a general fought with leadership skills, and a marshal fought with his wit. As for Han Fei, he didn't have any of the three. Sir Chen Xiang suddenly thought, I heard from the immortal city that Han Fei believes himself to be a human king. What if this is true? The idea flashed in Chen Xiang's head, but she didn't think further. At this moment, Han Fei was still standing in the sea, looking straight at the sea demon, half-king. I'm not leaving. Intermediate venerables, come up. No matter who challenges me, I'll accept the challenge. Han Fei put his hands behind his back and held his head high. After a pause, Han Fei grinned. Do you want to kill me? Maybe you only have this one chance. If no one comes, I'll leave. Many sea demon venerables frowned. This person was too weird. Xuanhuan had only attacked for a short while, but he had been killed by a single slash. More importantly, this person's array skills were unparalleled and could even heal him. Only someone with extremely strong explosive power could blow him up in one round. Han Fei waited for another 3 seconds, glanced at the sea demons, and said disdainfully, A bunch of trash wants to attack us humans. Stop! All of a sudden, the void was torn apart, and a long-haired young man in heavy armor crawled out of the void. Yes, crawling out, there were 8 tentacles on the lower half of the man's body, which looked like spider legs but had thick crab shell-like armor on them. The upper half of the man's body was humanoid, covered with armor that could be used as a shield. Hiss! Upon seeing this person, the countless explorers on the human side all gasped. It's a crab-eating demon, he's a lunatic, someone was angry. Damn it, why is this thing out? He eats everything. Anyone who is defeated by him is eaten by him. An undead shouted, Slaughter him. A human venerable deliberately said via voice transmission, Shall we stop here today? This person has a special identity and has the bloodline of the ancient King Crab. His defense power is astonishing, and his great Tao, Buzz. The sea demon shook the void and shattered the sound coming from behind the humans. He said coldly, Do you think it's too late to say these? The crab-eating demon sneered. Human spirit gatherer, I heard that you accept the challenge of any intermediate venerables? Han Fei shrugged slightly. Yes. The crab-eating demon's claws pricked the void and approached Han Fei. Because his claws were too fast, every time he moved his claws, flames would be produced in the air as if he were walking on fire. Han Fei raised his hand, and a spiritual energy storm formed above his body. Han Fei said, A crab. You must taste good. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw thousands of stings stabbing out of thin air. Clank, 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 clank. However, at the moment the stingers appeared, an armor shield appeared on Han Fei's body, and the 6 spirit armor with Dao patterns appeared out of nowhere. Boom, on the surface of the sea, he saw a series of arrays. In a second, dozens of arrays appeared at a dazzling speed. Coiled turtle array, soul controlling array, spirit gathering array, 6 spirit armor. There were also some incomprehensible lines that were swimming in the sea. No one knew what their effects were. With his hands behind his back, Han Fei said with a casual smile, "I'm told that you're very strong. I'd like to see how strong a crab can be." Humph! The speed of the crab-eating demon was so fast that even its body disappeared. As it spun around Han Fei, 2 bodies appeared. Han Fei sensed it and found that it was a bit like the twin divine technique. One was the original body and the other was the shadow, but in terms of strength, the 2 didn't seem to be weakened. Han Fei immediately realized that it was the special ability of this person that allowed him to have 2 bodies. This was a bit similar to xuanhuan's tertiary body. However, neither of them was as powerful as his twin divine technique. If he used the twin divine technique, he could easily bite this crab-eating demon to death. Han Fei stomped, and a gigantic turtle 100 meters long lay across the sea. The turtle roared and set up a mysterious array. Han Fei said casually, "I don't know who gave you the courage to think that you can compete with me." "Heh, arrogant human, you are indeed unparalleled in arrays. However, there are thousands of great Daos in this world. How many great Daos can your arrays break? You want to break all laws with one technique? I don't believe it." Buzz. The shadow-eating crab demon turned into a shadow, ignored the array, and directly grabbed Han Fei's shadow. At the moment the shadow passed through the array, Han Fei frowned slightly, took out the embroidery needle, and made a gesture to attack. However, Han Fei never expected that the shadow could fight his soul without touching his body. The venerables on the sea demon's side all smiled when they saw Han Fei's shadow being clasped. This time, Han Fei was dead meat, crab-eating demon's great Dao, shadow-eating. Even if Han Fei knew it, he would be caught unknowingly, let alone he didn't know it. The next moment, Han Fei stopped moving. The crab-eating demon chuckled. "Look, I'm right? You have to pay for your ignorance." The crab-eating demon's 10 blades rotated and drilled through Han Fei's great coiled turtle array. After all, this was meant to block the defense array of an intermediate peak-level venerable. As long as the attack power was strong enough, the array would be broken sooner or later. When the 10 conical crab claws were only 10 meters away from Han Fei suddenly stabbed forward. Bang! A round hole was blasted out of the crab-eating demon's body, and a large blue soul was blasted out by Han Fei. What a pity! Boom! In the sky, another red crack appeared, and the rain of blood spread. The crab-eating demon was still excited before he was killed by Han Fei's knock on the heavenly gate. He was probably the most unfortunate guy who had died in the Black Blood City so far. He had thought that the enemy would die under his hands in the next second. However, it turned out to be the opposite. Han Fei grabbed the crab demon's corpse and the sun moon shell, threw them into Forge the Universe, and said casually, "King Crab? It should taste good, everyone." The smile on the sea demon's face suddenly froze, and he stepped to the edge of the battlefield. "Who are you?" Han Fei glanced at him indifferently and suddenly grinned. "Oh, I want to challenge someone above my level. Do you sea demons dare to fight me?" The half-king suddenly thought of something. A few years ago, something happened in the Demon-Beast Union. A person named Demon Bull killed 7 venerables in 3 battles, which greatly frustrated the Black Blood City. Today, he suddenly felt something. The sea demon half-king roared, "Who are you exactly?" At this moment, Han Fei knew that he couldn't fight on. If the Black Blood City was still tricked at this time, they must be idiots. Han Fei raised his head slightly. "My name is Han Fei. Chapter 1566, Undercover Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations." Since he was sure that the half-king of the sea demons would no longer send someone to fight him, Han Fei said his real name without hesitation. Han Fei had considered using the Deathbone Sun to disguise himself as an undead, which would be easier for him to trick and kill enemies. However, he didn't know the fighting style of the undead creatures, and he had never pretended to be one before, so it would be easy for him to expose his true identity. Besides, no matter how good his acting was, with his strength, he could at most kill one more person, and then the other party would realize who he really was. Now, telling the other party's name was far more shocking than him pretending to be an undead creature. Others might not know it, but since this person was a half-king of the Black Blood City, he should know the Black Blood City's plan to invade the yin-yang world. Then he should know who he was. Sure enough, when the sea demon heard Han Fei's name, his pupils constricted slightly. "It's you? You came to the cage?" Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "Whoever offends the human world shall be executed. Tell the Black Evil Conch King that I'm here. I killed 2 venerables today to say hello to him. When my army arrives, I'll need his head." Arrogant. "Ashhole, how dare you insult our king? Humans are asking to be killed. The Immortal City is tired of living. Are they ready to start a full-scale war with the Black Blood City?" The sea demon half-king raised his arm and took a deep look at Han Fei. "I'll send your words to our king." However, the cage is different from the outside. I'd like to see how the immortal city's strength can support your arrogance. Retreat. With an order from the half-king, all the sea demons retreated like a tide receding. After all, the Black Blood City declared war on humans in the yin-yang world and ended in complete defeat. Many people hadn't been to the yin-yang world. Their knowledge of the human beings in the yin-yang world was limited to what the Black Evil Conch King had revealed, as well as what xuanhuan told them. Now, Han Fei appeared in the immortal city. Did it mean that the immortal city might have found a way to the outside world? If that was the case, how many foreign venerables were there in the immortal city? This was unknown. On the other side, Han Fei killed 2 venerables in a row. Besides, both venerables killed were peak-level intermediate venerables and weren't weak. At this time, in the immortal city, the venerables also knew that if there was something wrong with Han Fei, the Black Blood City didn't need to sacrifice 2 strong masters to bewilder them. Besides, judging from Han Fei's style of doing things today, the more casual he looked, the more easily he killed the enemies, the more powerful he seemed to be. In the end, Han Fei publicly challenged the Black Evil Conch King, and his calmness made the scalps of countless people behind him tingle. Many venerables even spoke to the 3 half-kings telepathically. Is it really appropriate for him to challenge the Black Evil Conch King like this? Someone said with a solemn expression. This person is very unconventional. We admit that he is extremely strong and talented in all aspects. However, he can only fight half-kings or below now, right? Someone nodded in agreement. The Black Evil Conch King is a fake king. There are still many half-kings in the Black Blood Royal City. If all of them come out, how can Immortal City resist them? Even the other 2 half-kings were lost in thought. Judging from their tone and their reaction after hearing Han Fei's name, they could probably feel the huge conflict between Han Fei and the Black Blood City. However, just as the other venerables suspected, the strength of the Immortal City was not just a little bit weaker than that of the Black Blood City. Now, Han Fei had only killed 2 venerables, and he already dared to challenge the Black Evil Conch King? What trump cards did he have? After Han Fei finished the 2 battles, a heated discussion broke out on the human battlefield. Some people said that we should come on strong. Some people said that Han Fei couldn't see the situation clearly, and some people were asking, what should we do next? Han Fei looked back at Ganfeng and the others and said lightly, do you think I'm too aggressive? Your strength has been drained away by the other party, seriously injuring one of your venerables every few years. Before long, there will only be undead creatures left in the Immortal City, or the Immortal City will be conquered by sea demons. You are good at defense, which is understandable, but I am good at attacking, so I need your cooperation. A half-king spoke telepathically. Do you mean that we shall defend you if you attract the attack of Black Evil Conch King? Or can you already resist the Black Evil Conch King yourself? Han Fei grinned. If the Black Evil Conch King comes, I'll kill 10 more venerables. Han Fei's lips curled, and he tore the void and went straight to Fiery Stone Island. On the Fiery Stone Island, 2 red cracks appeared in the sky, which everyone saw clearly. A rain of blood fell on the island, making them swallow hard. They knew that Han Fei was going to kill venerables. However, who the hell knew that the venerables would be killed so quickly? Soon after Han Fei left, a venerable died. After the first venerable died, another venerable died less than half an hour later. Such a speed of killing made the explorers on the Firestone Island feel a sense of hope. It seemed that it had been a long time since human beings were so aggressive. The people in the Immortal City weren't angry because Han Fei provoked the Black Evil Conch King because they thought that the Black Evil Conch King might not come. If the Black Evil Conch King was really capable of destroying the Immortal City, he would have come long ago. On the human side, since they had been hiding in this cage until now, they naturally had some ways to deal with the Black Evil Conch King. Therefore, after Han Fei killed the 2 sea demon venerables, most people chose to believe Han Fei and waited to see what Han Fei would do. There was no doubt about Han Fei's identity now. However, now that his strength had been exposed, how could he kill 10 more sea demon venerables? At this moment, many people on the Fiery Stone Island were cultivating, recovering, and sparring. However, after the first venerable died, these people all looked up at the sky. The venerables gathered in groups. Long Shi and the others stood together with complicated feelings. They were the first group of people to follow Han Fei. At that time, who could have known that Han Fei was so strong? Chen Yue looked at Long Shi and couldn't help asking, Long Shi, do you know where Marshal Han sent Hua Meng? Why hasn't he come back yet? Long Shi shook her head slightly. I don't know. Nobody knows what this Marshal Han is thinking. Hua Meng must have something important to do. On the other side, Lu Yunqian looked at this scene with complicated feelings. His frown never relaxed. Old Lu. Lu Yuntian was sitting on a big tree in a daze when he saw Wang He come to his side. At this moment, Lu Yuntian was wondering who the undercover agents were. Of course, he must not show it on the surface. He asked coldly, What's up? Wang He said with a smile, I just came to visit you. That Marshal Han is indeed arrogant, but now it seems that he is indeed strong. In a short period of time, he killed 2 venerables in a row. Who else can do that? Lu Yuntian's heart did a flip. His first reaction was that Wang He was an undercover agent. Lu Yuntian immediately thought about Wang He. In the history of the human race, only 1/3 of the venerables had never killed a sea demon venerable. The human venerables would either die with the sea demons, kill them, or be killed by them. Only 1/3 of them were heavily wounded by the sea demons. Although Wang He had never killed a sea demon venerable, he had seriously injured sea demon venerables 3 times. Therefore, he didn't seem to be an undercover agent. Besides, Wang He wasn't born into a good family. He was just born from an ordinary family. He worked really hard to get where he was today. Huh? Wait, Lu Yuntian suddenly remembered that more than 600 years ago, a super war broke out between the Immortal City and the Black Blood City. At that time, there were as many as 50 venerables who participated in the battle. After that battle, Wang He seemed to have been rescued from the battlefield. When he was rescued, he almost lost the power of blood rebirth. Since then, Wang He rarely participated in the battle. In the 400 or 500 years, he only participated in less than 10 battles before he was seriously injured again. Thinking about that, Lu Yuntian snorted. This person is strong. This should be his personality. Wang He shook his head and said, No, look at Long Shi and the other junior venerables. Now they are leading soldiers. But what about you, a high-level venerable? He is obviously, deliberately suppressing you and ostracizing you. However, I guess Han Fei wants to subdue you and make you surrender to him. After all, no matter how strong he is still inferior to you in the realm. Lu Yuntian looked at Wang He. What do you want to say? Wang He said with a smile. Old Lu, my foundation has recovered, and my strength is already at the peak of an intermediate venerable. I can't bear that Long Shi and the other junior venerables suppress you. To be honest, I want to leave. I don't want to be under this person's leadership. Oh? Why? Lu Yuntian couldn't help but look at Wang He in surprise, showing a trace of interest. Wang He saw it and thought to himself, no matter what Lu Yuntian said on the surface, he still resented Han Fei in his heart. After all, Han Fei had disrespected Lu Yuntian many times. A venerable certainly had his pride. Wang He said, Han Fei claimed that he could heal us and asked the Immortal City to give us to him as his subordinates. Although he can indeed heal our foundation damage, he also controls about 20% of the power of the entire Immortal City. What does this mean? He has only been in the Immortal City for a few days, but he has already mastered such a huge power. What is he going to do? Lu Yuntian pretended to be puzzled. He is a commander in the first place. If he wants to fight a war, he should have his soldiers. Is there a problem? Wang He shook his head. No. This person is too domineering and acts too fast. He said that he would slaughter 10 sea demon venerables. Up to now, he has already killed 2. Do you think he is going to slaughter these venerables alone? Then why does he need us? Lu Yuntian asked. Do you mean that he is going to use me next? Wang He nodded. Yes, and use you in an extremely dangerous way. This person is too arrogant, but he doesn't know the Immortal City so well. I am afraid that something will happen to him. Therefore, I don't want to be under his command. I think you don't want to live under someone else's roof either, right? Lu Yuntian was silent for a moment and was about to speak when the air above the Firestone Island trembled and Han Fei had walked out of the crack. Immediately, Wang He patted Lu Yuntian's chest. Old Lu, let's go and welcome Marshal Han. Chapter 1567, Forbidden Island Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The moment Han Fei appeared on the island, he perceived the entire Firestone Island and found that no one was missing. When he saw Lu Yuntian and Wang He together, he just scanned them with his perception, which didn't stop at all. The old turtle said, You've already exposed yourself. Why do you still keep this undercover agent? This strong master possessed the real Wang He's body. If you're not careful, it ruin your plan. Han Fei grinned. Old Yuan, don't worry, he's just a mere undercover agent and he can be very useful. In the past few days, everyone had figured out Han Fei's way. During the period of war, when Han Fei issued orders as a commander, they must not go against his will. Seeing that everyone was here, Han Fei said, all half-venerables, peak-level explorers, and advanced explorers come forward. I'll hunt 2 venerables and replenish my vitality. Today, I'll cure you. Now, Han Fei had only led them for a few days. Although they were very convinced by Han Fei, they couldn't bring themselves to say some thawing words like Marshal Han was invincible and brave. After all, this was also related to the situation of these people. In a cage, the human beings were facing a severe survival crisis. People who lived on the edge of life and death usually didn't suck up to their leaders. When they heard that Han Fei had indeed hunted 2 venerables, many people gasped. There were also people who hoped that Han Fei could cure them as soon as possible so that they could restore to their peak state and go to the battlefield early. Heaven enlightenment. Countless pillars of light descended from the sky. The noises on the fiery stone island attracted the attention of all the half-kings. Without anyone knowing, there was a desolate tomb appearing on the Forbidden Islands, and jade girls looking up. Phew, this time, Han Fei had consumed more than 3,300 years of vitality. And he had to double the effect of the Heavenly Awakening technique to reduce the consumption to more than 3,000 years of vitality. Otherwise, the vitality consumed would reach nearly 8,000 years. Han Fei remained calm on the surface. He said, Those who have recovered to their peak state are divided into 24 teams on average. Each of the venerables will lead one team. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. During this period, no one is allowed to leave the island. Han Fei had been keeping these people in check not because he wanted to hide any trump cards. The reason was that it was unnecessary. After all, the battlefield at the front line was not big and could barely accommodate thousands or 800 explorers, let alone more than 300,000 people. Therefore, since they were useless on the battlefield, they might as well not go there. As for Han Fei's so-called seclusion, he hid in his mansion, set up an array, and left the F in his black mist body. A moment later, Han Fei stood outside the Forbidden Island where the gale raged alone for a moment. On other islands, people had lived for many years and they had long been sealed and transformed into safe places. But on the Forbidden Island, everything looked weird. In this cage, when chaotic energy swept towards the island, it would be swallowed by the frequent void cracks. This caused the whistling gales on the island to be not strong. This unique space feature gave certain living space to the animals on the island. Before stepping on this island, Han Fei grabbed the 9-Palace Luck Ruler, Buzz. The scale of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler moved quickly and finally fell on the flat. This meant that this trip seemed unremarkable and fruitless. He might not even encounter any danger that others mentioned. Han Fei didn't know if it was because he had already been to the Forbidden Island once. Immediately, Han Fei pointed his finger, and a wisp of chaotic chi fell on the 9-Palace Luck Ruler. The scale of the Luck Ruler moved slightly. Auspicious. Han Fei's lips curled. This was why he was confident. With the 9-Palace Luck Ruler, as long as he had chaotic chi, he could turn the dangerous situation into a safe one. He still remembered the last time he entered the Forbidden Island, which was extremely dangerous. Especially when he went to find the Dragon Origin energy, he was almost killed. Since it was auspicious, he was relieved. At this time, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed again, and another wisp of chaotic chi fell on the 9-Palace Luck Ruler. The scale of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler moved slightly again, but it was still a bit far away from greatly auspicious. Does it need 2 wisps? Han Fei's face immediately turned green. He had already consumed 2 wisps of chaotic chi. This was the result of half a year of hard work. If the density of the power of the Great Tao wasn't high, he would have to spend 10 times more time. This meant that it would have taken him 5 years to change his luck this time. However, he had already used the 9-Palace Luck Ruler and 2 wisps of chaotic chi. He couldn't give up now, could he? Swish! Another wisp of chaotic energy fell on the 9-Palace Luck Ruler. However, the 9-Palace Luck Ruler only touched the mark of greatly auspicious and then fell back. The old turtle said, "Don't panic. This shows that it's difficult for you to reach the greatly auspicious level on this island. Of course, it's also possible that your goal is not easy to achieve. However, you have a lot of chaotic chi. Just use it." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What do you mean I have a lot of chaotic chi? Use 4 wisps at a time?" Generally speaking, it was a problem for people below the advanced venerable realm to have a total of 4 wisps of chaotic chi. Only a spendthrift like him dared to use it like this. Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw out another wisp of chaotic chi. Finally, the ruler fell on the greatly auspicious mark. Huff. Han Fei took a long breath in relief and was about to board the island when the old turtle said, "Are you going to see the monster in the graveyard?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Think it through. This ruler should just change your luck for a moment. However, that guy shouldn't be simple. How can such a huge island disappear into thin air and appear in the outside world? When you came in, the gap was so small and you had to come in with difficulty. Have you considered how this island got out?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. What the old turtle said made sense. How could such a huge forbidden island just fly out? Did the Wall of Death not exist? Han Fei suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck! Old Yuan, do you think the Wall of Death is related to that person?" The old turtle shook his head. "I can't be sure. Who knows? However, I think it probably has something to do with him." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What if it was he who set up the seal and didn't let humans go out? He might be the person who set the seal back then. Why did he set up this seal? Was it to prevent people from other heavenly palaces from entering? However, on second thought, Han Fei remembered that Xuanhuan had been here too. Also, the unknown powerhouses who were looking for xuanhuan had come too. Not all of them were kings. Even Queen Life didn't dare to step into this place easily. Why could those people come in? Han Fei felt that there must be something else. Han Fei and the old turtle suddenly said in unison, "For sealing something, slap." Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and immediately said, "Yes, that's right, it must be for sealing something. Otherwise, the existence of this seal is not so significant. Even if it is to block the enemy, there is no need to confine humans and beasts here. If that person can create such a huge seal, it should be easy to destroy sea demons." The old turtle asked, "Don't you have the vast ocean navigator?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched and then he sneered. "Old Yuan, you want me to die, don't you? Even an ancient powerhouse has to pay such a high price to seal that thing here. Do you think I can beat it?" the old turtle said. "You have the vast ocean navigator and 9-Palace Luck Ruler." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He knew what the old turtle meant. the vast ocean navigator could find things, and the Nine Palace luck ruler could change luck. When the two were combined, he could find secrets and avoid danger. Hiss! Han Fei took a deep breath. Old Yuan, what do you think of this island? The old turtle said. I think that if I have something to suppress, this island must be a place for consideration. Han Fei swallowed and took a breath. I just changed my luck. It'll be auspicious for me on this trip. Then, Han Fei activated his twin divine technique, and his white mist body stepped onto the island. Because it was too fast, several spatial cracks cut Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't care. He immediately activated the vast ocean navigator. When the vast ocean navigator pointed to the northwest, Han Fei cursed. The northwest was where the deserted tomb grassland was. It seemed that the deserted tomb didn't just exist because of the war between the ancient humans and the dragon race. There were clearly other secrets there. Han Fei murmured to himself, "It'll be greatly auspicious this time. Nothing will happen to me." With this in mind, Han Fei went in the direction of the grassland again. This time, Han Fei was different from before. Now he was already a venerable. No creatures dared to approach him when he released his suppressing pressure. Because there were too many space cracks, Han Fei didn't walk very fast. It took him half a day to arrive. When approaching the deserted tomb, Han Fei coughed. With a thought from him, an enormous king crab 500 or 600 meters long lay next to Han Fei. It was the corpse of the crab-eating demon. Han Fei dragged the crab corpse into the grassland and shouted as soon as he came in, "Senior, Han Fei from the human race has brought you food." Chapter 1568, Meeting the Deserted Tomb. Again translator, Han Yi Translations editor, Han Yi Translations. Although Han Fei had been to this grassland once, this time he came with the Nine Palace luck ruler. However, after sensing this land with chaotic heavenly secrets, Han Fei was still a little scared. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm Han Fei. I said last time that I would find you food, but when I came back, you were gone. Who am I, Han Fei? I said I would bring you food, so I must. Look at the king crab, it's good stuff. It can detoxify, nourish the marrow, and nurture blood. The crab-eating demon would have never thought that it would end up like this." Being dragged and presented as a gift for eating, Han Fei walked only 100 kilometers in. Suddenly, Han Fei looked back and found that the boundary of the grassland was gone, and his space had changed. When Han Fei looked back again, he found a deserted tomb 100 meters away. Han Fei was speechless. Fuck, why do you have to be so elusive? Can't you be normal? Han Fei was all smiles as he dragged the crab to the graveyard. While walking, he said, "Senior, you may not believe it, but I paid a huge price to hunt this crab. Look at the king crab, which is at the peak of the intermediate venerable level. Its meat is superb." Pa. Han Fei patted the king crab's claw and said, "This claw is full of meat. It's fat, huh?" Han Fei walked a few steps and found that he was not even half a meter away from the graveyard. He immediately realized that this was the deserted tomb style, so he turned his head elsewhere. Then he suddenly turned his head back. Han Fei subconsciously took a step back, because the grave was 3 meters away from him and the entrance was wide open. Fuck, isn't this creepy? I wouldn't have been so surprised if 2 butterflies flew out of it. Han Fei closed his eyes and opened them again, only to see nothing but darkness. Unlike last time when he fell into the graveyard, he walked for quite a while before he saw the figure eating lotus roots. Eating the heavenly talent of the White Shell Royal City, xiling. This time, Han Fei opened his eyes and saw a figure standing 10 meters away. Next to the figure was a big crab more than 3 meters long. Han Fei looked back. There was no more king crab around him. Obviously, it had been taken away by the figure. When he came, he deliberately made the king crab so big. After all, whether it was bigger or smaller, the energy and meat effects it contained were the same. After it became smaller, it was just that the energy and meat effects stored in the unit size became better. Crunch. Han Fei saw that the figure was holding a crab leg in each hand, eating its shell and meat together. Han Fei thought to himself, "Don't you feel a toothache?" Of course, he didn't dare ask that question. However, this figure didn't look like how he ate xiling when he ate a lot in one bite. Now he just ate a small fist-sized piece of meat in one bite. This crab should be enough for this figure to eat for a period of time. Gulp. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm here to thank you. Last time, thanks to your guidance, I broke the blood pool, opened the dragon tomb, and absorbed the dragon origin energy, which somewhat avenged you." Crunch. The Han Fei saw that the figure was chewing the crab leg while looking at him. He didn't know what was on his mind. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm here to share 2 pieces of good news with you. There are still 300 of this kind of crabs outside, half of which are even more delicious. It's said that the strongest one is only at the level of a half king. Are you interested?" Crunch, crunch, crunch. The figure continued to bite the crab leg, but this time it was much faster. Was he attracted by the number of sea demon venerables? The figure thought for a moment and then giggled, not interested. When the figure said this, Han Fei's eyes lit up. As long as this person opened his mouth, it meant that they could continue to chat. Han Fei began to think, what is this figure interested in? Of course killing dragons. This person obviously had a grudge with the dragons. The last time they met, before he left, he asked Han Fei to dig the dragon tomb, which showed how deep the grudge was. Han Fei tested him out by mentioning half-kings just now, but the figure gave no response. Could it be this big shot is a king? Han Fei made up his mind. He thought that it shouldn't be a problem to cut a claw from the dragon corpse and forge the universe, right? Well, it was just a claw. When he returned the corpse to that dragon soul, he would tell him that the claw was missing when he saw the corpse. Han Fei took out a bloody dragon claw from Forge the Universe. Buzz. This time, before Han Fei could speak, the figure had thrown away the crab leg and appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant. Two big eyeballs were already staring at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Giggle a gulp, Han Fei swallowed. This was the first time he saw the real face of this figure. At a close distance, Han Fei found that this person was very skinny and looked like a bag of skin and bones. His face was wrinkled like a mummy's, and his eyes were completely black, or, to be exact, totally dry. How could this thing be a human? Crack. The next moment, the figure opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sawtooth-like steel teeth, and bit at the dragon claw in Han Fei's hand. Crunch. Fuck. The moment the man bit the upper half of the dragon claw, Han Fei let it go, fearing that it would eat him too. Baji. Baji. Unlike eating the crab in the venerable realm, the figure chewed the dragon meat like chewing a gum. After chewing for a long time, he finally swallowed it down. Han Fei grinned and watched blood foam fall from the man's neck. This was originally a disgusting thing. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. He discovered that the dry and wrinkled skin on the mummy's face was bulging. After half of the dragon claw was swallowed by the man, his skin that was even more wrinkled than a mummy's had recovered a lot, and he looked like a regular old man with a skinny body and wrinkled face. But at least he looked like a human now. The corpse looked at him, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had become rounder, but they were dark and unfathomable. Of course, Han Fei couldn't give all the complete dragon corpses to this guy. After all, this dragon corpse was still useful to him. He would exchange it with the dragon soul for a drop of Azure Dragon Essence blood and a dragon transformation technique. Compared to giving the dragon corpse to this dry corpse to eat, Han Fei felt that it was better to exchange it for something. Han Fei quickly took out a bunch of sun moon shells and said, "Senior, let's talk nicely. I only have this section. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." However, Han Fei stuffed some dragon bones into one of the sun moon shells. He got all of this from the blood pool on the Forbidden Island. He still had a lot of them. He could just tell the corpse that the space in his sun moon shells was too limited to contain all the dragon bones. The mummy glanced at Han Fei's sun moon shells. Of course, he couldn't find anything good. There wasn't even an explorer-level sea demon in them. However, the mummy paused and immediately pointed at the sun moon shell that was stuffed with dragon bones. Bang! The sun moon shell exploded, and two dragon bones more than 80 meters long appeared in the dark cave. The mummy clasped its hands, and the dragon bones began to shrink at a visible speed. In the end, they became two bones only half a meter long. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine when he saw that the sun moon shell was blown up by a single finger. How could this mummy be so strong? If the sun moon shell was just a shell, it was naturally easy to break. However, the sun moon shell was not. It was a space and just appeared in the world in the form of a shell. You can break the void, but you can't shatter space. That was why the sea-swallowing seashell and the sun moon shell were still there even though the experts had all died in the battle. Han Fei explained. "Senior, this is the dragon bone I found under the blood pool. I thought that this dragon bone had been used for too long, or I would have given it to you immediately. Unfortunately, my storage space is limited, so I can only store 2 of them." The dry corpse chuckled and sniffed, and a red glow and great Tao energy were sucked into his body from the dragon bone. Immediately afterward, the 2 dragon bones turned into powder and disappeared. Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Isn't this fucking Chaos Key?" "No, I don't know what the red light is, but the great Tao energy is clearly Chaos Key." As for the mummy, it just sniffed and sucked back 2 wisps of chaotic chi. Han Fei was lost for words. He didn't know that he had been running around with a lot of chaotic chi. Han Fei wanted to complain to the old turtle, "I don't know, but don't you know? Or have you been keeping it a secret from me?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It seemed that he would have to study it more carefully after he looted high-end stuff. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have forged the universe. Otherwise, my dragon bones would definitely be eaten up by this mummy." Giggle, not bad. Chapter 1569 Dragon Slaying Technique Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei subconsciously licked his lips. This was much easier than to absorb the chaotic chi from spiritual energy. Only in a breath did the mummy absorb the power contained in the dragon bones. Han Fei's heart stirred. "Senior, do you still need these dragon bones? Back then, I was too weak to bring out many dragon bones from that desolate area. However, now that I've reached the venerable realm and have a lot of sun moon shells, do you need more dragon bones, Senior? If you do, I'll take a look. Although it's an independent small world, there might be some remains left. I'll see if I can get more for you, okay?" In the blink of an eye, the dry corpse had disappeared from his eyes. The crab claw that he had just thrown away had returned to his hand. Giggle, "Okay," Han Fei frowned. This guy didn't even let go of dragon bones. It seemed that there were indeed great benefits inside the dragon bones. Han Fei felt that he could go back there to take a look. Back then, he left in a hurry because he escaped for life. So, what happened to that small world? He didn't know. Now that he had the vast ocean navigator, he could try to find the entrance to that small world again. Seeing that the mummy had agreed, Han Fei immediately said, "Well, Senior, then I'll go back to check it out. If there are any dragon bones left, I'll definitely get them for you." However, just as Han Fei was about to walk away, he saw the dry corpse blocking his way. Han Fei's lips cramped. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" giggled the mummy said with difficulty. "The dragon claw. Where? Did you get it?" Han Fei calmed himself down and said with a straight face, "Senior, to be honest, that dragon claw was cut off by me after the battle with the half-king dragon. I tried my best and used all my secret techniques, borrowing the power of a strong master, and managed to upgrade to the half-king level by a few minutes. In this way, I managed to escape from the dragon. I wanted to hunt that dragon for you, but my strength was limited and I was really no match for it." Alas, crunch, 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 the mummy chewed faster and faster. In just a few words, it had chewed a whole crab claw. Obviously, the story Han Fei made up attracted him. "Giggle, where is the dragon?" Han Fei's eyes lit up with resentment. "Senior, it's just in the cage. I escaped into this cage because of this dragon, and it was the dragon who tore an opening for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter here. After I came in, I was ambushed by a fake king named Black Evil Conch King. I had no choice but to go to the immortal city of humans. However, I suspect that the dragon is still in the cage, probably within the range of the Black Blood City, because it doesn't seem easy to get out of the cage." At this moment, Han Fei was almost lying with his eyes closed. Anyway, he could just plant everything on the Black Blood City. If the dragon ran away, don't blame me. I'm telling the truth. If it doesn't work out, I'll just take out some dragon blood and make up another story. Who can tell if I'm lying or not? Seeing that the mummy was chewing on crab claws again, Han Fei added, "Oh, Senior, this dragon must be hiding within the range of the Black Blood City. I definitely have to help you find it. However, it may take a few years. After all, my strength is still limited and I can't beat it. When my strength improves again, I'll definitely hunt the dragon for you." Giggle, dragon slaying technique, teach, you, huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Fuck, teach me. Oh my god, sure enough, this trip was not in vain. As expected, the 4 wisps of chaotic chi were not wasted. The 9-palace luck ruler was really a treasure. Han Fei immediately straightened up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely not let you down. I'll definitely learn this dragon slaying technique well and become a real dragon slayer in the future." "Hey, Senior, is it that great technique you used to absorb the dragon bones just now?" Gulp, giggle, that's the dragon swallowing technique. Han Fei's mind was racing. He didn't see the dragon slaying technique, nor did he know if it was good or not. However, this dragon swallowing technique was definitely good stuff. It could absorb the chaotic chi as fast as smoking. The dry corpse approached Han Fei in the next moment, and his big, dry hand pressed on Han Fei's head. Han Fei felt that a large shadow was surging in his mind. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable great technique appeared in his mind. He took a closer look. Dragon slaying technique, see establishment realm. Introduction. This is a technique derived from the ancient dragon slaying technique, a dragon slaying technique handed down from the primeval era. It's incomplete after the vicissitudes of history. If you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, practice the mystic yellow scripture first. Deduced art, deduction cost, wine, deduction cost. Effect, use the sky and the earth as the blade. Shortcoming, practicing this technique consumes a lot of energy. You have to drink dragon blood and dragon energy to nurture your body. Gulp, Han Fei was shocked by what he saw. Fuck, what kind of joke was this? A super technique in the sky-opening realm? Han Fei thought to himself, I'm still in the venerable realm, and you gave me a technique in the sea establishment realm? Han Fei immediately knew that this dry corpse must be delirious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him a sea establishment level technique. Learning this was beyond his ability. Also, it was the dragon slaying technique. Also, if you want to practice the dragon slaying technique, you have to refine the mystic yellow scripture first. What's the mystic yellow scripture? If you want to give me something, please make sure I can use it, okay? You made me happy for nothing. If I can't use it, it's the same as not having any at all. Han Fei was about to speak, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to the grassland. The deserted tomb had disappeared. Han Fei was silent for a moment and walked out of the grassland with a determined look. There was no telling who he was putting on the show to. It was not until he left the grassland that Han Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, I gave him my dragon claw for nothing. Why did he suddenly give me a technique that I can't even practice? At this moment, the old turtle suddenly asked, What's the dragon slaying art about? Han Fei said with a black face, Humph, that's a great technique for sea establishers. I can't practice it now. Han Fei didn't tell the truth. He only said that it was in the sea establishment realm because he wanted to emphasize how extraordinary the mummy was. Han Fei suspected that he wasn't a king at all. He was very likely an emperor when he was alive. Otherwise, how could he have practiced the dragon slaying technique? As for the old turtle, he said in surprise, a sea establishment level technique. It seems that this person is indeed a king. Han Fei nodded. Yes, definitely a king. However, his thinking has long been messed up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me such a great technique. By the way, old Yuan, do you know the mystic yellow scripture? Mystic yellow scripture? After a brief stun, the old turtle said, "Well, I seem to remember that." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Do you know what combat skill this is?" The old turtle said. "This is not a combat skill, but a cultivation technique. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the human race. It's said that with it, one can produce the mystic yellow energy. However, it's definitely not the real mystic yellow energy. It might just be a shadow of mystic yellow energy." Han Fei asked, "Where can I get it?" The old turtle said, "How would I know? You should be able to find it in the Age of Gods." "But where can you find it now? I really don't know. My original body has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Why do you suddenly ask me this question?" Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. He simply said, "If I want to practice the dragon-slaying art, I'll have to practice the mystic yellow scripture first." The old turtle chuckled. "It seems that the great technique he gave you is really useless for the time being. Are you still going to find dragon bones for him?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, why not? He still has the dragon swallowing technique. Look at him. He can suck out 2 wisps of chaotic chi in 1 second. Did you see that?" "Hey, old Yuan, did you know that there was chaotic chi in the dragon bones?" The old turtle immediately denied, "I don't know. I have never been in contact with dragons. If I had known that there was chaotic chi in the dragon bones, I would have secretly absorbed it. Even if it was all sucked up by me, you wouldn't know it." Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Considering old Yuan's personality, he would probably secretly absorb the chaos chi behind his back. The old turtle said, "I think that if he is a sea establisher, you might not be able to practice the dragon swallowing technique either." "Don't mess it up," Han Fei snorted. "If I can't practice it now, I can practice it after I become a king. What a great opportunity this is. Why didn't you take it when you could?" While they talked, Han Fei flew to the blood pool. On the way to the blood pool, Han Fei looked in the direction of the Death Valley from time to time, because the Death Bone soon was shivering in Forge the Universe. It must be resonating with the Jade Girl in the Death Canyon. Han Fei thought to himself, since I'm already here, I should go check the blood pool. He should have some backup. If the mummy didn't help him, he could consider persuading Jade Girl to help him. Chapter 1570, Golden Boy Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei reached the mountain of Dragon Essence Energy, he found that it had become a beast paradise. Yes, this was probably the only land with beasts besides the 10,000 Beast Island. A few years ago, when this place collapsed, the Dragon Origin Energy escaped from here. Countless beasts died in the collapse, but there were also countless creatures who absorbed the Dragon Essence Energy. Therefore, when Han Fei came here today, he found that there were peak-level law enforcers and even explorers everywhere. There were as many as 50,000 demonic beasts. Of course, there was definitely no dragon origin energy here now. It must have been swallowed by these tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Above this collapsed place, there were space cracks everywhere. The demon beasts here only cultivated in safe places and never approached the space cracks. Han Fei pondered and said, "Old Yuan, can you still find the small world below?" The old turtle snorted. "Don't you have the vast ocean navigator? Why are you asking me? That small world has obviously disintegrated. The only thing you can try is to see if there are fragments of that small world. Don't forget, the last time you saw that huge door, there was an emperor guarding it. Now, the door and the statue of the emperor are gone." Han Fei nodded slightly. As he recalled, the gate should be at the end of the blood pool. However, the blood pool had dried up, so Han Fei didn't see the huge gate. Han Fei found the right place and grabbed, and a huge knife light appeared in the void. Chila! The collapsing mountain was cut apart by Han Fei again. A huge knife mark more than 3,000 meters long cut more than 300 meters deep where Han Fei remembered. Roar! As soon as Han Fei's knife light shot out, all the demonic beasts fled. Here, there was a super expert they couldn't defeat. Of course they should stay as far away as possible from this kind of person. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to them. In the future, when humans had a chance to cooperate with the beast race, he could find someone to take away these demon beasts. That's not right. There's no trace at all. Old Yuan, did I remember the place wrong? The old turtle said. I remember it's here. Perhaps the door you saw was originally a world entrance. Now, even the world has collapsed. How can there be an entrance? Han Fei nodded slightly. This was the only explanation. Immediately, Han Fei secretly used the vast ocean navigator. The needle quickly rotated and soon pointed to a collapsed mountain less than 100 kilometers to the west. Han Fei's eyes glittered. In a few steps, Han Fei came to the collapsing mountain. Looking around, Han Fei suddenly drew his knife and slashed. A space crack appeared, and a large piece of dragon bone was revealed in the crack. Haha, there is indeed one. Han Fei braved the turbulent void and broke into this space. When he went in, he found that there were only 18 dragon bones scattered in the space of less than 3,000 meters. Indeed, this small world had long collapsed and was no longer stable. Therefore, Han Fei only had time to quickly stuff these dragon bones into the sun moon shell before this small world exploded. As a result, Han Fei was covered in wounds before he could retreat. Tens of thousands of void cracks appeared on Han Fei's body. Even though Han Fei immediately protected himself with a Dao pattern array, he still failed to block the cutting. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was an advanced venerable, he would definitely be killed by the crazy spatial cutting. However, who was Han Fei? He had already mastered the indestructible golden body, which also gave Han Fei the ability to easily resist the void cracks. Son of a beat is Chi. It seems that even if there are fragments of a small world in this damn place, I can't just barge in. Han Fei appeared in the sky above the mountain and cast the holy light technique on himself. The flesh that was cut was recovering quickly. Huh? You can even find fragments of a small world from here? Han Fei suddenly turned his head. He grabbed at the air and slashed out a knife light condensed by a space crack. Huh? What spell is this? Han Fei took a closer look, only to see a child who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. This child was bald, but he wore a black robe, his lips were black, and there was a black spot between his eyebrows. The child extended his hand, and death aura permeated, and he blocked the attack with a black shield. Clang! An explosion and ripples echoed on the island, causing the surrounding space to crack. Han Fei squinted slightly. Golden Boy? It was Han Fei's knee-jerk reaction just now. Han Fei didn't realize that someone was coming. Therefore, before he had the time to think, he launched a counterattack. However, even this counterattack was not something anyone could take. If an intermediate venerable took it, he might have been cut into 2 parts. Han Fei asked in his heart, Old Yuan, why didn't you inform me? The old turtle said, How could I have thought that there would be someone here? Besides, this person's whereabouts are mysterious, and his strength is at least that of a half-king. Although in my opinion, a half-king is about the same as a fake one, perhaps he is a fake king of the human race. Han Fei was shocked. The old turtle's evaluation was too high. Of course, Han Fei knew that there must be a fake king in the immortal city of the human race. However, he never expected that the fake king of the human race was actually the Golden Boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Golden Boy asked calmly, Are you Han Fei? After all, knowing that he was facing an existence that was very likely to be a fake king, Han Fei felt a little uneasy. Han Fei nodded. It's me. The Golden Boy smiled casually and said in a childish voice, When the Forbidden Island disappeared, I happened to be away. When the Forbidden Island returned, this place had already collapsed. At that time, I discovered that there was a mysterious power hidden next to my home. Han Fei didn't feel any threat from the Golden Boy. Since this Golden Boy knew that he was Han Fei and was on the Immortal City's side, he probably wouldn't attack him. After all, the Golden Boy belonged to the human race in the first place. Therefore, Han Fei also relaxed and asked, And then, Golden Boy said casually, Most of the fragments of the small world have already disappeared in the turbulent void. Although I found a few fragments, these dragon bones are useless. Now, you've come to find these dragon bones. Han Fei was confused. Do you know about dragon bones? Jintong said. Many people have entered the grassland on the island, but not all of them have died there. At least, we can know the existence of dragons. But in the long history of the cage, such creatures have never appeared once. I don't know much about this race, but you should have a way to use these dragon bones, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially come to find them. Han Fei laughed. These bones are useless to me, but not necessarily to that grassland. Oh? Han Fei didn't know if this Golden Boy had seen the deserted tomb. If this Golden Boy lived on this island, he should have been there. The Golden Boy said, This is what I'm curious about. You are the only person I've seen so far who can enter the grassland at will. I guess it's not the first time you went there, right? For example, when you were outside, you asked the Jade Girl for the Deathbone Zun. Han Fei immediately retorted, Hey, let's talk nicely. She gave it to me. I didn't ask for it. Jintong shrugged and didn't argue with Han Fei. He just said casually, The Deathbone Zun is not a good thing. It's of limited use. However, since Jade Girl has given it to you, I won't take it back. I'm just curious about what's in the grassland. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in confusion. You haven't been there? Golden Boy said with a smile. Not everyone can enter that grassland, and not everyone can come out alive, especially venerables. Jintong took out a few sun moon shells and said, There are 63 dragon bones here. They are useless to me or to humans. In exchange, if you tell me the secrets of the grassland, these dragon bones will belong to you. Han Fei's heart flipped. According to what he saw, these more than 60 dragon bones were equivalent to more than 60 wisps of chaotic chi. In addition to the chaotic chi, there might be a mysterious power unique to dragon bones. This deal was not a loss. At least, Han Fei was almost certain that even if he told Golden Boy what was in the grassland, with Golden Boy's strength, he would definitely not be able to beat that figure. However, Han Fei still asked, Are you a half-king or a fake king? After a brief stun, Jintong smiled. Why do you ask this question? Han Fei said. Neither you nor the fake king are as strong as the one in the grassland. The one in the grassland is at least a king. Huh! Jintong's pupils were constricted. Impossible. There is no king in the cage. How can there be a king? Han Fei smiled and said, Since you know the news of the dragon race, you must have seen it on this island, right? Then, you should know that there was once a strong master who fought the dragon race on a grassland. The dragons died, but that one seems to be still alive. The Golden Boy was silent for a moment. I always thought what was hidden in the grassland was the secret of the cage. Now, it seems a bit different from my guess, Han Fei thought to himself. You're right, I think so too. That guy with a mental disorder can let this island freely enter and leave the wall of death. If he doesn't have the wall of death, namely the secret of the cage, it would be strange. Han Fei said, "Are the dragon bones in your hand mine now?" Golden Boy didn't respond but asked, "So, is that guy a human being?" Han Fei, "Yes. Since he needs the dragon bones, why can't I give them to him and exchange them for information in person?" Han Fei laughed and then spread his hands. "As you like." Golden Boy glanced at Han Fei and said in the end, "Forget it. If anything happens to me, the Immortal City is basically finished. Since you call yourself the Human King, I'll leave this secret to you to solve." Then Golden Boy threw the Sun Moon shell to him. Han Fei grabbed it and asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a fraud?" Golden Boy shook his head slightly. "No, because you are on the path of becoming a king." Chapter 1571, Dragon Swallowing Technique Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Through the conversation with Golden Boy, Han Fei roughly confirmed the strength of Golden Boy. He should be the fake king of the human race. His words, "If I die, the Immortal City will be finished," were enough to show his identity. As for Golden Boy, he had already confirmed that Han Fei was on the path of becoming a king. Han Fei didn't know how he figured it out. However, Golden Boy was right. Since he became an explorer, he had been actually walking on the path of becoming a king, especially after he returned to the yin-yang world. Besides, there was another reason. The human beings had struggled for too long in the cage. Now, they needed someone to break it. Han Fei's appearance did give Golden Boy hope. The strong had their own resolve. For example, Golden Boy knew that the dragon bones were good, but he still gave them to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded and asked, "Between you and the Black Evil Conch King, who is stronger?" Golden Boy said calmly, "If we fight to the death, I'll die and he'll be seriously injured." Hearing this, Han Fei nodded slightly. This answer was enough. Hearing Han Fei's question, Golden Boy couldn't help asking, "There are so many people playing with you. Killing 10 venerables isn't enough, right?" Han Fei smiled and said, "We'll see after the battle. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it." Golden Boy nodded slightly. "Okay." After that, Golden Boy turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Han Fei didn't expect to meet Golden Boy on the island in such a way. After the meeting, Han Fei immediately went back to the grassland. Half a day had passed, and he had used up the 3 opportunities of the vast ocean navigator. However, Han Fei couldn't wait. After all, the 9-palace luck ruler could be used only once a day. This meant that every day, his luck was different. It wasn't easy for him to establish some relationship with the mummy. No matter what, he had to get the dragon swallowing technique. He couldn't waste today's luck. Could he unveil the secret of the cage for the time being? He could tend to it later, however. If he got the dragon swallowing technique, his speed of acquiring the chaotic chi would definitely increase greatly. 2 hours passed. Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. As soon as he entered the grassland, he shouted crazily, "Senior, Senior, I'm back. Senior, I've got the dragon bones. Say, Buzz." Han Fei turned his head and found that the deserted tomb had already appeared. Now, when Han Fei saw the deserted tomb, he no longer felt a bit frightened. As long as he used the information of the dragon race or a large amount of food to lure the guy, he would not refuse him. Sure enough, after Han Fei blinked a few times, he had already appeared in the desolate tomb. The dry corpse was still chewing. There was only one leg of the king crab left, and even its shell was gone. So, this mummy even ate shells? Wouldn't his throat get hurt? Crunch. The mummy was chewing and looking at Han Fei. Because of the additional piece of azure dragon flesh, the mummy's body recovered a lot. Now he looked like a little old man. His eyes gradually became rounder. Han Fei was overjoyed. "Senior, you wouldn't believe it even if I told you." Above the blood pool, the small world collapsed, but fortunately, there were a few pieces left. "I took the risk of being shredded by the void turbulence and rushed in, forcibly getting 52 dragon bones for you." Not only did Han Fei not contribute the dragon bones he found, but he also deducted a dozen of the dragon bones that Golden Boy gave him. More importantly, he already knew the secret of the dragon bones. If he handed in one of the dragon bones, he would lose a wisp of chaos energy. Look at these 50 dragon bones. That's 50 wisps of chaotic chi. If he only had a little power of the great Tao, he wouldn't be able to save 50 wisps of chaotic chi in 10 years. If he didn't have enough power of the great Tao, it would take him 100 years to save 50 wisps of chaotic chi. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he was already generous enough. He had already given him 100 years of chaotic chi. Giggle. Good. The mummy casually threw away half of the crab leg. In a step, he came to Han Fei. He casually crushed the sun moon shell, and a bunch of dragon bones appeared. But in the dry corpse's hand, the huge dragon bones shrank one after another, until they became short bones several meters long. Phew, this time Han Fei saw the dry corpse open his mouth full of sharp teeth and suck, and the chaotic chi, accompanied by strange red energy, drilled into his body. After absorbing more than 20 dragon bones in a row, cracking sounds were heard from the mummy's body. The voice was very familiar to Han Fei. It was the sound of bones reconnecting. This meant that before this, many of the bones in this corpse were broken, and now he was repairing the damage to his body. At this moment, the corpse looked more and more like a decaying old man. Han Fei thought to himself, how should I mention it? Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, this mummy is delirious. Will there be a problem if I ask him for the technique directly? Thinking of the greatly auspicious divination result, Han Fei said, Senior, I'm going to leave soon. There are a large number of sea demons in the Black Blood City who protect the Azure Dragon and bully us humans. I really can't stand it. Although I'm not strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to hunt the Azure Dragon for you. By the way, Senior, I found that cultivating the dragon slaying technique requires a lot of energy. Your dragon swallowing technique is really extraordinary. Well, can you teach me, Senior? Giggle A. The dry corpse had already swallowed nearly 30 dragon bones. When he heard Han Fei ask for the dragon swallowing technique, he raised his head and looked at Han Fei for a long time. Han Fei was a bit scared and thought to himself, shouldn't I just ask for this technique? Giggle. The mummy suddenly grabbed Han Fei's head. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Han Fei only had half of his body here and the other half of it was hiding in Forge the Universe, he definitely wouldn't let the mummy grab his head. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that a great technique was transmitted into his mind again. Dragon swallowing technique, unrated. Introduction. The dragon swallowing technique is a great swallowing technique that can directly absorb the origin energy of dragons. This is a primordial art which is only effective on dragons or creatures with dragon bloodline. It can absorb dragon energy, intercept dragon's luck, solidify origin, and attract dragon power to temper the body. Deduced art, not available effect, it can swallow dragon power, dragon energy, and dragon luck. Dragon energy can refine the body, dragon power can boost the physique, and dragon luck can change luck. Shortcoming, once discovered by the dragons, they will fight the user to the death. Han Fei's eyes glittered when he saw the word unrated. Han Fei was afraid that it was a sea establishment level technique too. Then it would be useless to him. After all, he couldn't practice it yet, and it meant that he could practice it in any realm. Besides, this technique seemed to be very valuable. At least, it was very useful for his current situation. Han Fei was secretly delighted. He had finally got the dragon swallowing technique. It seemed that he didn't contribute so many dragon bones for nothing. On this island, Han Fei actually had two things to unlock. One was whether or not something was sealed or suppressed under this grassland. Could it be that this old guy was the only one in the deserted tomb? If that was the case, the vast ocean navigator pointed here just to let him see this old guy? That was unlikely. However, Han Fei didn't dare to ask this question. What if the Wall of Death happened to be sealing the mummy and this grassland? Although this didn't make sense, if someone wanted to seal this dry corpse, he could just seal it. Why did he have to seal such a huge sea area? But who knows? What if the person who set the seal thought it necessary to use this sea area to seal this old guy? If he asked now, wouldn't it remind this old guy that he was indeed sealed here? Giggle A? At this moment, Han Fei had just accepted a great technique. Before he had the time to think, he saw that the old guy only had 5 dragon bones left in his hand. The dry corpse began to breathe heavily. His body was much taller and sturdier than before. He had changed from a skinny old man into a tall and straight skinny old man. Han Fei also saw that although the old man's eyes were still a little dry, they could already move. Han Fei thought to himself, did I feed him too much? He could almost be sure that if he chopped off another dragon claw and gave it to this corpse, he might be able to restore his former appearance, and maybe even restore some of his consciousness. Roar! When the dry corpse swallowed the last dragon bone, Han Fei suddenly discovered that he was already standing at the tomb, not outside of it, but inside. The dry corpse clasped the opening of the tomb with both hands, where an invisible force blocked his way. Roar! Ka-ka-ka, Han Fei saw cracks appear in the void of the tomb and slowly spread. When the cracks became denser and larger, Han Fei saw that the mummy's skin was dry again. Han Fei thought to himself, I seem to have done something wrong. Crack. As if an invisible mirror shattered, the mummy disappeared in the next moment. Han Fei's heart did a flip and he hurried out of the tomb, only to see that dozens of meters away, the mummy's body that had just straightened up was hunched again. In his heart, the old turtle reminded him he was delirious. Fortunately, he consumed too much power to break the barrier of the tomb. However, from today on, the tomb can no longer trap him. Buzz. The old turtle had just spoken when the mummy suddenly turned around and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Old turtle, can't you wait a moment? Why are you nagging in someone else's territory? The dry corpse seemed to remember Han Fei. After a moment of confusion, he asked, Who am I? Han Fei was shocked. Has the old guy become fluent in speech? Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior, you are a dragon slayer. The dry corpse trembled. Yes, slay the dragon, where is the dragon? Han Fei swallowed and immediately said, "The dragon was protected by the Black Blood City. The Black Blood City wants to eliminate the human race." The dry corpse roared, "How dare they?" Then Han Fei saw that the man was madly rushing to the edge of the grassland. Boom! In an instant, from the arrays on the grassland, purple chains suddenly emerged. These chains immediately clasped the corpse. Immediately afterward, there were countless purple lightning strikes. In a moment, infinite purple lightning rumbled out and swept across this world indiscriminately. Although these lightning bolts were all directed at the mummy, there were occasionally electric arcs hitting Han Fei. With just one electric arc, Han Fei felt half of his body go numb. As if he couldn't be killed, the dry corpse struggled and shouted, "You are not dead." "I know you are not dead. You want to seal me here? In your dreams?" Bang! Han Fei saw that the corpse was struggling and the purple chains were collapsing one after another. But suddenly, a purple line hit Han Fei. In an instant, Han Fei's body collapsed, twin in one. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly disappeared from the grassland. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he was shocked. He boarded the island without hesitation and flew to the grassland again. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Why are you still going back there when you're already out?" Han Fei ignored the impact of the void cracks and accelerated crazily, saying casually, "Who did he say is not dead? It must be about the secret of the cage. I have to go there." This is not crazy talk. Let's see what else he can say. Chapter 1572, Secret of the Mummy Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When he came back, Han Fei was also thinking, what level of power was that just now? He was only struck by a bolt of lightning, but his white mist body was blasted out. Han Fei couldn't be sure of the level of the lightning. However, the power of the purple lightning definitely exceeded the combat power of the so-called half-king. After all, Han Fei had borrowed the combat power of a half-king, but it was far less powerful and terrifying than the purple lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, fuck, isn't this greatly ominous? Fortunately, I was cautious. Even if it showed greatly auspicious, I came in with my white mist body to check it out. So, even if my white mist body was shattered, it wouldn't kill me. 10,000 kilometers was not long at all for Han Fei. However, when Han Fei finally came to the periphery of the grassland, he was already torn all over by the void cracks. His ultra-quality battlesuit had been completely shattered. On the grassland, it looked very peaceful from afar, as if nothing had happened. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is it over so soon? Just now, there was still a shocking purple lightning. But now there was nothing left? Or is it over? Of course, when he really set foot on the grassland, Han Fei dared not be careless. After all, he had lost 200 years of vitality just now. Therefore, Han Fei activated his white mist body again. In order to prevent any accidents, Han Fei set up coiled turtle arrays one after another and finally condensed a super large coiled turtle array. In addition to the great coiled turtle array, Han Fei also set up an 8-trigram life-locking array to lock his life. After doing all this, Han Fei stepped into the grassland again. However, as soon as he stepped on the grassland, he saw purple lightning surging all over the sky. Hiss, so only by entering can I see it. At this moment, the dry corpse-like old man was holding a blade and attacking the purple lightning horizontally. Han Fei didn't know where the blade came from, but when he grabbed it casually, a yellow knife light burst out of his hand. The knife light easily cut the purple lightning. At this moment, the place Han Fei entered was still at the edge, so at this moment, no purple lightning could hit him. The corpse was behaving crazily and roared, "Do you think you can trap me? I will return and slaughter you one day." Han Fei was very sure that this old guy was crazy. However, there seemed to be a great secret hidden in his crazy words. In the sky above the grassland, purple lightning was surging. The old guy was struck by several lightning strikes, but he seemed to be fine. Han Fei frowned. Is this old guy so strong? Even my white mist can't withstand this purple lightning. But this old guy seems to be at ease. What level was the power of the purple lightning? It was at least in the half-king realm. However, even such purple lightning could be shattered by a single slash from the mummy. Sometimes, when a blade swept towards him, Han Fei had to flash quickly. If he didn't dodge it, he would definitely be killed. Just now, the mummy must have consumed a lot of energy when it opened the tomb. Now, the lightning didn't seem to weaken at all. The two parties were locked in a stalemate for a long time, and the old man seemed to be a little weak and withered again. Obviously, he failed to break the seal on the grassland. After a long time, the purple lightning was obviously weakened, but the old guy seemed unable to resist it. Han Fei had been watching by the side, wondering if he should help this dry corpse-like old guy. If he just let this old guy be sealed, it was unlikely that he would continue to gain benefits. Frowning, Han Fei immediately threw a sun moon shell over and shouted, "Senior, tell me how to break this seal. Also, who is still alive? What secrets are under this grassland? I'll do my best to get you out." As soon as the dry corpse saw the sun moon shell thrown at him, he instantly appeared in front of the sun moon shell. Crack! 10 dragon bones appeared, and the mummy took a deep breath, swallowing more than 10 wisps of chaotic energy and red unknown power. At that moment, the mummy perked up and shouted again, "Cunning evil dragon, when I get out, I will tear you into pieces." The mummy used his hand as a knife and kept slashing. As he slashed the purple lightning, he shouted, "Evil dragon, you killed hundreds of millions of human beings. When I go out, I will use all my strength to wipe out your dragon race." Huh, dragon race? Dragon race slaughtered hundreds of millions of human beings. Is that why this person hates the dragon race so much and wants to kill dragons? After another 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that the dry corpse couldn't hold on anymore, so he shouted again, "Senior, I'll help you kill the dragon, but you have to tell me something. What secrets are there underground in this grassland? What secrets are there in this cage?" As if knowing that he couldn't fight anymore, the corpse turned to look at Han Fei. With this look, Han Fei suddenly felt that the entire world was still. Han Fei felt that the picture in front of his eyes changed, and he appeared in a strange world he had never seen before. At first, Han Fei was high up in the sky, but now the scene was changing. In the territory of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, countless humans were busy. Countless trivial pictures flashed by. However, Han Fei saw 100,000 strong men practicing in a huge square. These people were bare-chested, brawny, and sweating profusely. Their chests and backs had identical dragon patterns. In Han Fei's perception, since they liked dragon patterns so much, dragons must be their faith and totem. In fact, it was true, because Han Fei saw a grand sacrifice. At the ceremony, the drums were like thunder, and countless people were praying, shouting, and offering sacrifices to a huge azure dragon sculpture. The pictures flashed again. Han Fei passed through various towns and cities. The layout of these places was somewhat similar to the yin-yang world. The streets were bustling with people. However, this didn't seem to be the point, because Han Fei saw a zigzagging city floating in the sky. In an instant, a wave of gloominess came over. Han Fei raised his head again, only to see an azure dragon tens of thousands of meters long tearing the sky and earth with its claws, spewing out gales and sword rain, doing its best to slaughter the city below. There was more than one such azure dragon. When Han Fei saw this scene, he was a little frightened. Wait, they like you so much and even offer sacrifices to you? Why are you slaughtering them? The azure dragons killed countless humans as they opened and closed their mouths. The distant mountains collapsed and the city was filled with smoke. Above the hanging sky city was the heavenly palace. It was in pieces and smoke was everywhere. At this moment, Han Fei realized that this was one of the 36 immortal palaces. The winding sky hanging city just now was like a dragon body, but Han Fei hadn't seen the part of the dragon head. But this big city above the 9 heavens, when it tilted down, was clearly a dragon head. Dragon subduing world? In Han Fei's mind, he immediately thought of the dragon-subduing world that Old Han had once mentioned. However, it seemed to be different from the dragon-subduing world that Old Han mentioned. Old Han said that the dragon-subduing world represented and believed in the legendary ancient dragons, but in fact, dragons had never appeared. However, it was clearly not right now. If this wasn't the dragon-subduing world, where was it? In the entire 36 mystic worlds, only they had contact with creatures like dragons, even if it was just as a spiritual belief. Offer sacrifices? Han Fei suddenly thought of something. How did the old turtle come back then? He summoned the old turtle when he cultivated the majestic mystic spell to the extreme. At that time, the old turtle was so intimidating as if he could kill him at any time. The people of the dragon-subduing world had probably encountered something similar. However, they were not as lucky as him. The dragons that should have disappeared from human sight reappeared for some reason. Besides, these azure dragons were not friendly. They were slaughtering the people of the dragon-subduing world. Immediately afterward, the picture turned into all kinds of chasing battles. The battle between humans and dragons began. From this picture, Han Fei saw a young man walking out of the collapsed heavenly palace. The young man visited everyone and asked for help, only to be repeatedly refused. After all, the battle between the humans and the dragon race didn't affect the other heavenly palaces. This young, strong master might be a king. Although he didn't receive much help, he didn't want to be outdone. He led a number of strong masters to start a dragon-slaying career. Han Fei even followed the young man to a ruin. Han Fei saw the fish-skin books in the young man's hand. There were dragon-slaying technique, mystic yellow scripture, and the dragon-swallowing technique, etc. Seeing this, Han Fei realized that these things were not from this person, but from some kind of ruin. The last thing Han Fei saw was the young man leading human powerhouses to chase an azure dragon to a desolate sea area. They discovered the Wall of Death. Wait, Han Fei was shocked. The Wall of Death had existed before these people and the azure dragon came? Yes. In theory, the dragon-slaying heaven and the yin-yang world were established at the same time. If this person was from the dragon-subduing world, then the era he was in was about the Age of Doom. In fact, Han Fei knew that although the 36 heavenly palaces were once allies, things had more or less changed. For example, the yin-yang world and the water-wood world had moved away. For example, there must be something wrong with the golden crow world. Otherwise, why would the fire tree descend on the water-wood world? And for example, the king of the dragon subduing world went mad. Also, his mother clearly told him that the heavenly palaces like Supreme Clearness Palace and Infinity World were enemies. For a moment, Han Fei felt that his head was swelling. The sea demons and the dragon race destroyed all the races in the world. Why are you fighting each other? Although Han Fei had thought a lot, he couldn't change history. At this moment, the young man's story didn't seem to be over yet. The young man and the azure dragon were thrown into the wall of death, both heavily wounded. In the end, the young man led his subordinates to dismember the azure dragon. He performed a certain mystic grand technique and forcibly swallowed the dragon's body, which looked like a snake swallowing an elephant. Then, the young man placed the dragon head to the south and the dragon tail to the north so that the dragon's body would be separated forever. By doing so, the young man probably meant that even if I died, I won't let you off. I will make sure that your body would be separated forever and could never ever be reconnected. Han Fei thought to himself, this old guy is really ruthless. However, the plot was reversed. While the young man was dying, a wisp of the dragon's soul was still alive. While the young man was dying, he launched a sneak attack and killed the young man's subordinate and suppressed him under the grassland. The young man burst into fury, regretting that he failed to kill the azure dragon. Therefore, he used all his soul power and strength to seriously injure the azure dragon's soul. Unfortunately, this still failed to completely kill the azure dragon. The soul of the azure dragon escaped out of the cage. The furious young man died with his eyes wide open. He set up a weird altar that attracted infinite darkness. In the end, he, as well as his subordinates who had just died, all turned into undead creatures. Upon seeing this, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So, this mummy is already an undead creature? But hell, it didn't look like an undead creature at all. Chapter 1573, Conjecture about the Undead Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. This might be the dry corpse's story. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't even know his name, nor did anyone write it down. After all, there was no sound in the picture, so he probably used voice transmission. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know. However, Han Fei could tell that this corpse must be the owner of the dragon-subduing world, a real king. After all, the dragon-slaying technique was in the sea establishment realm, which undoubtedly proved his identity. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found that the lightning arcs around him had weakened. Although this was an array set up by the dragons, which was of a higher level, no matter how powerful the array was, it still needed strength to maintain it. This cage could only constantly absorb power from outside and deprive the mummy of the chance to obtain energy. Only in this way could it restrain the mummy, and the dry corpse also had special means. He refined the deserted tomb into his own and made it his home, although he was imprisoned at home and had to break the seal to leave home. However, Han Fei's appearance broke the balance. After all, Han Fei had just fed the corpse a lot of chaotic qi. At least, in Han Fei's view, it was a lot of chaotic qi. Besides, Han Fei had just fed him a piece of real dragon meat. Han Fei's help seemed to have given the mummy the power to break the rules. Therefore, he had just broken free from the restraints of the deserted tomb and walked to the grassland. At this moment, the lightning arc had weakened, but the mummy didn't have much power left either. Buzz, the dry corpse seemed to be unable to persist any longer. His voice became hoarse and intermittent again. One day I will return. At this moment, Han Fei naturally didn't intend to destroy the arrays on the grassland. After all, no matter how weak the lightning power was, it was at least in the sea establishment realm. If he went up, he would just lose his head. Besides, Han Fei wasn't sure what this old guy would do after he released him. Maybe he would fight his way into the Black Blood City. Of course, he was more concerned about killing dragons. He would definitely search the world for the Azure Dragon. At that time, if he broke free from the cage or destroyed the Wall of Death, this was something Han Fei couldn't accept. Therefore, Han Fei simply shouted at the mummy who was about to enter the tomb, "Senior, I'll definitely try my best, find the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon and try to kill it as soon as possible." Hearing Han Fei's words, the dry corpse reached out and pushed Han Fei out of the grassland, and he fell back into the crack of the deserted tomb. Leaving the grassland, the old turtle couldn't help saying, "You actually successfully deceived him. Just now, you seemed to be in a strange state. What happened?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's just some stories about this person. It happened after the Age of Doom. You won't know even if I tell you. I have something important to ask you. Let's go back to the Firestone Island first." Han Fei didn't want to stay here for long. Although the information he learned today was shocking enough, it was just the grudge between the mummy and the dragon race. Furthermore, this happened after the Age of Doom. At least, Han Fei knew that the existence of the Wall of Death was not because of the mummy, nor was it because of the Azure Dragon. He still didn't find out why the Wall of Death existed from here. However, even so, the vast ocean navigator was clearly pointing here. Han Fei didn't think that the vast ocean navigator made a mistake. The young man and the Azure Dragon must choose this grassland for a reason. The young man chose to die here after slaying the dragon. Unfortunately, many unexpected things happened, and he didn't want to die. So he used some method to cause the death energy to descend, cultivated an undead technique, and became an undead creature. In Han Fei's memory, death energy should only be produced in endless wars, right? However, where did death energy come from this grassland? After all, it was not Death Valley here. Another point was that since this corpse had transformed into an undead creature, his former subordinates should have also become undead creatures, right? Firestone Island. The moment Han Fei returned to his mansion with his black mist body, he didn't immediately practice the dragon swallowing technique, but asked, "Old Yuan, tell me the truth. If a person cultivates an undead technique, how long can he live after becoming an undead creature?" At present, Han Fei's understanding of lifespan was only limited to humans. Most venerables' life would be declining after they were 5,000 years old. Since their life started declining, their strength would plummet. It could be said that every battle would accelerate their deaths. Even if Han Fei embarked on the path of the heaven enlightenment, it would only increase his lifespan to 10,000 years. Perhaps only special races like the water immortal could live for 100,000 years. The old turtle couldn't help asking, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Han Fei said. "The dry corpse didn't come to this island until he came into the wall of death. It was he who summoned a large amount of death energy and transformed him and his subordinates into undead creatures. What do you think?" Han Fei's meaning was very clear. Golden Boy had given him so many dragon bones. Could it be that these dragon bones were really useless to him? Or he knew that the grassland was suppressed by an array, so he didn't dare to enter that grassland at all? Even if Golden Boy was a fake king, he wasn't as powerful as the mummy who could resist the purple lightning. If the mummy didn't save him, he would be killed the moment he came to the grassland. Han Fei was very suspicious that Golden Boy and Jade Girl were both the mummy's subordinates. Therefore, they stayed on this island. "Wait, you mean that person is an undead creature?" the old turtle immediately said. "Impossible. It's impossible for me not to know if a person is an undead creature or not. That person can't be an undead creature. If he is an undead creature, why does he need to eat? Undead creatures rely on death energy to cultivate. Theoretically speaking, the more deaths there are, the stronger they will be. This is why the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Union broke with each other. Because undead creatures, what they like to see most is death. However, they also have consciousness and know that they were originally humans, so they don't want humans to be wiped out." Han Fei was stunned for a long time. He is not an undead creature? Wait, Han Fei saw the corpse summoning death energy. Han Fei also saw the dry corpse trying to transform into an undead creature. However, what he saw was only an image, a fragmentary memory. He didn't see everything. Now that the old turtle said this, Han Fei was a little unsure. Han Fei turned his head and asked again, "Old Yuan, how long can a king live? Can a king live 100,000 years? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, 100,000 years? I felt that I could live more than 1,000,000 years after I reached the sea establishment. 100,000 years is nothing." Han Fei cleared his mind and asked again, "Then let's not talk about the corpse now. Let's talk about Golden Boy and Jade Girl. You said that Golden Boy is at most a fake king, right? Do you think they can live tens of thousands of years?" "Human beings can't." The old turtle said leisurely, "What if I tell you that undead creatures have no lifespan at all?" "No lifespan?" The old turtle chuckled. "Think about it. They are dead creatures in the first place. As long as there is death energy, they can survive and grow. When there is enough death energy, they will grow. When there is not enough death energy, they will weaken. Or, when there is not enough death energy, undead creatures can swallow each other. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the more they swallow, the stronger they will be. Of course, there must be a continuous supply of death energy, and when they have no death energy, their souls will be completely gone after they die." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Is it so horrible? They have no lifespan but only life and death?" The old turtle snorted. "Yes. Generally speaking, undead creatures are incompatible with each other. They will try to swallow each other and make themselves grow. You humans are special because living people are together with dead people, and you have a common enemy. If the undead don't fight, living people will die too. In the end, everyone will become undead creatures and try to kill each other, which will be meaningless." Gulp Har Han Fei swallowed. "So, Golden Boy and Jade Girl are probably left behind by the corpse?" The Immortal City had enough conditions to supply the undead. There were battles every day and every year. Wasn't that enough? However, the old turtle suddenly said, "I didn't care about that. Whether he was left behind by the dry corpse or not, they are still human beings. Although he gave you the dragon bones, you gave them all to that dry corpse, which was to help them. Now, you can let the dry corpse out as long as you want." Han Fei shook his head. "No," the old turtle said. "I know you don't want to. Based on the situation of the corpse, although he is not an undead creature, he is not a normal king. With his conditions, if he doesn't become an undead creature, he should have died long ago." Slap. Han Fei slapped his thigh. "That's right, he should have died a long time ago. But look at him. He can eat, drink, and fight. How does he look like he's going to die?" the old turtle said leisurely. "It's possible if he has been sleeping. He just wakes up in need and seals himself in his tomb most of the time. With the qualities of a king, he can indeed survive. If he can escape from here, he can possess a random person or reincarnate and cultivate again and still have a chance to rise again." Han Fei frowned. "Doesn't that mean a king is immortal?" the old turtle sneered. "Who can be immortal? There are limits. The limit of reincarnation is usually only 3 times. As I told you, most people can't achieve it the second time and can only reincarnate once." Han Fei shrugged. "That's true, but this is still too unbelievable. If he cultivated to the king level, then he could reincarnate and become a king again, and it was very likely that he could go further." Confirming the problem about the undead creature's lifespan, Han Fei focused his attention on the azure dragon. Obviously, the Azure Dragon had run away. Since he had run away, Han Fei had to suspect something else. Was the dragon corpse in Forge the Universe the one the mummy had been chasing? Chapter 1574, Ninth Heavenly Master, Han Fei Translator, Han Ye Translations Editor, Han Ye Translations. Han Fei had to think about it. Judging from the time, it was after his mother caught the dragon and made it guard the Heavenly Palace, namely after the Heavenly Palace was moved here. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence? Even the old turtle, the Emperor of the Age of Gods, had never seen a dragon before. Old Han had also said that dragons were just the totem of the dragon, subduing world. However, it just so happened that in this cage, there was a battle between humans and the dragon was still alive. He remembered that his mother once said, "Back then, this dragon traveled through the void and picked up treasures in the void." As it happened, it encountered the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye and was almost killed. If it weren't for my help, it would have died. From a different perspective, the Azure Dragon tried to fly through the Great Void to escape, only to encounter the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Already seriously injured, it was almost killed, but his mother saved it. However, his mother saved it with a purpose. She wanted it to guard the origin water. That was why the legend about the dragon race appeared. In fact, there was only this one dragon from the very beginning. Han Fei was shocked by his idea. If that was true, then this ancient Azure Dragon corpse might be the one the mummy was chasing. This Azure Dragon had destroyed the dragon, subduing world and committed heinous crimes. If his guess was correct, it was impossible for him to return its body to it easily. Of course, however, there was no absolute. However, the dragon, subduing world, used to worship dragons as their totem. Why was it that when a true dragon appeared, they became enemies? Han Fei didn't know the reason. Han Fei thought for a moment. Maybe he should turn to Golden Boy and Jade Girl for answers to some questions. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei recovered his vitality but didn't start to learn the dragon swallowing technique. Han Fei was still waiting for the reaction of the front line. Now, Han Fei wasn't worried at all. The Black Blood City would come for revenge, and he didn't believe that the Black Evil Conch King would come in person to kill him. The Black Evil Conch King was a cautious person. Back then, the Sea Demon Sage realm was definitely not created overnight. It had probably been set up for 100 years. If it hadn't been seen through by Han Fei in advance, the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't have attacked the Scattered Stars Island immediately. Even if he was to fight, he intended to fight when he was well prepared. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King was a smart conch. If Han Fei appeared in the Immortal City, he would definitely consider, since Han Fei is here, will others come too? Since Han Fei is here, why does he kill Sea Demon Venerables with such a high profile? What was Han Fei's purpose? Obviously, it was to draw him over. With these potential factors, Han Fei was sure that the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't come, at least not now. Although the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't come, Han Fei estimated that he would send someone to take a look. After all, it was impossible that they would mobilize a group of people to strengthen the defense line just because a random person claimed to be Han Fei. The next day, Han Fei was repairing the foundation of some junior explorers when Ye Qian appeared beside Han Fei with a swish. Ye Qian said, "Someone from the Black Blood City is here and wants to see you." Oh, Han Fei smiled. "Everyone is free to travel on the island, but as I said before, you are not allowed to leave the island without my permission." A moment later, on the fourth island, Han Fei heard someone shouting, "Where is Han Fei? Come out and meet me." When Han Fei saw the person, he immediately sneered. This was a person he had met once, xuanhuan. As a newcomer to the Immortal City, all of Han Fei's current actions were watched by those strong masters. Everyone wanted to see what waves he could cause. Buzz, Han Fei appeared in the sea facing xuanhuan and said leisurely, "You're just a stray dog. You even sacrificed your cultivation to escape from me. Who gave you the courage to confront me today?" xuanhuan was about to continue yelling when he suddenly saw Han Fei's face. His face changed slightly. It was really this guy. Yesterday 2 venerables died in a row and the Black Evil Conch King was furious. In recent years, nothing went well. In just 2 years, 9 venerables from the Black Blood City had died in the cage. This blow was too heavy. After all, there weren't many venerables in the entire Black Blood City. Xuanhuan, it's really you? Ganfeng and the other human venerables were looking at the field quietly. They saw that Xuanhuan didn't seem to be lying. Xuanhuan said, "My king asked me to tell you that you and everyone in the Immortal City prepare to face my king's fury." Han Fei tilted his head and smiled. "Anything else? Why didn't he come to tell me himself?" Xuanhuan snorted. "You're not qualified to meet my king." "Ha ha ha, really? I remember I killed many of his projections, right?" So those were not his projections but ironhead fishes. On the side of the Immortal City, many people were shocked to hear that. They had always known that Han Fei had killed a half-king, but it was said by Han Fei himself. Because Han Fei could completely crush Chen Xiang, they chose to believe him. But now it seemed that this matter was true. Han Fei killed the projections of the Black Conch King. Even if they were only projections, they were the Black Evil Conch King's projections. For a moment, many people looked at Han Fei in a different way. It seemed that this guy's strength was even greater than what he said. Xuanhuan's face turned green and black. This Han Fei was as arrogant as ever. However, it was this guy who destroyed the big plan of the Black Blood City. They must kill this guy. However, Xuanhuan knew why he was here. He was here to confirm Han Fei's identity, not to challenge him. Therefore, facing Han Fei's mockery, he just sneered. Xuanhuan shouted, "People from the Immortal City, our king has ordered you to hand over Han Fei within 3 days. Otherwise, the Black Blood City and the Immortal City will start a full-scale war." Ganfeng replied indifferently, "Go back and tell the Black Evil Conch King that human beings are never afraid of fighting. If you want to fight, come on." Han Fei couldn't help but look back at Ganfeng. This person was quite decisive, not even hesitating. Since the Half-King had said so, the other venerables and explorers followed suit. Fight, 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 fight. After Xuanhuan left, Han Fei and Ganfeng looked at each other. After exchanging a glance, Han Fei returned to the Firestone Island. As soon as he returned to the Firestone Island, Han Fei left quietly again. At first, Han Fei didn't want to enter the Forbidden Island. He seemed to be able to see that there seemed to be a huge secret buried deep under the ground of the Forbidden Island. However, Ganfeng's behavior today was too abnormal and too straightforward. The Immortal City and the Black Blood City to have a full-scale war? Theoretically, it was impossible. Even if another 20 venerables died in the Black Blood pool, human beings still couldn't defeat them. Therefore, the Immortal City had to have a lot of courage to accept the challenge. Besides, they had to have enough trust in him. Outside the Forbidden Island, Han Fei stood on the shore. With a flip of his hand, the Deathbone Sun appeared in his hand. Woo woo woo. Han Fei thought for a moment and began to play the Zun. When a sobbing rhythm sounded from the Deathbone Zun, after about 100 seconds, the void was torn apart, and Golden Boy walked out of the void with a smile. Golden Boy said in a childish voice, "We met again so soon." Han Fei's eyes were shining as he stared at Golden Boy. In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator turned slightly and pointed at the Golden Boy. Although Han Fei had expected this, he was still relieved to see the real answer. Han Fei said, "Are you from the 5th Heavenly Palace, the Dragon Subduing World?" When hearing the words, Dragon Subduing World, even Golden Boy, who was as strong as a fake king, slightly shivered. Golden Boy lowered his arms and looked at Han Fei seriously. "It seems that you've met the Palace Master?" Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "I almost couldn't come out." "Therefore, you don't dare to enter that grassland because of the purple lightning array on the grassland, whose single lightning bolt can kill ordinary intermediate venerables. Even peak venerables can't withstand several attacks of the array." Golden Boy said with a smile, "I knew you had met the Palace Master when you went to find the dragon bones. You survived the Palace Master's attack and made it out safely. More importantly, you won the trust of the Palace Master. You are definitely not an ordinary Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei grinned. "Why did you say so?" Golden Boy said. Chen Sheng used to be the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, but she didn't even know the Yin-Yang world. She didn't even know her own territory, let alone the Dragon Subduing World. "However, you know that I'm from the Dragon Subduing World and even know that we are ranked 5th. You're out of Chen Sheng's league based on that alone." Han Fei sneered. "Maybe I learned it from your master?" Golden Boy shook his head. "There is indeed a big array in the grassland, and there are also murals left behind by us. However, our origins have never been mentioned there. At that time, our Palace Master was already half crazy, and the Purple Dragon Array had already erupted. Before we finished engraving the murals, we had all died. In the end, the Palace Master offered his own soul and flesh as a sacrifice and used a forbidden technique to summon the undead mist, transforming all of us into undead creatures." After that, Golden Boy looked at Han Fei solemnly. "Let's get to know each other again. My name is Golden Boy, from the Dragon Subduing Heavenly Palace, and I'm the left guardian of the Palace Master. Well, don't tell me you're the Supreme Commander anymore." Han Fei smiled faintly. "You can see me as the next Heavenly Master of the Yin-Yang world, the 9th Heavenly Master, Han Fei." Golden Boy was obviously stunned by what Han Fei said. After a long time, he said, "If you don't become a king, how can you become the Heavenly Master?" Han Fei said leisurely, "I'm a reserve Heavenly Master." Golden Boy, Chapter 1575, A Dangerous Place in the Cage. Chapter 1575, A Dangerous Place in the Cage. Translator, Han Yi Translations. Editor, Han Yi Translations. Han Fei revealed his identity because he needed to cooperate with the Golden Boy at this critical moment, and he also wanted to get some information from the Golden Boy. Since he wanted cooperation, there had to be a basis for cooperation. Therefore, for the first time, Han Fei negotiated with Golden Boy as the master of the Yin-Yang world. The two looked at each other for a moment, and in the end, Golden Boy smiled. "Okay, you didn't come to me just to tell me your identity, did you?" Han Fei said. "If I hadn't come to you, you wouldn't have come to me." Golden Boy said with a smile. "At least, I don't intend to talk to you for the time being. Those dragon bones can only be used with our dragon, Subduing World's unique technique. Therefore, you must have handed them all to the Palace Master." However, he still hasn't come out, which means that the dragon bones are not enough, Han Fei thought to himself. "As long as I want, I can release the mummy now." The Purple Dragon Array was nothing more than the accumulation of power from outside the array after the endless years. Now, the deserted tomb had been broken. As long as the mummy had enough dragon bones, it should be able to break this array. Of course, Han Fei would never tell Golden Boy that the mummy was a time bomb for him, and that he would never let it out before he could control it. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What's the name of your master?" Golden Boy didn't hide it at all. He simply said, "My lord, xuanhuan means dragon subduing." Han Fei couldn't help but sweat. This name is really not creative at all. Dragon subduing world, xuanhuan sounds like a brawny man. Han Fei said, "Okay, since you don't have anything to ask me now, let me ask you first. First of all, what secrets are under this island?" Golden Boy didn't answer him directly, but said, "It's not that I don't want to ask you anything. You said that you were the reserve 9th Heavenly Master. Then, as long as you can do one thing, Jade Girl and I, as well as the entire Immortal City, will stand by your side unconditionally." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "You mean, help your master out?" Golden Boy nodded slightly. "That's right. The Palace Master's strength is beyond our reach. As long as we can break the Purple Dragon Array and save him out, a mere Black Blood City won't be a problem at all." Han Fei quickly replied, "Let's not talk about whether or not I have the ability to save him for now. Even if I can save him, as you said, when you died, he was already half crazy. And when I saw him, he had completely gone mad. He only knew about killing dragons. How can there be a dragon in the yin-yang world? I'm afraid that before the dragon is killed by him, the yin-yang world will be destroyed by him." Golden Boy's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. "Perhaps the Palace Master is crazy about slaying dragons, but he will never attack humans." Did you know that the Palace Master wanted to slay the dragon because the dragon slaughtered countless humans? Han Fei couldn't help looking in the direction of the Death Valley. The one who was speaking should be Jade Girl. Golden Boy made a gesture. "You've been to Death Valley. You should know that it's safe there." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at Golden Boy. Safe? That place is full of death energy. If it weren't for the fact that we have a cooperative foundation, Death Valley was one of the most dangerous places in the cage. How can it be safe? However, Han Fei still nodded slightly. He had met Jade Girl once and even threatened her to give him a death bone soon. After a while, in the Death Valley, bones were everywhere. Seeing a golden bone, Han Fei couldn't help pointing at it. "This is not the indestructible golden body, right?" Golden Boy said. "Golden bones are different from the indestructible golden body. Golden bones are just a special body refining technique. There are many golden bone warriors in the dragon, subduing world." Han Fei nodded slightly and then nodded at the cold woman. "I can't try my best to rescue your master just because of what you said. Besides, although I'm confident, I'm only an intermediate venerable now." "Do you think I can resist the Purple Dragon Array?" Jintong nodded slightly. "Although your array skills are not weak, as you said, your realm is still low. Therefore, we need your guarantee." Jade Girl continued, "We need you to swear to your great Tao that within 1,000 years, regardless of whether you become a king or not, you need to find a way to break the Purple Dragon Array. If you are the reserve heavenly lord of the 9th Heavenly Palace, then the 1,000-year period is not short." The Golden Boy continued to add, "We have long seen that you are extremely talented. Just like our master, who can become the master of a palace not because of extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength, you are already on the path of becoming a king. If anyone can save our master, Jade Girl and I can bet on you." Seeing that the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl were speaking one after another, Han Fei immediately said, "Wait a moment, you can ask me to save him, but what I'm worried about is not whether or not to save him. What I'm worried about is how you can guarantee that he won't do anything to harm Yin Yang World." Golden Boy and Jade Girl looked at each other. In the end, the Golden Boy nodded slightly, and the Jade Girl said, "This is one of the reasons we chose you. In fact, in this cage, there are 2 dragon bodies." "Huh?" Although Han Fei knew what the Jade Girl wanted to say, he was still taken aback. She said, "When we entered this cage, our master discovered that the seal on this cage was too extraordinary. Only by special means could one enter but not leave. We followed our king to kill the dragon, traveled the entire cage, and finally killed it. In order to punish the dragon race for their cruelty, the palace master sealed the dragon head and tail respectively in 2 dangerous places in this cage. He broke the dragon soul into 2 parts and sealed them respectively in the 2 places, and made it suffer soul-tearing torture every day until its soul was completely annihilated in the cage." Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Indeed, it was as he had seen. Zhao Shenlong clearly hated the Azure Dragon to his guts. He had killed the Azure Dragon, but he didn't want the dragon to die at ease but continued to torture it. But now, some of the dragon soul had escaped, but he was suppressed in the grassland, unable to get out for 10,000 years. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "Which 2 places?" Golden Boy said, "You've already been to one of them. It's under the grassland where our master lives." "You should have seen a tomb on the grassland, right?" Han Fei nodded. "I've entered it." The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Han Fei to face the palace lord and come out safely. Golden Boy continued, "There is an underground cave deep in the deserted tomb where the dragon tail is sealed." Han Fei was surprised. "The dragon tail is there?" Greatly Ominous said, "Because the cave under the grassland is the place of great danger. That is the place where life and death converge. Our master can use a forbidden technique to summon the undead mist because of the existence of that place." Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. That's right. He knew that the vast ocean navigator would not go wrong. Since it pointed out that there was a problem with the grassland, there must be a problem. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, What about the other place? Golden Boy said. The other place is the Forest of Terror. The Forest of Terror has an abyss identical to the one under the grassland. As for the exact location, it's in the deepest part of the Forest of Terror. Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, You two, do you really think I want to die? I can enter your palace lord's grassland, and I can also enter the deserted tomb. However, it doesn't mean that I can go to the cave abyss. Your palace lord eats dragons. Is there anything he can't eat? Also, as one of the 4 major powers in the cage, the Forest of Terror must have a fake king too, right? The Jade Girl looked at Han Fei. Since you are the 9th Heavenly Lord, once you embark on the path of king, when you reach the peak of the Venerable Realm, who can be your match in the cage? After all, with your current strength, you can already confront peak Venerables head-on, right? Han Fei was speechless. He felt that he had dug a pit for himself. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Do you really believe that I can definitely reach the peak of the Venerable level from an intermediate Venerable in 1,000 years? Jade Girl and Golden Boy nodded. Han Fei found it rather absurd. Jade Girl added, Don't forget, when was the first time I saw you? Han Fei was speechless. He couldn't refute Jade Girl's question. When he first met her, he was only a junior explorer. Han Fei couldn't help but say, At that time I was hiding my strength. Jade Girl, not many. Before Han Fei could continue to refute, Jade Girl continued to refute. Jade Girl continued, We don't think too highly of you. If you were the Heavenly Lord of the Yin-Yang world instead of the Waterwood world, well, you can't be the latter anyway, then your growth should have been faster. Han Fei asked, Why? Golden Boy said in a childish voice. Because the Yin-Yang art is weird. The Yin-Yang world once fought supreme clearness and infinity head-on without being defeated. Hiss, Han Fei took a deep breath and said, Are you talking about the 1st and 3rd heavenly palaces? Han Fei remembered that his mother once told him that supreme clearness and infinity were their enemies. Their heavenly palace ranks 1st and 3rd, so they must be strong. Ranking surely mattered. Even the 36 towns competed for a higher ranking. In order to get a better ranking, even the villages had set up a resource competition. How could the 36 mystic worlds not have rankings? Hearing their words, Han Fei thought of something. So, do you mean that I can use the dragon head and tail to lead your master away from the yin-yang world, Jade Girl? Yes. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. In fact, the 1,000-year period was too long. Come on, he had forged the universe. If he used it, 1,000 years would be more than 10,000 years. Han Fei was silent for a while. Last question. You said that only the dragon head and the dragon tail are here, but why are there dragon corpses under the sea of blood? Golden Boy said casually. My king has killed more than one dragon. That dragon corpse bone was something I sacrificed to the gods with an ancient method, hoping to find reinforcements to save my king. Unfortunately, I only summoned a huge bronze door. That huge door was weird and completely isolated the Azure Dragon. We couldn't even make use of the dragon corpse anymore. Han Fei was shocked, and the old turtle said leisurely, So it's a sacrifice. This makes sense. Most sacrifices in this world have problems, so their problems are reasonable. Han Fei thought that this method was not bad. When he became stronger in the future, he could use this method to leave a way out for himself. Han Fei said, Okay, deal. Chapter 1576, Strike First Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Swear on His Great Tao. Han Fei had so many great Taos, who knew which one he swore to? In short, Han Fei found a random great Tao and made a vow. This matter was over. However, the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl didn't know it. They felt that Han Fei must have vowed to the human King Tao. Although Han Fei seemed to have dual great Taos, either one would be enough. One was the great Tao of the Heaven Enlightenment, which was also known as the great Tao of the human king. The other was the Yin-Yang great Tao, the unique great Tao of the Yin-Yang world. No one knew what Golden Boy and Jade Girl would think if they knew that Han Fei hadn't even figured out what the Yin-Yang great Tao was. Besides, Han Fei really didn't care. In fact, he could save Zhao Shenlong out now, but he didn't want to. Therefore, the only thing he had to consider was how to subdue Zhao Shenlong after he was released. After all, a lunatic, a king-level lunatic, wasn't something that he could handle easily. At this moment, Han Fei had made a vow. He immediately said to Golden Boy and Jade Girl, All right, since I've made an oath, I'll definitely do it. Now, I'll talk about what I want from you. Golden Boy nodded. Okay, Han Fei asked. Did you just say that as long as I agree to rescue your master out, you can make the entire immortal city stand on my side? The Golden Boy said, Of course. Except for the matter of our master, sea demons are the enemy of all races. In terms of destroying sea demons, all races in the world have the same goal. Han Fei said ruthlessly, Okay, in that case, I'm going to fight a big war, a shocking war that terrifies the black evil Conch King. After Han Fei became the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island and saw countless people die in battle, his heart had become hard and ruthless. He could sympathize with an ordinary person on the side of the road, but he wouldn't hesitate in the face of a war. Even if this war required the sacrifice of countless people, as the saying went, the achievement of a general cost millions of lives. Since Han Fei dared to fight the war on the Scattered Stars Island, he naturally dared to fight a war in the Immortal City. In essence, there was no difference between the two. Half a day passed. Han Fei left quietly and returned quietly. Everyone thought that Han Fei did nothing on the Firestone Island. They didn't know how much Han Fei had experienced in the past 2 days. Buzz. Only half a day had passed since he confronted xuanhuan. Han Fei scanned with his perception and immediately found a big bald head. Who else could it be other than Hua Meng? At this moment, there were only a few people around Hua Meng. Long Shi and Chen Yu were the earliest to follow Han Fei to the Immortal City. Although at that time, they just wanted to keep an eye on Han Fei, this was their advantage. The three of them naturally became a small team. However, Wang He's appearance made Han Fei frown slightly and quite displeased. At this moment, Wang He was drinking with Hua Meng and the others and said, "Meng, everyone is grounded on the Firestone Island. Only you can get out." "What have you been doing? Hey, are you Marshal Han's relative?" Hua Meng chuckled and scratched his head. "Master He, please don't ask. I really can't tell you that. Marshal Han specifically instructed us not to tell anyone," Han Fei smiled. At the next moment, Han Fei scanned all the venerables on the island, including Ye Qian. Han Fei said, "Everybody, come here." Most of these venerables were consolidating their strength. After all, their damaged foundation had just been restored. At this moment, as soon as Han Fei shouted, everyone opened their eyes and quickly gathered around. In the Marshal's mansion, Han Fei sat high and everyone stood. Han Fei sat at the seat of honor, and there was a table in front of him on which a fish skin map was placed where some random lines and marks were drawn. Han Fei raised his head and looked at Hua Meng solemnly. "Hua Meng, how are you getting on with your task?" Hua Meng hurriedly stepped out and shouted, "Marshal Han, it's done." Han Fei nodded. "That's great." Everyone looked at Hua Meng, wondering what task Han Fei had given this guy. Lu Yuntian and Wang He were respectively an advanced venerable and an intermediate venerable, but none of them had been given an important task. From their intuitions, they couldn't feel at ease. However, Han Fei didn't notice it at all. Instead, he rose quickly. "Attention, everyone. After half an hour, follow me to attack the sea demons." "Huh?" Instantly, there was an uproar in the field, and everyone was dumbfounded. What the fuck happened? Why are we suddenly going to attack sea demons? We'd been resting on the Firestone Island for less than a month. In the morning, xuanhuan had just come to challenge us, and now we're out fighting? Han Fei glanced at everyone. "I will create the best conditions for you in this war and give the enemy the most precise blow. However, I only have one request, which is to listen to my orders. If anyone doesn't listen, I will let him know the price. Now, don't ask or say anything. In this battle, we can only rely on each other. In this battle, let's set a small goal, to kill 5 venerables. Hiss, sir." Everyone looked at Han Fei blankly. "Are you kidding me? Since when has killing venerables become so simple? Slaying 5 venerables at once? How confident are you to do that when your identity has been exposed?" Immediately someone said, "Marshal Han, shall we not prepare anything?" Han Fei said coldly, "What's there to be prepared for? This battle is a sure win battle. Now, I don't want to hear any questions from you. Okay, Lu Yuntian, stay. I have a small task for you." Han Fei clearly didn't like Lu Yuntian before. At this moment, he wanted to arrange a mission for Lu Yuntian, which meant that the level of this mission must be very high. At the very least, it had to be done by an advanced venerable. When everyone went out and there was only Lu Yuntian left in the Marshal's mansion, Lu Yuntian asked in confusion, "What orders does Marshal Han have?" Han Fei looked at him casually. "You don't have to participate in this battle." Lu Yuntian was stunned. "Am I going to perform some mission?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Lu Yuntian asked in surprise. "Then why?" Han Fei's lips curled. "Your mission is to not show up among these people in this battle. After the battle, I will come to you." Lu Yuntian narrowed his eyes and finally nodded slightly. Han Fei's style seemed casual and unscrupulous. However, no one ever stopped him. Neither Ye Qian nor Gan Feng stopped him at all. Everyone seemed to acquiesce to Han Fei's style of doing things, which made Lu Yuntian very curious. Now, Han Fei was obviously targeting Wang He. This also meant that it was time to make use of Wang He's undercover identity, and Wang He was not far from death. Lu Yuntian had thought that Han Fei might have to stay in the front line for a while to make arrangements. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so bold. In the morning, xuanhuan had just come to threaten the Immortal City, and at night, Han Fei was going to launch a war. He didn't take the Black Blood City seriously at all. Lu Yuntian. Okay, only 30,000 kilometers away from the first island, there were 25 people, including Han Fei and Ye Qian. Han Fei said, "Everybody, wait here." With that, Han Fei handed a jade slip to Ye Qian and said, "If nothing goes wrong, this jade slip will automatically shatter later. At that time, the teleportation array will open, and then all soldiers shall attack." Ye Qian's voice was indifferent, but he replied quickly, "Got it." Han Fei disappeared with a swish. After Han Fei disappeared, these venerables began to discuss. They had never fought such a war. At this moment, Wang He's expression was very ugly. Lu Yuntian disappeared. It was a battle with as many as 25 venerables, but Lu Yuntian, an advanced venerable, was gone. What kind of mission was he assigned to? Why didn't he even participate in such an important battle? While they were discussing, Wang He couldn't help but ask, "Grand Venerable Ye Qian, what's Marshal Han up to? We've never fought such an ambiguous battle before." Ye Qian said indifferently, I haven't fought it either, but it doesn't matter. Since Han Fei is the commander, he has his own considerations. However, the crowd's discussion gradually grew louder. Suddenly, Hua Meng shouted, what are you nagging for? If Marshal Han wants us to fight, so be it. Just cut the crap. However, Hua Meng was only a junior venerable. His words didn't carry enough weight to the venerables, so some people were still discussing via voice transmission. Someone muttered, the main problem is, can we trust him completely now? That's the main problem. Everybody fell silent. In fact, they all had this doubt in their hearts. That was, although Han Fei had killed 2 venerables and cured countless people, there were more than 20 venerables here. What if something went wrong? Could Han Fei really be trusted completely? They had never cooperated at all. Ye Qian snorted, shut up all of you. Since it's Han Fei's arrangement, it means that this operation has already gained the permission of all half-kings. Does it need your approval for this? Phew, immediately someone breathed a sigh of relief. So, all the half-kings have known it. Then there should be no problem. Someone was completely relieved and even smiled. I didn't expect there would be such a big battle as soon as we came out. If we can really kill 5 venerables, we'll definitely be able to make a name for ourselves. Someone nodded. Everyone, we haven't been out for many years. We must not disgrace the human race. Remember to try your best later. Wang He's heart sank. It seemed that Han Fei's operation was supported by others. He could roughly guess that with Han Fei's arrogant personality, he would only inform the people who should be informed. Only the half-kings or peak-level venerable were informed, because these people were strong enough to lead the crowd. As for junior venerables and intermediate venerables like them, in Han Fei's eyes, they were just machines of war. At this moment, Wang He was thinking, where is Lu Yuntian? What is Lu Yuntian doing? While Wang He and the others were waiting, Han Fei had quietly passed the first island. He swam slowly towards the outer sea beyond the island in pure darkness. Chapter 1577, Sneak Attack Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Han Fei was never the kind of person who would buy time or avoid trouble. The Black Evil Conch King's reaction speed was already extremely fast. Since Han Fei announced his name, xuanhuan had come the next day. By declaring war, the Black Evil Conch King wanted to confirm Han Fei's identity and see the attitude of the Immortal City. As it turned out, the Immortal City's attitude suddenly became firm, even though they knew that a big battle was coming. Han Fei had reason to believe that it was definitely not stable inside the Black Blood City at this moment. With the cautious personality of the Black Evil Conch King, there would definitely be some delay. In a place with no one around, Han Fei used the 9-Palace Luck Ruler to test the luck of today's operation. In the end, the 9-Palace Luck Ruler fell on the Platte trigram. This divination result made Han Fei confused. Would this operation fail? No. Han Fei directly denied this answer. He had cooperated with Golden Boy. With so many venerables attacking, how could he not make any contributions? Then, this flat divination result meant that the benefits he obtained in this battle might be mediocre. With a thought, Han Fei threw a wisp of chaotic energy into the 9-Palace Luck Ruler and transferred the luck to the auspicious trigram. As for greatly auspicious, Han Fei thought that it might have to consume him another 4 or 5 wisps of chaotic chi, and he didn't need a greatly auspicious result in this battle. Otherwise, if the sea demons were too scared to fight him in the future, he would suffer a loss. Half an hour later, Han Fei went 200,000 kilometers deep into the front line of the Immortal City. From here on, it was already a place for explorers to cultivate. This was because there was an essential difference between the Venerable Realm and the Explorer Realm. It still took a certain amount of time for an explorer to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers of sea. But it was different for a venerable. Their speed was several times faster than that of an explorer, therefore they usually cultivated further away. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how many venerables are there? The old turtle said, an advanced peak-level venerable is guarding the front line. This is very reasonable. Leave a strong venerable to guard the front line. Even if a peak-level venerable comes, it's impossible to kill an advanced peak-level venerable in an instant. Even a half-king might not be able to do it. Therefore, you might have to continue to explore deep into the Sea Demon's camp. Han Fei nodded slightly. He was going to launch a sneak attack tonight to piss off the Black Evil Conch King. However, a peak-level advanced venerable couldn't satisfy Han Fei's appetite at all. He had brought 25 venerables anyway. If they were only hunting a peak-level advanced venerable, it would be outrageous. However, Han Fei didn't abandon this place. He secretly set up an array here, waiting for it to be activated at any time. No matter what, this peak-level advanced venerable couldn't escape tonight. He had to die. Another hour passed. Han Fei explored another 200,000 kilometers and finally found a small sea demon city. However, this city was built in the belly of a mountain. The sea demons emptied the mountain and built a large city in which many people lived. As far as Han Fei could see with his black mist body, there were many half-venerables cultivating here. Of course, what Han Fei was mainly looking for were not these sea demons in the half-venerable realm or below. Han Fei was looking for a venerable. With the high-level perception of the Emperor Realm, Old Yuan easily located the venerables in this mountain. He said, there is 1 peak-level advanced venerable, 2 intermediate ones, and 4 junior ones. There are a total of 7 venerables. However, don't attack blindly, because I can perceive that this mountain range is not limited to this. There is another mountain nearby, several thousand kilometers away. Han Fei grinned. Then, let's go check it out. Han Fei was no longer an explorer. Little Black and Little White had also reached the explorer realm. The twin divine technique wasn't so easy to break. A moment later, the old turtle said, "In this city, there is 1 peak level venerable, 3 intermediate ones, and 4 junior ones. 6,000 kilometers away, there is another mountain." A moment later, the old turtle said, "There's 1 half king, 1 peak level venerable, and 2 advanced venerables in this sea area. There are only these 3 mountains in this sea area. The 3 are closely connected. Any further away, there might be mountains at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Once you take action, these 2 places can quickly help, and people will definitely come quickly from other places. However, as long as you are fast enough, we can fight this battle." In fact, in this sea area, there were 1 half king and 2 peak level venerables, 4 advanced venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 8 junior venerables from the Black Blood City. This power was much stronger than what Han Fei brought. The junior and intermediate venerables on his side were obviously stronger than the other party. However, the only advanced venerable on his side, Lu Yuntian, wasn't around. In other words, there weren't any advanced venerables. However, Han Fei didn't panic. Anyway, it was a sneak attack. As long as he was fast, accurate, and ruthless enough, he could quickly kill a few venerables. Han Fei's goal was not high. In this battle, he only needed to kill 5 venerables. As for time, 30 seconds. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, once the enemy mobilized on the entire battlefield, a big battle might happen at any time. Han Fei quietly returned to the first mountain range and placed his white mist body 20,000 kilometers away. After forcibly maintaining the twin divine technique, Han Fei returned to the first mountain range. There were only 1 peak level advanced venerable, 2 intermediate, and 4 junior ones here. Han Fei's first target was certainly not the peak level advanced venerable. Advanced venerables were not easy to deal with. Although he had the experience of killing an advanced venerable, the first time he did it with the power of a half-king, and the other time it took more than 3 seconds. Besides, the other party wasn't at his peak state. Even if it took him 3 seconds to kill this peak-level advanced venerable at his peak state, these 3 seconds were enough for the peak-level venerables and half-kings on the other 2 sides to arrive. After all, the 3 mountains were only 10,000 kilometers away. For a half-king, this wasn't a distance at all. It would only take him 1 second to arrive. Once the half-king arrived, they only needed to stop him for half a second. When the peak-level venerable was in position, this raid would fail. Therefore, Han Fei had to kill a venerable in 1 second. Between the intermediate and junior venerables, Han Fei chose the intermediate venerable without hesitation. After all, Han Fei was very confident in his own strength now. In a moment, he would be able to kill any intermediate venerable or junior venerable in an instant. Besides, by hunting stronger opponents first, he could reduce the pressure on his side. Along the way, Han Fei had thought about it several times. At this moment, Han Fei reached the place where the 2 intermediate venerables cultivated. Unfortunately, one of them seemed to be in seclusion, and there was a seal nearby. Although the seal could be easily broken and could only block the outside world, however, destroying the seal would give the other party some time to react. Therefore, Han Fei chose the guy who didn't cultivate in seclusion without hesitation. This was one of the most secluded corners of the mountain. At this moment, xuanhuan was giving a lecture to 3 half-venerables. Han Fei shook his head. There were classes everywhere. The venerable said, "You all know that the basic requirement for a venerable is the disassembling degree of demonic energy. All 3 of you are already eligible to be heavenly talents. However, this is not enough. You still have to confirm your own great Tao. Is your understanding of these great Taos deep enough? In a venerable battle, the more special the power of the great Tao, the stronger the power it will give you. Especially some special great Tao, it can completely change your combat style." Someone asked, "My lord, I used to think that it was difficult to cultivate 2 Taos at the same time. But as for Han Fei's last slash that day, our king said that he also mastered a trace of the great Tao of space and time." xuanhuan snorted. "Like you said, it was just a trace. When you reach the venerable realm, you can study such laws and touch them. However, there is only one great Tao in the end. Just wait and see. That Han Fei is too arrogant. He won't live long." Han Fei secretly sneered. "I won't live long? Then I'll send you to hell first." Swish. Suddenly, Han Fei released the void lines, full of killing intent. At that moment, xuanhuan subconsciously thought of self-explosion. Because the impact of death was too strong, he knew that if he didn't do anything, he would die in the next second. However, how could Han Fei give him this chance? Before xuanhuan had the time to move, he was caught by the void lines. Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand, used the knock on the heavenly gate they were discussing just now, and burst it out. As the spear shot out, all laws were forbidden in this space. With a bang, xuanhuan was dead. In an instant, lightning struck down from the sky. However, what was faster than the lightning was Han Fei's void blade. Since xuanhuan said that the disassembling degree of demonic energy of these 3 people had reached 70%, they must be seed reserves for venerables. He had to kill them first. At this moment, Han Fei had come prepared and was in his strongest state. In Forge the Universe, he had already changed the great Tao of the Heaven Enlightenment. At this moment, he was a super expert who could shake peak-level venerables. A mere half-venerable was chopped into pieces by Han Fei as easily as cutting paper. How dare you? The moment Han Fei used the knock on the heavenly gate, a peak-level advanced venerable had already flown out of the mountain and thrust a harpoon at Han Fei. Han Fei punched out and casually threw out a few fish skin maps. In an instant, dazzling light flashed and a teleportation array rose. When the white light dissipated, there was no one left. In the next moment, Han Fei had already fused his twin bodies. In fact, even if Han Fei didn't do it immediately, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, the twin divine technique would affect each other if they were too far away. At this moment, on the Sea Demon's side, the 3 Sea Demon Mountains moved instantly. On the battle line that spanned 800,000 kilometers, all the venerables and explorers were alarmed. After all, a red crack had appeared in the sky. However, most people were dumbfounded as to which venerable had died. It only took Han Fei 1 second to escape. By the time the peak-level advanced venerable missed his strike, a half-king had arrived. He glanced around and roared angrily, "Chase him!" Chapter 1578, Fight a Half-King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Buzz. After fusing his twin bodies, Han Fei sneered. He had thrown the corpse of the intermediate venerable into Forge the Universe. At this moment, Han Fei picked up a jade slip that he had prepared earlier. Smack. The jade slip shattered. The teleportation array broke through the void and opened a teleportation passage. At the moment he entered the teleportation array, Han Fei looked back indifferently and said to the old turtle, "The half-king won't find out my plan, will he?" The old turtle said, "It's difficult for them to find what you left in the vast sea." That's good. The turbulence in this space naturally couldn't escape the half-king's vision. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei opened the teleportation array, the half-king shouted and chased after him. While chasing him, the half-king shouted, "It's Han Fei! How dare he break into our camp? We must kill him today no matter what." More than 20,000 kilometers later, the half-king arrived. After he appeared, Han Fei's teleportation array began to collapse. However, the half-king's heart stirred. This kind of teleportation array wasn't long. It was at least 500,000 kilometers away from the human battle line. Such a teleportation array obviously couldn't teleport Han Fei over. Immediately, the half-king took out a messaging conch and shouted at it, "Hey Lin, Han Fei is attacking the rear alone. Block the front line. Even if you die, you have to stop him for 10 seconds. When Hey Lin, who was 200,000 kilometers away, saw the red crack in the sky, he was shocked, wondering who had died. Furthermore, the rain was quite heavy, indicating that the person who died might not be a junior venerable. The person who died had at least reached the intermediate venerable realm. However, while he was looking up at the sky, he heard roars from the messaging conch. Hey Lin felt a chill down his spine. Han Fei? How did this person cross his front line and run to the rear? Hey Lin had just received the news and hadn't even lowered his head when he suddenly sensed the space oscillating tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, Hey Lin rushed forward at full speed. Before the teleportation array was fully opened, he had already rushed over. As soon as Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he saw a flash of light 1,000 kilometers away. A black spear broke through the air. Han Fei reached out, grabbed a saber out of the void, and casually swept it over. Then he immediately wanted to run. Hai Lin roared, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in the territory of our sea clan?" Poison barrier. Hai Lin knew that Han Fei was very strong. However, he felt that no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only an intermediate venerable. How could he, a peak-level advanced venerable, not be able to hold out for 10 seconds? Therefore, seeing Han Fei, Hey Lin felt that his chance to make a contribution had come. Perhaps he might not be able to kill Han Fei, but as long as he could trap him for a while, when the half-kings and the peak-level venerables arrived, it would be difficult for Han Fei to escape even if he had wings. Han Fei saw that everything within 1,000 kilometers was enshrouded in darkness. When he felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was twitching, he knew that he had entered a poison barrier. Han Fei didn't panic at all. The infinity water swept out, rolling into a torrent trying to directly disperse this poison. Han Fei, you underestimate my great Tao. How can a visible object crack invisible poison? Han Fei sneered in his heart. How could there be any invisible poison in this world? His eyes turned white, and he saw that the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth was covered in a dark green color. It had to be known that battles between venerables were usually fierce. If they really fought, they would consume a lot of energy. The spiritual energy and energy stored in the void were the fundamental guarantee for venerables to continue fighting. Now that the spiritual energy in this range was contaminated, Han Fei could instantly leave with the star teleportation technique. However, if he used the star teleportation technique, how could this advanced venerable catch up with him? Then he would really run away. Therefore, Han Fei turned around and took out the embroidery needle, which looked like a long dragon, and he activated the knock on the heavenly gate. However, At the moment Han Fei took out the embroidery needle, nearly half of the scales on the surface of Hai Lin's body broke free at the same time, wrapped around his body, and turned him into a big black ball. Boom! Han Fei's attack power was not low. Under this blow, Hai Lin vomited a mouthful of blood. Under this blow, thousands of scales shattered. If he could choose, Hai Lin would definitely not fight a person like Han Fei because the other party was too terrifying. But today was different. After feeling Han Fei's attack, Hai Lin felt that under such an attack he could hold out for at least 100 seconds, let alone 10 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei was in a hurry too. At this time, golden fist marks came one after another, and 100 invincible fist marks came one after another, blasting the black scales thousands of kilometers away, even beyond the poisonous barrier. But Hai Lin gritted his teeth and pressed on, shouting, "Poisonous lust." Han Fei felt that some poison was trying to invade his blood, bones, and flesh. Under Han Fei's feet, the arrays were interlocked. While a pure water ball enveloped him, the water ball constantly absorbed the water essence and formed a barrier, ensuring that these poisonous creatures couldn't infiltrate him. At this moment, 5 seconds had passed. After another second, Han Fei suddenly exploded the water ball and dispersed the venom. But at this time, the seawater had become colorful. Hai Lin laughed. "You think you're qualified to fight our king? If you can't even deal with me, our king can easily kill you." Han Fei suddenly smiled. 3. Hai Lin, roar! At that moment, he launched the 100-beast soul devouring. Hai Lin, who was not far away from Han Fei, was caught off guard and vomited blood because of Han Fei's roar. Han Fei's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and the distance under his feet suddenly shortened. The bloody fist rolled up a surging fist wave and directly hit Hai Lin's black scale armor. Rumble. No matter how strong an advanced peak-level venerable was, it was limited. Just like Han Fei had calculated before, no matter how strong Hai Lin was, he only had 6,000 waves of power. Besides, Han Fei felt that he didn't have so great a power because he was a poison cultivator. After the punch, half of Hai Lin's body was reduced to dust. Han Fei shouted at the same time, "All laws forbidden in this space." Han Fei knew that in 2 or 3 seconds a sea demon half-king would arrive. Although he claimed that he could kill a half-king, in fact, Han Fei knew that there was still a certain gap between him and a half-king. Only in pure strength was he comparable to a half-king. Therefore, when Hai Lin was crushed by him, Han Fei had already used the void lines. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The void lines did buckle him, but Han Fei saw a large amount of Hai Lin's soul escape and explode. Soul explosion was meaningless to Han Fei. However, at this moment, a face in the distance smiled ferociously. Soul poison? Swish to Han Fei's face changed greatly and turned cold. Snowmorn was drawn out instantly. Chai-La, cold light shone for thousands of kilometers, and Halo lingered. With a boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. However, Han Fei had no time to look at the red crack appearing in the sky. He immediately switched his great Tao, Heaven Enlightenment. When a holy pillar of light descended, it swept across Han Fei's soul. Han Fei felt that his soul was burning. In the next moment, Han Fei sprinkled nearly 1,000 points of soul power out. It was the first time Han Fei had encountered a poison cultivator in the Venerable Realm who even had a poisonous soul. As a result, not only did Han Fei fail to absorb Mo Lin's soul, but he also failed to gain anything from the peak-level intermediate Venerable he killed. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder the divination results of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler were flat. It was probably because of this. Therefore, he didn't even get any soul benefits. On this side, the brilliance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique didn't disappear yet. The sword light that Han Fei launched hadn't dissipated either. Han Fei sensed that the void trembled at the end of his perception, which was 36,000 kilometers away. Han Fei deliberately paused and waited for half a second. Seeing that the space was shaking tens of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei unhurriedly threw out a jade slip. Bang! The jade slip exploded. The array pattern shone, and a directional teleportation array was opening. "Little thief, stay!" The half-king exploded with fury. He had been rushing with all his might. He didn't know any arrays, so he could only escape through the void. However, Han Fei's fighting speed was too fast. In less than 10 seconds, Mo Lin was killed. After all, he had the combat power of an advanced peak-level venerable. Even if it were him, it would take him a lot of time to kill Mo Lin. What did this mean? It meant that Han Fei actually had the ability to fight him. Han Fei pretended to be surprised and looked back at the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array was thrown out less than half a second ago and the teleportation door hadn't been opened yet. However, the speed of a half-king was obviously faster than this. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and charged at the half-king. Han Fei took action and opened his mouth to swallow. As billowing energy gathered, the sacrificing punch erupted. What Han Fei needed to do now was to stop this half-king. However, at the next moment, Han Fei saw the fastest fist he had ever seen in this world. Bang, bang, 2 fist beams struck the sacrificing punch at a speed that he couldn't see clearly with his naked eye. Rumble. The sacrificing punch that he was so proud of was blown up by 2 punches. Mantis shrimp? Hanfei's eyelids twitched. When this half-king punched out, Hanfei already knew what kind of creature this person was. Except for the mantis shrimp, Hanfei had never seen another creature with such a terrifying speed. Buzz! A weird sound wave swept more than 3,000 kilometers, and the teleportation array behind Hanfei collapsed. This was a half-king. Hanfei claimed that he could kill a half-king. However, the two parties were fighting thousands of kilometers away. In an instant, the gap appeared. Chapter 1579, Slaying a Venerable with a Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Hanfei had to admit that although there were thousands of great Dao in this world, in actual combat, the power of these people's great Dao was nothing special in his opinion. However, just because it wasn't special didn't mean it wasn't powerful. For example, this half-king's great Dao happened to be the great Dao of power. Yes, what the mantis shrimp was proud of was not the punching speed, which was just his instincts, nor his movement speed. The mantis shrimp didn't run fast. However, the power of this guy's great Dao gave him power several times that of an ordinary half-king. Although strength couldn't decide the outcome of a battle, after all, every venerable had their own great Dao. However, a venerable who embarked on the great Dao of strength was still very terrifying. Therefore, when Hanfei fought this person for the second time, he found that under this person's peak speed, he actually punched him so hard that his 5 internal organs trembled and his 7 orifices bled. At this moment, Hanfei felt the horror of power. At the same time, the half-king mantis shrimp was even more appalled. He had thought that Hanfei would be strong, but he didn't think that Hanfei would be strong enough to confront him head-on. But Hanfei had weathered through it. If it were an ordinary person, even if he was a peak-level venerable, half of his body would have been blown up by his punch. Therefore, the sea demon half-king made up his mind to kill Hanfei this time. If such a horrible person was released, the consequences would be disastrous. An intermediate venerable could fight him. If he became an advanced venerable, wouldn't he be invincible? While Hanfei was still not his opponent, he had to take the chance to kill him. After a round of clash, Hanfei smartly stopped contending with this person with strength. Although theoretically speaking, if his strength was increased 3 times, he could actually compete with this person. However, after the fight, Hanfei found that his source of power seemed to be a little weak. It couldn't be said that it wasn't strong, but the power that appeared out of nowhere seemed to be limited by some rules. This was the first time Hanfei had discovered this problem. He thought to himself, when I go back this time, I have to find a way to study this green jade bridge again. Fortunately, although it was a little weak, the strength that Hanfei showed was not much weaker than that of this half-king. In addition, Hanfei was good at speed, so for a while the two actually tied. In 1 second, the two had fought more than 20 times. The speed of this battle didn't seem to be very fast, but the strength of both parties was too strong. 3 seconds later, Hanfei vomited blood. Even with the art of invincibility, it was still very difficult for Hanfei. 5 seconds later, Hanfei was horrified. His great Dao couldn't hold on anymore. This was too fast. He had never felt this way before. In just 5 seconds, his great Dao enhancement was about to be shattered. The half-king mantis shrimp laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Hanfei, I have to admit that you are indeed a peerless genius. You even refined the indestructible golden body. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods are useless. Hanfei sneered. Guess which side will arrive first? The half-king mantis shrimp sneered. I forgot to tell you that in our rear, there is a teleportation array. Hanfei was immediately refreshed. At the moment when the half-king sneered, space trembled and 2 peak-level venerables appeared. It had taken him about 17 seconds to kill, escape, kill Hailin, and fight the half-king. After only 17 seconds, the opponent's peak-level venerables had arrived. Hanfei's eyelids twitched. This was 13 seconds earlier than he expected. He had to admit that the sea demon's reaction speed was too fast. Under such a reaction speed, it was indeed difficult to launch a sneak attack. Dang, 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 dang! At the moment the void trembled, a melody sounded in the sky, and the shadows of mountains and rivers appeared. A childish voice echoed, "Look, I told you. They are much faster than you think." In the shadow of the mountains and rivers, the half-king mantis shrimp was shocked and shouted, "Undead golden boy? The king doesn't join the battle, and you're breaking the rules now. Do you really want to fight us to the death?" Golden boy smiled. "I'm still in the venerable realm. How can I be called a king? A fake king is only a half-king. Why can't I participate in the battle?" Golden boy walked out and crossed his fists. 2 azure dragon shadows gushed out from his fists. Seeing this fighting style, Hanfei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Even in combat, there were dragon shadows flying. It seemed that the dragon-subduing world had indeed worshipped the dragon race to a certain extent. But the next moment, Hanfei saw that Golden Boy was holding 2 sabers. 1 black and 1 gold. The 2 sabers slashed out, and the sky changed color. Accompanied by a vast gray fog, they charged at the 2 venerables rushing out of the void. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the 2 peak-level venerables came out, they saw a terrifying saber beam charge at them with layers of mist. However, the half-king mantis shrimp had already blocked in front and punched out 4 times in a row, blowing up the 2 azure dragon shadows. With a swing of his tail, his original body appeared and took the blow from the golden boy. However, a part of his tail had been cut off. Heh, undead golden boy, do you really think you can compare to our king? Today, let me see how strong you become after all these years. You two, kill Han Fei. Golden boy looked at Han Fei, then at the mantis shrimp, and smiled faintly. Li Santung, why don't we wait for Gotu to come? I'll let you two come up together. The others may not be able to come soon. Han Fei smiled and quickly retreated. The moment he retreated, he stomped, and a teleportation array appeared. When the lines of the array began to condense, the two peak-level venerables thought that Han Fei was about to run away, so they quickly took action to intercept him. In fact, as peak-level venerables, they knew that although fake kings could be called kings, they were only slightly stronger than half-kings. Although they didn't succeed in transcending the king-level tribulation, they had obtained some power, which allowed them to have power above the level of a half-king. However, was it really possible that a fake king could sweep multiple half-kings? No. After all, a fake king was not a real king, and a fake king's strength was limited. On his side, even if the two half-kings were no match for Golden Boy, they were enough to deal with Golden Boy for a while. But Han Fei put on a smile, and the infinity water was mixed with the blades within thousands of kilometers, blocking the two's way. Han Fei grabbed at the void, made a spatial crack, turned it into a knife, and slashed at one person. Then he launched the sacrificing punch and blocked the path of two peak-level venerables. Han Fei was still no match for a half-king. However, Han Fei was really not afraid of peak-level venerables now. Of the two peak-level venerables, one was extremely fast. Wherever he went, the void distorted like Du Zhonglu's distorted space. The other's body began to crystallize and gradually turned purple. However, as the half-king mantis shrimp said, in the face of absolute strength, no tricks could help. In the face of absolute power, the person who turned into a purple crystal was punched back by Han Fei. The guy who was extremely fast blocked Han Fei's draw technique with twisted space. However, Han Fei's great Tao of gravity descended. At this moment, Han Fei didn't need to deliberately hide the great Taos he had mastered. Han Fei had learned the great Tao of gravity from the Black Evil Conch King. This was because Han Fei had already mastered the law of gravity. Therefore, when this great Tao of gravity fell on Han Fei, it could increase his strength instead. Besides, Han Fei could control this gravity within a certain range. Han Fei had tried this back when Du Jianglu became a law enforcer. Twisted space? As long as he covered the entire twisted space where he was, he could directly cause an area of effect strike to the opponent. When the peak-level venerable was being crushed by the irregular gravity, Han Fei's sacrificing punch had already blasted out. Buzz. At this moment, the venerable with a purple crystal body stood in front of the man and blocked him. The two of them were sent flying. At this moment, the void vibrated, and Han Fei had just set up a teleportation array when the other party's hands arrived first. Among them, there were 3 advanced venerables, 4 intermediate venerables, and 8 junior venerables. When Han Fei saw these people, he was all smiles. This was the right time. If they hadn't come, he would have only been able to kill 2 sea demon venerables. But now that they were here, it was hard to say. On the other side, Ye Qian and the others who had been waiting behind were all agitated. Even Ye Qian, a peak-level venerable, was slightly surprised. 2 cracks had already appeared in the sky. Had Han Fei resisted them alone? Ye Qian knew more than others. He only knew that Golden Boy told him to trust Han Fei unconditionally. Therefore, at this moment, he could still hold himself back. After all, he believed Golden Boy, so the 2 venerables who died must be from the sea demon's side. Someone was agitated. Grand Venerable Ye Qian, it's been almost 20 seconds since the first venerable died. Has anything happened to Marshal Han? Someone was uneasy. Grand Venerable Ye Qian, shall we go straight there? It's close anyway. It wouldn't take long. Wang He was shocked. He hoped Han Fei would die, but Ye Qian seemed quite determined. Was Han Fei really so strong? He broke into the sea demon's camp alone, was surrounded by so many strong masters, but could still hunt 2 sea demons in a row? Ye Qian shouted, "Shut up, all of you!" Wait, as soon as Ye Qian said so, the jade slip in her hand suddenly shattered, and a teleportation array in front of her quickly opened. Ye Qian immediately shouted, "Come on, let's go." In the battle array, the teleportation array opened, and Ye Qian quickly flew out of the teleportation array. Immediately afterward, the 5 intermediate venerables, including Wang He, and the 18 junior venerables, including Long Shi, followed. 10,000 kilometers away, Golden Boy shouted, "You have 12 seconds." As soon as Ye Qian came out, he glanced at the battlefield and rushed towards Han Fei, shouting, "Is it okay for us to kill 1 venerable?" Han Fei grinned. His answer was a dragon roar. Roar-er. Even Golden Boy was shocked by the roar. How could Han Fei make a dragon roar? At that moment, Han Fei launched the 100-beast soul devouring. In Han Fei's chest, a wisp of chaotic energy dispersed. In fact, when Han Fei attacked, the 2 peak-level venerables also used chaotic chi. Not only the 2 of them, but even Ye Qian used a wisp of black energy. Although it was not chaotic chi, it should not be bad. Han Fei's goal was the venerable who could twist space. Compared to a pure defensive player, this kind of fancy great Tao was actually easier to break. Qian pulled the bow and shot an arrow. There was no spiritual energy arrow, but the void was isolated between the two peak-level venerables. A huge number of space cracks isolated the area of more than 300 kilometers. Han Fei's heart did a flip. What a powerful archery skill. With Qian setting the conditions, Han Fei unleashed the sacrificing punch one after another. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the power of his great Tao had reached its limit. He held Snowmorn and concentrated all his strength on his sword. With a single slash, the sea split, and the sword Qi spread thousands of kilometers. Seeing this scene, a peak-level venerable shouted in horror, "Santong, save me." Unfortunately, the outcome of a venerable-level battle could be decided in a second. As soon as he said so, he desperately used all his strength to deal with Han Fei's blow. But at the next moment, he felt that his soul was under an inexplicable threat. This was the threat of death. Bang! Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. In his despair, the peak-level venerable detonated a massive amount of his soul and shattered 3 void lines. Fuck, die, fuffed. When the cracks appeared in the sky again, Han Fei, who had been fighting for a long time, was instantly weakened. Buzz. Han Fei hurriedly activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique and used the remaining void lines to collect and absorb the soul. Then, he looked at the venerables on the other side who had already joined the battlefield. Han Fei's face turned ferocious and he shouted angrily, "You have 10 seconds. Kill as many as you can." Chapter 1580, Your Fight Was Simply a Mess Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In fact, this was the first time Han Fei had killed a peak-level venerable on his own. In the earlier stages, in the Demon Beast Sacred Realm, Han Fei had completely integrated all the knowledge he had learned in his life. If Han Fei's strength hadn't reached the intermediate venerable realm, it would probably be extremely difficult for him to complete such a kill. Although Han Fei had the battle record of crushing Chen Qiang with 2 punches, at that time, Chen Qiang wasn't prepared, and Han Fei's attacks were quite surprising. Besides, Han Fei was at the peak of his strength back then. Just now, Han Fei fought the Half-King for a moment and almost failed to stabilize his strength. In the following battles, Han Fei was not in a hurry to take action. Han Fei used the void lines to capture this person's soul while drawing a serial array under his feet. At this moment, the other venerables were fighting nervously. Nobody knew what Han Fei was doing, however, there was no doubt that Han Fei could kill peak-level venerables on his own. No one dared to underestimate Han Fei anymore. In the eyes of many people, a peak-level venerable was no different from a half-king. Han Fei's sword just now directly tore a huge crack more than 3,800 kilometers long at the bottom of the sea. In the crack, the sword intent was awe-inspiring. The remaining sword Qi was definitely not something ordinary people could approach. Half a year ago, Han Fei envied the strength of others who could create an abyssal chasm with one slash. Now, he didn't seem to be any weaker. The depth of this crack was almost the same as the abyssal chasm. Of course, in terms of length, it was much shorter. This time, this peak-level venerable fed Han Fei with 2,000 points of soul power, which directly helped Han Fei make up for the soul damage. This peak-level venerable sea demon was a flying fish with a huge fin. Although its body was broken at this moment, Han Fei didn't mind stuffing it in to forge the universe. On the battlefield, Long Shi, Hua Meng, and the others were all fighting crazily at this moment. Basically, it was 2 against 1, and there were even 2 teams 3 against 1. If they still couldn't kill 2 venerables, their battle results were much worse than Han Fei's. But in fact, how could a venerable kill an enemy quickly? On the one hand, most venerables didn't have as many means as Han Fei, and on the other hand, they were weaker than Han Fei in terms of strength. Therefore, if they wanted to kill an enemy instantly, it must be an advanced venerable killing a junior venerable. On Wang He's side, the intermediate venerables were fighting, raising a huge storm on the sea. The entire bottom of the sea was beaten into a mess, and most people had entered the void. However, the void here was filled with spatial cracks. Damn it! After the people of both sides fought into the void, the 100-odd arrays under Han Fei's feet were activated at the same time. He cursed and immediately chased into the void. Then, boom, boom, boom. When Han Fei stepped into the void, 3 consecutive booms sounded. In an instant, 3 venerables died. Han Fei glanced around the battlefield and saw a sea demon venerable trapping 3 people who were fighting him with a secret method, triggering a void vortex. Han Fei wanted to go in to help, but then he saw that the void vortex caused a large space crack. Han Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. There were more spatial cracks in the wall of death. Even his invincible golden body could be cut, let alone these ordinary venerables. This sea demon venerable was determined to sacrifice himself. He actually used a void vortex, causing these space cracks to connect. Even if Han Fei had the indestructible golden body, he didn't dare to confront such a large space storm head-on. Well, one of them is still alive. Without thinking, Han Fei flashed in with the star teleportation technique and picked up a seriously injured junior venerable with one hand. Chila. Han Fei threw this person out of the void and ran out himself, shouting angrily, "Fuck, go out and fight. The space here is unstable. Can any of you withstand the cutting of the space rules? When this void collapses, no one can escape. The scene just now made both sides of the fierce battle nervous. Just at that moment, a human venerable was dragged to death by a dying sea demon. A venerable was rescued by Han Fei. At this moment, at the junction of human beings and sea demons, flames of war had already risen on the entire 800,000-mile battle line. The human half-kings had been ordered by the Golden Boy to hold off the sea demon venerables. Therefore, when the first sea demon venerable died, all the powerhouses in the immortal city had been deployed. But even so, the top combat power of human beings was still too little. Han Fei was strong, but in a melee of dozens of venerables, he couldn't help everyone. The sea demons in the fierce battle began to flee crazily when they saw Han Fei coming over. Han Fei could definitely catch up with them, but now was not the time to chase them. 5 seconds had passed. Han Fei had to defend the teleportation array outside. Once the teleportation array was broken, he and the others would really be left behind. Therefore, Han Fei shouted coldly, "Everyone, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave the void. Whoever doesn't make it to the teleportation array, die with the sea demons." At this moment, he needed to be ruthless. Time was tight, and Han Fei had no time to chase or save anyone. Besides, Han Fei found that these people were not suitable for group battles at all, or rather, they didn't know how to fight in groups at all. In fact, these people were all fighting alone. They were fighting with great momentum, but the results were disappointing. The sea demon venerables weren't stupid. It would only be 10 seconds. Even if they would be seriously injured, they might be able to kill a few venerables. After all, once they succeeded, the situation would change. After all, they were still in the sea demon's territory. It would only take them a few seconds to mobilize their soldiers. At this time, Han Fei broke through the void, and the surrounding void was torn apart as a group of people hurriedly rushed out. In the outside world, in the distance, Golden Boy actually blocked 3 half-kings alone. The speed of a half-king far exceeded that of a peak-level venerable. If the time was too short, Golden Boy wouldn't be able to take down a half-king. Ye Qian shouted, "Han Fei, that's enough." Han Fei looked at his subordinate who had just rushed out speechlessly. The array he had just set up had been slightly damaged by the aftershock of the battle. Han Fei stood in front of the array expressionlessly, quietly watching the venerables fighting their way out of the void. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said leisurely, "You're too careless. Not everyone has explosive power like yours, which can kill an expert of the same level instantly. Generally speaking, even if they outnumber their enemies, it's difficult to kill an opponent in a mere 10 seconds when their strength is about the same. This is reality," Han Fei said casually. However, the human race is ruthless enough. At this moment, Han Fei saw that Hua Meng suddenly detonated himself with a sea demon venerable. Seeing this scene, Han Fei just raised his eyelids, because detonating himself didn't necessarily mean death. On the contrary, it was because the human race outnumbered the sea demons. If someone on their side detonated himself, he could be reborn. But what about the other party? As soon as the other party was reborn, he would definitely be killed by others. Therefore, Hua Meng made the right choice. Although the self-explosion damaged his cultivation base, Han Fei could make up for it. He was quite bold in doing so. As he expected, Long Shi rushed up to stab that reborn sea demon venerable. Her spear shattered, she condensed half of her essence blood, and stirred a big hole in the void with her armor-piercing spear, which was full of cracks and entangled the sea demon venerable who hadn't been completely reborn. Boom. It was at this moment that Han Fei felt the void tremble more than 30,000 kilometers away. Golden Boy shouted, "Everyone, evacuate!" The sea demon venerables didn't want to let them go. "So many people are attacking our camp, and you just come and go as you please? Where do you think you are?" Han Fei had already rushed out in an instant. He stomped in the air, activated the near-at-hand technique, and pulled the 9 junior venerables close to him. Because of Han Fei's deterrence, the junior sea demon venerables didn't dare to be too domineering. The human venerables weren't weak, so almost everyone returned to the teleportation array in a second. A sea demon venerable used a confinement technique to hold 2 venerables back, but Han Fei slashed in the air and directly shattered the space. The 2 junior venerables only had time to cast a grateful look at Han Fei and quickly evacuate. Han Fei shouted, "Go." Even at this point, there was still someone who hadn't left. It was Wang He. At this moment, Wang He looked very aggressive as he fought against 2 venerables alone. He shouted, "Old Li, leave first. I'll be right back." At that moment, those who didn't know it thought that Wang He was going to sacrifice himself. Han Fei's lips curled slightly, but then a sacrificing punch blasted out. He launched Agility of Wind and Star Teleportation, and quickly grabbed at Wang He. The sea demons had witnessed how Han Fei killed a peak-level venerable with 1 slash, so when they saw Han Fei, their first reaction was to flee. Han Fei cursed, "I told you to leave. Why are you still here?" Han Fei came to the teleportation array with the near-at-hand technique. He set up the array again and shouted, "This battle is over. Ye Qian, let's go." As for Golden Boy, Han Fei didn't need to help him. How could 3 half-kings completely suppress a fake king? If it was really so easy, the immortal city would have long been gone. How could it last for 10,000 years? Ye Qian waved his knife, repelled the purple crystal peak-level venerable, and returned to Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said, let's go. The purple crystal venerable didn't stop him. However, the moment the three of them stepped into the teleportation array, he stabbed the purple crystal spear in his hand at the teleportation array with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. He thrust the whole spear into the array. Unfortunately, it failed to penetrate the 100 layers of defense arrays that Han Fei set up. Immediately, a second spear thrust out, directly blasting the teleportation array apart. On the human front line, behind the first island, was precisely the rear of the human front line. Long Shi and the others had already returned. They saw that the teleportation array was unstable, and a large number of space cracks burst out. Just when everyone was nervous and realized that something was wrong with the teleportation array, a light ball rushed out of the teleportation array. At that moment, Han Fei was covered in wounds. Wang He was dripping with blood, and he looked dead. However, Ye Qian was completely fine. Han Fei looked at Ye Qian, who said, "Too many venerables have died there. I have enough death energy." Han Fei nodded slightly, glanced at Wang He coldly, and cast the Holy Light technique on him. Han Fei shouted, "Your fight was simply a mess." Chapter 1581, Cook Sea Demon and Eat Their Flesh Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Originally, in Han Fei's plan, this battle was definitely a perfect sneak attack. Han Fei didn't set off alone, but had planned with Golden Boy and taken him with him. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, even the Fake King had been deployed. How could there be any deaths? At this moment, Han Fei was very, very angry. Han Fei shouted, "You have twice the number of our enemies. Why are there still casualties? What I want is to quickly kill the enemies. You have the advantage in numbers. Why don't the venerables work together to surround and kill them? If you can't take your opponent down, why not fight him together? I've created time for you, not for you to fight steadily, but for you to slaughter venerables." Han Fei was furious and cursed, making these venerables speechless. Of course, many people were still unconvinced. After all, anything could happen on the battlefield. Long Shi stood out. Marshal Han, that person is named Jing Shi. He is a special creature among the sea demon venerables. He is half fish and half grass that can shake the soul for a short time. Therefore, when he detonated himself, the three of them were restrained and fell into the void storm together. Han Fei glared at her and shouted, "Are you questioning me?" Long Shi lowered her head. "I dare not." Lowering her head in front of Han Fei, Long Shi didn't feel ashamed. After all, the moment they came out of the teleportation array, Han Fei killed a venerable with a single slash. They all knew that venerable. Even such a super powerhouse at the peak of the venerable level was killed by Han Fei with a single slash. This kind of strength really convinced them, so it was not their turn to doubt him. Han Fei said coldly, "I know that your combat power can't be much higher than those sea demon venerables. However, if you go up, you should be like Hua Meng, dragging the other party to self-destruct and creating perfect conditions for your companions to kill the enemy. Even if you can't kill the other party, they won't have a chance to catch any loopholes and counterattack you. You have been caged for thousands of years, and I thought that since you have been fighting every day, you should be much fiercer than the people outside, but today, I haven't seen your guts at all." Ye Qian was fine, but Long Shi and the others were scolded terribly by Han Fei. Self-destruct? Han Fei's thinking was indeed different from that of ordinary people. In fact, self-destructing in an evenly matched battle would greatly reduce one's strength after his rebirth, and he might not even have a chance to escape. Therefore, it was impossible for ordinary venerables to do that. Everyone felt that this battle was too rushed. They didn't know who the enemy was. Therefore, they could only deal with the enemies temporarily after seeing them. At this moment, Han Fei spoke eloquently, praising Hua Meng's method. Indeed, with an absolute advantage in numbers, if they killed the enemies according to Hua Meng's method, the other party would at least lose 4 venerables. Maybe they could even take down all their venerables. But now they lost 2 venerables, and so did the sea demons. Buzz. The air vibrated, and a figure appeared quietly, and the Golden Boy appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Golden Boy, everyone was shocked and bowed. Grand Venerable. Golden Boy waved his hand casually. "The battle is over. Go back to the Firestone Island first." Ye Qian looked at Han Fei and Golden Boy, and then said to the others, "Everyone, come back with me." After all these people left, Golden Boy smiled faintly. "You want to attract the Black Evil Conch King through this battle, and then have the 10,000 Beast Island assist us? But even a dead dragon is bigger than a snake. The number of venerables in the Black Blood City far exceeds our immortal city. If the 10,000 Beast Island doesn't participate in the battle, we'll be in a passive situation. Are you sure you can really influence the 10,000 Beast Island? Our immortal city and the 10,000 Beast Island have long been estranged." Han Fei's ferociousness disappeared in the blink of an eye. He said with a smile, "The Black Evil Conch King probably won't come for the battle just now. We need to put on a show. Otherwise, as a cautious person, he wouldn't take the risk. As for the 10,000 Beast Island, I believe in them. The Black Evil Conch King has 2 fronts. He can't send all his soldiers to attack the immortal city," Golden Boy said. "Although I'm not sure whether the Black Evil Conch King will come or not. If he wants to come, he'll come very soon. Besides, your men have all been exposed tonight. Shall we send them to the front line tomorrow?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I have my own arrangements. After the sneak attack today, both parties must be on high alert. It's impossible to sneak attack again. If the Black Evil Conch King comes, this battle will be easier to fight. As he talked, Han Fei suddenly remembered, "By the way, do you have resources such as the tendon of a dragon?" Golden Boy nodded slightly. "Yes, how many do you want, 3 or 5? Golden Boy, okay, Huanghe, how did you find out that he was an undercover agent? Even I couldn't tell anything wrong about him." "How did you know that at first glance?" Han Fei explained. "This is the unique secret technique of the yin-yang world. He possessed the real Wang He's body and has been used to the combat skills and techniques of human beings for a long time. Ordinary people can't see anything wrong with him." Golden Boy, "Well, since it's a secret technique of the yin-yang world, I won't ask further. However, undercover agents in the Venerable Realm are extremely dangerous. After using this person, it's best to deal with him immediately." Firestone Island. The entire Fiery Stone Island was in an uproar. It was no secret that all the Venerables on the island had disappeared. The island was only this big, and the few Venerables usually met frequently. But tonight, they were destined to be unable to sleep as cracks appeared in the sky frequently. In just 30 seconds, 7 great douse rumbled in a row, and a total of 7 Venerables died. Under such circumstances, if the Venerables on the Firestone Island were still around, they would have watched the show too. Therefore, many people's first reaction was that Han Fei had taken action, and he had taken all the Venerables with him. From the sky, there was a heavy rain of blood as 7 Venerables died in a row, but the people didn't know if they were all Venerables on the Sea Demon's side. The crowd was still discussing. Someone sighed. "I hope these dead Venerables are all from the Black Blood City." Someone was not optimistic. "How can it be so easy? The Sea Demons are not fools who just stand still and let us kill them." Someone chased Wen Zhu and asked, "Wen Zhu, you're so close to Master Long Shi. Didn't Master Long Shi tell you anything?" Wen Zhu shook her head. "I don't know. This is a battle between Venerables. I'm not even a half Venerable. How can I know anything?" Buzz. The void trembled as Long Shi and the other Venerables walked out of the void. Many people gathered up. However, Long Shi and the others were grim. This battle was simply a disgrace for them. 24 of them attacked, and their opponents only had 12 of them, but the result was 2-2. Who would have the face to claim credit? It could be said that this victory was basically won by Han Fei alone. He killed 3 Venerables in a row, including a peak-level Venerable. With such strength, even if someone told them that Han Fei wasn't in the Half-King realm, they wouldn't believe it. Seeing that there were many people around, Ye Qian immediately shouted, "Everyone, return to your position and continue to cultivate." However, a few people in the Venerable realm were missing. This situation was immediately discovered. No matter how low their cultivation levels were, they were no lower than explorers. It would be strange if they couldn't even count how many Venerables there were. Someone was shocked. "Grand Venerable Yuntian is gone," someone exclaimed. "Grand Venerable Yuntian, Venerable Limang, Venerable Quan, and Marshal Han have not returned? What? Did the mission fail?" Someone was shocked. Could it be that this battle ended up in 4003? Even Grand Venerable Han Fei was killed? Huameng roared, "What are you talking about? Marshal Han and Grand Venerable Yuntian just have something to do outside." Phew, many people were relieved to hear that. It was really scary. They thought to themselves, Marshal Han is so powerful. How could he have died so easily in a battle that only lasted 30 seconds? However, someone keenly noticed that there was a loophole in Huameng's words. Han Fei and Lu Yuntian were fine, but what about Li Meng and Chen Chuan? Buzz. The void trembled, a void rift was torn open, and Han Fei walked out. Everyone, including Long Shi, looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei shouted, "Attention, tonight I led all the Venerables of the island to raid the Sea Demon camp and killed a peak-level Sea Demon Venerable." As Han Fei spoke, he threw the corpse of the peak-level Venerable to the ground. The huge corpse of a flying fish shocked countless people. Ye Qian said, "This is a peak-level Venerable Sea Demon, Li Fei." Many explorers looked at the body that was more than 3,000 meters long curiously. Even though it was dead, the intense demonic chi on it still shocked them and made their legs tremble. Han Fei continued, "And I also killed Gao Jing, a peak-level Venerable, a peak-level Intermediate Venerable, and 2 Junior Venerables. This is the result of our battle today." Under everyone's shocked gaze, Han Fei's voice slowed down, and he said in a deep voice, "However, although we won this battle, 2 human Venerables were sucked into the void storm and died on the spot." Han Fei's tone suddenly turned cold, making Long Shi and the others blush. In front of these explorers, Han Fei naturally didn't mention the specific battle situation. However, they themselves knew how badly they had fought this battle. They also knew that Han Fei said that to motivate them. Their morale could be boosted, but not discouraged. Only at this moment did they understand why Han Fei could be the commander. This was because Han Fei could handle battles well. In fact, in this ambush battle, Han Fei was brave and strategic. Without courage, it would be impossible for him to go deep into the enemy's camp. Obtaining such excellent battle results and even having a numerical advantage against the enemy, he must have performed an amazing strategy. With such a brave and strategic commander, why should the human side be afraid of fighting? Han Fei shouted. "War has always been cruel. As long as the enemy is still around, people will constantly die around you. Put away your grief, take out your courage, and dare to fight to the death in a battle. Every victory you win is a victory for the human race. I hope that you can continue to win in the future. Even if you fight to the last person, even if you are defenseless, use your bodies to die with the enemy. Han Fei didn't talk about the fighting situation of the other venerables. He specifically talked about the battle of Hua Meng, who was quite courageous in the battle. How could there be no sacrifice to kill the enemy? As the saying went, no pain, no gain. This was a helpless choice. If Han Fei didn't take the path of a king and could cultivate simply, it wouldn't matter even if he hid in the corners of the world. Unfortunately, Han Fei was the master of yin-yang world. Even in this cage, everything Han Fei did was what he should do. Swish to Han Fei put away Li Fei's corpse and then threw out another one. Many venerables exclaimed, "Is this xuanhuan?" Han Fei said. "Everyone on the Firestone Island, listen up. Tonight, let's cook this sea demon and have a good meal. We'll fight again someday." Chapter 1582, Lu Yuntian's xuanhuan translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Among all the people present, Wang He was the most worried. Just now, at the moment he entered the void, he had told the sea demons all the information he knew, including Han Fei's identity, Han Fei's real strength, Han Fei's heaven enlightenment divine technique, and the 100,000 explorers who had been cured on the Firestone Island. He didn't know any other information. The sea demons encouraged Wang He to continue to lurk. After all, the one fighting Wang He was only an intermediate venerable and had no right to order him to do this or that. However, 5 venerables from the Black Blood City were killed by Han Fei in one battle, which made Wang He extremely resentful. Han Fei's strength was beyond doubt. He couldn't go to the first venerable level battle at all, nor could he inform the sea demons, resulting in the death of 2 venerables. This time, although he went to battle, the whole battle only lasted for 10 seconds. He only had time to deliver some information before he was immediately dragged back. In order to continue to lurk, Wang He put on a show and fought 2 venerables alone until he was covered in blood. Now, Han Fei, this son of a Bischach, was going to cook and eat a sea demon venerable. He was simply the biggest jerk in history. Of course, unlike Wang He, everyone else here was happy. This included Ye Qian. Although he was an undead creature and didn't need to eat, in any case, today was the most enjoyable battle in so many years. Although this battle didn't last long, with so many enemies killed, he felt comfortable. Besides, he had absorbed a lot of death energy. When the situation was getting out of control, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and said to Long Shi, "When Lu Yuntian comes back, ask him to find me at the mansion." Long Shi nodded. "Yes, Marshal Han." While the others were discussing how to cook the sea demon venerable, Han Fei entered the marshal's mansion. After checking out, Han Fei found that his soul power had increased by more than 800 points. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. This 9-palace luck ruler was indeed worthy of being called a human sacred weapon. If he hadn't changed his luck, the result would have been the flat. Perhaps he would have lost some of his soul power. In general, he had exchanged a wisp of chaotic chi for more than 800 points of soul power growth. He still had to kill 3 venerables to make up for the gap from the peak of his soul power. They had won this battle, but only killing 5 venerables didn't give them any advantage. However, this battle was still useful to Han Fei. Although it didn't polish his foundation much, he did feel that he had made great progress when he fought against the half-king. This wasn't a problem with his foundation, but his confidence in fighting. Han Fei didn't even know that he could really compete with a half-king without borrowing strength. This kind of huge psychological achievement was no worse than the polishing of the foundation. Unfortunately, his time was limited. Even if the power of faith he had accumulated was enough for him to push his strength to the peak of an intermediate venerable, it still needed time. But now, after the sneak attack, there was no time. The next step would be to see how the Black Evil Conch King would react. The old turtle said, "If the fake king is really here, I'm afraid your subordinates won't be able to resist him, right?" Han Fei said, "The king versus the king, the general versus the general, and the soldiers versus the soldiers. The Black Evil Conch King will be dealt with by the Golden Boy. What I need to think about is a pure victory." The old turtle said, "You have to know that if the Black Evil Conch King really comes, not to mention how the Demon Beast Union will take action, maybe the Black Blood City will be seriously injured by the Demon Beast Union. However, the Immortal City won't be any better. There are only more than 100 venerables here." Han Fei grinned. "That's a lot. How many people do you think the Black Evil Conch King can take with him?" Han Fei remembered that according to Old Sheep's calculation, the number of venerables in the Black Blood City seemed to be 287. However, a batch died in the Yin-Yang world, a batch died in the Life and Death Gorge, and another batch died in the Immortal City. Han Fei calculated and found that there should be 263 venerables left. As for whether there were any new venerables, he didn't know. In terms of number, the number of venerables in the Black Blood City far exceeded that in the Immortal City, more than twice. Of course, in a defensive battle, the Immortal City also had its own advantages. At least, although the relationship between humans and the 10,000 Beast Island was not so good, it was a good thing that they had the same enemy. The Black Blood City had to fight 2 enemies, so the front line must be tight. The Black Evil Conch King only had one chance to fight, and if he didn't fight well enough, the Black Blood City would suffer heavy losses. In the past, the Immortal City was much weaker than the Black Blood City. However, now that Han Fei could save living people and restore the strength of many people to their peak state, this was very meaningful for the following battles. However, on the battlefield, Han Fei had no time to save anyone except for giving humans some time to breathe. Han Fei considered carefully. The Black Blood City wanted to launch a lightning battle? Probably not. After all, the 10,000 Beast Island had already received his notice. The situation between the two sides was clearly advantageous to Han Fei's side. However, in a battle, the strategy of the leaders was the most important. If his arrangement was improper, even if the humans and the 10,000 Beast Island had some advantages, it would be wasted by him. Of course, the premise was that the undead was on the human side. And Han Fei had learned very clearly from Golden Boy, Netherworld, and the others that once they switched to undead creatures, they couldn't be called human beings anymore. The old turtle had also said, "Don't ask about the secrets of the undead." These people have a power behind them that even he dare not mention. It was the old turtle's words that made Han Fei start to pay more attention to the undead. A creature that grew up with the death energy scattered almost all over the entire sea. How big was the yin-yang world and water-wood world? And what was the power behind the undead creatures? Therefore, why did Han Fei care about the lives of the undead? If the entire Immortal City was full of undead creatures now, Han Fei didn't dare to open the cage at all. Otherwise, when the time came, there would only be one beast to trust, and he would be the one in trouble. Golden Boy did say that the Immortal City would stand on his side, but that was just his promise. At this time, Han Fei led more than 300,000 explorers and more than 20 venerables. However, this was nothing compared to the undead. Of the 7 big islands in the front line, 4 were basically occupied by the undead, and only 3 were places of the living. In the battle with the sea demons, it seemed that he had to make full use of the power of the undead. At this moment, Long Shi said, "Marshal Han, Grand Venerable Yuntian is here." Han Fei said leisurely, "Let him in." Lu Yuntian's feelings were complicated. In just 30 seconds, 7 venerables had died in a row tonight, which really scared him. It could be said that when Han Fei came, the Immortal City's situation seemed to change. In just a few days, including the humans, 9 venerables had died. This speed of death was unprecedented. At this rate, who knew what the Immortal City would become in a year? Lu Yuntian entered the marshal's mansion. Seeing Han Fei sitting cross-legged, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "Later, you'll have to play along with me. You can imagine, the task I arranged for you hasn't been completed yet. I'll kick you out of the mansion. After you go out, you need to pretend to be angry and wait for Wang He to come to you. Remember, you have to play the role well. Your performance may decide the fate of all the venerables here." Hiss! Lu Yuntian took a deep breath, and his eyelids twitched. Han Fei's words were too serious, which made him feel quite stressed. Lu Yuntian had to believe Han Fei, because this person was too weird. He could even sneak attack a sea demon camp. Was there anything he couldn't do? Han Fei had successfully killed venerables in the first battle. Han Fei had successfully ambushed a sea demon camp. As for Han Fei's plan this time, Lu Yuntian had no reason not to believe it. Besides, this time, no one came to stop Han Fei. Han Fei was like a special envoy in the Immortal City who could do whatever he wanted. Outside, Wang He was also eating nervously. Yes, in order not to arouse any suspicion, he was also swallowing the blood and flesh of xuanhuan. After all, sea demons could kill each other in the first place. While he was eating xuanhuan's flesh, Wang He thought to himself, "If one day I die, I must not die in such a way. I must blow myself up as soon as possible." Bang! Wang He and the others were eating when they suddenly saw the marshal's mansion explode, and Lu Yuntian was sent flying out of the door. After he landed, his feet slid on the ground and his 7 orifices bled. Ye Qian appeared immediately, and at the same time, a death aura blocked the vision of the explorers. Wang He and the others came to the marshal's mansion as soon as possible, looking dumbfounded, wondering what happened inside. Seeing Lu Yuntian looking resentful and ferocious, someone asked, "Great Venerable Yuntian, well, what's wrong?" Han Fei walked out of the mansion gloomily. Without looking at Lu Yuntian, Han Fei shouted, "Ye Qian, come to the front line with me. Long Shi, keep an eye on Firestone Island." Han Fei quickly left with Ye Qian. Lu Yuntian snorted and left too, but he didn't leave the island. When Wang He saw this scene, his heart did a flip. It seemed that Lu Yuntian didn't accomplish what Han Fei asked him to do. That was why Han Fei was so angry. Wang He immediately said to Long Shi and the others, "Don't let the others know about this. Since you are all here, I'll go take a look." Everyone knew what Wang He meant. He would go to comfort Lu Yuntian. All the venerables couldn't help sighing, thinking to themselves, Han Fei is actually not bad in all aspects, but he is too domineering and difficult to get close to. In a corner of Firestone Island, Wang He chased up to Lu Yuntian. Old Lu, what's wrong with you two? Why did you have a fight?" Lu Yuntian thought to himself. There is indeed something wrong with Wang He. Lu Yuntian said with a sullen face, "Old Wang, you said that you didn't want to stay in Han Fei's team. Damn it, I should have believed you. If I have the ability to get out, are you leaving with me?" Chapter 1583, Lu Yuntian's Show 2. translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Lu Yuntian, knew that the bad relationship between him and Han Fei would end with Wang He's exposure and death. At this moment, Lu Yuntian seemed very angry that he was beaten by Han Fei in front of so many venerables. If this can be endured, what else cannot be? Lu Yuntian cursed Han Fei hatefully. As they talked, drank wine, and ate meat, Lu Yuntian said in a low and cold voice, "You know, tonight you were in the limelight and attracted the attention of all the venerables in our immortal city and Black Blood City. Today, a lot of half-kings and peak-level venerables went to the battlefield, right?" Wang He nodded solemnly. More than a lot. The 3 half-kings were stopped by the Golden Boy venerable alone. Apart from the peak-level venerable that Han Fei killed, Ye Qian resisted a peak-level venerable, and there should have been at least another 3 sea demon peak-level venerables. All of this happened in only 30 seconds. The time was so tight, can you imagine it? Wang He wasn't exaggerating. If Han Fei had stayed a moment longer, the sea demon's reinforcements would have arrived. At that time, it was unknown who would win. Han Fei was fast in speed and execution. At that time, he wanted to stall for time only to be caught back by Han Fei. He knew Han Fei's terrifying speed very well. Huh? Lu Yuntian sneered. You think you're the only one who's taking risks? You don't know that I'm taking risks too. I also went deep into the enemy's camp. I'm more dangerous than you guys. Wang He said in shock. Really? Is it so dangerous? Did he meet a peak-level venerable? Lu Yuntian sneered. Bullshit. Do you think you're the only ones who went to the rear of the sea demon camp through the teleportation array? Wang He was puzzled. Why? Did you go there too? Where did you go? Lu Yuntian smiled coldly. It's the sea demon camp closest to the first island of our human race, the one Han Fei almost destroyed. Wang He said in shock. How dare you? At that time, everyone was fighting like crazy. As Wang He talked, he became silent. His heart skipped a beat. Han Fei was making a feint to the east but attacking in the west. Although he said it was a sneak attack tonight, it was actually just a cover. In fact, Han Fei's purpose was to attract all the venerables in the sea demon camp through him and the others. Then, he could lure the fish out and empty the sea demon's rear. As for Lu Yuntian, he took the opportunity to go to the sea demon camp. As for how he got there, Han Fei was a master of arrays. Wherever he went, he left teleportation arrays. This was easy for him. As long as Lu Yuntian prepared in advance and took Han Fei's array map, when the first great Dao crack appeared, according to Han Fei's deployment, he could be teleported to near the sea demon camp. Then, he could secretly set up an array. Of course, these arrays were interlocked. It wouldn't be a problem for a venerable to arrange the arrays he had prepared in advance. The problem was that Lu Yuntian didn't do this well. Wang He was shocked. What a clever plan. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of killing 5 venerables in a row, but Han Fei was already planning his next move. Wang He didn't even dare to think about it. Han Fei had killed 5 venerables just in a sneak attack that was actually a cover. Then by asking Lu Yuntian to secretly set up the array, how many people did Han Fei want to kill? Wang He couldn't help thinking, although only 100,000 people on the Firestone Island were cured, it wouldn't be a problem for this force to destroy a corner of the sea demon camp. Wang He concluded that with Han Fei's scheming, the next time would definitely not be as simple as killing 5 venerables. Who would expect Han Fei to sneak attack a place twice in a row? The only thing that Han Fei didn't understand was that it would take time to kill venerables. If Han Fei quickly slaughtered the sea demon venerables in that camp, he couldn't rely on himself. This time, Golden Boy had already taken action. Next time, in addition to the more than 20 venerables on the Firestone Island, there would probably be many peak-level venerables and advanced venerables. At the rear of the Immortal City, the Half-King, Netherworld, might come out in person and lead all the soldiers of the Immortal City out. Thinking of this, Wang He felt a chill down his spine. What a deep scheme. If the sea demons were caught in this trap, at least 10 of them would die. If the Black Evil Conch King was entangled by the Golden Boy, in that battle, more than 15 venerables might even be killed. Wang He quickly calculated in his heart. After careful calculation, Wang He was almost certain that Han Fei could definitely kill more than 10 sea demon venerables in one fell swoop. No, this message must be passed on. Otherwise, the Black Blood City will suffer heavy losses. Wang He immediately gasped and said leisurely, what a deep scheme. Hey wait, since he has already calculated it, why did he, Lu Yuntian sneered, why did he kick me out just now, right? Hey, it's mainly because your combat time is too short and I only have 30 seconds left. To prevent the Sea Demon Half-King from returning quickly, I have to quickly bury the teleportation array he prepared in advance in these 30 seconds. However, as you know, I'm not familiar with the terrain there, so the place where the teleportation array is buried might have a little problem. Maybe it's too close to a Sea Demon Valley. Because of this little thing, I was kicked out by him, son of a BH teach. Wang He remembered it in his heart. Before he could think about it, Lu Yuntian grabbed the wine jar and took a few mouthfuls. Old Wang, to be honest, among these people, only you are smart. I know that Han Fei is extraordinary, but think about it, he could easily enter the cage and find us. What does it mean? Wang He asked. Huh? What does it mean? Lu Yuntian said, it means that this person is indeed here to free the cage. He may have mastered the way to break the cage. What? Wang He couldn't help but exclaim, how is this possible? Shh. Lu Yuntian hushed Wang He and said, "Why not? Keep your voice down. I overheard the conversation between him and Grand Venerable Ye Qian the other day. They mentioned the cage." Unfortunately, Han Fei was too keen and immediately set up a soundproof array. Wang He said in a low voice, "Do you think it's possible?" Lu Yuntian sneered. "Why is it impossible? He's not an ordinary person at all. Have you seen an intermediate venerable kill a peak venerable easily? This matter was carried out in front of your eyes. I'm the first to believe that he can kill a half-king. However, he, Han Fei, is not omnipotent. He can kill enemies, but he might not be able to protect his own people. When the time comes, if Han Fei really fights the Black Evil Conch King, strong masters like him won't easily die. But what about people like you and me? In his opinion, we might be nothing at all. We may probably die." Gulp. Wang He pretended to swallow and looked at the depressed Lu Yuntian, only to see that Lu Yuntian's eyes gradually became clear. After about 10 seconds, Lu Yuntian sneered and said, "Just now, before I came back, I specially went to find Half-King Qin Mo. He is my childhood playmate and has been my friend for many years. I can ask him to dig me out, old Wang. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you stay here, with Han Fei's personality, there will be many life-and-death battles later. Instead of staying here, why don't we wait for him to break the cage so that we can see the outside world?" Hearing Lu Yuntian speaking his mind, Wang He knew that Lu Yuntian had made up his mind to slip away. It turned out that Lu Yuntian was a sophisticated person. He didn't want to fight, but he hoped that Han Fei could win the battle as soon as possible and wipe out the Black Blood City so that he could go out to enjoy life. Wang He sneered in his heart. "You damn people, all of you deserve to die. You scheme against our Black Blood City every day. Since I'm here, I'll definitely ruin your plan." Wang He immediately pretended to be tempted. "Old Lu, can Half-King Qin Mo take me out by the way? To be honest with you, I really can't stand Han Fei's temper." Lu Yuntian patted Wang He on the shoulder and said, "Old Wang, during this period of time, you are the only one who came to comfort me. I know what I'm doing. We humans always have a lot of thoughts. Alas, it can only be said that I can't get along with Han Fei. Han Fei can do whatever he wants, but we brothers have to find a way to survive. Only by surviving can we have a chance to see the scenery outside." Next morning, Han Fei and Ye Qian had already returned. No one knew what they had done. However, the next morning, Han Fei began to restore the vitality of the explorers whose foundation hadn't recovered. Everyone knew that in this battle Han Fei had killed many venerables and he must have absorbed a lot of vitality, so he had the confidence to heal so many people. One morning, after Han Fei had only treated a few thousand people, the void trembled, and then a few powerhouses walked out of the void. Among them, there were 2 undead creatures in the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei looked back and frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Qin Mo from the 6th island. Brother Han, it's an honor to meet you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, so it's Half-King Qin Mo. I wonder what brought you here." Qin Mo said, "Let's be honest. Lu Yuntian is my brother who I grew up with. Since he is Brother Han's subordinate, Brother Han should treat him normally. But Brother Han, you are too capricious. I know that my brother is having a hard time, so I'm here to ask for him. I heard that Brother Han is closer to the undead, so I asked 2 strong masters from Grand Venerable Golden Boy to help you. What do you think?" At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Yuntian. Huameng even said, "This is too much." Everyone was slightly angry. Although Han Fei was a little domineering, he was definitely a leader worthy of respect and admiration. Did Lu Yuntian secretly go to find someone to get him away? That was a little petty. Han Fei's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Yuntian and said coldly, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Qin. Since his heart isn't here, get lost." Lu Yuntian blushed, and Qin Mo gave him a look. Lu Yuntian said, "Half-King Qin Mo, Wang He is my friend," so Qin Mo's expression changed slightly. "Yuntian, don't go too far." Wang He felt his heart skip a beat. Lu Yuntian and Qin Mo had been friends since they were young, but he didn't know him well. Was he too eager to get out to inform his fellow sea demons? However, Han Fei suddenly looked at Wang He, who couldn't help swallowing. Han Fei said, "Humph, who else wants to leave? Fuck off today. If your heart is not with me, just tell me. I won't force you to stay. However, don't do this again." Now, who else? Chapter 1584, Attack the Immortal City Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the end, Lu Yuntian and Wang He left. In the eyes of others, Qin Mo didn't want to take Wang He out. However, since Han Fei had said that and was extremely domineering, Qin Mo, as a half-king, would definitely not bow down to Han Fei. Therefore, he took Wang He away too. However, except for these 2 people, no one wanted to leave. Everyone knew what the battle last night was like. They didn't have the cheek to ask to leave at this moment. Besides, even if you wanted to leave, someone had to receive you. Although Qin Mo was here to ask for someone from Han Fei and his tone was not very polite, he originally only wanted Lu Yuntian. In order to ask for a person, he brought 2 advanced venerable level undead to Han Fei. This meant that Qin Mo didn't intend to offend Han Fei. Therefore, except for Lu Yuntian and Wang He, no one else left. After leaving the Firestone Island, Lu Yuntian and Wang He seemed to be much more relaxed. Qin Mo said with a smile, Old Lu, I'm at odds with Han Fei because of you. You owe me a big favor. Lu Yuntian smiled and said, sure, old Qin, I guarantee that I'll hunt a sea demon venerable for you. Otherwise, you can punish me as you like. Qin Mo laughed. Old Lu, joking is not allowed in the army. If you say so, I'll take it seriously. Lu Yuntian smiled and said, I'm serious. Give me some time. Let me find a suitable target. Wang He sneered in his heart. Hunting venerables? When I land and deliver the message, Han Fei's plan will be completely ruined. Then it would be time for him to return to the Black Blood City. Black Blood City. Boom, in the place where the royal city was, furious waves were surging and thunder rumbled. The black evil conch king was furious and his face was cold. What a human Han Fei. He is arrogant in the yin-yang world, but now he is in the cage and still so arrogant. I'm going to kill him. As soon as he said so, a venerable said, King, don't be hasty. Han Fei must be up to no good for provoking us so blatantly. We must not fall into his trap. The black evil conch king said, I have fought with that little thief. This person is extremely weird, and his means and combat power are extraordinary. Today, he could sneak attack one camp, and tomorrow he can sneak attack two. How can I sit still? An octopus venerable said, King, if you really want to fight, you have to arrange the life and death gorge well first. Once our army is deployed, the Demon Beast Union will definitely make a move. In the past 2 days, the demon beasts at the Life and Death Gorge have been clamoring for a war more frequently. There are also some new faces appearing. I'm afraid that the demon beasts are sending more people to the Life and Death Gorge. The black evil conch king stared at the octopus. Are you saying that the Demon Beast Union and the Immortal City have joined forces? The octopus said. That's not necessarily true. If these two parties could join forces, they would have done so long ago. Look at the Immortal City. It's full of death energy, and they're not human beings at all. The Demon Beast Union might not have a bad relationship with them, but if they really want to join forces, they'll have to fight on 3 fronts. As long as we tell the Forest of Terror, they'll have to fight on all sides. In addition to this octopus, a merman powerhouse also said, perhaps we can wait a little longer. Don't forget, in Han Fei's camp, Wang He is our undercover agent. Apart from the 2 venerables who died, there are 24 venerables on Han Fei's side, including himself. There are also 300,000 explorers. With so many people under his command, it's impossible for him not to do anything. He must have other purposes. Why don't we wait for Wang He to think of a way to send over important information? Someone said. Didn't Wang He say, Han Fei doesn't allow them to leave the island at all and everyone is monitored? This should be to prevent any information of their operation from being leaked. Someone added, it doesn't matter if we wait another 2 days. Han Fei has just sneaked an attack on our camp, and now everyone in the front line is on high alert. In this case, it is impossible for him to sneak an attack again. Hasn't the king already sent a half-king over? The black evil conch king said in a deep voice, all right, wait another day. Let me tell you, even if the Demon Beast Union really wants to launch an attack, we must fight the Immortal City now. Han Fei is too monstrous. In just 3 years, he has already grown to an intermediate venerable and has the strength to resist a half-king. His growth speed is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him now, I might not even be able to kill him in the future. The black evil conch king remembered that when he fought Han Fei for the first time, Han Fei was only a half-venerable. I can accept that you became a venerable within 3 years. Your talent is unparalleled. After you became a venerable, your strength increased a lot and you were stronger than ordinary junior venerables. I can also accept this. However, Han Fei had surpassed the level of a junior venerable and reached the level of an intermediate venerable. This made the black evil conch king horrified. He had never heard of such a growth rate. Buzz. While the black evil conch king was discussing matters, he suddenly saw the void tremble as someone tore through the void and came over. Who else could it be but xuanhuan? The black evil conch king said crossly, why are you so flustered? Why do you have to come here in person? xuanhuan said weirdly, King, Han Fei intends to launch a sneak attack again. Huh? Instantly everyone looked at xuanhuan in disbelief. He had just launched a sneak attack last night, and only half a day had passed, and he was going to launch a sneak attack again? That's ridiculous, someone said. xuanhuan, where did you get the information? Is there a trap? xuanhuan immediately said, Wang He personally spread the news. He has already found a way to get out of Han Fei's hands. After he came out, he delivered the messages through a special channel. Someone was puzzled. Has he come out? He just said that he couldn't get out yesterday. Has he been discovered? xuanhuan shook his head. At first I thought so too, but after I learned what happened, I thought it might be Han Fei's style. That's why I came back to tell my king. The black evil conch king said casually, tell me what he said. Immediately, xuanhuan told him that Han Fei had broken into the Immortal City, demanded power, and taken in the venerables and explorers who had been crippled. When xuanhuan mentioned Han Fei's domineering personality, the black evil conch king nodded. This was exactly the guy he had fought. In the battle on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was brutal to both the sea demons and humans. He killed human venerables without a blink. So many people were killed and the entire Scattered Stars Island was dyed red by blood, but this guy didn't care at all. He even sent more than 3,000 people to stop the 800,000 strong army. What kind of idea was that? After hearing Xuanhuan's introduction, the Black Evil Conch King said with certainty, "Yes, this is exactly Han Fei's style of doing things. Before you came back, have you asked Li Santong to search for the teleportation array and collect it?" Xuanhuan immediately said, "We did. We found it the moment we got the news, but it's not the place Wang He mentioned. There are only some traces of human breath in that place. The place we found must be where they buried the teleportation array later, somewhere further behind the camp. It's already out of the range of Li Santong's perception. According to Wang He, Han Fei went out personally after teaching Lu Yuntian a lesson. Yes, others might not be able to sneak into the sea demon camp, but Han Fei had such a method because he had a shadow clone that was comparable to his original body and strength." All of a sudden, the Black Evil Conch King shouted, "Good, very good, get ready to attack the Immortal City." Immediately someone said, "King, will Han Fei really make such a hasty arrangement? Is this a trap he set?" The Black Evil Conch King grinned. "That's impossible. I know him well. Han Fei is very bad. He can totally do such a thing. Besides, Wang He possessed the real Wang He's body. Therefore, even if Han Fei has the means to see through the real body, as you said before, he even saved Wang He in the end. Besides, even if Han Fei set a trap somewhere, so what? I'll go there myself. Do you think Golden Boy can really stop me?" The Black Evil Conch King stepped out of the throne and shouted, "Zhang Wuming, Yu Tianai, and Conch Soul, I order the three of you to lead 60 venerables to the Life and Death Gorge. Have someone inform the Forest of Terror to increase their manpower to hold back the Demon Beast Union. As for the others, follow me to the Immortal City." The Black Evil Conch King was actually very shrewd. He probably knew that the 10,000 Beast Valley would cause trouble when they attacked the Immortal City. However, including Zhang Wuming and the others, there were a total of 6 half-kings and 130 venerables below the level of half-king. This was half of the current combat power of the Immortal City. As for the Immortal City, the Black Evil Conch King was confident that he had set off in person. Plus, there were 5 half-kings here, and he would personally drive the huge Conch army to attack the front line of the Immortal City. Even if Han Fei had the power to fight a half-king, there was no reason for him to lose. Besides, he had mastered all of Han Fei's tricks. Perhaps he could avenge himself and kill Han Fei. Little did he know that on the grand splitting canyon far away, the old sheep suddenly opened his eyes. "Baya," old sheep said, "Elephant Dun Dun, Serpent Meng Yue, 100 venerables on the island, go to the Life and Death Gorge, and summon all the patrolling venerables to the Forest of Terror." At this moment, the old sheep's eyes were shining. A big war broke out. Chapter 1585, Backup Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Little did the Black Evil Conch King know that since the moment he left the Black Blood City, a tragedy was destined to happen. On the Firestone Island, after Wang He left, Han Fei spent half a day healing the foundation damage of all the remaining explorers here. When everyone had recovered, at that moment, Han Fei was almost worshipped as a god. This was impossible in their eyes, but Han Fei had done it. Han Fei clearly sensed that a lot of power of faith was concentrated on him. In fact, since the battle last night, Han Fei had felt that the power of faith had been increasing. It should not only be the people on the Firestone Island, but also some people in the front line. In fact, Han Fei really wanted to turn all the people who were still growing and gaining experience on the front line into his followers or his people. After treating everyone, Han Fei said that he was going to resume his cultivation. In fact, Han Fei went to Forge the Universe to visualize the god-scaring painting. This time, he treated too many people. Although they were only explorers below advanced explorers, Han Fei felt a little powerless. Less than an hour later, the old turtle reminded him, "Golden Boy is here for you." With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the marshal's mansion. With a wave of his hand, all kinds of seals disappeared. Buzz. Golden Boy appeared directly in the marshal's mansion, and he said in a childish voice, "It has been 4 hours since Wang He sent the message. Is it okay for you to consume a lot of spiritual power at this time?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I have a way to recover. Why, have you arranged the arrays on the island? We can only lead the sea demons to the grassland. Last time, there was a problem with the cage. Our master must have tried to break free, so he disappeared with the entire island. This obviously destroyed the structure of the cage, so it dragged the island back in the end. We don't know how to move it." Han Fei sighed slightly. What a pity. If the Forbidden Island can be moved, as long as there are enough sea demons led there, Senior Zhao Shenlong has a great chance to resist the Purple Dragon Array on his own. Golden Boy knew that too. When Han Fei proposed to include the Forbidden Island, which was the grassland, in their plan, he was overjoyed. Others might not know, but Golden Boy knew that even his own master was suppressed in the grassland, mainly because he had no energy. If his master appeared in the outside world, he could suppress the entire cage alone. Han Fei's suggestion was good. If Han Fei could really lead the Black Evil Conch King over, perhaps he could really provide more energy to the Palace Lord. But Han Fei knew in his heart that the Purple Dragon Array had been restoring itself. Last time, Zhao Shenlong failed to charge out. This time, he might not have a chance to escape the cage unless he killed dozens of venerables. Golden Boy said, "Are you sure the Black Evil Conch King will come?" Han Fei shook his head. I'm not sure. That guy is very shrewd. However, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, we'll launch another sneak attack. I don't believe that if we kill 10 venerables, he can still sit still. Golden Boy narrowed his eyes. Don't underestimate the Black Evil Conch King. Just because his projection was defeated doesn't mean that he will be defeated. I've fought this person before, and he is indeed very strong. If you measure him by your standards, he may be much stronger than you in all aspects, including strength. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. I know, he's a fake king. Although he didn't become a king, he got some benefits from being a king. It's only natural that he's strong. I won't fight him head on. Anyway, I'll leave him to you. Golden Boy, that night. The front line between humans and sea demons was quite crowded. On the fourth island, the battles between explorers never stopped. More than 50 explorers had died on both sides. This was the price for Han Fei's sneak attack on the sea demons' camp yesterday. The sea demons in the Black Blood City fought crazily without retreating at all. Apart from the explorers, the venerables were also confronting each other. However, for the whole day, the strong masters on both sides had no reaction at all. It was late the next night, the moment Han Fei set off the previous day, when Han Fei, who was recovering his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. The day was up, and the 9-Palace Luck Ruler could be used again. If it weren't for the fact that he was waiting for the 9-Palace Luck Ruler, Han Fei might have taken action long ago. This was because he suspected that the Black Evil Conch King had already come, and everything was already under his control. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei couldn't wait to take out the 9-Palace Luck Ruler and start to calculate. The void indicator began to spin. Han Fei didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the calculation this time seemed to take a longer time. However, when the indicator of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler fell on the word impasse, Han Fei's face immediately changed drastically. Damn it, impasse? Was there something wrong with his plan? Did the Black Evil Conch King discover something? But that was not right. In this plan of his, he shouldn't have been in such a perilous situation. Why would there be an impasse? However, after the impasse divination, Han Fei was 100% sure that the Black Evil Conch King had come and seemed to have brought a lot of power with him. He seemed determined to win. The old turtle asked, "Do you have to change your luck quickly?" Han Fei nodded. This must be changed. Since the plan had been made and the Black Evil Conch King had come, the plan shall not be stopped. He had planned to use them to continue to change the flow of time and forge the universe. However, this kind of shocking battle, which involved the death of dozens of venerables, was exactly what he needed for his growth. Without blinking, Han Fei casually threw out a wisp of chaotic chi. At first, the indicator only moved a little bit away from impasse, which made Han Fei's lips twitch. However, without hesitation, Han Fei threw 2 more wisps of chaotic chi over. The indicator of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler spun again. However, to Han Fei's shock, the indicator ultimately fell on the impasse again. Fuck you, let me try again. Han Fei rose to his feet with a swish. For the third time, he threw 3 wisps of chaotic chi into the 9-Palace Luck Ruler. Buzz. The indicator of the 9-Palace Luck Ruler spun again. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Please, the God of Luck, Mother, help me." No more impasses. Ka. This time, the indicator didn't fall on the impasse, but on the unpredictable. Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that he would have a narrow escape if he hadn't had changed his luck. The one who could put him in such a state could only be a strong master above the level of a half-king, or, to be exact, the Black Evil Conch King. The old turtle said, "It seems that you're in a great crisis this time. You spent 6 wisps of chaos energy only to change your luck to unpredictable. In other words, you might be safe, and might not. That's too vague." Han Fei didn't think at all. Now he was not confident at all, but this was a very important battle. How could he not be confident? Therefore, even though he had spent 6 wisps of chaotic chi, he still threw another wisp of chaotic chi over. Unfortunately, after the chaotic chi circled the 9-Palace Luck Ruler, it wasn't sucked in. Instead, a line of golden words appeared in the void. Once you enter the unpredictable state, you can't change anything. Han Fei sweated. What? So his luck couldn't be changed if it was in the unpredictable state. Swish! After thinking for a moment, Han Fei left Forge the Universe. He couldn't just sit by and do nothing. From impasse to unpredictable, it showed that the consequences of setting up the Black Evil Conch King were very serious. After a while, Han Fei came to the Forbidden Island and ran to Death Valley without saying a word. The Golden Boy appeared immediately. "Why are you here?" Han Fei said after a silence. "Let me borrow a place in Death Valley." Golden Boy? One? Jade Girl was also dumbfounded. She stood in the seal and looked at Han Fei. Arrays appeared one after another under Han Fei's feet, and they were all defensive arrays, which stunned Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Golden Boy was confused. "Who are you guarding against?" Han Fei said. "The strong always leave some trump cards for backup. You don't need to know that I just left some trump cards for myself." The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl didn't care. It was just some defensive arrays. If Han Fei was really scheming against them, these defensive arrays weren't difficult to break. Until they saw Han Fei summon a big octopus and lock it into the defensive arrays. "Little fatty, stay here until I come to pick you up. You can't leave here." Little Fatty was a little surprised. You don't want me to follow you? Han Fei, number. Golden Boy, on the other hand, felt that something was wrong with Han Fei. He asked, Are you not confident about the following plans? Han Fei shook his head. No, I'm very confident. This battle will definitely destroy the Black Evil Conch King. I want him to never dare to invade the Immortal City again. Chapter 1586, Start the Battle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After arranging Little Fatty, Han Fei and Golden Boy greeted each other and then went to make arrangements. On the Firestone Island, most explorers had just recovered their foundation and were consolidating it. Han Fei's thunderous voice echoed throughout the Firestone Island. Everybody, assemble in front of the Marshal's mansion within 10 seconds. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei shouted, whether cultivating or not, everyone got up and rushed to the Marshal's mansion. Firestone Island was actually not that big. It would only take them several seconds to assemble. At this moment, Han Fei stepped in the air and stood about 30 meters high. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Han Fei said, Everyone. Next, it may be today or tomorrow, we will fight an unparalleled battle. This battle may change the layout of the Immortal City. This battle will decide your life in the next 100 years or even 1,000 years. This battle will let the Black Blood City know how terrifying the human race is. Han Fei's voice surged and he said in a high voice, Everyone, you are at least explorers. When you form an army, you'll be invincible. I, Han Fei, can't guarantee that I can keep leading you in the following battle. I can't guarantee that you can survive this battle. However, I can guarantee that you will make the Black Blood City tremble in fear and become the pride of the Immortal City. You will grow and become stronger through this battle. I'll fight the Venerable level war with the Venerables of the Immortal City, and in the Battle of Explorers, you will become the strongest force of the human race. Now, tell me, are you confident? Yes. Countless people looked solemn and their chests heaved. Although they didn't know what happened in the outside world, they knew that they were finally going to be useful. In the past few days, many Venerables had died. It was time for the war between explorers to start. More than 300,000 explorers attacked at the same time, which was unprecedented. This probably represented one thing. The Immortal City and the Black Blood City were about to start a full-scale war. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared and descended in front of the mansion. Han Fei shouted, Everyone, enter the Phantom. I have a small world in my hand that can hide you inside. When I release you, just kill, Han Fei shouted coldly and grinned. I've never told you that I'm actually a refiner. As long as you can bring back enough materials, I can refine many divine weapons for you. Except for sea-quelling bizarre treasures that I can't refine yet, even high-quality divine weapons are not difficult for me. Hiss, sweat, a refiner? Sweet mother of God, can Marshal Han also refine weapons? Why does Marshal Han know everything? Is this what a so-called peerless genius is like? Long Shi and the others were all horrified. A master of healing, a master of arrays, a master of refining, and a god of war. How could there be such a super powerhouse who cultivated all kinds of techniques in this world? Some people looked at Han Fei's small world in shock. This was the first time in their lives that someone could carry a small world with him. That was simply unbelievable. However, was it really possible to enter a small world at will? Ye Qian said, The situation is urgent and efficiency is the highest. Don't run around after entering the small world. After that, Ye Qian looked back at Han Fei and took the lead to walk in. He needed to maintain order in the small world. After Ye Qian, the other Venerables all went in. Han Fei glanced at Long Shi and said, Your spear was destroyed. I refined one for you. Swish Ta, a purple spear with a sharp blade and shocking armor-piercing power was thrust straight into the ground in front of Long Shi. Long Shi was stunned for a while and looked at Han Fei in surprise. She actually had a backup weapon, but it was not as good in quality. However, at this moment, the weapon Han Fei casually threw out had reached the level of a high-quality divine weapon. This was very precious. Not all junior venerables could own such a weapon. Hiss! Long Shi took a deep breath and bowed to Han Fei. Thank you for your gift, Marshal Han. When all the venerables entered the sea-quelling painting, the army of explorers quickly formed an array and entered the sea-quelling painting too. A moment later, in the sea-quelling painting, on the floating island. No, is this a paradise on Earth? There are small fish here, and they are only fishers? Wow, look, there's a huge garden here. What fruits are all over it? It doesn't seem to have any spiritual energy. Someone exclaimed, Look, this island is floating in the sky. Someone was shocked. There aren't even gales here. For a moment, countless explorers were stunned. Compared to the environment they lived in, the environment in the sea-quelling painting was indeed like paradise on Earth. In terms of scenery, the cage was certainly incomparable to it. However, this was only because they hadn't been to the outside world. If these people went to the outside world, even if they went to a random village, they would be shocked and feel that they had come to a paradise. Not just the explorers, even the venerables like Long Shi were amazed. Did the outside world look like this? A place without gales was simply too comfortable. All of a sudden, Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky. All venerables, select all the half-venerables in your teams. This time, venerables won't participate in the explorers' war, so the half-venerables will have to play a leading role, cooperate, and attack together. Even if we die, we won't retreat. All the venerables bowed. Yes, Marshal Han. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. This was certainly not the time to be amazed at how good an island's scenery was. On the human front line, the first island. Golden Boy stood in the air, raising his head to the sky, seeming to be resting with his eyes closed. The human front line, the sixth island. Lu Yuntian and Wang He were standing together. The sea demons in front were calling out for a fight, but the two ignored them. Qin Mo was in the middle of a meeting. The visitor was an undead creature wearing a black robe and exuding a strong aura of death. He didn't receive any attention. Wang He said, "Old Lu, the battle lines on both sides seem to be getting intense. It is said that the front lines of the 7 big islands are all fighting. More than 50 explorers die every day. When will it end?" Lu Yuntian glanced at Wang He and said lightly, "Although I don't like Han Fei, this person is indeed capable. I think the next battle will be soon." Wang He nodded slightly. Yes, Wang He sneered in his heart. It shouldn't be long before my king comes in person. Han Fei's plan would fail at the last moment, and Han Fei might even die, but he had to find an excuse to slip away. If anything happened to Han Fei, he would be exposed. After all, Lu Yuntian had only told him about the infiltration into the sea demon camp. Lu Yuntian was not an idiot and would definitely doubt him. On the other side, the undead next to Qin Mo said leisurely, "Wang He is of no value now. We can kill him." Qin Mo's eyes glittered. "Oh, the black evil conch king is already here?" Han Fei chuckled. "Want to know if he's come? Let's have a try." Qin Mo smiled casually. "Okay, I'll wait for you to start the battle." In the Black Blood City, as arranged by the Black Conch King, there were 5 half-kings outside the Immortal City. Originally, there were only 4 half-kings. The half-kings were distributed in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th camp, and there were 2 half-kings on the 4th island, which was completely arranged according to the human islands. However, because of Wang He's intelligence, 3 half-kings were assigned to the rear of the 1st and 2nd camp, and the half-kings of the 4th and 6th camp were only responsible for restraining the human half-kings. As for the 7th camp, there were no half-kings at all. There were only 3 peak-level venerables guarding it. The rest were 3 advanced venerables, 5 intermediate venerables, and 7 junior venerables. There were a total of 18 venerables. After all, there were 7 camps in the 800,000-kilometer sea area, and each camp was only 100,000 kilometers away. Normal internal reinforcements could arrive quickly. In particular, the Black Evil Conch King thought that Han Fei must have set up a trap. Therefore, he planned to kill Han Fei as soon as the teleportation array was activated. Then, he would charge into the first island of the Immortal City from the first camp. In terms of thinking, Han Fei was exactly the same as the Black Evil Conch King. However, the Black Evil Conch King was on the first island, and Han Fei was on the 7th. The distance between them was about 700,000 kilometers. At this moment, Han Fei was quietly approaching the 7th camp of the sea demons. Although the Black Evil Conch King knew Han Fei's black mist body, there were frequent void cracks in this vast sea. Who could really find a small mass of black here? While Han Fei was swimming, the old turtle said, "There's no turning back now that this battle has started. I'm afraid the arrays you set up probably can't stop the Black Conch King." Han Fei smiled. "They aren't meant to stop him in the first place. This time, let's see which side is faster." After half an hour, Han Fei quietly found the 7th camp of the sea demons. In a place not close to the 7th camp, Han Fei secretly buried a relatively rough teleportation array and quickly entered the hinterland of an undersea mountain. Outside, the explorers were clamoring outside. A peak-level venerable and many junior venerables were guarding outside. Inside the mountain, Han Fei found the residence of an intermediate venerable. Because it was blocked with seals, Han Fei had to break the seal before he killed the venerable. But Han Fei didn't panic at all. This seal was no different from nothing to him. Han Fei, who was in his black mist body, had no choice but to take a deep breath. He knew that the battle would begin after he lashed out and killed the venerables. At that time, many people might die. However, Han Fei didn't regret it. In order to change the weak image of the Immortal City in the eyes of the Black Blood City, and to make the Black Blood City completely unable to suppress human beings, he must make a move. Swish-ta! At that moment, the silver light shattered the mountain and flesh was torn apart. In the sky, thunder rumbled, cracks appeared, a rain of blood fell, and a great battle began. Chapter 1587, Tricked Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 10 years ago. In Han Fei's eyes, a venerable was extremely powerful. A venerable could overturn mountains, fill seas, escape through the earth, and fly in the sky. He was almost omnipotent. When a venerable was angry, the earth would be littered with corpses. These terrifying rumors, now that he thought about it, it was not a big deal. Han Fei casually killed a venerable without considering if he had a chance to revive with his blood. If the other party's great Tao wasn't so special, the so-called blood rebirth was meaningless. Just like the immortal seal in the past, when you reached a certain realm, you would find that the so-called immortal was actually relative. The strong could kill you, so couldn't they kill the reborn you? Han Fei killed an intermediate venerable with a single slash. At this moment, the illusion of mountains and rivers spread out in the hinterland of the mountain. At this moment, Qian led his team out to attack. More than 20 venerables rushed out at the same time. This number was really terrifying. In fact, when Qian and the others came out, they found that a black shadow came out first. Qian and the others were shocked. It turned out that they weren't the only existences in Han Fei's small world. Netherworld, who had been staying in the rear, was also here. At this moment, Netherworld was leading 3 advanced venerables and 11 intermediate venerable undead. Their sudden appearance shocked everyone. The moment Han Fei attacked, a sea demon peak-level venerable had already charged at him. However, when the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, when Grand Venerable Netherworld appeared, the sea demon immediately fled. He knew that at this moment he had to run for his life. Obviously, Han Fei and the others didn't follow the rules at all. After all, they also had a message conch. The peak-level venerable immediately shouted, "Everyone, escape." This was the first sentence he said, and before he said the second sentence he was already enveloped by a death aura. It was as if a pair of big hands extended out of the netherworld, instantly annihilating his voice and crushing the void. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, kill all the venerables here." With the previous experience, this time, Long Shi and the others rushed crazily to the nearby sea demon camp to specifically hunt the junior venerables. There were only 18 sea demons here in total. Among the 3 peak-level venerables, Netherworld fought 1, Qian fought 1, and the 3 undead advanced venerables Qian fought 1. As for Han Fei and the 11 intermediate venerables, they immediately dispersed and fought separately. There were already as many as 22 venerables on Han Fei's side, including himself. Now, there were also the 15 people brought by Netherworld. In terms of realm and strength, they had completely suppressed the venerables in the sea demon camp. On the front line, the venerables who were watching the battle immediately burned their blood and fled. The sea demons in the Dao-seeking realm didn't know what happened. First, a venerable died. Then, their venerables all ran away. Why did they run away without saying anything? 1 breath, 2 breaths. In the 3rd second, another terrifying crack appeared in the sky and another venerable died. This was because there were only 3 venerables in the front line. 1 was a junior venerable, 1 was an intermediate venerable, and the last was an advanced venerable, and the last was an advanced venerable. On the 7th island, Han Fei had already made preparations. When he came, he used a teleportation array. Han Fei needed to clear the front line and throw in the human army of explorers. At this moment, his white mist body found the sea demon who was an advanced venerable, and his black mist body directly slashed the junior venerable. When the junior venerable died, he didn't even know how he died. He only knew that at the last moment he couldn't use any combat skill, and even his soul was restricted. The first camp of the sea demons. The Black Evil Conch King and a group of venerables had already hidden in the dark, waiting for Han Fei to appear. What made the Black Evil Conch King uneasy was Han Fei, because Han Fei's cultivation speed was too fast and he was too powerful. As long as Han Fei died, from what he knew of the Immortal City, the Black Blood City would immediately take the upper hand. However, even though the Black Evil Conch King had been here for a long time, there was still no response from the teleportation array. Because the first island was controlled by the undead, the people fighting at the front line were not as fierce as the islands where living people lived, but the fight never stopped. Just when the Black Evil Conch King thought that they might have to wait a while longer, suddenly, the Black Evil Conch King looked up at the sky. With a bang, a red crack appeared. The bloody raindrops that hadn't stopped for the past few days became larger again. The Black Evil Conch King's perception swept over, but he still couldn't see anything. Where exactly did a venerable die? At this moment, the Black Evil Conch King was brimming with killing intent. Even if he was an idiot, he knew that he had been tricked. Han Fei, this jerk, must have already taken action. Sure enough, after nearly 2 seconds, a voice came from the big conch. "King, Han Fei and Netherworld led a large number of venerables to sneak attack our 7th camp. We can't hold on anymore." Boom, boom, roar. The Black Evil Conch King was furious. Had he been tricked by Han Fei? Someone's expression changed drastically. Not good. "My king, Wang He, has indeed been exposed." Someone said, "King, the 7th island is not far away. Let's quickly go there." But someone immediately said, "No, only our king can reach the 7th island in 10 seconds. We can't let our king go to that dangerous place alone." The Black Evil Conch King shouted in a low voice, "We can't delay it. Han Fei can launch a sneak attack from that side because he is waiting for us. In that case, all soldiers follow me and slaughter the 1st island of the Immortal City." On the 7th island, Han Fei's black mist body killed another intermediate venerable and stuffed the 2 venerables into Forge the Universe. While absorbing the souls of these 2 people, Han Fei stepped on the sea, and the shadows of mountains and rivers appeared. Han Fei said, "All soldiers, attack and sweep all the sea demons on the battlefield on the 7th island. Don't attack other battlefields. After we win, return to the front line immediately and wait for Lu Yuntian to come to collect you." Since yesterday, the 7 major camps of sea demons had begun to increase their soldiers one after another. Originally, there were only 200,000 sea demons in the 7th camp, but many of them were at the level of sea spirit or sea demon realm. In just one day, the number had soared to 300,000. Among them, there were many big conchs, and the number of explorers had reached 100,000. Of course, these explorers also included many marine creatures. This was the sea demon's usual method. They pushed countless marine creatures in the sea to the battlefield, forcing them to fight even if they didn't want to. Han Fei had put the army of explorers here because he wanted to fight a battle of annihilation. How could it be easy to kill 100,000 explorers? In the entire yin-yang world and water-wood world, whether it was humans or sea demons, all the explorer creatures added up. How many explorer-level big demons could there be? The outside world was not like the cage, so the explorers everywhere here were very rare outside. Han Fei thought that on the 7th island and the local defense line, there must be many sea creatures that would run away. After all, they were not soldiers in the first place. They were definitely not as efficient and united as humans. This was the limit of the manpower that Han Fei could mobilize on the 7th island. After all, the entire immortal city could be said to be divided into 7 battlefields. And the 7th battlefield that had been cleared up by Han Fei and Netherworld would be the safest battlefield. As for the undead venerables on the 7th battlefield, after seeing Han Fei drop 300,000 people down, they immediately shouted, "All soldiers, attack!" In fact, when the first venerable died, all undead venerables on the 7th island had already begun to assemble at full speed towards the 6th island and start to kill. And Wang Ha, who was guarding the 6th island with Lu Yuntian, was stunned when he saw the crack in the sky. He was delighted at first, but then he heard Qin Mo's voice. "Stop looking. The one who died is from the 7th island." Wang He suddenly turned his head and saw Lu Yuntian and Qin Mo looking at him quietly. At that moment, Wang He knew that he had been exposed and he was dead for sure. According to Han Fei and Golden Boy's original plan, the 7th island would be cleared as soon as possible. If the Black Evil Conch King really came to the 7th island, they would have a backup plan. Wen Zhu happened to be in the formation. At this moment, an army of 300,000 soldiers descended from the sky, but when they rushed out of the void, there were still enemies in all directions. Kill. At that moment, the 30,000 people marched forward aggressively, and the sound of fighting shook the sky. This was the first time they fought since they were ill. This was a battle that would decide the fate of the immortal city. They couldn't be careless. For a moment, the sky was full of light and shadows, and the waves shooged and then was broken. Within thousands of kilometers, the furious waves were surging, and some of the waves were still in the sky, but the bottom half had been shattered. Han Fei's white mist body was fighting a merman. Han Fei had never known why the mermaid race stayed in this desolate land. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be mermen in the yin-yang world or water-wood world. Or rather, these mermen were left behind from ancient times. This merman was born with the ability to control water and freeze ice. During the battle with Han Fei, the surrounding air, seawater, and even energy became extremely bone-chilling. Fortunately, Han Fei was in the white mist form, which was a special form of existence. Besides, Little White was not afraid of cold at all, so Han Fei didn't feel much. At this moment, the merman was shouting angrily, "Han Fei, our king has arrived. Even if you are complacent for a moment, you will still die." Boom! Another red crack appeared in the sky, which represented the death of another venerable. It had been 5 minutes since they attacked the 7th island, and 5 venerables had died. This time, Han Fei felt that the soldier's speed was not bad. Although he had brought more than 30 venerables, as the old turtle said, he couldn't count on everyone to be like him. Therefore, it was not bad that they could kill 3 venerables in 5 seconds. The more sea demons died, the smoother the following battles would be. Han Fei sneered at the merman. "How can you, a merman, surrender to a black conch? You think you deserve to be called a merman." As for the Black Evil Conch King, let's talk when he finds me. As he spoke, the Blade Inferno had been formed. Han Fei drew a saber out of the void, activated the sacrificing punch, and continued to fight the merman. Chapter 1588, Sweep the Camp Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, boom. This was already the 9th crack that appeared in the sky. Han Fei couldn't tell if there were any human venerables among them. However, Han Fei knew that the Black Evil Conch King didn't come. According to Golden Boy, with the speed of a fake king, the distance of 700,000 kilometers would only take him about 10 seconds. And now, it was exactly 10 seconds. Chila. Han Fei severed the vitality of the merman venerable in front of him. His soul power had been refilled and his strength returned to its peak. Boom. As the 10th venerable died, the rain was as red as blood. It was enough to prove how horrible this hunt was and how many people had died in it. When Han Fei returned, he found that a total of 10 venerables had died just now, except that 3 were killed by him, 5 were killed by other humans, and one of the opponent's peak-level venerables seemed to have perished with 2 undead advanced venerables. When Han Fei returned, Netherworld happened to tear apart the peak-level venerable he fought. Han Fei attacked without hesitation and used the near-at-hand technique. Arriving at the battlefield where Netherworld was, Han Fei shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Therefore, Netherworld and Han Fei attacked at the same time and killed another venerable. Netherworld glanced at Han Fei. "The Black Evil Conch King is not here." As Netherworld spoke, he rushed towards the sea demon venerable who was fighting Yeqian. At the same time, he pushed a large amount of death energy towards an undead advanced venerable. Hanfei remembered that just now, 3 advanced venerables surrounded a peak venerable. As a result, the peak venerable died, 2 of the 3 undead advanced venerables died, and 1 was seriously injured. Hanfei responded, "It's okay, but we have to be quick here." Yeqian shouted, "It's quick enough. Go help the others." When Yeqian shouted, Hanfei had already rushed out. Hanfei didn't know what was going on with the Black Evil Conch King. However, since the Black Evil Conch King didn't come, it meant that he had already gone to the first island of the Immortal City. If he were the Black Evil Conch King, he would have made the same choice. Therefore, Hanfei had already laid a trap on the first island, but it was hard to say if he could trap anyone. Boom. Just like thunder, in the sky, there were red cracks one after another. But this time, it was not the people from the 7th camp who died. This meant that the battle on the Black Evil Conch King's side had officially begun. Boom, boom, boom. In 5 seconds, there were 4 explosions in a row. In addition to the death of another junior venerable on the 7th island, the death rate on the first island began to increase. Suddenly, Hanfei noticed that one of the cracks was extremely shallow. This scene shocked Hanfei. In the Life and Death Gorge, the old sheep had taken action. A moment ago, on the battlefield at the Life and Death Gorge, the old sheep stood behind the deep valley, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, the old sheep's heart stirred. He had calculated that a venerable had died. Just as old sheep summoned everyone and was about to order the whole army to attack, in just 5 seconds, 5 venerables died in a row. The weather anomalies actually reflected from the human front line to the Life and Death Gorge. At this moment, the old sheep knew that Hanfei must be fighting a very fierce battle. The old sheep shouted, "All the venerables on the 10,000 Beast Island, kill. Today, let's kill all the way to the Black Blood City and see what the Black Blood City is like." As the old sheep shouted, he stepped on the clouds and killed his way into the Life and Death Gorge. Next to the old sheep, the giant bear roared, the ferocious tiger waved his claws, the dragon flew, and the curlin charged. Kill. Fish and shrimp from the Black Blood City, die now. In the cage, we demonic beasts are invincible. Roar. On the opposite side of the Life and Death Gorge, 6 half-kings stood still, ready to attack. However, when they saw a 9-tailed white fox, they were all shocked. A sea demon half-king shouted angrily, "All below the venerable level, return to the city. Peak-level venerables, come up. The 9th queen is back." The 6 half-kings all panicked after seeing the charging posture of the Demon-Beast Union. At that moment, these half-kings guessed that the human beings in the Demon-Beast Union must have reached an agreement. Both parties attacked at the same time, with the intention of suppressing the Black Blood City. Unlike the front line of the human race, 100 beast venerables charged in the front when the beast race launched an attack. In a place of only 200,000 kilometers, as many as 160 venerables were charging and attacking. Who could possibly resist this? Even if the Black Evil Conch King had already sent more people to the Life and Death Gorge, in terms of the number of venerables, they were still inferior to the Demon Beast Union. Besides, the Demon Beast Union also had a fake king. This was the biggest variable on the battlefield. At this moment, 3 places began to fight. On the first island, the Black Evil Conch King led an army out with 58 venerables. What did it mean? A fake king led 58 venerables to sweep across the Immortal City. No matter how strong Golden Boy was, he was no match for such an army. Therefore, more than 30 venerables in the Immortal City had all come out. Among them, Netherworld took 15 venerables to Hanfei's side. The rest of the people were all taken away by Golden Boy. Among them, all the peak-level venerables were taken away by Golden Boy. As for the 7 big islands, except for the 1st and 7th islands, all of them were fighting to hold the enemy back. In fact, both parties had the same idea. Now, who was more ruthless and more fatal on the 1st and 7th islands? Who would win? After 20 seconds, the cracks in the sky never stopped. Because of Hanfei, all the junior venerables and intermediate venerables in the 7th Sea Demon camp perished, leaving only a peak venerable and an advanced venerable struggling. However, their struggles were destined to be futile. Including Hanfei, there were 2 half-kings, 1 peak-level venerable, 3 advanced venerables, 15 intermediate venerables, and 16 junior venerables on the human side. The humans had killed 16 Sea Demon venerables in a row, although many of their venerables had been seriously injured. However, as many as 32 cracks appeared in the sky. Among them, a total of 19 venerables died on the 7th island. On the human side, in addition to the 2 undead venerables who died, there was also a junior venerable who died together with a sea demon junior venerable. Then, which side were the other dead 13 venerables from? Hanfei wasn't sure. After all, too many people had died. When there were only 2 sea demon venerables left in the 7th camp, Yeqian, Hanfei, and Netherworld quickly killed the last 2 peak-level venerables together. Hanfei shouted, "Netherworld, I'll take my people to the 1st island. You shall follow the original plan here." Netherworld was sealing the void. Hearing Han Fei's words, he said, "Okay, you don't have enough people, do you?" Han Fei said, "More or less. It's fine." With that, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, return to your position and follow me to support the first island." At first, with Han Fei's help, Long Shi and the others quickly killed a few venerables. The entire 7th camp had been swept by the humans, and they had already been gathering towards Han Fei. Glancing around, Han Fei found that several people on his side were seriously injured, but he had no time to save anyone now. Han Fei extended his hand and drew an array in the air, and at the same time, the phantom of rivers and mountains appeared. Han Fei said, "The seriously injured don't have to fight next time if I don't call you." Boom. The 7th camp had been cleared, but venerables still died in the sky. It had been 3 minutes since the battle began, but 39 venerables had died. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't tell how many venerables had died on the first island, and how many people had died in the Life and Death Gorge. In short, this battle had just begun. He estimated that many ordinary people in the entire cage were stunned. The first island. There were 59 venerables, including the Black Evil Conch King, charging in this direction. Therefore, when the first venerable died, everyone on the first island below the venerable level had already begun to evacuate. This was Han Fei's purpose, to make use of the time gap. By the time the Black Evil Conch King arrived, most of the people on the first island had evacuated. There were also some undead who were evacuating via teleportation arrays. However, the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't give them a chance at all. As his aura descended, in an instant, hundreds of undead creatures were crushed. Golden Boy led 30 people to wait in front of the battle formation. The Black Evil Conch King paused and shouted, "Undead Golden Boy, do you think you can stop me?" Golden Boy held a black dragon's subduing cane and pointed it at the Black Evil Conch King. "There will be a battle between the Black Blood City and the Immortal City anyway. I don't know if I can stop you. But I know that you have lost this battle." "Ha ha ha, I lost? Do you think you can beat me by cooperating with Han Fei? All you did was to conquer the 7th camp. Then I'll sweep across the first island. Kill." Every second counted in battle. The Black Evil Conch King was not stupid enough to bicker with the Golden Boy here. The slower he was, the greater the losses of the sea demons. He knew that today's battle was all Han Fei's idea. To be able to take risks like this and ignore the lives of others, he must be someone who had been used to death and had great courage. Besides, in the past tens of thousands of years, such a battle had never happened in the Wall of Death. At this moment, Han Fei was obviously fighting him in a life-for-life way. This kind of fighting style would hurt both parties. The Black Evil Conch King was confident that the 30 venerables plus Golden Boy were no match for him. When the Black Evil Conch King and the Golden Boy were locked in a fierce battle, no one could stop the Half-Kings. The 9 undead creatures in the peak of the Venerable Realm were fighting the super powerhouses of the Half-King realm. This was the limit of the power that the Immortal City could mobilize. The only Half-King in the rear, Netherworld, was still on Han Fei's side. When Golden Boy and all peak-level venerables were attacking, the remaining undead and several human venerables dispersed and welcomed their respective battles. In the first round, Han Fei would definitely win, and here they could only risk their lives. Chapter 1589, Besieged Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The battle at the level of a fake king was too loud and powerful. However, the Black Evil Conch King didn't mind. This was not his territory anyway. Therefore, the teleportation arrays on the outer battlefield of the first island were destroyed by the huge energy. But even so, where there were fake kings fighting, no one except the half-kings and peak-level venerables could withstand it. Therefore, the battle formations had already been divided. Without the 9 peak-level venerables, there were only 29 venerables on the first island, including Golden Boy. However, there were a total of 59 venerables from the Black Blood City, including 8 peak-level venerables. This battle was simply a must-loss for the humans, like the situation the sea demons in the 7th camp faced. Therefore, after only one collision, in the second some undead creatures died. By the 10th second, 8 undead creatures had already died on the spot. If Han Fei could observe the situation of the two battlefields immediately, he would have known that when the fight on the 7th camp was about to end, the heavenly Dao cracks caused by the death of 7 venerables came from the Life and Death Gorge. However, the battle was chaotic, and no one paid attention to these details. With Han Fei's ability, he could teleport people 800,000 kilometers away, which was something he could do at the level of a half-venerable. As for now, with the teleportation array assisted by Dao patterns, he could teleport people more than 4 million kilometers away the furthest. Of course, that kind of cost was relatively large. If it was a bulk teleportation, it definitely couldn't be done by one person. At this moment, the array on the first island was activated. When Han Fei walked out of the void, it was already in ruins. The Black Evil Conch King and Golden Boy fought a bloody battle in the sky. 9 peak-level venerables had held back the 2 half-kings, but the other party's peak-level venerable was slaughtering the undead. Han Fei knew how many people Golden Boy had brought with him. The 39 people Golden Boy brought were all undead. Han Fei knew that as long as the Black Conch King didn't go to the 7th camp to find him, the first camp would definitely suffer heavy losses. Judging from the current situation, Han Fei could perceive that there were still 22 venerables on the human side, plus the Golden Boys, while there were as many as 53 venerables on the Black Blood Royal City side, including the Black Evil Conch King. In other words, the Black Blood City had killed 17 undead venerables in a row, but only 6 people had died on the Black Blood City side. According to this ratio, this speed of killing was almost comparable to that of the entire 7th Sea Demon camp. In this way, as long as these people were given another 10 or 20 seconds, the slight advantage that Han Fei had accumulated from the previous killings would return to 0 in a moment. However, at this moment, Han Fei arrived, which attracted the attention of the Black Evil Conch King. The old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, "Hey kid, do you have to fight this Black Evil Conch King? Why didn't you bring the Half-King and the Peak-level Venerable with you? Great, there are so many Peak-level Venerables here. What can you use to fight them?" Han Fei's lips trembled. "Old Yuan, what do you think of my luck?" the old turtle said. "Just because you have luck doesn't mean that you can survive such circumstances. With your strength, you can only resist 3 peak-level venerables at best. It's impossible for more. Look, how many peak-level venerables are here? 8. As soon as the old turtle said so in his heart, the voice of the Black Evil Conch King rolled over. "Kill Han Fei, and our Black Blood City will have a complete victory in this battle." Bam, bam, bam. At this moment, Han Fei kept stomping but didn't move at all. The big and small arrays suddenly enveloped Han Fei like machine gun fire. Han Fei said, "Big Black Conch, it seems that you really don't want your Black Blood City?" Hearing Han Fei's words, the Black Evil Conch King frowned. Needless to say, many people had noticed it because some of the cracks were too shallow. They must be reflected here from a long distance and not be very strong. It meant that a melee had broken out in the Life and Death Gorge. However, the Black Evil Conch King firmly believed that the situation of the 10,000 Beast Island and the Black Blood City was similar. The Black Blood City had 2 great enemies, the Immortal City and the Demon Beast Union, and the Demon Beast Union also had 2 great enemies, the Forest of Terror and the Black Blood City. It was impossible for the Demon Beast Union to evacuate all combat power from the Forest of Terror. In terms of combat power, the Forest of Terror was much stronger than the Immortal City. Therefore, the Demon Beast Union had deployed nearly 100 venerables in the Forest of Terror all year round. Once there were fewer people, it might cause a big battle. Besides, before he came, he had already asked someone to go to the Forest of Terror. He asked the Forest of Terror to put some pressure on the Demon Beast Union. In this way, the Black Evil Conch King judged that the number of venerables on his side at the Life and Death Gorge wouldn't be much less. The only problem was the fake king of the Demon Beast Union. Even if there were 6 half-kings guarding the Life and Death Gorge, it was still a little dangerous. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible. As long as he killed Han Fei, there would be plenty of time for him to take over the Immortal City. Whether he would take it today, tomorrow, or the day after, it didn't matter. Therefore, at this moment, 7 of the 8 peak-level venerables had come. Although there was a gap between a peak-level venerable and a half-king, it wasn't that big. Half-kings and peak-level venerables had both reached the limits of venerables. However, their control of the power of the Great Tao was somewhat different. For example, 3 half-kings could hold back 1 fake king, 3 peak-level venerables could hold back a half-king, and the limit of Han Fei's current combat power was only in the half-king realm. Although there was a gap between these peak-level venerables and the half-kings, just like the cooperation of the 5 major professions of human beings, they could also cooperate. Therefore, when the 7 peak-level venerables joined forces to besiege, even the 2 half-kings could be held back. This was why Golden Boy could hold back the 2 half-kings from the Black Blood City with the 9 peak-level venerables, because with the 9 of them attacking together, even if the other party had 2 half-kings, it was useless. But the subordinates of the Black Evil Conch King were too greedy. They didn't want to kill the strongest immediately. They wanted to kill more venerables, so they chose to hunt the undead below the peak-level venerable realm. In fact, when the junior and intermediate venerables all died, they could take the time to deal with peak venerables. However, they didn't expect Han Fei to come so fast. After all, it was more than 700,000 kilometers from the 7th camp to the first island. Unless there was a teleportation array, even a peak-level venerable would need at least 30 seconds to arrive. As for the teleportation array, in the middle of a battle, who had the chance to activate the teleportation array? Once the teleportation array was broken when the teleportation was halfway through, the person in the array might be strangled to death by space cracks before he could come over. As soon as Han Fei came out, the 7 peak-level venerables surrounded him. Golden Boy roared and released a boundless death aura. He shouted, "Where are the others?" Han Fei said, "Later. They'll arrive soon." Another crack appeared in the sky, but this crack was relatively shallow. Everyone seemed to have thought of something. The peak-level venerables who surrounded Han Fei attacked the arrays Han Fei set up at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. With just one blow, more than 300 arrays were instantly shattered. Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique, twisted the void, and disappeared from the encirclement of these people. At the moment he flashed out, the Sea Demon Intermediate Venerable closest to Han Fei was about 600 kilometers away. However, with such a distance, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique and came to him with a single step. The moment Han Fei appeared, the intermediate venerable was horrified. Roar! Just as this person was about to escape, a dragon roar exploded. The hundred-beast soul-devouring roared, making this person vomit blood and stagger. At that moment, Han Fei activated the void lines and controlled the man to blow himself up. Rumble! Another crack appeared in the sky. The surging ripples swept thousands of kilometers. Behind Han Fei, the 7 peak-level venerables surrounded him again. However, this time, Han Fei didn't have the support of arrays, so the 8 of them began a life-and-death battle. Han Fei charged at an advanced peak-level venerable, which delighted the 7 peak-level venerables. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he couldn't kill an advanced peak-level venerable with one blow. This could stop him for at least half a second. In half a second, they could catch up. At this moment, the advanced peak-level venerable turned his body into steel, trying to stop Han Fei. However, the void trembled, and Han Fei disappeared again. Han Fei appeared more than 300 kilometers away, where a peak-level junior venerable was fighting an undead. Han Fei shouted, "Go!" The undead retreated frantically. "Roar!" The dragon roared again. Han Fei had roared off half of the peak-level junior venerable's head. In the next moment, Han Fei extended his hand and killed the sea demon who was only a peak-level junior venerable. It only took him half a second to run and fight. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 2 red cracks appeared at the same time. At the same time, there was another deafening bang. It turned out that it was not that someone died, but that Han Fei suddenly hit an invisible wall. The collision was so powerful that Han Fei's internal organs tumbled. A sea demon at the peak of the venerable level roared, "Han Fei, do you think we're just chasing you? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to forbid techniques? Then let's see, how strong is your pure physical strength?" Hey, Han Fei didn't believe that the other party could also seal techniques, but this space was indeed sealed. At the moment these people rushed over, Han Fei shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Chapter 1590, Senior, here comes your food translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. After all laws were forbidden in this space, all Han Fei had left was pure power. However, these peak-level venerables had long known that Han Fei had an indestructible golden body. At this moment, they surrounded Han Fei and competed with pure strength. This naturally raised Han Fei's suspicion. But at the moment, these sea demons had no other choice. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, later, if you find anything wrong, remember to help me." Before the old turtle retorted, Han Fei said, "Don't think I don't know. You've secretly absorbed a lot of chaotic chi over the years, haven't you? Your soul should be nurtured well too. Helping me is also helping yourself." The old turtle really didn't want to talk to Han Fei, but hearing Han Fei's words, he could only say, "Okay." After hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei put on an evil smile and collided with the peak-level venerable in front. Bang! Like a nuclear explosion, huge waves rose to the sky, and the sea was collapsing. The void cracks flashed everywhere. The guy who collided with Han Fei had one of his arms directly explode into powder. So strong. Bang, bang, bang! Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have much time to accumulate his strength for a single blow. His hasty counterattack made it impossible for him to resist 4 hands. Han Fei had been trained by Ren Tianfei and fused his combat skills with the help of the god of war. However, the sea demons on the opposite side were not 7 cabbages. They were real peak-level venerables. In terms of cultivation techniques and combat skills, they had also studied them for countless years. It was impossible for them to be weaker than Han Fei. Therefore, at this moment, the only thing Han Fei could count on was his golden body and his magnificent power. As soon as they began to fight, Han Fei felt that the energy in his body was quickly flowing away. Han Fei tried to absorb the energy in the void with the swallowing technique. However, one of the sea demons sneered, "All the energy here is not yours." Boom. At this moment, from time to time, a venerable would die in the sky. Han Fei knew that not far away, an undead was penetrated and died on the spot. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 5 seconds later, another undead and an unknown venerable died. Han Fei, who was surrounded, finally began to weaken. There was no energy for him here. Bang, bang, bang. In 1 second, Han Fei was hammered hundreds of times. At this moment, Han Fei really felt that his indestructible golden body might have been destroyed. During this period of time, Han Fei didn't fight back, but red blood oozed out of his body. Although some people were a little puzzled, they didn't take the blood seriously. Fortunately, old Yuan suddenly shouted, "The seal is lifted." Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he raised his head and roared. Roar! At that moment, the surrounding people's souls trembled. In the void, a huge array spanning tens of thousands of meters suddenly flashed. A peak-level venerable shouted, "Not good, the seal has been broken." However, it was already too late when the peak-level venerable said that. An instant teleportation array was set up by Han Fei with the void lines and soon charged with energy. Seeing this scene, the Black Evil Conch King's face changed greatly. Realizing that something might be wrong, he shouted, "Retreat." However, as soon as the array was opened, Han Fei and the others disappeared into it. This was a teleportation array that Han Fei had been preparing for a long time and slowly injecting spiritual energy into. He was waiting for the moment the void seal was broken. Once the seal was removed, the array would instantly be opened. Even peak-level venerables wouldn't be able to escape. Swishta. In the teleportation array, these peak-level venerables didn't have Han Fei's indestructible golden body. They didn't dare to forcibly break the teleportation array, so the teleportation was extremely smooth. When their eyes lit up, they saw a vast grassland. They spread out their perceptions. However, their perception ranges here were very small, and they could see some arrays with the naked eye. They had thought that these were arrays set up by Han Fei. However, they heard Han Fei shout, "Senior, come out quickly. I've brought you food. These people are too strong. I'm really no match for them. Senior, senior, senior," Han Fei shouted. The purple dragon array was aimed at Zhao Xianlong and his subordinates. Therefore, as long as Zhao Xianlong, Golden Boy, and the others didn't come out, the array wouldn't be triggered. After all, the purple dragon array needed energy to maintain too. For those minor people, there was no need to initiate the array unless the person wanted to destroy it. The peak-level venerables were all alarmed, thinking that someone was waiting for them. However, 1 minute later, Han Fei was still shouting, but nothing unusual happened here. Someone said, "Han Fei, you must have miscalculated. Even Golden Boy is already out fighting. Who else can be in the Immortal City?" However, Han Fei suddenly shut up, tilted his head, and pointed behind them. Someone turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" Everybody looked back, but one of them was still looking at Han Fei. Han Fei knew the features of the deserted tomb very well. You couldn't stare at it, or it wouldn't move, and you would have to wait for a while. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all because he knew that Zhao Shenlong would definitely take action. This was because Han Fei had deliberately stained his body with some dragon blood during the melee battle just now. When these peak-level venerables attacked Han Fei, they were also stained with the dragon blood. Indeed, Han Fei let them punch him on purpose just now. Otherwise, why would he hit them? After all, they were besieging him. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately let them beat him so that all of them would be stained with dragon blood. In Han Fei's opinion, if he couldn't even distinguish the dragon blood, Zhao Shanlong must be crazy. How could he not be familiar with the smell of dragon blood? At this time, all Han Fei needed to do was to give Zhao Shanlong a little push. Han Fei said, "Why don't you reveal your true bodies? Let me slaughter you." Han Fei attracted their attention and they all looked back. However, someone immediately discovered that once he didn't look at the deserted tomb, his perception couldn't detect it. Everyone looked back at Han Fei and then at the deserted tomb, and Han Fei was indeed charging at them. The peak-level venerables found that the deserted tomb appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye, and behind them Han Fei attacked again. Someone shouted, "Leave Han Fei to me, you destroy this weird tomb." Boom, Han Fei sneered. "Leave me to you? Are you kidding me?" Han Fei saw that the people in front of him seemed to blink their eyes. In short, one of the people in front suddenly disappeared, and the deserted tomb happened to appear where he was. Boom. A crack appeared in the sky, and another venerable died. Anyway, there was no telling how many venerables had disappeared. Nobody cared anymore. Han Fei punched back the peak-level venerable, and then he saw another peak-level sea demon venerable disappear. Boom! Someone shouted, "Not good! Retreat! This tomb is weird." As soon as this person finished speaking, he was swallowed by the deserted tomb, and a crack appeared in the sky again. Someone roared, "What the hell is this? Let's go!" The guy who was staring at Han Fei didn't even look at the deserted tomb. However, the deserted tomb didn't care. It seemed to have gone out of control. Han Fei saw that the peak-level venerable had been swallowed by the deserted tomb. TSK, Han Fei shouted, "Senior, these are the food I brought for you. Remember to save energy. I can't break the array outside yet, but can you let me leave first?" There are still a large number of sea demon venerables outside. I'm going to bring them all for you. Giggle, Dragon, of the 7 peak-level venerables, only 3 were left. At this moment, one of the 3 people was trying to bombard the deserted tomb, and the other 2 were trying to rush out. However, no matter how hard they tried, their speed was even slower than that of a fisher. They couldn't get out at all. Someone gathered all his energy and attacked the deserted tomb, but ended up being swallowed by the deserted tomb. Someone tried to freeze the entire grassland with his great Tao. Unfortunately, as soon as the power of the great Tao came out, it was sucked away by the desolate tomb. Han Fei saw that these 3 people were as vulnerable as children, unable to do anything to the desolate tomb at all. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior, I've lured the Azure Dragon over. However, I don't know if the Azure Dragon knew that you were here, so it fled quickly and fled to the depths of the Black Blood City again. Senior, these people are all strong and definitely have a lot of chaotic chi hidden in their bodies. Take your time to enjoy them. I'll continue hunting for you. Can you open a way for me to get out?" After all, they were already acquaintances. Although Zhao Shenlong was crazy, he had met Han Fei more than once. Since he was locked up in this grassland, only Han Fei brought him food every time he came. Besides, the quality of the food he brought was getting higher and higher. These 7 demons at the peak of the Venerable Realm were indeed what he needed. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take them all. The next moment, Han Fei found that he had reached the edge of the grassland. Han Fei was excited. Fortunately, old Zhao still remembers me. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei looked up, only to see a rain of blood. It was like a fucking water curtain. The entire world was filled with blood. Have an enlightenment. After leaving the grassland, Han Fei immediately cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on himself. Then, he used the Twin Divine Technique again. Han Fei drew an array in the air with one hand. 3 seconds later, Han Fei returned to the battlefield near the first island. Han Fei's appearance made the Black Evil Conch King furious. Just now, there was one after another crack in the sky. From the color of the cracks and the degree of the rain of blood, the 7 peak-level venerables that Han Fei had just taken away had probably been dead. Even the Black Evil Conch King was a little frightened. He didn't know what method Han Fei had used to kill 7 peak-level venerables in such a short time. Even he might not be able to do it. Could it be that there was another fake king in the Immortal City? Han Fei glanced around. In the 10 or so seconds that he wasn't around, there were only 14 undead venerables left, including the Golden Boy. But there were still 40 venerables left on the Sea Demon's side. And this was when Han Fei took away the 7 peak-level venerables. Otherwise, there would be 47 Sea Demon venerables left. At this moment, on the first island side, 25 undead venerables had died. No matter how many opponents Han Fei had killed, he couldn't smile at this moment. The price of this battle was too high. All of this was caused by him. Looking at these undead who had almost no complaints, Han Fei felt inexplicably sad. 25 venerables had died in a row, but no one escaped. These people were still fighting. After paying such a huge price, what reason did he have to not continue to fight to the end? Han Fei stepped onto the battlefield, pointed at the Black Evil Conch King, and shouted, "Big Black Conch, I'll take your life today." Chapter 1591, I Want to Become a King, Come My Tribulation. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei's attitude towards the Immortal City was different from his attitude towards humans. There might be a big secret behind the undead. Han Fei felt that neither the Black Blood City nor the Immortal City could pose a threat to human beings. For example, as for the so-called 5 major professions of human beings, there might be harvesters. Perhaps it was these powerful harvesters who spread the 5 major professions. So, did the Immortal City represent the interests of mankind? Han Fei was not sure. Therefore, before this battle, Han Fei didn't completely regard the undead as a human. Han Fei always felt that only the living were human beings. The most important thing in battle was to ensure that the living survived. As for the undead, they were already dead anyway. However, at this moment, Han Fei saw so many undead venerables die fearlessly. They had no complaints. They were also sacrificing for their companions. For a moment, Han Fei's mood was indescribable. 20 or 30 undead venerables had died. Besides, the number was still increasing. The cracks in the sky were completely chaotic, and no one knew how venerables had died. These people fought to the death without retreating. It could be said that if they didn't have faith in themselves, they would have long collapsed. Han Fei stepped into the battlefield again. No matter how many chances he had to win this battle, more than 30 venerables had died for his plan. He couldn't let them die in vain. Han Fei ran straight to a person. At this time, there was only one peak-level sea demon venerable left. This person was xuanhuan. At this moment, xuanhuan was horrified. Should he go up alone? Just now, he didn't go up because he didn't want to face Han Fei. He just wondered why Han Fei dared to participate in this chaotic battle alone. As he expected, Han Fei set up a scheme and killed 7 peak-level venerables. Han Fei knew that this would be a relatively evenly matched battle. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei shouted, "Fight! Swish! Swish! Swish!" 4 intermediate venerables and 15 peak-level junior venerables rushed out. When they came out and saw the situation on the field, their hearts sank. 14 versus 40? Also, the other party clearly had more high-end combat power than them. Among the 19 of them, the strongest was only an intermediate venerable. However, the other party had 9 advanced venerables, and so many intermediate venerables. The Immortal City only had an advantage in numbers in terms of junior venerable. Swish. Among the 9 peak-level venerables who were fighting the half-kings, an injured venerable stopped xuanhuan and said to Han Fei, "I'll deal with him. You deal with the advanced venerables. Otherwise, you won't have enough people." In fact, Han Fei had suffered a lot of losses in soldiers in the consecutive battles with the 7 peak-level venerables. Han Fei felt that if he used all his strength, he could kill an advanced venerable in 10 seconds. However, now he had to face 9 advanced venerables. This was not a joke. However, Han Fei knew that as long as he could take down these 9 people, this battle would basically be over. However, after the 7 peak-level venerables were killed by Han Fei, how could the Black Evil Conch King let the 9 advanced venerable-level sea demons besiege Han Fei again? The Black Evil Conch King roared, "Changhai, go kill Han Fei." As soon as the Black Evil Conch King said so, a sea demon half-king who was besieged by the 8 peak-level venerables suddenly burst out 13 green rays of lights and penetrated the 3 undead peak-level venerables. Of course, he just penetrated them, but couldn't kill them. He just found a chance to quit the battle. As soon as the half-king left, the 9 advanced-level sea demon venerables replaced him and began to fight the peak-level venerables of the Immortal City. At this moment, with one less sea demon half-king, other sea demon venerables immediately joined the battle. The Immortal City and Black Blood City fell into a stalemate again. It was said that Han Fei had killed half-kings. At this time, everyone placed their hope on Han Fei. However, those who knew the actual situation knew that it was impossible for Han Fei to kill a half-king now. Especially since Han Fei was only in his white mist body, it wouldn't even be easy for him to kill a peak-level venerable, let alone a half-king. Buzz, www. The agility of wind and the heavenly void divine technique were activated at the same time. The sea demon half-king sneered. How can you be faster than me? After all, as a half-king, he had an advantage in the realm. The two of them were no more than 100 kilometers away from each other. They left the battlefield quickly, leaving two streaks in the sky. In the next moment, in Han Fei's mind, he received a voice transmission from the Golden Boy. This person, Jin Changhai, is known for being able to control all kinds of metal in the world. Be careful. As soon as the Golden Boy reminded him, Han Fei felt that the trace elements in his body seemed to be trying to break out of his flesh and blood. Buzz. All laws forbidden in this space. Han Fei quickly shook off the opponent's power, turned around, and attacked, intending to use the same trick again to pull the half-king into the grassland and let Zhao Xianlong solve him. However, Jin Changhai didn't fight Han Fei head-on. Since he knew that Han Fei was good at hand-to-hand combat, it was unwise to fight him head-on. Swish, swish, swish. When Han Fei attacked, 13 small balls suddenly flashed away. Han Fei took a look and thought to himself, not right. This ability to control metals, this is not a technique but a unique instinct, so it couldn't be forbidden. Boom, boom, boom. 13 earth-shaking explosions blew up the endless void. Han Fei was blown thousands of kilometers away like a ball. When Jin Changhai caught up, he found that Han Fei's pupils had turned black and white. Huh? Having no choice, Han Fei could only combine the twin bodies and appear in his strongest state. This was the first time Han Fei appeared in this state in recent battles. Swish, swish, Jin Changhai extended his hand and waved, and 13 green lights returned. In an instant, they turned into 13 spinning blades. Han Fei didn't want to be outdone either. The infinity water turned into tens of thousands of black and white saber beams, which turned into countless small supreme yin-yang wheels and swept away. Supreme yin-yang wheel? Seeing this scene, both the Golden Boy and the Black Evil Conch King confirmed Han Fei's identity. Although Han Fei had made a vow with his great Tao, the Golden Boy didn't completely trust Han Fei. After all, with Han Fei's strength, it was ridiculous for him to claim to be the master of yin-yang world. Originally, the Golden Boy trusted Han Fei because of the information he got from the Jade Girl. However, at this moment, the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel completely convinced Golden Boy. As for the Black Evil Conch King, he knew from ancient legends that there was a Yin-Yang Great Tao in the Yin-Yang world. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel was a typical attack means of the Yin-Yang Great Tao. After such a blow, Jin Changhai couldn't do anything to Han Fei because Han Fei didn't use metal at all. However, Jin Changhai took a deep breath, and his body color changed into shiny black metal. Clang, clang, clang. Countless yin-yang wheels hit Jin Changhai but couldn't injure him at all. Jin Changhai roared, and infinite metals were gathering in the vast sea. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle roared, not good. It's the essence of gold that can even penetrate armor. Even your indestructible golden body might not be able to resist it. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, if the supreme yin-yang wheels have side effects, remember to pull me to the grassland. The old turtle said, You're already a venerable now. You can completely bear the consequences of such an attack. Why don't you try it, Han? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. While he could still fight, he'd better kill this half-king or delay him. The longer the battle dragged on, the better. After all, while the Black Evil Conch King could suppress the immortal city, it couldn't suppress the life and death gorge. At this moment, such a huge uproar in the immortal city might have even been noticed by the Forest of Terror. Besides, he had already sent Hua Meng over to inform Old Sheep, Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. While his strength was still at its peak, Han Fei didn't want to waste any time. Otherwise, if he fought a half-king for too long, his great Tao would be shattered. Then Han Fei would be left with no choice but to run. Buzz! The yin-yang symbol appeared and rotated in the void. Sure enough, it was difficult to use this move before, but now Han Fei could completely control his current state. However, when the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel appeared, Han Fei discovered that something was wrong. In the entire void, the void cracks 10,000 kilometers away were collapsing, and a tremendous amount of energy was converging on him. Han Fei was stunned. Was the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel so powerful now? Jin Changhai was stunned. Although Han Fei's methods were powerful, according to Li Santong, Han Fei's high-intensity combat state couldn't last long, but now it seemed that Li Santong was fucking teasing him. The yin-yang symbol was getting bigger and bigger, and the power of the Great Tao on it was soaring. Many venerables and even many death auras were absorbed into Han Fei's yin-yang symbol. Even the Golden Boy was shocked. What was going on? Jin Changhai's first thought was to withdraw from this battle. Unfortunately, the yin-yang symbol ignored space and time and directly covered his head. Jin Changhai realized that he underestimated Han Fei. At this moment, he felt the crisis of death. Having no choice, Jin Changhai roared, I want to become a king. Come my tribulation. Chapter 1592, The Legendary King's Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The King's Tribulation was the ceiling for the cultivators in Yin-Yang World and the Water Wood World as well as in the cage. In the entire cage, Han Fei estimated that there was no second King Realm powerhouse except Zhao Shanglong, who was already a lunatic and was still sealed. Therefore, whoever became a king would be the master of this cage. The half-kings could basically trigger the king's tribulation. However, it could only be triggered. Usually, before their lives were over, they wouldn't rashly transcend the tribulation. After all, in the history of the cage, no one had ever successfully transcended the king's tribulation. How many half-kings had died under the king's tribulation? It was not like they didn't know. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no half-kings would rashly try to transcend the king's tribulation. But now, under Han Fei's pressure, Jin Changhai chose to transcend the king's tribulation. This was something that even Jin Changhai didn't expect. At this moment, Han Fei's yin-yang symbol made him feel an inexplicable and deep fear. After all, Han Fei had indeed killed the half-king projections of the Black Evil Conch King. Also, the yin-yang symbol was so weird that it spread out for thousands of kilometers. Jin Changhai didn't think he could dodge it at all. Therefore, Jin Changhai gritted his teeth and chose to transcend the king's tribulation. He had no choice. Before, Jin Changhai never expected that he, a dignified half-king, would die here today. The Black Evil Conch King seemed to have decided his fate. However, he was unwilling to die. After all, he was a half-king. Therefore, he decided to bet. Because he could control metals, he had to make a bet. He bet that even if he couldn't become a king, he would be able to survive this tribulation and become a fake king. At that time, he could even compete for the throne with the Black Evil Conch King. Hooper, there was no telling if it was because the energy in the cage was rather turbulent in the first place. Therefore, when Jin Changhai chose to transcend the king-level tribulation, Han Fei didn't have the time to run at all before he was enveloped by the clouds of lightning that quickly gathered and returned. At this moment, the Golden Boy and the Black Evil Conch King shouted almost at the same time, "Everybody, retreat 5,000 kilometers." In fact, when the surrounding energy gathered around abnormally and the clouds appeared in the sky, everybody tacitly gave up fighting. They should escape first. As soon as Han Fei's supreme yin-yang wheel was pressed down, he felt his heart tremble. He seemed to be locked by an inexplicable power. The old turtle roared, "Come on, Han Fei, can you enter the calabash world? You won't be able to survive the king's tribulation." Damn it, Han Fei secretly cursed. He had always thought that the impasse would be because of the Black Evil Conch King. However, he never expected that the source of his impasse was caused by the tribulation of a half-king. However, it was impossible to enter Forge the Universe in battle. Besides, for some reason, although he was conscious, something was wrong with the supreme yin-yang wheel itself. The yin-yang wheel was constantly absorbing the inexplicable power in the void, including the power of the desolation gale, the death energy, and the life energy of the perished experts. In short, today's supreme yin-yang wheel was beyond his control. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Old Yuan, if I die, take my corpse to the Forbidden Island." Han Fei was quite horrified. After saying this to the old turtle, he vomited a mouthful of blood, wrapped it with the infinity water, and tried to send it out. Venerables could regenerate with blood. However, you had to condense your will into a wisp of flesh or soul in advance, so that you could be reborn from a drop of blood. Boom, boom. The essence of gold shot through the infinity water. The two caused a huge explosion, and the furious waves rose to the sky. From the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea, a hole thousands of meters deep had been blasted out. One could see the bottom of the sea from the surface through the hole. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. After all, the infinity water hadn't reached its peak state, which was due to the limit of his own strength. It seemed that he couldn't send his essence blood out. Buzz the sky was buzzing. The supreme yin-yang diagram that Han Fei turned into had doubled in size and was still absorbing the strange energy in all directions. Some of the energy was running into Han Fei's body, but most of it surrounded Han Fei and became part of the power of the supreme yin-yang diagram. Han Fei could already see the electric arcs rolling between the clouds like dragons. Having no choice, Han Fei sighed. "Old Yuan, why don't you tell me about the king's tribulation?" Boom. Originally, the king's tribulation wouldn't have fallen so quickly. However, Han Fei was here. Therefore, the first bolt of lightning struck down. An electric arc seemed small but was actually dozens of meters wide. The lightning struck the supreme yin-yang wheel and blasted Han Fei into the sea. Han Fei felt that his head was blank, as if an ordinary person had been hit by an ironhead fish. He was so stunned that he didn't even feel the pain. On the other side, Jin Changhai was no better than Han Fei. This guy's body turned into shiny black metal. This was the material for refining ultra-quality divine weapons, but after being swallowed by Jin Changhai, his body could completely turn into black metal. However, after the lightning strike, Jin Changhai's body was full of cracks. Is this the king's tribulation? I feel fine. I can still hold on. The supreme yin-yang wheel shook and broke through the sea, but Han Fei was almost paralyzed. The old turtle said, You know nothing. Even if this person's heavenly tribulation only has 6 layers, you've only passed the first. There are still 5 more. Han Fei, I. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Are you fucking kidding me? The first layer had almost killed me. If the 6th layer of the heavenly tribulation came down, wouldn't I be turned into ashes? Buzz. Surging energy rolled over quickly, trying to heal Han Fei. However, Han Fei just wanted to turn into a human. If he could turn into a human being, he might be able to hold on with his arrays. However, the supreme yin-yang wheel didn't give Han Fei any chance to turn into a human. God knew what was wrong with this technique. It actually took the initiative to absorb the strange power in the void. After only a moment, Han Fei felt that many strange powers were absorbed into his body. Kreka, the sky seemed to be cracking. The thick pillar of lightning pressed Han Fei back to the seabed and the surrounding ground sank. At that moment, the Black Evil Conch King saw that Jin Changhai's body was shattering. He knew that Jin Changhai couldn't transcend the king's tribulation. However, the Black Evil Conch King couldn't help but marvel at this guy. He resisted 2 devastating lightning strikes with his body alone. Han Fei's state made the Black Conch King very unhappy, because the supreme yin-yang wheel that Han Fei turned into was still intact. The Black Evil Conch King roared, "Kill! Don't watch the battle! Kill the enemy for me!" Being pressed to the bottom of the sea again, the power of the supreme yin-yang wheel seemed not enough to help Han Fei resist the terrifying lightning. Han Fei was completely numb. He felt that he was spinning like a wheel. On the other side, Jin Changhai, who had been shattered, was quickly reborn. He quickly took out his 8 giant shields, and his body turned into the strange color of purple ore. Krakawai. In the 3rd lightning bolt, Han Fei saw a ferocious figure in the sky. The person tried to reach out to grab him. Then, Han Fei felt that he was grabbed, and there were continuous swishes. Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling that his internal organs were damaged and turned into meat paste. At this moment, Han Fei finally felt something about his body. However, Han Fei discovered that his flesh and blood were already blurred, and his golden blood couldn't be covered up no matter how hard he tried. Yes, at this moment, in the world, Han Fei's blood and flesh became blurry and he turned into a human-shaped pillar of blood. However, Han Fei's blood was not red, but golden, a magical blood that was unworldly. Under the stunned gaze of many venerables, Han Fei reached out to touch his face, as if to wipe away the blood. However, when he wiped, a piece of flesh fell off, revealing golden bones. "Fuck! Old Yuan, what's going on?" the old turtle said. "Your flesh and blood are not as strong as your bones. You should know that. The lightning of the heavenly tribulation is tempering your body. As a result, your body was crushed under the pressure. However, don't panic. Although your flesh and blood are collapsing, your body is rapidly strengthening. Treat yourself quickly. Heaven enlightenment." Han Fei cast the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on himself. The shattered flesh and blood around were quickly returning and fusing, forming Han Fei's body again. However, the old turtle reminded him again, "You don't have the yin-yang wheel now. You have to find a way to defend against the next heavenly tribulation." Han Fei reached out and took out a large pile of fish skins from Forge the Universe. The fish skins scattered like snowflakes, and countless arrays sealed Han Fei one after another. Long Shi and the other venerables were shocked as they fought. Han Fei survived the king's tribulation? Golden Boy's face also changed greatly. No matter how much he believed in Han Fei, could Han Fei resist the king's tribulation? Huff! Han Fei absorbed energy crazily, and his body was rapidly digesting the power of lightning and transforming his body. But suddenly, he saw a golden piece of metal slip into his array. That piece of metal quickly regenerated. It was none other than Jin Changhai. This person was reborn in Han Fei's territory. Boom. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the lightning in the sky changed from green to blue and white, and the power was greater than before. Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle and whipped the golden piece of metal into the sky. "Han Fei, even if I die, I'll take you with me." Bang! At that moment, Jin Changhai, who was knocked into the lightning, detonated himself. Also, he triggered the detonation of many trace elements in Han Fei's body. In an instant, Han Fei's flesh and blood disappeared. After the 4th lightning strike, everyone saw a golden skeleton lying on the bottom of the sea motionlessly. Chapter 1593, Death in Battle Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations Boom. In the sky, under the tribulation clouds, red cracks tore through the sky. The rain of blood continued, but it wasn't too big. After the death of a venerable, their essence, energy, and various powers dissipated between earth and sky. This power turned into a rain of blood that fell without a trace. Both the Golden Boy and the Black Evil Conch King looked at the sky, only to see a great Tao crack in the sky. Obviously, the person who died first was Jin Changhai. He wanted to use Han Fei's territory to be reborn. However, he was beaten out like a ball by Han Fei. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky didn't dissipate. Crack, crack. The golden skeleton moved, and before it got up, a soul sound shook the world. Heaven enlightenment. Buzz. A holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Han Fei. Specks of golden light quickly gathered towards Han Fei, which was Han Fei's flesh and blood. In addition to the flesh and blood, a large amount of soul seeped into the skull between the eyebrows. Gradually, Han Fei's entire indestructible body was covered in a faint blue. The faint blue seemed to be seeping into Han Fei's golden body ceaselessly. Even a half-king couldn't survive his fourth heavenly tribulation, but an intermediate venerable made it. At this moment, Han Fei's life potential was rapidly transforming. His flesh and blood turned into a mass, trying to attach to Han Fei like liquid armor. Everybody felt that their blood was freezing. What about Han Fei's meridians? What about his soul power? He was already a skeleton. How could he still fight? In fact, Han Fei didn't even know his own situation now. This seemed to be an instinctive reaction of his body. Just now, Han Fei felt a crisis. Therefore, the power of his soul was frantically pouring into his bones, and the indestructible overlord body was operating crazily. At that moment, Han Fei realized that he could become a king with his physical body. Of course, this was just Han Fei's wishful thinking. After all, the power of the soul was magical. If he went completely to the extreme, he knew that this path was definitely not right. However, now it seemed that only his golden bones could withstand this king's tribulation, but his flesh and blood couldn't. Therefore, while a lot of souls were absorbed into his bones, Han Fei continued to fuse a lot of souls into his flesh and blood. All of this was Han Fei's choice in an instant. The heaven enlightenment divine technique was still falling, and the soul power was blending into his bones and flesh. The arrays under Han Fei's feet never stopped. Han Fei's body was shining with golden light, and a golden giant was rising from the ground. The invincible will slashed the sky, and the scene was magnificent. Boom! Another ordinary lightning. Since Jin Chunghai had died, the lightning returned to its original color. This heavenly tribulation wasn't aimed at Han Fei in the first place, but Jin Chunghai dragged Han Fei to destruction. Therefore, after Jin Chunghai died, the power of the heavenly tribulation decreased. However, no matter how the power of this heavenly tribulation decreased, it was still a king's tribulation, and its power still couldn't be underestimated. In a single blow, the invincible will was shattered by the lightning, and Han Fei's flesh and blood exploded again. Han Fei was blasted to the bottom of the sea again. However, Han Fei heard the sound of bones cracking. It turned out that under the heavenly tribulation, the indestructible body wasn't omnipotent. Heaven enlightenment, another holy pillar of light descended, and his flesh and blood returned. Han Fei's soul was still spreading throughout his body. The golden bones that had just cracked were also healing under the power of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. In the depths of Han Fei's sea of consciousness, the old turtle took a long breath. The combination of the heaven enlightenment divine technique and the indestructible body is really perfect. If this were Han Fei's king's tribulation, he would have already transcended his king's tribulation. When the last lightning struck, apart from the lightning, Han Fei saw a black fog. When the fog appeared, everything around seemed to vanish. In the black mist, Han Fei saw a blurry figure. However, when he looked at that person, he seemed to be caught in a dark swamp. It was as if he had been brought into a brand new world. The world was shattering, mountains were collapsing, and a sea of fire was turning upside down. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found that he was standing alone in the sky. No creatures could be seen. At that moment, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be cold liquid flowing down his cheeks. Han Fei felt ultimate sadness. He was like the king of a world, but his world had no people. Just as Han Fei sank into this ultimate sadness, he suddenly felt that his body was cracking. At some point, he had put on an armor, which was now broken. The moment the armor shattered, tremendous energy rushed into Han Fei's body. This was a very familiar power. Han Fei was shocked. Chaotic Chi? The energy shock immediately woke Han Fei up. The images in front of him dispersed, and an energy storm swept around him. The old turtle shouted, "Wake up! Don't let the sky fiend corrode your mind. Hurry up and use the heaven enlightenment divine technique." Heaven enlightenment. Han Fei felt his vitality slipping away. When Han Fei came back to himself, he was horrified to find that his indestructible gold was full of cracks. At this moment, the pillar of lightning was still there. Without hesitation, Han Fei let 10 wisps of chaotic energy explode in his body. Roar. I, Han Fei, am going to be the king someday. You think you can kill me with a regular heavenly tribulation? I'm gonna beat you, boom boom boom. In an instant, Han Fei punched the sky crazily, and golden fist marks appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, thousands of fist marks shot into the sky. Although each fist mark was annihilated after being blasted out for less than 100 meters, the lightning momentum eventually weakened. Just when the lightning was about to dissipate, Han Fei laughed. Son of a beta chi, I was almost killed, but suddenly, the old turtle shouted, "Watch out!" Following the old turtle, Golden Boy shouted, "Watch out!" However, it was too late. A big conch suddenly crashed into this heavenly tribulation. Who else could it be but the Black Evil Conch King? However, this was not the real body of the Black Evil Conch King, but a clone or a projection. Han Fei knew very well that the Black Evil Conch King dared to come because he was extremely powerful. A random projection of his was a half-king. Han Fei's indestructible body squatted slightly and punched out with both fists. But before Han Fei attacked, the projection had cracked, the void trembled, and a huge millstone descended. Gravity mill. Han Fei, I've paid such a huge price to come here. How can I leave if you're not dead? A huge millstone crushed Han Fei into it. At that moment, golden light bloomed, and dazzling light radiated for thousands of kilometers. The projection of the Black Conch King shattered, the millstone disappeared, and Han Fei's indestructible body also disappeared. As if to confirm Han Fei's death, in the sky, although the lightning tribulation disappeared, the layers of black clouds became darker and darker, and the thick death energy was absorbed into the sky, forming a huge vortex, which looked like a scene of the doomsday. Marshal Han Fei, the golden boy, was furious and turned into a black dragon. Roar. With a dragon roar, the black evil Conch King vomited blood. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. The black evil Conch King thought that he had killed Han Fei, so he laughed and shouted, "Everybody from the Black Blood City, retreat. Woo, woo, woo!" The conch horn was blowing. The sea demons on the battlefield, including the venerables and explorers, all stopped fighting. On the seventh island, Netherworld tore apart the peak-level venerable sea demons that had been fighting him for a long time. Seeing the sea demons receding like a tide, he called out to Qin Mo, "Let's go." To the first island, Wen Zhu and the other 300,000 soldiers didn't stop attacking. Lu Yuntian's voice echoed, "Chase the enemy and kill our way out." The retreat of the sea demons could only mean one thing. The Black Blood City had surrendered. If Han Fei could come to the battlefield of the seventh island to take a look, he would find mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The army of 300,000 sea demons was almost wiped out by the army of 300,000 explorers. 70% or 80% of the sea demons had been killed. This kind of battle result was a huge victory that would have been far from achievable in normal circumstances. After all, there was no reason to lose. Boom. But even at this moment, the great Dao cracks in the sky were still appearing, and the frequency wasn't low. 2 hours passed. To be honest, as early as the battle began, on the endless islands around the Immortal City, countless people stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Many people had never seen such a scene in their lives. The death of 2 venerables had already caused a great uproar. When the message that Han Fei killed venerables was sent back, many people began to celebrate by cooking sea creatures. However, after only 1 day, 7 venerables died in a row. Many people thought that the Immortal City suffered a great loss. But the result was that 5 sea demons died, and human beings won again. Therefore, there was an uproar in the rear, people began to celebrate, and Han Fei's name was remembered by many people. However, after all, 2 venerables from the Immortal City had died too. Therefore, while many people were cheering, there were also seniors teaching their juniors that their peaceful lives were exchanged for by the lives of countless people on the front line. However, it had only been 1 day, and the battles at the front line had begun again. This time, billions of humans felt that the world was crazy. They had no idea what happened at the front line. All they knew was that sky cracks were appearing non-stop, and the sky was dyed red by the bloody rain. On this day, in the rear of the Immortal City, countless humans below the law enforcer realm suddenly felt that they were going to make a breakthrough. On this day, someone recorded the number of times the Great Dao cracks appeared in the sky, totaling 128 times. Chapter 1594, Impasse Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1 day past. The war between the Black Blood City, the Immortal City, and the Demon Beast Union had completely come to an end. The place around the first island of the Immortal City had become a forbidden place. Only the venerables could enter. The islands here had been razed to the ground. In the whole sea, turbulence surged and the sword intent was indiscriminately attacking. On the second day after the battle, Golden Boy and dozens of venerables stood on the sea solemnly. They seemed to be mourning Han Fei, who had died in this sea. Golden Boy stood at the forefront. He couldn't imagine that Han Fei had even survived someone else's tribulation, only to be killed by the last attack of the Black Evil Conch King. At first, he couldn't believe it. However, after repelling the sea demons, he immediately returned to the Forbidden Island. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the big octopus was still sleeping peacefully in the big array in Death Valley. He didn't know where Han Fei was now. However, the Golden Boy could be sure that Han Fei wasn't dead, but just couldn't be found now. After a long silence, the Golden Boy said to the violent ocean in his childish voice, "You did win this battle. Although countless people have died, you've benefited the entire human race. 41 venerables from the Black Blood City died yesterday. I believe this is just the beginning. I'll wait for you to come back." Behind the Golden Boy, many people were puzzled by his words. At that time, didn't many people watch Han Fei die? Who was the Golden Boy waiting for? Before they could think further, the Golden Boy asked, "Where is Lu Yuntian?" Lu Yuntian stepped out. It wasn't until yesterday's battle ended that Long Shi and the others learned that Han Fei and Lu Yuntian were actually just putting on an act. As for Wang He, the traitor, he had been killed by Qin Mo after Han Fei took action. Golden Boy said, "Lu Yuntian, in the future you and Chen Xiang will lead the human explorers to expand our territory and hunt the sea creatures in the territory of the Black Blood City. From today on, the Immortal City is not afraid of battles." Lu Yuntian bowed. "Yes, master." Immediately, Long Shi stepped forward. "Grand Venerable Golden Boy, are we going to continue the war even though Marshal Han's body hasn't been buried?" Hua Meng also stepped forward. "Grand Venerable, we have to do something, right?" The Golden Boy was silent for a moment. "Make a statue for Han Fei. The billions of human beings in the rear need some faith, don't they?" Everybody was slightly confused. A statue? What did it mean? In this place, only the Golden Boy knew the meaning of a statue. It was the symbol of a king. In the dragon-subduing world, only Zhao Xianglong was qualified to have a statue. In the end, the people in the cage were all from the yin-yang world or water-wood world. For now, the Golden Boy felt that most of the people in the cage were from the yin-yang world. After all, nobody in the water-wood world had fought for the human beings in the cage. Qin Mo said, "Set up a statue? Do we need to announce Han Fei's name to the entire immortal city?" Although everyone felt that Han Fei had indeed made a great contribution this time. However, this victory was not overwhelming. The Golden Boy said that 41 venerables from the Black Blood City died, but 32 venerables from the Immortal City died. Besides, in terms of qualification, seniority, or even affection, Golden Boy was more qualified to have a statue. But why would Han Fei have a statue? However, the Golden Boy shook his head slightly. Name: Ninth Heavenly Lord, Han Fei, Old Yuan. What the hell is this place? While Golden Boy and the others were thinking about setting up a statue for Han Fei, in a vortex abyss, a golden skeleton cuddled into a ball and spinning, holding a mass of flesh and blood that contained terrifying energy in his arms. And the place he was spinning was in an endless abyss. It was dark all around. There was no light or sound. Fortunately, Han Fei couldn't see now, or all he could see would have been pure darkness. The old turtle said, "I don't know. I moved you away with the great teleportation technique, but halfway through, we were sucked in by this black hole. There is no shortage of spiritual energy and energy here. There is pure darkness, death energy, and vitality. Hey, are you really fine in your current state?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Do I look fine? I've suffered a big loss this time." Han Fei looked at his personal information sadly. Although his brain became a mass of meat, so did his eyes. Han Fei could still see his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level 86, intermediate peak level venerable chaotic chi, 58 wisps, spiritual power, 35,026 39 99999, limit of Dao heart. Perception range, 10,000 kilometers. Strength, 8999 waves, first spiritual heritage. Unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 75, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 59, main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Although he had survived someone else's king's tribulation, it only raised his realm to the peak of an intermediate venerable. Apart from the change in his realm, he had fused a lot of the power of his soul into his indestructible body, which caused his strength to soar again, but it seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. As for the power of the soul, there was no need to talk about it. In the past, when he was short of 10 or 12,000 points, he could still find a way to make up for it. This time, however, he had lost 2/3 of his soul power. In terms of size, how many venerables would it take to replenish it? Han Fei's experience told him that his soul power couldn't be replenished. No matter how long he was stuck at the peak of the intermediate venerable level, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough. Of course, the top priority at this moment was not the soul. It was how to get out of this damn place. Han Fei had tried to return to Forge the Universe, but it was useless. He couldn't leave this damn place now. Han Fei cursed. Was I sucked into the black hole? This black cave was spinning, and the force was definitely not small, but it couldn't be the kind of black hole he knew. Otherwise, with such terrifying power, he would definitely have been torn to pieces. Han Fei recalled, "Old Yuan, do you think this happened when I used the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel?" The old turtle said, "Yes, it's very strange when you use the Yin-Yang symbol. All the power around is gathering towards you. Have you ever experienced this before?" Han Fei, "No. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it was strange." The old turtle said, "I think that the black hole that appeared in the sky at the end, which is where we are now, might have something to do with your yin-yang symbol. At that time, I wanted to take you away, but it forcibly sucked us in." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei said, "Interesting. Look at my supreme yin-yang diagram." After all, he had been in this black hole for a day. Han Fei had already basically recovered from his injuries, and it would still take some time for him to fully recover. Originally, Han Fei had lost a lot of vitality too, but he had replenished it by eating spiritual fruits. Now, he only needed soul power. Buzz. Although Han Fei's bones were separated from his flesh and blood, he had been holding his flesh and blood, which existed in another form. The old turtle had explained that this was because the quality of his flesh and blood was lower than his bones. The benefits of transcending the heavenly tribulation had significantly improved the toughness of Han Fei's flesh and blood. However, in order to transcend the tribulation, Han Fei had fused too much of his soul power into the indestructible body, and with the benefits from the heavenly tribulation, there was a gap between his bones and his flesh and blood. He could either wait for his realm to rise, or his flesh and blood had been tempered to another level, otherwise he could only hold his flesh and blood like this for the time being. However, it made no difference to use the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei activated the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel, a tremendous amount of energy gathered. Han Fei spun faster and faster, and all kinds of strange energy rolled over. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Old Yuan, let me tell you, the supreme yin-yang wheel is even more problematic here. I feel that my energy is about to explode." The old turtle said, "I don't think you need to rush. Can't you keep practicing the grand desolate body art? The hardness of your flesh and blood is one level lower than your indestructible golden body. This kind of imbalance is definitely not a good thing. Practicing this grand desolate body art can improve your flesh and blood." Han Fei was lost for words. "But now my flesh and blood are like a ball. Will I be cultivating my bones or my flesh and blood if I cultivate now?" the old turtle asked. "Can you feel the blood in your body flowing?" Han Fei blurted out, "Yes," the old turtle said. "That's it, isn't it? You don't have ordinary meridians. Your heavenly meridians support your flesh and blood and make them operate on their own. Your soul supports your bones. They're just temporarily separated." "Really?" the old turtle said. "Anyway, there are all kinds of chaotic energy in this black hole. You can try cultivating." Han Fei's mouth clicked. "That's true. There seems to be no other way except this." At that moment, the golden skeleton was sitting cross-legged with a mass of flesh and blood in its arms. Energy surged from all directions and enveloped Han Fei. There was no concept of time here. There seemed to be only energy here, complicated energy, endless energy. As he practiced, the grand desolate body technique was activated, and Han Fei reconnected with his flesh and blood. However, the moment the communication began, Han Fei exclaimed, "Fuck, old Yuan, my heaven spirit detoxifying insect is gone." Chapter 1595, Upgrade. The Time Chain Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Heaven Spirit Detoxifying Insect was gone. Han Fei hadn't noticed it before. It was not because of anything else, but because Han Fei had been holding his flesh and blood. His flesh and blood were separated from his bones, and he relied on the power of his soul to support his indestructible body, so Han Fei didn't find this problem. The old turtle was also taken aback. "Why didn't I notice it?" The old turtle examined it and said leisurely, "Not only is the heaven spirit detoxifying insect gone, but so is the demonic origin in your body." Fuck, can demonic origin be broken? The demonic origin that Han Fei was talking about was naturally the one that the ice spirit had stuffed into his body in the snow god's temple. It was a demonic origin that could withstand the power of a half-king. At this moment, it was gone along with the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. The old turtle immediately said, "Something's wrong. If these two things are gone, it's impossible for me to not notice anything." Unless Han Fei was lost for words. "Unless what?" the old turtle said leisurely. "Unless the king's tribulation you experienced completely injected these two things into your body. Try injecting demonic energy into this meatball." Han Fei, "What meatball?" "This is my body," Han Fei mumbled. However, the soul fire in Han Fei's eyes was flickering, and he was clearly a little surprised. He was in human form. Although he could resist demonic energy in this form, it was impossible for him to absorb demonic energy. Therefore, Han Fei grabbed an ultra-quality demonic stone from Forge the Universe, only to see endless demonic energy flowing into his body. Han Fei was shocked, although he didn't have the heart anymore. Then, Han Fei quickly took out spiritual energy, but his body still ate it. "Han Fei, old Yuan, in your opinion, am I a human or a demon now?" the old turtle said. "You may be a human demon." "Puff, old Yuan, you're forcing me to declare war on you. Ha, so what if I can directly absorb demonic energy? I'm still a real human." "Hey, wait a minute. Then can I be immune to poison now?" Han Fei grabbed a poisonous grass from Forge the Universe and stuffed it into his body. Then, through his perception of his body, Han Fei discovered that the poisonous grass was quickly dismembered and completely dissipated in his flesh and blood. "Hasa," Han Fei asked, "was my body fused with my demonic origin and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect?" The heaven spirit detoxifying insect was dead. However, Han Fei seemed to have become a human antidote and acquired the ability of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. The old turtle said, "Now, you should consider why your body can swallow the demonic origin and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. If your body could have swallowed them earlier, it wouldn't have waited until now." Han Fei was lost for words. "I have no clue. There must be a reason for this, and it was necessary to investigate it." Han Fei thought that he might have acquired some special abilities, but he didn't realize it yet. Unfortunately, the fusion of the demonic origin and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into his body didn't improve his body's strength much. It could be said that Han Fei's body was relatively strong, but not as good as his bones. The incompatibility between the two was high, so Han Fei could only be in the skeleton state for the time being. There was no sun or moon in the cave, only complete darkness. At this moment, Han Fei could only judge the time in the cave through the time in Forge the Universe. Han Fei stayed in Forge the Universe for 3 years. Under the nourishment of infinite energy, his cultivation of the Grand Desolate Body technique was progressing fast. However, the Grand Desolate Body technique was only an intermediate peak level, venerable level technique after all. It was a transition to a stronger body technique. Because of the Grand Desolate Body technique, Han Fei's body accumulated terrifying energy. He didn't stop until his body cracked. At this moment, Han Fei realized that his body would explode if he kept cultivating. After the king's tribulation, Han Fei's body had reached the peak of the intermediate venerable level. If he continued to cultivate, he would accumulate energy in his limited body. Now, it was obvious that he couldn't continue to accumulate energy. This situation required Han Fei to make a breakthrough. Only in this way could he consume the energy in his body. Unfortunately, Han Fei's soul was damaged too badly. Han Fei had to replenish his soul before he could continue to make a breakthrough. Having no choice, Han Fei could only go to visualize. However, after visualizing the god-scaring painting in Forge the Universe for 8 months, his soul power had only been restored by less than 1,000 points. Therefore, Han Fei had to give up. How long would it take for him to replenish his damaged soul with this speed? He couldn't temper his body, nor could he cultivate his soul. Bracing himself, Han Fei could only continue to practice disassembling spiritual energy. Fortunately, for some reason, Han Fei found that his power of faith was constantly increasing, and it was more than twice as fast as before. With so much power of faith, Han Fei naturally used it all to disassemble spiritual energy. After all, it was impossible to use the power of faith to make a breakthrough. The power of the soul had limited his development. If he insisted on making a breakthrough, he would only die. Another year passed in Forge the Universe. Under the crazy push of the power of faith, Han Fei finally disassembled the spiritual energy to 81%. At this moment, the power of faith was exhausted. Having no choice, Han Fei tried hundreds of times to find a way out. However, it never worked out. This dark world seemed to have no way out in the first place. Thinking about it, Han Fei returned to Forge the Universe and began to practice the dragon swallowing technique. It was not difficult to practice this technique. This was a qualityless technique. Even if his level was lower, he could still practice it. And Han Fei had enough dragon bones to experiment with, so there shouldn't be any obstacles to learning it. However, Han Fei discovered a problem at the beginning of the experiment. It turned out that this dragon swallowing technique could not only absorb the origin energy of the dragon race, but also intercept the dragon's luck, solidify the origin, and attract the dragon's power to temper the body. The problem lay in body tempering. This power continued to strengthen Han Fei's body, causing cracks to appear on Han Fei's meatball-like body. At this moment, Han Fei knew that his wish to absorb the chaos chi had completely failed. While he was thinking about it, the old turtle said, "In fact, when a strong master cultivates to the end, it's nothing more than strengthening the body, soul, and the great Tao. Now that your body has reached the limit, it can't be further strengthened. You have to recover your soul power first, or there's another way that can barely help you make a breakthrough, but that method is not good." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "What way?" the old turtle said. "Breaking the soul limit means finding your own Tao heart. This is different from the great Tao. The Tao heart determines the potential of your growth. In fact, even if your soul power is restored to its peak state, it's at most enough for you to break through to the advanced venerable realm. But what about the future? The limit of your Tao heart will restrict the upper limit of your soul. In the end, it will restrict the upper limit of your physique. As long as your Tao heart doesn't break through, your strength will always stop in the advanced venerable realm, even if you have the combat power of a half-king." Han Fei was shocked. In the end, it was all because of his Tao heart. The old turtle said leisurely, "Actually, I'm already very surprised that you can grow to this level. Because in my opinion, you shouldn't have grown so strong," Han Fei said crossly. "Why can't I become stronger?" the old turtle said. "Because I can't see the persistence a cultivator should have from you. Some people just want to become stronger. In their hearts, there is no strongest, so their path of growth has no end. Some people know what kind of existence they want to become, and they treat that existence as a faith. At least, before they fulfill this faith, their growth won't be interrupted. The faith in everyone's heart is different, so is their persistence of their Tao heart. Some people do it to become stronger, and some do it for others. But in the end, they are all very firm. For a heavenly talent, the problem of the Tao heart is not a problem at all. What surprised me is that for you, it shouldn't be so difficult to comprehend a Tao heart." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "That's easy for you to say. I know what you're talking about. But my goal is to kill Xuanhuan. Isn't that a Tao heart? Xuanhuan should be at least in the king realm, right?" In the black hole, there was no feeling of time, and it was like a real cage. Since Han Fei's Tao heart had reached a bottleneck, there was nothing he could do. Han Fei nodded. "Then let me find my Tao heart." But how could he find his Tao heart? The old turtle's theory was very strange. He said, everyone had their own opportunities. Some people discovered their Tao hearts while squatting in the toilet, some discovered Tao hearts while eating, and some discovered Tao hearts while chatting. Some people explored the world and searched for their Tao hearts for tens of thousands of years without gaining anything. Instead, they messed up their Tao hearts. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei felt that the Tao heart was too ridiculous. It felt a bit elusive. It seemed that he couldn't rush. Therefore, in the following years, Han Fei wandered in Forge the Universe every day. He established a large plantation and expanded Forge the Universe to a radius of 20 kilometers. That was because he was so bored. Han Fei built a house here, dug a fish pond, and specifically divided the areas to plant ingredients and store resources. Having nothing to do, Han Fei went to fight the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others. After half a year of fighting, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and the others ran away as soon as they saw Han Fei. 2 years later, On this day, Han Fei was rolling on the grass at the edge of Forge the Universe in boredom. Forge the Universe had been expanded to 30 kilometers by the spiritual energy and energy in the black hole. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others were strengthened by 3 or 5 levels on average under the scourge of such energy and spiritual energy. Dad, I'm done. Little White and Little Black hadn't changed much in the past 2 years, mainly because Little White had been forced to vomit Chaos Chi by Han Fei. He already had 58 wisps of Chaos Chi, although he hadn't absorbed them in the past few years. However, it took him less than 3 years to gather 100 wisps of Chaos Chi now. 100 wisps, Han Fei immediately got up from the grass. Han Fei was now a skeleton without any sense of touch, sight, hearing, or taste, but at this moment, soul fire was beating in his eyes. My good girl, I've waited for this moment for a long time. I didn't expect you to be one step faster than me. Receiving Little White's wisp of chaotic chi, Han Fei was overjoyed. He had been trapped in Forge the Universe for 7 years. Another year here, a whole year would pass in the outside world. He had to buy himself more time. Once the time chain was upgraded, 1 year outside would be equivalent to 16 years in the Forge the Universe. He could slowly work out a solution. In fact, Han Fei was very anxious. He had a lot of things to do. He had to go out and become the master of Yin-Yang world. Immediately, Han Fei shouted, "Time chain, level up." Chapter 1596, A Dragon Tale Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. When the old turtle saw that all the chaotic chi Han Fei had suddenly disappeared, he immediately exclaimed, "What did you do? What did you exchange with that little calabash for so much chaotic chi?" Han Fei said leisurely. "You'll find out later." The old turtle was lost for words. What a spendthrift. Do you know how hard it is to get chaotic chi in the venerable realm? Do you think it can only increase your combat power? Han Fei said flatly. Of course. Although it can nurture my body, it's impossible for my body to improve any further. It's best to use them now. The old turtle said, "Seriously, you know that the purpose of disassembling spiritual energy is to acquire the chaotic chi, but have you ever thought that the chaotic chi that contains so much power of the great Tao can actually broaden your great Tao? Huh?" Han Fei was puzzled. Broaden the great Tao? Broaden what great Tao? The old turtle was lost for words. I didn't want to tell you now. The time you spent in the venerable realm was too short. If you could use the slightest time to explore the use of the chaotic chi, you wouldn't consume it easily. It's exactly because you haven't been in the venerable realm for long that I can't tell what your great Tao is, but I can tell that you're cultivating multiple great Taos at the same time. If that's the case, you'll need chaotic chi more. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flashed. Wait. Old Yuan, tell me first, what's the relationship between the chaotic chi and the great Tao? Han Fei thought that the great Tao was just a different technique that guided his future cultivation. His own great Tao could change. Why would this ability be combined with the chaotic chi? The old turtle said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? Everyone has an origin C." "Yes." The old turtle asked again, "If you want to create an origin C after you become a king, what will you use to do that?" Han Fei was stunned. "Chaotic chi?" The old turtle snorted. "Yes. The amount of chaos energy determines the size of the origin C, and the size of the origin C determines your strength in the king realm. In addition to the size of the origin C, the origin energy stored in the origin C also determines your strength. Origin energy can also broaden and strengthen the quality of the origin C. All of this is in conjunction. Although you don't have to worry about it until you become a king, I need to tell you that you better save as much chaotic chi as you can." Han Fei smacked his lips and suddenly said, "Old Yuan, how much chaos energy do you think the dragon in Forge the Universe is worth?" The old turtle, Han Fei grinned. "The chaotic chi is taken from the world. I'm using it now just to better acquire it in the future." "However, you didn't tell me something so important until now. That's too much." The old turtle sneered. "Who knew that you wouldn't regard the chaos energy as the chaos energy? I don't need to tell you this at all. In fact, when you grow stronger and find a way to explore the full use of the great Tao, you will know. You just don't have the time," Han Fei chuckled. Time is precious. Although the old turtle had told him about the benefits of the chaotic chi, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Even if he had known it, he would still use it. After all, after the acceleration of time, everything would be obtained faster. Sure enough, a moment later, Han Fei sat on the edge of Forge the Universe and saw blue lines circulating where the black mist enveloped. This meant that the time chain upgrade was completed. Hiss! In the next moment, the old turtle said in shock, "Time here is more than 10 times slower? Did you make a deal with the calabash? That's taboo. Once it's discovered, even if your parents come back, they won't be able to save you." Han Fei curled his lips. "As long as you don't speak it out, who will know?" The old turtle was stunned at this moment. Why? He knew that this calabash was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to break the time-forbidden spell so easily. Damn it, if he had such a divine object, how could he have ended up like this? The old turtle suppressed his agitation. According to Forge the Universe's current time flow, as long as Han Fei could hold back and stay here for 100 years, his soul power could be restored. Then, he could make a breakthrough here. At that time, there might be a way to leave. Even if there was no way to leave, when Han Fei became an advanced venerable, he would have enough energy and spiritual energy to continue cultivating. Han Fei put on a smile. He was actually thinking the same as the old turtle. No matter what, he had to find a way to return to his peak state first. Only when he recovered to his peak state could his bones fuse with his flesh and blood again. Only then could he make a breakthrough and continuously strengthen his body in the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei watched Forge the Universe recover quietly, watching the blue halos swim wildly in the gray void. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes followed them all the way. Perhaps because Han Fei was bored, he saw that the wisp of light he was staring at circled the entire Forge the Universe and went to the other side. After a while, Han Fei saw a similar blue light appear and continue to twist along the same trajectory. Huh? Han Fei suddenly rose. In Forge the Universe, there were many such lines in the gray space. Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just like the rise and fall of the sun and the rotation of the sun and moon, everything was rotating. These blue lines seemed to be rotating around Forge the Universe. Ufk. Han Fei seemed to have discovered something. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the rotating dark space again. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator in his hand, and the needle was spinning. Soulfire was dancing in Han Fei's eyes. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What did you find? Haven't you seen this navigator many times? I think maybe this space is special, and it can't find the way out." Han Fei shook his head. No. Definitely not. Han Fei looked at the trajectory of the vast ocean navigator. Every time he changed direction, the needle of the vast ocean navigator would spin in the same direction. It looked like an out-of-control compass. However, what if it didn't lose control? What if this road was actually a spiral, or was it a loop? Swishta Han Fei activated the agility of wind, the heavenly void divine movement, and the power of the great Tao. He was like a golden light, running in the darkness. As the saying went, as long as you were fast enough, the whole world would be full of your after-images. At this moment, Han Fei's speed could be said to have reached its peak. However, Han Fei ran for a long time but didn't see the breath he left. Maybe it had been too long, but Han Fei didn't find anything unusual, so he changed his method. Twin divine technique. Han Fei didn't give up but continued to try. This time, he didn't try for a long time, and the black mist and the white mist didn't meet. Because the two were too far apart, he had to fuse the two of them. The old turtle was about to ask, when Han Fei grabbed a puppet in the half-venerable realm and gave a wisp of his soul to it. Then, Han Fei and the puppet ran in the opposite direction. This time, after almost 2 hours, Han Fei finally saw the figure of the puppet running wildly. "Ha ha ha! I knew it!" "I knew it." The old turtle was stunned. "What do you know?" Swish. With a swish, Han Fei returned to Forge the Universe. With a thought, the terrain of Forge the Universe began to quickly change. In a moment, it turned into a large yin-yang symbol, which was the heaven and earth array. Han Fei stood on a Tai Chi eye and calculated in his heart. As I expected, the space we are in has no border at all, because it is a two-dimensional world. "What world?" Han Fei said. "Well, you may not understand it, but it's a two-dimensional array formed in multiple dimensions. This is an array. The entire cage is an array. The entire cage is an array. What we are in is the array eye. We need to find the array eye in the array eye." Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and poked it at the Tai Chi eye of the yin-yang symbol. A strange idea popped up in Han Fei's mind. He could deduce the yin-yang symbol into the 8 diagrams. In that case, he might be able to leave through the so-called life gate. However, he knew nothing about it, and this was clearly not the 8 diagram. The heaven and earth array in the yin-yang immortal palace was located at the Tai Chi eye. If he guessed right, this was no exception. Thinking that through, Han Fei left Forge the Universe again. According to the distance he had run, Han Fei calculated the distance at the center, which was about 1.3 million kilometers from the edge of the black space. 7 days passed. When Han Fei tried countless times and rushed to the center, he felt that a terrifying power was sucking his body and tearing his soul apart. However, none of this stopped Han Fei. Although it hurt, as long as he could get out, it didn't matter. Finally, on the 7th day, Han Fei suddenly saw something floating in the void. When Han Fei got closer, he found that it was a huge dragon tail. Under the dragon's tail was a pure black invisible sheet. This black color, just like his black mist body, was almost invisible to the naked eye. Han Fei also noticed the abnormality here with his soul after seeing the dragon tail. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Old Yuan, I found it." The old turtle was silent for a long time. "A dragon tail, doesn't that mean?" Han Fei said solemnly. "Under the grassland, deep in the desolate tomb." Chapter 1597, The Real Secret of the Cage Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Chapter 1597, The Real Secret of the Cage Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The dragon tail that Han Fei saw was naturally the dragon tail that Zhao Shanglong buried. Under Zhao Shanglong's deliberate arrangement, the dragon tail was sealed with a dragon's soul, which withstood the ravages of endless time. Therefore, if he guessed right, this should be a dangerous place. With the dragon souls here, with his current soul power, he might not be a match for the other party. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, if that dragon soul attacks, we'll have to count on you." The old turtle said, Didn't they say that the dragon had escaped? This can't be a complete dragon soul. Since it's not a complete dragon soul, it should be just a wisp of a dragon soul. It's not a big problem. When Han Fei stood in front of the dragon tail that was more than 600 meters long, he couldn't help but wonder how much chaos energy he could absorb from such a huge tail. What a pity for Zhao Shanglong. If he could enter the Heaven and Earth array and take the dragon tail back, the purple dragon array would definitely be broken. But it was exactly because of this that Han Fei had a bad feeling. Even a king couldn't enter. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to get out of the Heaven and Earth array. Han Fei felt that it was lucky that his mother taught him the Heaven and Earth array. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to get out. However, Han Fei was also puzzled. How farsighted must his mother have been to surround the two heavenly palaces with the entire cage and create such a huge Heaven and Earth array? At this time, the old turtle also sighed. If this is an array, such a huge array, even if I were alive, I wouldn't be able to create it. Did your family learn the Heaven and Earth array from here? What the hell is this? This array must be my mother. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered. Not necessarily. His mother said that Heaven and Earth array are naturally produced between the heavens and earth. According to this logic, it's not certain which the real Heaven and Earth array is. Roar. At this moment, a dragon roar echoed from the dragon's tail. The power of the soul was even more extraordinary than Han Fei's 100-beast soul devouring. Roar. Han Fei was already prepared. Stepping on the soul-controlling array, he attacked the dragon tail with the embroidery needle. The old turtle also pressed forward with the power of his soul. Even so, Han Fei's soul-controlling array was shattered immediately. Fortunately, Han Fei could attack the soul. Otherwise, his soul would have been damaged again. However, this also proved that there weren't many souls sealed in this dragon tail. Han Fei felt that it should be stronger than him, but not much stronger. Han Fei's soul trembled. Beastard, you're just a dead dragon. I'll skin you, drink your flesh, and slaughter your soul. However, Han Fei didn't get any response. Han Fei didn't stop attacking. He kept attacking left and right. Unfortunately, the dragon soul seemed to be sealed, so it could only roar at Han Fei and couldn't come out. Han Fei was amused. Isn't this a target for me to hit? After more than 50 stabs in a row, the dragon soul was knocked out. When Han Fei was a little weak, the old turtle said, "Something's wrong. This doesn't look like a dragon soul." Han Fei was lost for words. If it's not a dragon soul, could it be a snake soul? No matter how stupid Zhao Shanglong is, he can't be so stupid. The old turtle said, "If it were a dragon soul, it wouldn't have attacked you just now. If I were him, I would have stabilized you first before launching a sneak attack. But this dragon soul only roared twice. It seems to be a newborn." Boom. A large amount of soul fire jumped out of Han Fei's eyes. "What did you say? A newborn? Then if I kill its consciousness, won't it become an ownerless soul?" The old turtle said, "Even if it's still conscious, you still have the little calabash. In any case, you won't lose out." While the old turtle was speaking, Han Fei had already cast the void lines over. Han Fei intended to test it out. If there was no problem, this ownerless soul would be his. When Han Fei's void lines buckled, soul power immediately began to struggle. However, the force wasn't very strong. Han Fei didn't read anything else from this soul. At this moment, Han Fei was sure that this was indeed a newborn soul. Perhaps because there were too few souls sealed here, the soul's owner couldn't withstand the suction force at the center of the natural array and died long ago. As its soul power didn't disperse, over time, a brand new soul that could resist this suction force was born. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to blow up the newborn soul. 3 hours later, when Han Fei lost more than 3,000 points of soul power, he finally killed this new soul. "There is always a way out," the old turtle mumbled. "I think it's a coincidence. It just so happens that this is an array you're familiar with. Or rather, this array is related to you." Han Fei shook his head. "Not necessarily. If it was so dangerous, old Han would have told me something when I came here. There are always some things beyond their control. My mother never mentioned that there was a Heaven and Earth array here." In Forge the Universe, this was the most exciting day for Han Fei in 8 years. Not only did Han Fei discover the secret of this black hole, but he also found the dragon tail that was suppressed by Zhao Shanglong. When Han Fei assimilated the enormous ownerless soul, he felt that he was floating. This was a king-level dragon. Some of its soul power escaped after it was killed, but the remaining soul power in the body alone amounted to nearly 30,000 points, although its soul was destroyed a bit in the battle with him. Several days later, after Han Fei completely digested this unowned soul, he checked his personal information again. His soul power had reached 6,116.46 points. In general, excluding the part of his soul that he had consumed, at least now, he couldn't be considered weak in terms of soul power. Han Fei said in shock, "Only with the soul sealed in this dragon tail, I'm already half recovered. Then can the soul sealed in the dragon head completely restore me?" The old turtle said. "First of all, you have to find a way out. If this is under the grassland of the Forbidden Island, then the Forest of Terror is where the dragon head is. That's a place you've never been." Han Fei smiled. "I have the vast ocean navigator." Han Fei was not in a hurry to find a way out. After all, he had been trapped here for 7 years. Han Fei didn't care about these days anymore. He might as well take advantage of these days to fuse these ownerless souls. This was the most important thing. 1 month passed. Swish! Han Fei suddenly appeared in the black hole, where there was only darkness and a terrifying suction force. Holding the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei felt his heart stirred, and the needle on it was still spinning. Putting away the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei grabbed an array rod, which was the array of the heaven and earth array in the yin-yang immortal palace. With a thought, Han Fei tried controlling the array rod, however, there was no response. These two heaven and earth arrays are indeed different. Since he couldn't use the array pestle, he had to use his wisdom to break the array. Now that he had found the array eye, he only needed to think of a solution. Han Fei punched out, and golden fist marks blasted in all directions. Chila. After staying in the black array eye for a long time, Han Fei suddenly felt that the spinning power around him was getting bigger. Also, a terrifying energy was surging, which far exceeded the power of the desolation gale. In just a few minutes, the intensity had reached a level that his soul couldn't withstand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soul-controlling array and coiled turtle array appeared one after another. Han Fei had never encountered such an abnormal suction force before he came here. Immediately, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, did you feel it, the suction force just now?" The old turtle said, "No wonder that dragon soul became ownerless. It turns out that the danger here doesn't always exist. Han Fei, there must be something wrong with this abnormal phenomenon. This black hole is eating and swallowing all kinds of energy." With that said, Han Fei sat down and quickly drew a yin-yang symbol on the ground in front of him. Han Fei said, "The Forbidden Island is more than 10 million kilometers away from the terrifying Tai Chi Eye. It should be 16 million kilometers. There is infinite energy in this black hole. Where did this energy come from? Perhaps it was sucked in by this black hole. So, the other Tai Chi Eye should be also absorbing energy. Therefore, the energy in the cage is swallowed by these two Tai Chi Eyes every day. Does the array eye swallow the power inside and outside the cage?" The old turtle suddenly interrupted him. "That's not right. If the power of the entire cage is gathering here and never escapes out, do you know how much energy it contains after tens of thousands of years?" The cage would have collapsed long ago. Soulfire was dancing in Han Fei's eyes. So it eats energy from both inside and outside. What if this energy is used to maintain the operation of the Wall of Death? According to the conservation of energy, the array is swallowing and the cage is consuming. I was surprised before. Who could set up this array, which is still so powerful even after tens of thousands of years? But if this array is naturally formed and can operate on its own, it's easy to understand. The old turtle was puzzled. It should be absorbing energy from the outside world to provide the energy inside the cage, right? Han Fei shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it eats energy from both inside and outside. Energy circulates and the inherent energy can't support the cage. Therefore, this formed a closed loop. Because the heaven and earth array absorbs energy, it needs to absorb it both from outside the cage and from inside. Since there is absorption, there is a way out. Chapter 1598, Epiphany, Chapter 1598, Epiphany Translator, Henry Translations Editor, Henry Translations. At this moment, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was like a pedant analyzing the composition of the entire cage. Han Fei had always thought that this cage was stud-link-shaped. In fact, it made sense, but it wasn't correct enough. It was more H-shaped, or to be exact, more like a Tai Chi diagram. Indeed, when Han Fei learned that there were two such black holes in this cage, the true form of this cage was revealed. This was a super large heaven and earth array. However, it was not an ordinary heaven and earth array. If the Tai Chi diagram that it outlined was not H-shaped, then there must still be an area outside the cage. Although he didn't see the whole picture, he could tell its shape from the two black holes in the Tai Chi diagram. Han Fei felt that this might be a heaven and earth array formed naturally or by manpower. The array could absorb energy from inside and outside the cage to maintain the seal on the cage. Perhaps more energy would be absorbed from the outside world. This also explained why there were very few strong masters born in the water-wood world and yin-yang world. In fact, there was an obvious gap between the yin-yang world and the water-wood world. After all, the number of experts in the water-wood world far exceeded that in the yin-yang world. Han Fei had always thought that the gap was caused by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. However, the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye only stopped people from becoming kings, right? It didn't seem to affect other cultivators much. Then why? Han Fei thought that maybe the two black holes in the cage would absorb external forces to different degrees. As for the exact difference, he wouldn't know until he saw the other Tai Chi Eye. In fact, these questions are easy to understand. What puzzled Han Fei was why a heaven and earth array was set up here. What was the purpose of trapping these people, sea demons and beasts here? Perhaps this was a way for human beings to stop the sea demons. After all, in the Age of Doom, the sea demons invaded and caused a large number of terrestrial creatures to die. Perhaps it was his mother or a certain power that created this heaven and earth array. In the end, this array was equivalent to a barrier, equivalent to the Great Wall, to block the invasion of the sea demons. After all, there was the inheritance of the Grand Myriad Mountains here. It was definitely a project of the Age of Doom. Any large array was actually easy to enter but difficult to leave. According to Hanfei's understanding, it wasn't difficult to enter the Heaven and Earth Array, but it took him a lot of effort to enter this Heaven and Earth Array. Tens of thousands of years ago, this Heaven and Earth Array must be easy to enter too, so many creatures were trapped here. Why were many people trapped here? Perhaps it was because the Heaven and Earth Array was absorbing energy at all times to strengthen the cage. Those who entered were probably trying to improve their strength. As a result, it accumulated more and more power, causing the cage to be firmly locked up, and those who came in at the beginning could no longer escape out. But as an array master, Hanfei knew one thing. Can a large array absorb energy indefinitely? Absorbing energy for tens of thousands of years? Even if it's a real black hole, what will happen to it if it absorbs endless energy? I'm afraid it will erupt in the end. Perhaps the singularity that caused the Big Bang is a super black hole. Why would a singularity cause the Big Bang? It's very likely that it swallowed too many things. When the energy of the singularity reached a critical point, the universe collapsed. Hanfei suddenly patted his head, making a clanging sound, and clicked his tongue. I'm so fucking smart. From this array I thought of the Big Bang. Hiss. I'm afraid that this cage has reached its limit. Hanfei was shocked by this thought. Therefore, the crack appeared not because the power of the seal was weakening, but because it had accumulated too much energy and was about to erupt. Huss. Not good. The old turtle was puzzled. What's wrong? Hanfei suddenly understood why there were so many strong masters in the cage. There were hundreds of thousands of explorers in the cage. This was because the energy absorbed by the Heaven and Earth Array was supplied to them when it was supplied to the barrier of the cage, so as to relieve the pressure of excessive energy. However, the battle just now caused the deaths of countless venerables and explorers. Then, according to the conservation of energy, the power of these people after they died would either return to the world, be absorbed by others, or be absorbed by this black hole. In this way, the magnificent energy would only accelerate the collapse of the cage if it was poured into the array I. Repeatedly asked by the old turtle, Hanfei communicated his thoughts to the old turtle. The old turtle said leisurely, if this cage collapses and the million-strong army of the Black Blood City runs out, I'm afraid your yin-yang world will be destroyed. It's one possibility, and another is that the outbreak caused all the creatures in the cage to die. However, I don't think it has reached the point of outbreak yet. Otherwise, it would have exploded when the crack appeared. However, no matter what, we have to find a way to get out first. As Hanfei believed, there must be a way out. How could he get out? Hanfei had already got some clues. The suction force in the array I was extremely powerful. It seemed dangerous, but it should be the only way out. The array was constantly absorbing the energy of the outside world. However, the suction was intermittent, sometimes fierce and sometimes light. The array must be wide open at the fiercest moments, and then he would have the best chance to escape. The moment he figured this out, Hanfei left Forge the Universe. Buzz. As soon as Hanfei came out, he began to spin quickly. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. In fact, the way to break this array wasn't difficult. After Hanfei figured it out, he knew how to break the array. He made the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel spin rapidly, opposite to the rotation direction of the array I. When they reached a balance, he would be relatively still. This method seemed simple, but Hanfei had explored it for many years. It took Hanfei 7 years to find the array I. Even if he found the array I, if he didn't know anything about arrays, he would probably be trapped inside forever. Buzz. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel revolved against the terrifying spinning force. Hanfei could feel that he was escaping and resisting the array. Crack, crack. 10 seconds later, when Hanfei saw a white light, he was excited. He finally found a way out. But at this moment, Hanfei's body began to crack. There was no other reason. It was just that his body carried too much energy. His body had absorbed so much energy that his body couldn't hold on anymore. Hanfei immediately withdrew the yin-yang wheel in the sky. Still spinning at a high speed, Hanfei took out his fishing pole and threw it at the white light. The hook broke through the air as if it had caught something. Swish. Hanfei shuttled through the air like a golden light. Bang. Holding his meatball-like body, Hanfei crashed into a gale, crushing a lot of soil. Ha ha! I'm out! Hanfei was excited. Anyone would go crazy after being trapped in a dark place for 7 years. Giggle. However, a figure suddenly appeared. Giggling sounds came from his throat, waking Hanfei up. When Hanfei looked back, he saw a shriveled old man looking at him leisurely. Yes, the Tai Chi is below the grassland. Zhao Shenglong chose this place for a reason. He just didn't expect to be trapped. Now that I've come out, I naturally appear in the desolate tomb. Hanfei was quite sure that this was the deserted tomb. When a gale blew past, Hanfei secretly cursed himself for being stupid. Where did the strong wind come from? Wasn't it supposed to be soundless? He had never suspected it. When he entered the deserted tomb from the Waterwood world, he should have realized that the deserted tomb wasn't simple. However, when he came out of the Heaven and Earth array, he found that everything had been implied, but he just didn't understand it. Hanfei suddenly remembered that he was a skeleton at this moment. Zhao Shenglong might not recognize him, right? Immediately, Hanfei said with the sound of his soul, "Senior, it's me." I, Han Fei, a human, was fighting a sea demon but was defeated, so I teleported myself here to seek your protection. Giggle. Dragon, Zhao Shanglong probably recognized Han Fei, therefore he withdrew his murderous gaze. However, the first thing he asked after seeing Han Fei was still the dragon. Han Fei certainly couldn't say that I stole the dragon tail that you buried, however, after searching for the dragon several times, he didn't find anything. This didn't seem appropriate. With a thought, a corpse of a venerable appeared in front of Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei had 2 more such corpses. However, in order to prevent the old guy from absorbing too much energy, he didn't take them all out. Han Fei then took out a palm-sized cone-shaped scale and said, Senior, I was incompetent. I was ambushed by a sea demon and a dragon and almost died. I only caught a venerable and a scale in a hurry. Buzz. Han Fei saw a flash and the dragon scale in his hand disappeared. Zhao Shenglong roared angrily. Then Han Fei saw that the scale was crushed by Zhao Shenglong inch by inch. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. He shouted crazily in his heart, Don't be crazily in his heart. Don't be crazy until I'm gone. Han Fei couldn't help but remind him, Senior, would you like to grab some food? I've found a way to destroy the sea demons and hunt the Azure Dragon. In 100 years, I'll definitely be able to save you out, or even bring the Azure Dragon to you. Giggle. Zhao Shenglong turned his head and looked at Han Fei. Instead of rushing to eat, he said in a hoarse voice, Your soul is damaged. Dao heart not good enough. Let me help. Han Fei was about to ask, How can you help? Suddenly, Han Fei was about to ask, How can you help? Suddenly, Han Fei saw a big hand pressing on his head. Han Fei was shocked. I'm holding my brain in my hand. You're pressing on my skull. However, in the next moment, Han Fei seemed to watch a movie in his soul. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see how he looked when he first came to this world. Tunga and he lived on the cliff of the Heavenly Water Village. The cave behind the cottage was their secret. They swore to become strong together. Han Fei thought of He Xiao Yu. She said hopefully, My dream is to become a great fishing master like the village leader. Han Fei remembered that when he met old Jiang, he learned spirit concentration art, cultivated soul warrior techniques with Jiang Qin, went to the Thug Academy, and met Xia Xiaochan and the others. Han Fei remembered the adventure of exploring the ocean, looking for treasures, and improving his strength. During that period of time, besides adventuring, they ate. During dinner, Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lirenquang began to bicker. From the level 2 fishery to the level 3 fishery, making enemies with the Sun family and entering the Heavenly Desolate City. When he entered the Heavenly Desolate City, Han Fei saw for the first time the tragedy of the human race. Now, looking back, the people of the whole city had died fearlessly. How sad and resolute were they? These images appeared in Han Fei's eyes one after another. In the unknown place, Xia Xiaoshan was taken away by Xuanhuan. The heavenly silkworm shocked the world, and he was devastated. At that time, he had vowed that he would slaughter his way into the merman race. Then, his life took a turn. He entered reincarnation and got to know Zimin Linglin. He seemed to have lived another life. When he was a fool, all he thought about was how to protect Zimin Linglin. Later, when he awakened, he thought about fulfilling Zimin Linglin's dream and breaking the layout that the human race was ruled and oppressed by the big clans. At that time, he had unified the City of Justice, reformed and innovated, serving the future of the human race wholeheartedly. At that time, his life was actually very simple. His memory went to the time when he endured all kinds of hardship in order to save the Scattered Stars Island and wipe out the big clans. Han Fei couldn't tell if this was Zimin Linglin's wish or his. Han Fei was immersed in the past and suddenly realized that he had done so many things over the years. All this time, everyone had regarded him as a savior. Perhaps Old Han had a greater purpose. However, few people were as sophisticated as Old Han. The strongest masters in most people's eyes were kings. Han Fei suddenly woke up. Do they want me to become a king, or do I myself want to become a king? Chapter 1599, I'm back, I'm leaving translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't expect that someone else could help him find his Dao heart. How did Zhao Shenglong know that his Dao heart was not enough? In the past, Han Fei had always been very vague about what his Dao heart was. He seemed to have a lot of hopes. Some hope was strong, while some seemed weak. He had too many things to do. Perhaps this was the reason why his Dao heart was messy and not strong enough. For a moment, many people flashed in front of Han Fei. Han Fei did feel that there were still many things for him to do after he became a king. Sweep the big clans, find Xia Xiaoshan, beat Chunhuangdian up, rebuild the Heavenly Desolate City, and even unify the 36 mystic worlds as his mother hoped. All of this, only finding Xia Xiaoshan and beating Chunhuangdian up, were the truest thoughts in his heart. Nothing else seemed to be his true thoughts. Yes, even wiping out the big clans seemed to be Zimin Linglin's wish. In fact, Han Fei had never been humiliated by the big clans, while Zimin Linglin was expelled from her family when she was young. Therefore, Zimin Linglin hated the hypocritical and scheming big clans. But the foundation of Han Fei's Dao heart was indeed not this. At this moment, Han Fei's soul was beating crazily. In an instant, Han Fei recalled everything he had experienced in this life. His happiest time was in the level 2 fishery. At that time, although Wenren Yu was with them, she let them explore freely on the sea. At that time, every day was full of surprises. Han Fei suddenly realized that his favorite things had always been exploration and treasure hunting. It was that simple. Just like back on Earth, when he was a captain, he went to the ocean. That kind of excitement and craziness was the deepest desire in his heart. The old turtle watched this scene quietly in the depths of Han Fei's sea of consciousness. He didn't know what Han Fei saw, but the soul fire was beating so fast. Zhao Shanglong was a lunatic. How could a lunatic find a Dao heart for a fool? The old turtle could easily tell that no matter what Zhao Shanglong's Dao heart was in the past, what he used to be obsessed with, now, it was definitely slaying dragons. Would he turn Han Fei into a dragon slayer? Suddenly, Han Fei said something that he had said countless times. My journey is the infinite ocean. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei came back to himself. The soul fire in his eyes flickered as if he had an epiphany. Although Han Fei hadn't made a breakthrough yet, however, the old turtle knew that Han Fei was different from before. He seemed to have found himself and found his Dao heart. The old turtle mumbled, so, he found it? This guy spent so much time before but still didn't know what he was obsessed with. But now he has found it just because of Zhao Shanglong's casual slap? The old turtle didn't know the standards and methods of becoming kings for the humans of the 36 mystic worlds. Maybe, as he said, turtles could become strong just by sleeping. Maybe he became a king out of nowhere. However, the other creatures were different. Especially in a place like the 36 mystic worlds, it wasn't easy to become a king. Every king had their own personality and different beliefs. However, all of this was more or less related to their life experiences and insights. At this moment, Han Fei came back to himself and looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level, 86 intermediate peak level venerable, chaotic chi, none spiritual power, 61-60-46, damaged. Perception range, 220,000 kilometers. Strength, 9,000 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 75. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 59. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Han Fei almost laughed aloud when he saw the message. Unfortunately, he was only a skeleton now, so he just slightly clicked his mouth. His strength had exceeded 9,000 waves. This meant that Han Fei had broken through the barrier of the intermediate venerable realm, but his strength hadn't increased because he hadn't broken through yet. The limit of his Dao heart on the spiritual power column had disappeared. What was left now was only the number of his soul power. This meant that his soul power had no upper limit. Since there was no barrier, once Han Fei's soul power recovered, he could break through to the intermediate venerable realm. Immediately, Han Fei cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I found my own path. However, don't worry, Senior. The dragon is a great enemy of the human race. I'll do my best to take it down." Although Zhao Shanglong was crazy, he was still a human. Although his mind was in a mess, he could still sense human emotions. However, his chaotic brain might not be able to help him clearly judge good and bad. However, at least, Han Fei's performance in all aspects was very good. He was very considerate, which made him very comfortable. Zhao Shanglong said in a hoarse voice, "Keep them alive, wait for me to return. Han Fei, I'll remember." Hearing their conversation, the old turtle just wanted to say that Zhao Shanglong was literally the stupidest king in the world. As long as he wasn't crazy, he could tell that Han Fei was making things up. Buzz. As soon as the deserted tomb was opened, Han Fei appeared on the grassland like the last time. When Han Fei looked back, the deserted tomb was already far away, and he was at the edge of it, ready to go out at any time. If he could get out, he certainly couldn't stay in this deserted tomb. Although Zhao Shanglong helped him find his true path, what if Zhao Shanglong suddenly went crazy and slapped him to death? As a lunatic, what was impossible for him? Stepping out of the grassland, Han Fei sensed the outside world. Immediately, Han Fei felt much better. Fortunately, he had come out. If he stayed in that dark space for decades, he would definitely be suffocated. Leaving the grassland, Han Fei carried his own flesh and blood and soon arrived outside the Death Valley. When Han Fei was about to reach the Death Valley, he found that Golden Boy was already standing outside the valley, and Jade Girl was also in the seal. Han Fei didn't know what kind of seal was in the Death Valley. Why could the Jade Girl only stay in this seal? However, this didn't matter. Golden Boy was surprised. "Sure enough, you're still alive." Han Fei patted his bones. "I ran into some trouble, but I finally returned safely." This kind of conversation was very strange. An undead who was full of death energy and a golden skeleton, like two monsters. Golden Boy looked at Han Fei up and down. "What's your current status?" Han Fei's current appearance was too strange. It was simply unheard of for a skeleton to carry his flesh and blood. Han Fei grinned. "My golden body is too strong after the tribulation, so my flesh and blood can't be fused with it." The corners of the Golden Boy's mouth twitched. This reason was really unique. Golden Boy looked back, then turned back and looked at Han Fei strangely. I never thought that an intermediate venerable could transcend the king's tribulation. Now I can believe unconditionally that you are the 9th heavenly lord. Haha, believe it or not, however, I have to go. I'm here today to pick up my contractual spiritual beast. Looking at little Fatty who was staring at him with widened eyes, Han Fei removed the defense arrays. Little Fatty was probably stunned too. Fuck, after leaving for a year he became a skeleton, and he was still alive? This year, little Fatty didn't dare to step out of the array, fearing that Han Fei would die soon. If he went out and got killed, he wouldn't be able to revive him. Although this idiot had become a skeleton, he was still his master. Little Fatty, I slept for a year. With a thought, Han Fei recalled little Fatty into Forge the Universe. Your strength has fallen behind. You have to make up for it. After collecting little Fatty, Han Fei looked at Golden Boy and asked, how was the final battle? The Golden Boy said, in the battle that day, a total of 180 venerables died in the cage. Among them, on the Immortal City battlefield, 41 venerables from the Black Blood Royal City died, and 32 from the Immortal City, with a total of 73 venerables died. 55 venerables died in the Life and Death Gorge, but the Demon Beast Union had a fake king. Obviously, the Black Blood City didn't gain anything. Han Fei listened quietly. Golden Boy said, that day, except for the venerables, the 7th island and the 6th island fought the easiest. After the battle, according to incomplete statistics, as many as 150,000 explorers from the Black Blood City died. Below the Explorer realm, more than 500,000 people from the Black Blood City died, while the Immortal City only had half of the people die. As for the Explorer realm, more than 50,000 died. Hearing the Golden Boy's description, Han Fei was horrified. Damn it, how much energy would return to the cage then? Han Fei suddenly asked, did anything happen in the cage this year? The Golden Boy took a deep look at Han Fei and said, the environment in the cage is getting worse and worse, and there are more spatial cracks. Occasionally, spatial cracks will erupt with energy tides. It's easy for cultivators under the Explorer realm to be impacted. Han Fei thought to himself, that's right, too many people had died. The Heaven and Earth Array had tried so hard to deliver a huge amount of energy to feed so many venerables and explorers. However, in one day, these venerables and explorers returned all the energy. It would be strange if nothing went wrong. However, it was just energy tides. It seemed that there was no big problem yet. As soon as Han Fei said so, the Golden Boy said, in addition, cracks appeared in some parts of the cage, but we still can't get out. However, the possibility of getting out has increased. Han Fei was shocked. Cracks? Son of a botch, not now. If the creatures in the cage went out, it would be an unprecedented shock to the yin-yang world and water wood world. That scene was unimaginable. Han Fei's heart sank. He had to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. He had to go to the Forest of Terror and swallow the ownerless soul in the dragon head to break through to the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei grunted and said bluntly, I'm leaving. I'll come back when I should. After a moment of silence, the Golden Boy said, okay, however, I think you should go to the human gathering place behind the front line. Huh? Chapter 1600, The Pleasures of Being a Statue Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei wondered what the Golden Boy wanted to show him. However, since he had come out, he didn't mind a day or two. He might as well take a look. At this time, the Immortal City should no longer have to worry about the attack of the Black Blood City. 55 venerables died in the Life and Death Gorge. The Black Blood City didn't have a fake king over there, so they must have a lot of casualties. As for why only 55 venerables died in the Life and Death Gorge, it must be because the space there was too limited and there wasn't enough room for fighting. However, even so, Han Fei felt that the number of venerables in the Black Blood City should have dropped to less than 100. In just a few years, nearly 100 venerables had died in the once arrogant Black Blood City. This speed of death was unacceptable to any force. Now, in the cage, the Demon Beast Union should be the leading force. If the Black Blood City dared to act rashly again, for example, if the Black Evil Conch King left the Black Blood City, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the number of 190 venerables was not small at all. It was much better than the Immortal City that only had 80 or so venerables. Therefore, Han Fei knew that the cage must have fallen into a temporary peace. Furthermore, Han Fei also realized that it was probably inappropriate to cause more venerables to die in the short term. Otherwise, if the cage erupted, all the creatures in the cage would die. Or if the cage broke and a large number of creatures from the various races went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Between the Immortal City and the front line of human beings, there were countless islands. Among them, the closer to the front line, the stronger the overall strength of the island was. The cultivators on the island were generally stronger. On the human islands, the first thing all the children knew after they were born was not to discriminate against the undead. The adults would spread out how the undead protected people. However, in the territory of the living, the undead rarely went over. Only when there were inspections occasionally would the undead patrol the island with human experts. Gale Island was an island occupied by living people spanning more than 200 kilometers. There were about 3 million people living here. Among them, only 10 were explorers. The rest were all below the explorer realm. Such islands were far away from the front line. The only thing they had to pay attention to was to prevent the sea demons from sneaking in. Therefore, on the islands, even in peacetime, there would be a half-venerable expert and multiple explorers guarding and supervising the island's buzz. On this day, there was a wind resistance competition on the island. The so-called wind resistance competition was related to the unique terrain of Gale Island. Because there was a concave strait on the island, a super hurricane was formed every year. Cultivators from the nearby islands would send people to participate in the wind resistance competition every year. According to the strength of the wind, in the wind-resistant strait, from the hanging fisher realm to the law enforcer realm, there were contestants of all realms, and they were good at different areas. There were relatively safe areas on the island, which were often surrounded by low-level cultivators and many children. Basically, any place where people could stand was crowded. Han Fei was also attracted by this special competition. He had planned to observe it, but then he saw a statue erected on the island. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the statue. Wasn't it him? Since when had his statue been erected on a human island? This Gale Island was just a random island he passed by. Even so, he saw his statue, which meant that there should be his statues on other islands too. However, wasn't the statue too intimidating? Han Fei felt that this was not like him at all. He was such a gentle person. Cough, cough. The statue was built according to his powerful and domineering image in the immortal city. He was staring intimidatingly and stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Those who didn't know him would think he was a king. However, when Han Fei saw the words carved under the statue, he was secretly shocked. The ninth heavenly lord, Han Fei, Tske Golden Boy is sensible. Han Fei had been wondering why he felt that his power of faith doubled when he was trapped. Han Fei knew it must be because of Golden Boy that his statue was here. Apart from the Golden Boy, who else knew about the ninth heavenly lord? Therefore, this must be the Golden Boy's idea. At this moment, under his statue, a young man was kneeling in front of his statue and praying. While the wind resistance competition was being watched by everybody, Wang Hai came to Han Fei's statue alone. Wang Hai looked up at the statue for a long time and finally said, "People call you the god of war. I saw the battle last year. Too many venerables died. They said that it was because of you. However, my parents didn't come back. I know it's not your fault. I just double 'em by self. I hate that I can't enter the 7-island battlefield and slaughter sea demons. I hate that I can't die in battle. Senior god of war, can't I become a powerhouse just by cultivating my body?" Wang Hai looked at the statue for a long time, sighed, got up, and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice in his head, "Don't you hate this god of war?" "Who?" Wang Hai looked back. However, he suddenly saw a black-robed undead standing there. Few people on the island could see the undead, and the undead generally didn't come to the island. After all, the undead's body was full of death energy. If humans stayed too long with the undead, the death energy might invade their bodies and damage their foundation. However, Wang Hai was secretly relieved to see that it was an undead. Wang Hai cupped his hands. "Hi, Master Undead." Han Fei could tell that the boy seemed to respect the undead very much, because the undead were all transformed from dead humans. Han Fei nodded slightly. Han Fei was wearing a black robe, so the child couldn't tell what he looked like. Wang Hai shook his head. "No. Although my father and mother died in this war, I know that the death of a few people is for the continuation of mankind. People die eventually. I just hope that after they die, they can be reincarnated into undead like you." Han Fei couldn't help thinking, are kids nowadays so mature? Originally, Han Fei didn't want to come down. However, when Han Fei glanced at this youth, he found that this person's chi and blood were rich, but his soul was weak. Obviously, he was born with an abnormality. Anyway, he was here and the boy had been kneeling in front of his statue for so long. Although Han Fei knew that the boy was mostly talking to himself, he was still praying to him. He was the so-called god of war, and his statue was here. He couldn't just sit by and do nothing, right? Han Fei said, "Young man, I can tell you, if you only cultivate your body, you can also become a top expert." In fact, Han Fei was certainly not talking nonsense. This was a sudden epiphany when Han Fei escaped from the heaven and earth array. However, Han Fei gave up this idea. Because if he only cultivated the body, the path he took would definitely be very unconventional. Even so, Han Fei was still certain that there would be such a group of people in this world. They didn't have many resources or powerful techniques, so they could only cultivate the body or the soul. If they insisted on walking a path, of course they could become stronger. Although Han Fei wouldn't take this path, it didn't prevent him from teaching others. However, it was difficult to cultivate the body. As long as this child had enough perseverance, it was possible for him to become a powerhouse. Sure enough, Wang Hai's eyes glittered. He looked at Han Fei in surprise and then smiled. Clash. Suddenly, Wang Hai knelt on the ground. "Senior, please teach me." Han Fei accepted it happily. In a good mood, he taught the child a few techniques. Han Fei said, "Are you sure you are really going to take this road? I can tell you that this road is the road the god of war once walked on. It's very difficult. Do you still want to take it?" Wang Hai suddenly raised his head and asked in shock, Senior God of War's path. Wang Hai immediately said firmly, TM, willing, Senior, please teach me. I'll do my best to kill the sea demons and protect the immortal city. Han Fei grinned. Then you have to ask, if the God of War is willing, huh? Wang Hai was stunned. Well, how do I ask? Just close your eyes and pray to him with all your heart. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment and then nodded solemnly. Then he knelt before Han Fei's statue and folded his hands. Seeing this scene, Han Fei pointed casually, and a golden light entered between Wang Hai's eyebrows. Wang Hai's body trembled and his mind went blank. But then, great art circulated in his mind. He could clearly see the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, 108 desolate god body, grand desolate body. Han Fei didn't teach him the indestructible body art. After all, not everyone had so many fortuitous opportunities, treasures. If he really passed on the indestructible body art to him, this boy might kill himself before long. At this moment, Wang Hai's sleeves fluttered and golden light circulated around him. Han Fei didn't notice it at first, but then he saw a familiar tattoo on the boy's shoulder. Bang! Wang Hai's clothes burst. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he was puzzled. Dragon pattern? The old turtle said, It seems that he was born with this dragon pattern, but not completely. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is it possible that someone from the Ragan subduing world didn't die back then, so they had offspring here? While Han Fei was thinking, he sensed something unusual and turned around. Come out! In the next moment, a half-venerable expert walked out. Zhao Tong greets the venerable. My lord, this is... Han Fei put his hands behind his back, and his soul vibrated in the void. Although this guy's soul is weak, he's born with great strength. I've taught him a great technique. It depends on his own luck whether he can succeed. Zhao Tong was puzzled. Then, why did you blow up his clothes? If you just want to teach him a technique, I won't come out. Han Fei said again, Zhao Tong, right? Send this boy to the Forbidden Island. He can enter, but you can't. Zhao Tong?